Family Tree, we bring the vibes and that. We bring the fucking vibes. Happy Friday, people. Come on, let's go, let's go. A little kitchen skank, let's go.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Next hit music.
Not on the beat. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Hey.
Purchase your tracks today.
Hey, ba, ba, ba. Hey, 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 hey. Mama Clark Vibesy. Yeah, man. Well, go on, big up your chest, people. Hope everyone's all right and that. I mean, big up, man. Yeah, that beat, that I'm gonna play that one last time as we warm up. One last time. But yeah, that's vibes, bro. Straight vibes. Straight vibes, bro. Let me see what we got here. Let's see what moves we got here, man.
Next hit music.
I big up the London Miner, Bomba Clark, opening up the super chat early, you know. Big up your chest each and every time.
Bronze Mod on the beat.
Big up the Asian crew, you know.
Purchase your tracks today.
You know we're international out here, man. Big up each and every one of you, man. Happy Friday. It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, to Illuminati Live, Report, chill, like, comment, share. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. All right, I want each and every one of you to get ready for the kitchen skank. I don't care if you're in the car. I don't care if you're on the bus. I don't care if you're in the bath. It's time to do the kitchen skank.
Purchase your tracks today.
I big up Ridgeway Rob, man. Becoming a member, big up your chest, broski. Happy Friday to you, sir.
Purchase your tracks today.
Old tight Sarah Corleone, you know, the Habasha headmistress, the top goon of the horn. Big up your chest. Happy New Day. Happy Friday to you, sister. Yes, Beefy. How's that, Sarah? Yeah. Fucking vibes, brother. Not about vibes.
Hey, I'm Talon, and this is Rumpus, and I'm going to show you.
That beat is legit, like a beat that I love that beat. I have to add that, bro. I love that beat. That beat is crazy. I wonder if he's got any other beats like that. That beat was wild. And piano, that beat. Let me see this. He's hard with it, bro. Let me see this Africa. Hey.
Next hit music.
Sarah's looking for H, talking about unfinished business, man. Walk on for this Friday.
Purchase your tracks today.
Yeah, we got the people, man. Let me know your Friday plans, man. You know, we got a hectic weekend about to go down for the True Squad. Know the family, extended fam, but what's everyone on? Let me know what your Friday's saying, your Saturday, your Sunday. You get me? Remember, look out for Freestyle Friday later on tonight, you know. Hold tight, no up in the sniper each and every time. Wow, we stay strapped. Stay strapped, cuz.
Purchase your tracks today.
Woo! We're taking you deep down to South Africa this morning with the Ampiano vibe. Shuffle, move a muscle.
Purchase your tracks today.
Yes, family, keep them likes coming in. Hit up that Cash App, hit up that PayPal, man. You get me? Let the super chat rest. Eh. 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 Eh.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Yo, if you're hating already, you're lost, man. I don't even know how you woke up hating, man. There's love out here. All right, what we got? What we got? We got another one. What have we got? I'm feeding his Ampiano mixes. I might have to hit this dude up. He's sick. What else has he got? What else has he got? Free dancehall type beats. Should we try this? Let's try this, man.
Next hit music.
Boss not on the
Nah, man, it's a bit Sean DePauli, it's a bit reggaetonish. I'm not really feeling it. Still, we can't do them like that. What else we got here? That beat was dope. Afro Latino, nah, none of that. Afro beat and dance. So let's hear this.
Next hit music.
Hey. All right. I'm getting requests on. Let's see what I can do, man. See what I can do for y'all. Give me a moment. Uno momento. You know what? They ain't even got one like that, you know. Nah, they ain't even really got one like that. I typed in black coffee type beat, but Not really, man. And I know I'm not trying to get no copyright infringements. Do you know what I mean? No, I'm not trying to get that. Who's knocking at the door? Who is that? Give me 1 second, whoever's at the door, family. All right, sister. Wait. Hold on. You're just dancing away. There's no music. I'm trying to make you look dumb. Hold on, family. One sec. Remember that Bad Boy one that I played last week? Flame!
Yeah.
Big up General Sniper.
Big up, Unks.
Now, what was that Bad Boy beat that I played at the time? We was rinsing it. Me and
By eating Cadbury Dairy
Zion
Milk,
was
we've
loving
helped
it.
give Cocoa Farmers kids access to education.
Wow. So what's going on, Flame, man? Happy Friday, brother.
Big up, bro. Happy Friday.
Juma Mubarak.
Come on. I'm literally just ordering some last bits. Turn it down a bit. Get me. Do what I say, bro. Don't tell me shut up.
Do so. I want that, man. I am. Yes.
What, you lost the beat? Pause.
There's a Bad Boy instrumental that me and Zion was vibing to. What happened to it, man? I forgot what it's called. I can't find it nowhere. It was so sick. I was rinsing it for
Ryan must have saved it, man. Ryan must have saved it. He's also.
Big up Sarah. Big up yourself. She said, these beats are vibe, not going to lie. Definitely, man. Definitely vibes. So what's going on for you, man? You in it? What's going on?
Literally, I'm just on Amazon right now. I'm trying to get some last bits in before I fly out tonight. Basically, I'm trying to get some sublimation puzzles. So puzzles that I can print on. I want to see if they'll arrive by 10 today from the Amazon, you know?
Yeah.
What you saying though, Jets? Man, like Jets, you know? Come on. Hit that like button, you pussy hoes.
Yeah, man. Smash up the like, man. Smash up the like.
Yeah, man. Friday, hit up that PayPal, man. Hit up the PayPal. We're trying to get lit this weekend. Jets organizing a little spot.
Forget about Super Chat today. Relax for the Super Chat today. Super Chat. These men are pussy hoes, man. I swear to God.
PayPal. Might have some footage for you on Monday, nah? You get me? If you lot are good today, we might have some footage for you on Monday, you know?
Yeah! You're good today! Today!
Be good to me now. Come on.
Yo, was that Patois Plus? Be good to me now.
It was a Major Fields thing still.
Major Fields, you know. Gobble each other. Yeah, Major Fields. Fucking hell. That was like a long time ago. Was that this year?
Nah, I think it was last year still. Pandemic vibes. I think it was pandemic vibes still. It's funny though, still. You know, when you pre the thing, we need a little week where we just have a throwback, bro. We just like throwback. Everyone put in their fucking throwbacks from the stream.
Yeah, but if you can find them, we have to find them. And that's
what I say. We need to put the bird call out there. Anyone that knows whatever pops into your head, go find that shit and submit it. You get me? You got the email link there. You got whatever you not need. Just submit that shit, or when we'll find a week or a couple of days where we just do throwbacks. Oh, fine.
Yeah, that's low enough. That's not like this ain't the beat that we was looking at though, man. This was not the beat, man. It's actually jarring me. I actually want to find this beat. I don't know. Nah, I actually want to find this beat. Where the fuck is it? Whatever, anyway, man. Yeah, I Sniper, what are you saying? Can't hear you. In case you're talking away, we can't hear you, brother. Like number 21, big up yourself, Aerotraumatic. Don't forget to like everyone, definitely, man. Big up
I
Axel.
need to also put a bird call out to a man like Raj or Chiller or something, you know, someone from the Sikh community, so they can come explain what's really good and what's going on. Cause what we got yesterday and what we had the Sikh brother saying, was a whole lot of madness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. He's tapped.
And I don't want none of the Sikh community thinking that we're doing something that's left or right or straight down the middle. We're just trying to find the balanced path that you are walking on. We're just trying to understand that.
I slapped his turban off yesterday, boy. I had angels crying in the chat, bro.
Wow.
Like, no, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Hey, what you say? Hate turned bad man last night.
I hate
turned bad man room, man. I tuned in. I heard H talking smack, like.
Smack.
Bro, it's the same brother talking about 111.
Yeah,
man.
Mad thing.
Do you know when he turned back when Sarah was like, when you walk through Southwood, you're gonna get touched. She's like, no one can touch me, bro.
Yeah.
I'm strapped, cuz. I'm strapped. Hey, strap.
Maku, I disrespect you. I disrespect you from the first moment I saw you. Are you right? What? Soft disrespect. This is shit. Get this the fuck out of here, man. Stop that shit.
You know what's funny though,
man? You give me
when he's like, I've known you for 2 years and I never respected you, I was like, oh shit, I'm just probably gonna
Is that what you're joking?
Yeah, but that,
I went easy.
Why you being like this? Why you being rude? I'm trying the calm approach, but then he tried violent.
You know the way look, you're not getting violated, bro. You're not getting violated. He violated himself, to be honest.
Let me just clarify, Unks, though, innit? Because people might hear what Unks said yesterday and think, well, Unks is out of pocket, F1. Now, don't get it twisted. Unks will jump over the line just to see what people are on. But my man did disrespect first in the car. Obviously, he said he don't rate Maku, blah, blah, blah. Unks then still try to be nice to him and say, right, why are you being so rude? You got to relax. Unks even gave him that tone. Like, yeah, chill out, relax. Yeah. But then he didn't want it. You hear me? He was just on some smoke. So Unks
was on smoke, but poor Sarah, asked one question and I dodged it.
Hey, listen. Hey, you know what it was peak? You know what it was peak? When someone said, Triller was what? Triller was right, you know? Or someone said, I was busting up. I said Triller was right about you, you know?
Triller was right about who? I can't remember, but
I heard someone said that yesterday.
About hate, bro. Big up Sarah, man. My sister warrior out here, man. What?
Big up Sarah.
Bro.
Well, go on, Sarah, man. Talk to me.
She's coming in a gun woman.
Educational. That's what I'm saying, bro. You get me? She fucked up the Sikh curriculum yesterday. She fucked up the Sikh curriculum.
Guys, were you guys listening to it yesterday? Did I come across as rude?
No.
I said big up yourself, Jedi.
Big up.
Sorry,
You murdered.
my words. When I asked him the question, like you guys just be the judge of. When I asked him the question at the beginning, was it rude?
No, you got cooked, man.
You
knew what he was doing.
No. At the beginning, was it rude? Didn't I say I wanted clarification?
No.
I'm not gonna lie to you, though, Sarah. It didn't have much to do with you. It's just the environment you walked into when you asked the question.
Didn't I come in quite? I thought
he already had lasers on his head, innit?
You come in to change the tone.
You can be the judge of that, because
you come in to change the tone, and
I thought I came in on peace.
Yeah,
like, I don't know where that went.
You was like, this person.
I ain't got problems with Sikhs, by the way. I don't want.
Could you explain why?
I've never heard what this guy's talking about. That's why we were clarifying.
No, listen. Before everyone says anything, look, the people need to understand this channel ain't got nothing to do with no religious. We ain't trying to go at no religion, and it's not even a we thing, because I'm observing as well. Sometimes I'm on the panel, sometimes next man's on the panel, next woman's on the panel. It's not no religious debate thing. This channel ain't trying to go out now. It's ain't no G-block thing. Anyone that comes on here comes on their own accord, represents themselves, and that's it. You get me? It's got nothing to do with this channel owner or whatnot. Someone
maybe that's fine.
Anyway. Remember,
because you know what,
remember,
we had
family.
a discussion about this earlier.
We don't do clarifications. We don't do clarifications. Well, I don't clarify.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
There's no need to clarify. Hold on. When you're being supported in the chat,
all I mentioned was Hassan Darwish or Hussein Darwish.
Everyone
I
agrees,
just said
man.
someone
Like
said
everyone
what
who
Guru
was
said
Sikh.
before.
Hold on.
Explain that. That was his future.
Sarah, leave and come back again because I think you're delayed. I think you got delayed.
Yeah, you can't hear, man, as well.
Yeah. Leave and come back. Can you hear me, Sarah? Right, she's far back. Yo, Sarah.
Oh! Who done that?
I big up Sash, man. Where's Sash? Oh, Sash is got
You need a little disclaimer at the bottom of the video.
Hey, Sarah, you can't hear me,
man.
Can Sarah hear me?
I'm dead.
She can't hear me, innit?
Yeah.
No.
I kicked her. Hopefully, she will come back.
Yeah, you kicked her half sentence. Kicked her right.
Winded her. I don't think she can hear me at all.
Oh shit! H is lucky it
Right,
wasn't
yeah,
recorded
Paul.
then.
Let me just read this. Reuters said to you, I believe it was Sniper talking at the time, maybe, or maybe it was Sarah. Can the person talking tell me what the demonic belief in charity and selfless service to others? That's what Sikhs do. I don't see nothing devilish about them.
No. What's devilish about them? Remember, we were trying to make a clear distinction because it seems like he was fighting on two fronts. 1 minute he was Sikh, next minute he was Hindu. And then he said that Hindu and being Indian is synonymous. And we kind of agreed. Like, yeah, okay. Because you've made references to things in Hinduism all the way through. You get me? And that's why Shiva and this one and that one. And they're like, but hold on, you said you're Sikh.
Yeah.
Which is based on Islam and Hinduism, but it's like you lot don't want to accept the thing. You know what I mean? Sarah's bringing Dalil, showing you that, look, the gurus learnt from certain Sufi mystics.
Right.
And he's quoting, man. So then he got upset because we said, boy, is man plagiarizing or something? Because obviously, if it's the guru's original words, then it's his original words. If it's not, then he got it from somewhere else. And we found out where he got it from, and H couldn't take it. He burst into flames. He was like, rah, you're trying to call him a liar. You're trying to call him a liar. Your prophet married a 9-year-old. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I thought I was dreaming. I remember
and
that
then,
now.
And then it was like, but hold on. Guru Nanak got married.
No, I'm carrying.
Yeah, Guru Nanak got married at 5, bro. Like, allow it, man. What are we doing out here? Like, we're not going to do that, bro. So, like, yeah, he was just a get out clause. You know, when a man's desperate. Yeah.
What actually triggered him to like flip like that though? Car, I think I must have left and come back, Ruben. When I come back, he was talking wicked. So I was like, man, what the fuck happened? I was lost. Cause I was listening.
Couldn't answer the question. It's a question. The question fucked him up. Sarah's question fucked him up, basically. You know what I mean? He couldn't take it. He thought that we was dissing his guru or whatever, and it weren't that. You know what I mean? But
do you know what's interesting though? Carl, when he got asked the question, he couldn't hear it. He left, apparently. Yeah? And when he come back, the first thing he said was, Sarah, I can tell you're a Muslim.
I've noticed a little pattern though, when certain people can't really answer certain difficult questions, they get a bit like they just want to try and warm them. Get me?
Yeah, and
if you don't know, bro, just say you don't know, innit? There ain't nothing wrong with knowing, bro.
It was anti-Sikh. It was anti-Sikh dawah yesterday. We told him, man. That anyone watching this thing won't be on this thing.
Reuters, you seem like you got some great knowledge, brother. Jump on. The link is there. It's pinned to the top of the chat. And here, I'll even post it now. Yeah, man, it'd be great for you to jump on and give us some clarification. But where's the students? Where's students learning, man? We're not too proud to learn, brother. Like, so jump on. It sounds like you got some good info, man.
Not all the gurus. We're just saying one in particular, but you can't throw aspersions on any prophet of any other religion when you have that in your own thing. Allow it, man.
I want to learn about it, you know, Uncle. Only yesterday I realized how deep it is when Judge played that video. I was like, yo, what the fuck? You get me? I thought that was
that mashed him up as well. The video about.
We can find this. I was going to put this up yesterday as well, you know. I was going to choose this yesterday. Big up, Rob.
Yeah, big up family. How you doing?
Big up, Rob, man. Ain't seen you
Yeah,
for ages, man.
Big up, Maku.
Come on,
Where you
man.
How's the
been
mic?
hiding,
Am I loud? Am I low?
No,
You're
you're
good, man.
perfect, man.
Right, I
Where-
can really hear
where-
myself too much. Hold on a second.
You're good enough to drop some bars.
Bad man, Rob.
Okay.
Ridgeway Rob, where the fuck you been, man?
Yeah, I've been AWOL.
Yeah, where you been, man? I don't know.
Where the hell you been?
Been a chat wanker. Got too used to it. Yeah.
Yeah, the chats is comfy sometimes, man. It is.
It is.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, you was here yesterday. Was you here yesterday, Rob?
Yeah.
Last night. It was mad, didn't it?
It's
Mad,
a great
man.
show, but I just think H was in top gear, and he can't operate that way. You know.
Ridgeway Rob said to him, H, I can't help but notice you seem like you're really indulging in your Jewish.
But this is it, you know. But don't get me wrong, I love H. I love what he brings to the show, but it's not going to work if he's going to be in that top gear. But I think what happened last night, it was just like a conveyor belt of questions coming at him, and I don't think you're going to get to the. Well, he's not going to. We're not going to get that clarification. Like, I want that as well. What Sarah's asking for and themselves. I'd like to learn that. I would like to learn, because from my experience with gurus, is that, you know, most of the quotes that they have come from a kind of question and answer format. So they will give different answers to different people dependent on, you know, how receptive they are to information.
Yes.
Okay, like all teachers, basically. And so I can kind of understand, you know, why, you know, Guru Nanak or whoever, you know, would mention other teachings and other teachers. So I get that, but, you know, there wasn't any clarification really from H last. Yeah, I know some of the kind of
like he's going in
and that is just like,
no, it's not even that. Some of the rhetoric is like he's already said it before. So we're like, we hear you. We hear you. Let's move on to the next bit. We know that.
But don't you not see the hypocrisy in what he was? Because, you know, after the video, his whole thing changed. Like, there was no oneness anymore. There was straight segregation and division. And, do you know what I'm saying?
Blame it on the Jats. Blame it on the Jats, man. He blamed it on the Jats. Jats, everything, man. He was like, yes, the Jats, because they're wicked and evil people, and nobody respects them.
Stop doing that voice. Stop doing that voice.
Why? Like a man was gonna cry, man.
They're wicked and evil people.
They're wicked and evil people. I don't know what to do. Guru. No, man. Yeah, the original Dandayati Dagat said that. Yeah. Like, what? What are you doing? It's a lot. Stay strapped, cuz. Stay strapped. Yeah? And he was threatening to use that shit. That's the scary part about it. You can't be all pious, and then just because someone pisses you off, you're looking to psychically juke them with a spear and all of these type of stuff like that.
Stay strapped, cuz. Stay strapped.
Yeah? I was like, raw. You're at home with a spear, boy, rocking on the spot. This is madness.
That's because of the the chaotic nature of it last night.
Yeah,
he repeats himself. He repeats himself, and then we can't really get that clarification from him. And
you know what I realized?
That happens to a lot, I guess.
If you listen to him at 1.5 speed faster, you get me? It's a normal conversation still.
Yeah, but he's normally in, like, you know, he doesn't come out of second gear, does he? He doesn't come out of second gear, and it's like, okay, we can get the message, kind of.
He's on the elite budge.
Elite, boy. I don't know what he was smoking yesterday, but it was mad. I had to ask him a couple of times, like, are you all right, man? Are you all right, cuz? What's going on? No, cuz, no. You get me? Because you look, this the guru. You look taking the piss. Yeah, I don't respect you. And do. Well, fuck your respect, man. You soft ass nigga. What are you doing? Shut up, man. Fuck out of here with that. Stay strapped. Yeah, you just be out here threatening women and all sorts. Like, what are you doing, man?
Big up Sarah, though,
you coming
man.
like yeah, but you was coming like Triller. Gone wrong. I mean, worse than Triller.
I'm not gonna lie. I rather Triller than H, because H just showed me mad hypocrisy. I don't know what H is really on. I know what Triller's on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know what H is really on.
No, H is learning the thing, innit? But we're saying, like, look, fall back from trying to give dower and show everybody wagwan when you're still learning.
Well, Mackie, this is it. I'm sure these teachers, what teacher tells you to, most teachers tell you you're learning. You don't go teaching.
You don't go teaching when you're learning. Like, come on, man. No. Because there's people out here who know better than you. And there's, as I said to him, there's good Sikhs, man, that are masters of their craft that I personally, knew and all of that. And he'd be telling me what the person said, even though the person's dead. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, and even they're humble enough to say they don't know it all.
He was like, oh, Jagra Singh didn't come Speaker's Corner. Like, he came 3 times, but after that, what? Bro, I've seen him there on multiple occasions. Trust me. You weren't there. A whole batch of Sikhs every week. And they were serious about their thing, like fully strapped up cars. Yeah, those are proper guys, man. And even one of my Sikh brothers, he's there all the time, bro. He's on a Man United thing. You know what I mean? Standing on the ladder, talking about, no one wants to talk about the biggest religion out here. You get me? But I don't know. And then Raj has taught man stuff. Even though he's an idiot, but he still knows his stuff a little bit. You know what I mean? He's the one who told me about the 5-year-old betrothal and all of this type of stuff. Like, relax, man. Yeah.
Do you know what's interesting though? After last night's stream, because obviously when Hate used to jump on, a lot of Sikh brothers used to jump on and say, "Yeah, Hate, you're a sick guys. I wish I could be like you. You're so calm." But then I'm thinking, do these brothers even know what he's really like?
That's what I was gonna say, Flame. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yesterday, call me an idiot or naive, but I didn't really think that was him. But obviously, I've only heard him a certain period.
No, we've cooked him. I remember I've cooked him in his first appearance, he got cooked by me. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Softly. And left for a while. I was like, what? What is this?
Yeah, no, I say when you met him the first time, you was onto him, boy.
Yeah.
Not even really the first time, but there was just a time when he jumped on and
it was just me and him.
Snapper just started cooking him, boy. I was like, it was like, he was giving him that tough interrogation. You know what I mean? And,
he didn't like the best of servants. I tested him with the best of servants. He didn't like that. He went fucking ballistic. It was like, okay. You got a little bit of minerals in that. He went away, he came back again, and he was cool. And it was like, all right. We'll see. But he hasn't been tapped since then, like slightly, but he's been cool. You know what I mean? Like, he's got his own shows.
He's a cool guy, man.
He's got his own shows. I like the one where he was just left on the panel, and then he started singing. He had everyone in the comment section joining in. It was a mad one. Yeah, it was There's times like that where he's just top guy, man. But other times it's just like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? What are you talking about? It's like you want to spiritually poke someone. Like, stop it, man. Stop it. What is this? These ferocious weapons.
I remember Ari yesterday. Someone must have asked him a question or something, and he was like, "All right, cool. I'll answer it." Like, my man started explaining some shit for like 6 minutes, cause. And I heard everyone like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. And he's like, wait, hold on, I ain't finished yet. I was like, bro, you've been talking for like 5 minutes.
Come on, allow us, man. Give us a gap.
I'm just unsure. I just don't think, I'd like to know in Sikhism, are you, when you're at that level, you're surely told not to go and promote or, or try and recruit, like some paths do. I'm not sure you're supposed to do that.
Not necessarily
another Indian path.
Yeah.
Well, he is. It's
in a sense.
If you're promoting this oneness, you better back it up well.
Yeah.
You better show some clarity.
Yeah.
What is the teaching? What we're supposed to do?
Every other Sikh has let us know
not
the
just
answers
every other
to
seat. You've
whatever
got people like
question.
Ralph could easily explain these things.
Yeah,
I've heard
yeah,
Ralph,
yeah,
people
yeah,
like
yeah.
him even explain it quite quickly in in a few minutes. Exactly.
This is why I've got clarification from someone, and they're like, "Yes, Maku, yeah, you could say it's a form of demonology." Like, all right, thanks, Ralph. No problem. Let's move on. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. Like, people don't have these people around them. You know, one of my best friends in secondary school used to get bullied all the time. His name was Harjit. He had a little handkerchief on his head, and he was slapping the bubble, until we went to RE. A man said, show everyone your kulpan. I said, what? Nigga, you been letting niggas slap your bubble, and you got this big knife on you. Mud. Yeah, like, bro, come on, man. Hey, we turned him into a fighting machine. We threatened the other classes, made them know that we've got Bora in our class. Legal. Legal. I had the living misfit classes. You get me? I had the living misfit class. I was like, well, how am I going to make these men into a fighting force? We got one guy, Mauritian, 6'4", in the first year, you know, before anyone else. Like, he's the biggest guy in it, but he's just Mauritian. He's just cool. He's like,
he's just Mauritian.
Yeah, he's just Mauritian. He's just a cool brother. You know what I mean? His name was Rodney. You get me? He was tall, blood. Tall. Yeah? 6'4" at 11 years old. Come on, bro.
Ross.
Come on, bro. I had one Nigerian guy who had a Paddington Bear jacket. Skinny. Used to go to my church. You know what I mean? I had this guy named Bulent, Turkish guy. Big head like a bullet. Yeah, couple white boys and 2 proper mandim, and that was it. And all the other class was full of goons. They had goons in their class.
You niggas really was the misfits.
Yeah, fully misfit class. Like, whoa, hold on. How am I trying to be one of the baddest guys in the year? And look at my class. Only my best friend can rep, and my brethren who I grew up with, he was a pussy. You know what I mean? He was a pussy. He made a next man come and beat him up in the alleyway, and I had to walk home with him crying and that. What are we doing out here? What are we doing? You get me snuffling. Don't worry, man. It's all good, man. It's all good. It's all love. Come on, True Lottery. Get your
lottery ticket, the True Lottery family, man. Listen, man. Hit up that Cash App and hit up that PayPal, man. And let's get these numbers on, because I think by next... When did we draw it? 2 days ago? 3 days ago?
3 days ago.
Yeah, so hopefully by next Wednesdays, we get these numbers done.
For trying to get one of these done every 2 weeks, blood. Come on.
Yeah, you know? So...
Bare people just jumping on other people's numbers, you know?
People.
Like they know the code. Yeah, like they know the code. You don't know the code.
Hey, what's all this certain man talk, fam? What's all this certain man talk?
I said
I could say certain gal. Sarah took my fucking ticket. Like, what you know about 9?
Like, carry on, fam. I'll fuck around and buy everything with a 7 on the board. Like, carry on. Yeah. And you know what? I'll make it worse. I'll just link you cash tomorrow, fam. Fuck this PayPal shit.
Yeah. Like this, I didn't. I let the hate spring. That's in the records. I didn't even record it. I didn't record it. So it's like it is, man.
Yeah. Facts. Yeah. You're saying he's a punch bag, but I'm saying I trained him. By the end, he would have stabbed the shit out of you, though.
Big up Facts.
White boy.
I big up Facts as well. Facts was getting it yesterday. Yeah. He was gonna cry in the beginning, and then he realized he's no point crying because he's like, just take the piss out of me crying.
Yeah.
So he firmed it. Yeah,
Facts, what happened to the Bible scriptures, man?
Big up Silverback. Silverback. I got a text from a friend telling me that I'd well done, you won 10 quid in the Trill Lottery. Then, got excited and was wondering what I was going to do with a tenner. And got another text saying, "Oh no, they've done it again."
Oh shit!
I think the text said something like, "Must be a black thing."
I got a meeting real quick. I'll be back. I gotta go to a meeting. I'll be back.
419.
Whoa.
419.
What's your numbers?
Now, what the text should have said is, you've won £2,000, but all you got to do now is send in £200 to unlock it because it's held in a in a holding account that needs £200 deposit to get it out. You know what I mean?
Well, I just sent you 2 tickets
Boom.
worth.
All right, so you want 2 numbers, right?
No, I'm gonna donate them if that's okay.
You're gonna donate them, okay?
Well,
Yeah, so I'll take number 11 in that case.
Get out of it! Get out of it! Who are we donating them to, bro?
Axum can have them. Let Axum have them.
Hey!
Big up.
Axum, lucky
Axum. Big up
What's
Axum.
Axum done to get this generosity?
Even though
You know what?
You know what?
I just think she needs to be heard more. I just think
when you think about it,
She does.
And Axum's bought tickets for loads of people, you know, and they forget, you know.
Big up Axum, man.
Big up Axum.
And you know what? I know what. But Ridgeway, for me, I was listening to Axum the other day when she jumped on to question Khan, and I really appreciated a sister wanting to get involved in that type of conversation. I really appreciated it because a lot of the sisters, they can't be bothered. They
run away.
Yeah, I was sat there hoping that she'll get heard, but it's difficult. I just think
it was hard too. No, he's right though. He's right.
I was sitting there hoping she'd get hurt, but she didn't.
Not hurt. I said hurt.
Oh. That's how I was laughing.
It did sound better. It did sound better.
You get me? It did still.
That one would have got more likes still. That would have got way more likes.
People would have been like, yeah. All right, Axum. We need 2 numbers from you, please, if you don't mind. 2 numbers. Yeah, so look on the screen. Oh, and the whole bottom row is free apart from 100. So let me change this. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, pick a number. You guys, any guys want some numbers? It's Friday. Hit up that Cash App. Hit up the PayPal because Super Chat's robbing me, man. They're stealing. They're fucking stealing, bro.
It don't even make sense, bro.
Why? What? They're not trying to get your P's or the percent?
They
just do bare mad stuff, threshold business, all of this.
Yeah. Secondly, first thing, they don't want to give me my P's. Secondly, like they're taking 30-40%, bro.
Yeah, for nothing. Yeah. Fuck all that, man.
But it's not for nothing. I get it. It's a smart business plan. It is very smart.
I hear that, but bro, come on, fam. Like, imagine cash out there, bro. Get like this. Come on, bro. Like, what the fuck are they providing for that?
What the fuck, man?
Big up all my PayPal crew, man. There's some people who just PayPal like every 2 weeks and that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, big up, man.
Big up.
Here we go. Axum. Wait, why are you saying big up for?
Social gratitude.
It's payday today, is it?
End of the month, isn't it? Most people's payday.
Oh, yeah.
Payday for a lot of fucking people today, sir.
Axum, you got another number. You got 2 numbers.
Yeah, the PayPal. The
so what other number
Super
do you
Chat is a robbery, man. It's nice. It's a nice little lump sum, but it's still a robbery.
What other thing do you want, man?
Number.
Axum, you got 1 number, 39. Give us another one.
Imagine I'm looking at the screen thinking, why is Jed's editing that dog photo?
Fucking the detail. I have the detail. Let's get this off the sticks. Axum's moving slow today, man. Oh, 21.
21.
Interesting numbers, Axum, man. Big up yourself and thank you, Ridgeway, Rob.
Big up MJ.
Yeah. It's a proper one of them grey, cold days today, man. You look wrap up warm for the weekend, man. Big jackets are coming out now. Trust me. I'll take Mary Jen. Big up yourself. Hope you're in a better mood.
I haven't spoken to MJ for a while. When I was last on here, MJ was kind of, still in that fence sitting mode, being nice.
Yeah,
Now,
shit.
Isn't it? Wow, yeah.
It's true, I forgot fence sitting MJ. That was a period of time. And I was like, MJ, man.
We have to get out of that. Just like Flame. I remember when Flame was a caper boy, pure caping. He'll cape.
Oh fucking! Oh wow!
Oh yeah, Flame. Yeah.
Remember when Flame was like, can't we all just get along? Big up, Chef. He was like, can't we all just get along? That was Flame. Like, oh, come on. In the middle of beef, you know.
I don't know. Someone triggered me, and then from that day, I was like, you know, fuck this.
I know who triggered you. Chilo Cactus triggered you.
Who is it? You know when I showed that? When I showed that, I was like, no, fuck it. I can't hide it. Like I can't press this shit no more.
Who is that? Yo, who is this Chilo Cactus?
Yeah, Flame don't have it.
Oh shit!
Flame don't have it, boy. Yoga Flame. Yoga Flame comes out, and it just goes left. Like, my brethren, he's out here, for the man them.
I remember one time, Flame did like this epic rant, I didn't even know he was ranting. I just kept getting emails from PayPal. Someone has sent you £5. Someone has sent you Flame was literally in tears, like, I'm a friend, he worked so hard. I was like, Flame, go on. We need to do this every week,
he does it every so often, like, that's cool.
We need to do this every week, Flame, come on.
He allowed the caping though. He did allow the caping. I give him that.
When man them do that, you know the weed supply is low when man them do that. Everyone gets it every now and again.
You know the one? No. But Zellini. Imagine you're in the middle of beef. You got Sham down on the ground. You're punching his face in. You get me? And then your brother, your brother Flame comes along. He's like, "No, man, low it, Zellini, low it. It doesn't matter what he's done." What? This motherfucker told me to suck my brother. Bruh. Not now, Flame. Not now. That's all I say to him. Not now, man. Allow it, man. No. Time and place for this shit. While we're stomping the person out, you there like, no, allow it, man, allow it. No. Think about feds might come and all that. Like, allow it, man.
That's enough. He's had enough.
He's like.
Yeah. You little fuckery, man.
You say Flame, that's what he's on, yeah?
Nah, you know when I first jumped on, man, try to keep it neutral, innit? I think, let's just keep it neutral. But then I realized there's a bunch of fuckery people.
We all try to do that, and then you end up out of pocket, bro.
You get bun up, man.
Don't matter what you do. Someone will try to pull you out.
Sometimes someone jump on and you feel like a new person. Let's just try put some scaffolding around them in a sense.
Exactly. Protect them from all the fuckery, but sometimes they are the fuckery.
Yeah, they push it out of the way. Push out the scaffolding. They push out the scaffolding. Push you in your face.
Right.
You get me?
Right.
That's why
and then choose the scaffolding and end up toppling over.
I did try and warn everyone. I come in. You get me? I want a nice conversation. But you don't want to be on the fuckery? I'm out. Just like, I done my bit. You get me? I've been responsible. You heard me. Everyone heard me. All right, cool. I'm out.
Moderating is hard sometimes, man. Especially when you ain't got that much energy.
Trust me.
It's like, yo, man.
Yeah, I know.
And then it's like when I got Beefy and Sniper on.
Oh god! Oh my god! No, it's you too.
How is it me?
Oh my god!
No, it is you. It's both.
When Unks is on a mission, nobody can get through to this man. Like his closest nephew, Jedi, cannot even chat to him. Unks, are you there? You can hear that.
I think you allow me, blood. I think you. This is what Sniper does. So when I talk here, people tell me
right.
to
oh my god, you can't. No, when I have a point,
and they can't say stuff like,
I'll be like, 1 minute.
Calm turns around and says some shit like, oh, so yeah, man. So if you really got pride in your ancestors, then why don't you go and fuck a monkey?
Whoa! Did he end up saying that yesterday? Khan is weird. Khan is very weird with some of the things because he claims that he's not he doesn't have anything against like us or like that he's not racist or that he doesn't have any viewpoints on that. But then he'll say things like yesterday was mad. He was saying some messed up shit, and I was like, bro, like okay. And they'll be like, well, obviously, if there's like 5 people against me in it, then obviously I can't like I have to like give me a chance in it. Like so it's like I heard that.
Hey, listen, Shiv, you need to understand because when certain people, I just said it, when certain people are getting smoked because they can't, there's no other way other than to just come out talking shit. You know what I'm trying to say?
No, I feel like it's not shit. I feel like their true colours come out. You actually get to see like what they're really about. I believe.
You know what it is, Tim? He will like say anything to win an argument.
Oh, okay, he's one of them, man.
So if he's been proven wrong, he'll just switch the goalpost mid sentence.
He's very good at deflecting. He's very good at deflecting. Like you'll be chatting to him about one thing, and then he'll be like, "But sniper. But what about what happened the other day?" And like you just bring up, and we're like, "Hold up, what does that have to do with what we are talking about?"
I believe in Neanderthals. But did I say I believe in evolution though?
That don't make no sense because they equal out each other.
Yeah, but you know what? Cardo's a good panelist though. He's a banging panelist.
He is. I can't deny that. No, 100%. And he's hilarious.
We just love bunning him up, bro. We love it.
That's what it is. I can't lie, Hugs, you lot have got me into the mode of.
Yeah, I know.
You know what it is though?
I'd have to check myself like, nah, Shems, you're doing too much.
I know. She goes obvious. She goes obvious. Like the whole of yesterday, she just on one. You're just obvious.
Just imagine like it's a club and just security.
But it's fun.
But it's not fun when you get 2 dates ago, man. You know,
his tone of voice makes me feel like he deserves the bad up, like he deserves the bunning, like the way he talks in his tone, it makes you feel like he deserves the shit.
Yes, it's needed sometimes.
Yeah,
big up Cardo.
Yeah, man. Chefs was like, yo, hold on. Let me take a breath. Because Khan, you're pissing me off right now.
Yesterday. Oh my God, I forgot about yesterday was an extremely balanced advice. Oh my God. Do you see when it comes to ignorance, and I hear that's his viewpoint or whatever. And obviously this is why I like the stream, because it teaches me a lot about patience, a lot about myself as well, innit? Like so it's just like sometimes it's like, okay, I know I can't handle this shit, otherwise I'll blow up and want to thump him in his face, and because I can't thump him in his face, what's the point of me being up here? Because sometimes words isn't enough. That's what I feel like.
What way?
Pause.
Come on, blame it all.
Come on, big gal thing.
But yeah, go on.
Rob,
here we go.
Rob, what do you think about what do you think about?
Why are you asking me?
I just want to know.
Generally.
Yeah. I think he's a great panelist. I give him that. But yeah, you've come to the wrong guy really on Khan, because my heritage is half English, half Armenian, and obviously I don't agree with a lot of
we got beef.
We got beef. What is that?
He's got beef.
What is that?
Yeah.
What have the Turks done to the Armenians? What's the problem?
Oh shit.
Well, look, let's get it straight first. Yeah, I've never been in Armenia. I was born here.
Oh, no.
I'm not a part of the Armenian community here at all. I don't speak the language.
But Kim Kardashian is.
I was just sorry for your idiot.
No, for fuck's sake. Oh my gosh, Unks.
Unfortunately, yeah, she's.
Man said, hold on.
What's
Hold on, but
they're big in Armenia. They're big in Armenia. They've been back there. They've been back there time.
Yeah, there's a massive
Albania.
outlet. Well, you've seen the Armenian cipher anyway. Come on, they're all out there.
Hey, hold on. What's Albanian? Is it Albanian or Armenian? Like, what's going on?
Armenian. Yeah.
Who was it that was rolling the R's?
I remember one time some travelers pulled up on me and they said they got some Armani jeans, but when I got them home, they were Armenian.
Did you not check them whilst you was there, Jedi?
I took his shit.
Yeah. Anyone buy any Kardashian stuff? That's Armenian.
Oh yeah, but the Kardashians, that's interesting. So, do you think is there a big culture of witchcraft in Armenia then? Like women?
Sorry, my bad.
No, that was wrong.
I'm aware of.
I do that all the time.
Never heard.
Not that you're aware of, no?
Never heard anything like that.
I'm fully aware, man.
I'm aware of it.
Are you talking about particular American Armenians that are in LA?
Yes.
Well, okay, well that's nothing to do with
but they go home though. They go home. Don't get it twisted. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know about
they go home. They've been home. I've watched the episode where they went to.
Then you're talking about one particular family.
Oh man,
you're talking about one particular family.
He's watching the episode of.
Well, Kardashian.
What's going on?
I have to admit, but I saw it anyway. Yeah, anyway.
I saw it. It was on.
It's for research purposes, and they
really I've got that CD recorded on a shelf somewhere.
Especially that Chloe. Chloe looks like a proper Armenian woman. I remember I used the Armenian pictures because remember she said some shit about Nigeria, so I had to go in.
Oh, you mean OJ's daughter? You mean OJ's daughter?
Yeah, OJ's daughter. That one. Yeah, she looks like an Armenian woman. You know what I mean? Because I looked up Armenian women or whatever, and I saw a whole picture full of big jaw women.
Wow, that's
massive jaw.
Zellini.
You get me? So I don't know.
She is though.
Yeah, like my understanding.
Yeah,
there is a lot about.
That's where that vampire shit.
Women and
Pennsylvania, Armenia, all around them.
Yeah, it's all around them way there.
Is that where Arya's from? Oh no, I thought I was on mute.
Shit.
I thought I was on mute. Apologies.
Because big up the Armenians, man.
Yeah, man. Scary though.
Wait, why did
I had a picture of an old Armenian woman with a AK.
Oh shit! Is that where Malcolm stole it from?
Yeah, she wasn't looking out no window though. She just had it on her lap. Mad
thing.
But Armenian women look mad. They look crazy. They look
other than Kim Kardashian, Reba, and Mkhitaryan, man, don't know no one from Armenia. I don't know no one.
Mkhitaryan is that footballer?
Yeah. No one from that region. Big up Armenia though.
Don't get me started on the Armenian genocide.
Oh shit! He said that.
JD
and Mark Smith talking about Armenian genocide.
My thing.
What is that then? Was that civil war or some people killed them?
Well, they've been having. They're heavily religious over there. I don't know what religion it is. I swear it's Islam or something. You know what I mean?
Nah, Orthodox Christian.
Oh, Christian, yeah.
Oh, it's one of them, man.
Yeah, they're like it's something that they're into. Yeah.
Similar.
What's Georgian? Yeah.
Same as the Ethiopian church, similar to that.
I don't know about that.
Me not like this circle something where them want come try hypnotize people with. Try take it off of the screen, please, sir.
Even the modern pagan new religious movement that harkens back to the historical pre-Christian belief system and ethnic religions of the Armenians. The followers of the movement call themselves Hetans.
Heathens, more like.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's heathens. Hetans. It's the same thing. Well, yeah, it is heathenism.
I told you it's a witchy vibe, man. The women, they already look Transylvanian, opaque looking, like really weird.
Yeah, big up Axum. You probably know more on the subject than me.
Mud.
Khan's people did it. Apparently,
Yeah.
Khan's
Oh, fuck's sake.
I was waiting for you to read the comment. I was waiting.
It's fucking.
That's all we need to know, man.
Yeah, trust me. Just better say, tell her how it is, man. Forget all this excess bullshit. Like, get me. Cars people did it. Says these people did it. Say nothing. Case closed, man. They did it.
Case closed, man.
So geographically, where is Armenia?
Boy, it's not far from these other places.
It's basically it's
near Georgia, no?
To the east of Turkey, south of Georgia, north of Iran, and Azerbaijan.
Right, surrounded, isn't it?
Squids, yeah.
We're surrounded by everyone that hates us, but obviously, if you go back in time,
Just the laugh made me laugh. Go away.
No, there was a time when you lot were big, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob, what was you going to say?
Well, yeah, exactly what Mackie was going to say.
Oh, shut up, M's the lady.
But
man, I want to
Shut
hear what he says.
up.
I want to hear what he's fucking saying, bruv. You want to hear Jedi's laugh? Shut up, man. Get me, fucking idiot. You get me? What I mean about these people, man. Anyway, sorry, Rob. Sorry, Rob.
I get all the violence, man.
It's just always attacking me.
If I was the first one to say, shut up, let them speak.
Big up,
guys.
Big up.
That's what I have to put on my stern voice, okay? Yeah. No one's listening. And there's too much confusion. Yes.
But what you said, Ridgeway, you're right. They are the same church as us, Orthodox. Yeah.
No. Don't listen to that. Don't listen to that. There's lots of Orthodox.
Can we look into the
over in
history
that
of
region.
that, please? Of the genocide of Armenians, please?
It's the European version. It's not the.
Oh,
You know, like Greek
the
Orthodox.
real text.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we go to the same church in Sweden, Mako, so I know what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh.
We go to exactly the same church. Yeah.
Yeah, she knows what she's saying, Maku.
You ain't got to
Sorry, Mako.
Yeah.
Go on, FTK.
Yeah, it's Orthodox. It's Orthodox, and it's still them man there. It's not Coptic. Coptic is what we're talking about. When we're
Okay, you're talking about the Coptic is the only one in Egypt, though.
Right,
Yeah.
it's Ethiopian. It's the Ethiopian
Yeah,
one, no?
but
Right,
it's
right,
almost the
right,
same.
No, it's not. It's
No.
different.
It's the same. We go to the same church,
Is
man.
it because change of
different, man.
location? Is that why it's
Stop it, man.
different?
I mean, the original
Is that why you would
churches.
say it's different, Unks?
Remember, these churches are in Europe, so there's two roots to what they're saying is Christianity, original forms of Christianity. And the original form for the Europeans starts with Constantine moving to Turkey and setting up the first churches. So, like, if it's Orthodox by that standard, yeah, it is what it is.
No, we share the same. I hear you, Mako.
Sorry.
go along with
and
it.
a lot of countries around there, as I said, I explained Georgia, all those countries around there, they're Orthodox in whatever they're in. If it's Islam, they would say they're Orthodox. If it was Christianity, they would say they're Orthodox. You find in especially in deep Central Europe that they all have the same type of. It's based on the same type of system, all the way down to Greece. With the Greeks Orthodox, they've got their own version as well. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But for me, essentially, it's all based on the same thinking and ideology. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it would be similar,
it is.
even as the Ethiopian one, in the terms of the book, though, they'll be the same. I don't know how that happened. That one's older, but yet they have the same amount of books in the book. So the most oldest book right now is the Ethiopian one, right?
Yeah.
And that has the same amount of chapters as, say, the King James 1611, for example. And it shouldn't. It should have far more. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Because those were omitted purposely. Do you get it? Like the book of Jasper, the book of Adam, the book of this one, the book of that one, that are not in these various books, but we know exist.
So what Bible do the Ethiopians use?
They use a Bible that is very similar to what we're saying is King James. And to have the New Testament already in there shows it can't be that old.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Because the original Bible wouldn't have the New Testament.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the Ethiopian one has the New Testament already. So there's been some interaction or something going on, or I don't even know. I'll stay out of it.
More books in it.
Yeah. But for the Greeks, definitely theirs comes from via the Ethiopian direction. Do you get it? Added with their European hedonism or whatever they were doing. Yeah, because everybody seems to take things on and then add a little bit of their culture or what they were doing previously to it, it seems.
Yeah, but I was more like Judea Orthodox. Yeah, so we still follow the laws.
Yeah, the same. It's basically the same, yeah. Basically the same. You're still going to have to answer to the Pope. You know what I mean? But, yeah,
I don't know about that.
I don't think they do.
Nah. Us. Orthodox.
Oh, okay. So what? So who's your Pope then? Who's your leader? Who's your thing?
We have bishops.
Right, the bishops and what? Some of them are going to end up in the Vatican now.
I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't know.
This is what it is. It's like a secret.
You don't want to know. Actually, that's
all the imams, all the rabbonis, they all have to answer to the Pope. Unfortunately. It's crazy. They sit down
I just wanted to say, Marco, that we and the Syriac people and from Turkey share the same church, and we go to the same church.
That makes sense. In Sweden, right?
In Sweden, yeah, Armenian and Syriac.
Yeah, it's all the same areas, all the same region, all the same ideologies floating around. So yeah, I agree with that. I thought you was coming from the Ethiopian angle. In that sense,
no.
Get it? No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Makes sense. So yeah, they got church in Sweden, but we know what they were doing before that. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're all over. That. I mean, if we go back to history, I talked about Ataturk killing them off in Turkey.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so a lot of them fled to Sweden. So I have a lot of people from Syriac and Armenian in Sweden. Yeah.
Right. And I'm saying all these people reside at some point in Turkey.
Yeah, of course.
In some point in Turkey. This is why somebody's DNA might be so convoluted with all these different people. You know what I'm saying? Rather than what it is originally. You can never get that right now.
No,
you take a Turkish person's DNA, it's from some people who came there in a more recent time. This is what we try to explain to people.
But the Turkish people are so mixed, though. I don't know what Khan is talking about. They're from everywhere.
All my Turkish friends, though, know their origin.
Yeah, so that they're Mongols from the beginning. They're from Mongols.
So when one of my friends is like, I'm an Ottoman Turk. So I'm saying, what's special about being an Ottoman Turk? He's saying it's that we have straight noses, all of this type of stuff, showing the Roman side. I said, whoa, Roman?
What about the Kurdish side?
No, but the men are fighting against that. Men are giving themselves their own identity.
Yeah.
You get me? Because it's not tribal, then it has to go back to the people you came from or where they came from or whatever. Do you get it? And some of them are proud of it. So when they're saying Ottoman, it's not because of the exploits of the Ottomans. Yeah?
No, they're talking about the Ataturk part.
No, they're talking about genealogy. They're saying that people who are the Romans that came there, Christian Romans at that, you were saying, Christianized Romans came there and later on became Muslim invaders. Do you get it?
Yeah.
That's cool because there's so many ideologies floating around in that region.
Sure.
If you want to go there, go Istanbul. That's the more Muslim side rather than go in Constantinople, which is the Christian side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's so diluted, convoluted, and all of that. This is why I'm like, yo, Khan, just allow it, man. Allow it, man. You could be Armenian.
He could be. I mean, yeah, and could he also be Chaldean?
Yep.
It's just a
I
definition.
doubt it.
Maki, it's just a definition, isn't it?
You doubt it.
No, I doubt it. Chaldean is a people, is a language, but that's thousands of years before anything named Turk even exists.
Right.
No, I know some Chaldean people still.
No, I'm not saying you don't know them. I'm saying for Khan. Look,
a lot of our
lineages, outside of whatever, they're not down to tribes. Once you don't go down to a tribe, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
You just grabbing onto an identity, but that encompasses a whole set of people within the region that you lived. You get it? Unless it's genealogy. And if it's genealogy, well, then it's proven to be correct because you're 20% Italian. No, it's true. It just confirms, I've got a straighter nose, I'm because all Turkish people don't look like.
No, they don't have. No. Not all of them have a straight nose. Trust me.
Right. Yeah, thank you. You said Kurds. You know what Kurds look like? They got that stink nose. Like, they smell something disgusting.
Let me be quiet.
You got that? I smell something disgusting nose. Like, what's going on? Oh, you from Turkey? Yeah. Yes. I'm Kurdish. Oh,
I'm Kurdish. Yeah.
Is that why your head's so flat at the back?
Oh, come on, Marco, don't do that.
No, my Turkish brothers be like, no, I'm not Kurdish, obviously. I've got a back of the head. I've got a back to mine. You get me? Obviously. Yeah. They used to come to me because they were like, no, we don't like going to the Turkish shop to get our haircut because them man are giving us Kurdish skin fade. I said, what's that? He said, you know where there's that little bit on the top? And the shave is bald so high, right up to the edge of it. So it's only really like a little piece on the top. Yeah. And they were saying that was a fade. So my Turkish brothers were like, no, we can't have that. We want to actually see the blend of the hair. That's a fade. Do you get it? You know what I mean? And you black brothers do it better than anyone. Do you get it? So we stopped going to the Turkish man because he's doing Kurdish trims. I was like, now you lot are funny. You lot are funny. The racism amongst these people, amongst each other, is mad.
It's a Kurdish trim.
No, but there was a Kurdish shop, and I got some Turkish friends. And when I used to go to the Kurdish shop, everything was cool. You're right, brother. How are you, brother? Yeah, them man.
Where did you hear the voices?
No, them man like man them. You get me? You cool, brother? Yeah, man. Yeah. That's how they talk. All right, cool. Can I get 20 B&H, please? Yeah. And some OCBs. Yeah, thanks. My G. Yeah. And then one day, man's outside his thing, and then my other Turkish friend, who's my a business owner next to me, he's like, "Oh, we're beefing with the Kurds, the PPK or
PK,
whatever." Yeah. So I'm going up to the Kurdish shop, and I'm speaking to my man. I'm saying, "Bro, I didn't know you lot had beef." I'm saying, "Yeah, we got beef, blood. It's really like air." I'm saying, "Bro."
You not like you didn't say it like that. Say it with the accent. You didn't say it like that.
But he didn't say it's real like air, but he's like, "Yo,
big up."
Yeah, so I had to go through. I had to go through some of these people's, like little conflictions they were having over the years. It seems to have settled down now, but back in the day, bruv, man were blatantly ignoring man on road. It wasn't like a physical thing, like, yeah, man's gonna see man and punch man up. It wasn't even that. It was just like, we don't fuck with them. Yeah,
but it's still
don't
there.
Fuck with their business, and they're all still there.
They still do. They're still like that.
Yeah, they're mad.
I have some friends who's like really into that, and they don't talk to Turkish people.
I went to some school with some Turkish Kurdish girls, and they was talking about the beef as well. But I didn't, to be honest, but the Kurdish sister in my school, she was like, they're trying to basically take us from our land, but that's our land, and they're trying to make their own Kurdistan, like in Turkey and Iran, or I can't remember what's the border.
No, they're trying to do it in Iran. They have done it in Iraq and Syria and Turkey.
We explained that.
But how it started, I don't know.
It's the attitude, man. It's just the Turks' attitude towards the Kurds is mad. They want them eradicated. They don't want them to have a homeland. They don't want nothing. Like, man is a scourge. Man saying man is a scourge of society. And then I started to look into a lot of the countries, and there's Kurds everywhere. So then I started to wonder.
Yeah, they're a large population.
I was like,
Kurds, it's a large population, but they have different languages.
I was like, Kurds, Gypsies. What's the difference? Because it seems like the Kurds seem to be in loads of different countries.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I speak to loads of different Kurds, and they're from different places.
Yeah.
Like, not every Kurd's from Turkey. Like minimal, if anything.
Most of them are in Iraq.
Yeah. Upper places, like,
you know North Iraq and
but they're getting
Iran.
the same treatment basically
everywhere
from each country.
Yeah.
But some countries are subtle with it. They don't actually have an official line on it, but they're still treating them the same way. Yeah, they're the niggas of this society.
Yeah, true.
I gotta be real. Like, they get treated like scum. It's mad. Yeah. Let alone if you're Chechen or something and you got a little Chinese in you and a little dusty tan. Yeah, you're a nigger. Man are getting beaten up for looking Chechen and that, having a little Oriental eye. Next door from Germany. Are you all right? Yeah? No, it's crazy, man. It's crazy out here. But yeah, the Turks are responsible for bare stuff, but at the same time, man, as I said to Khan, he tries to make out their invasions, incursions into other lands was happy and nice.
That's a lie.
and didn't involve massive amounts of slavery. You get it? Like, what is he doing, man?
What about the Bosnia and Albania and Kosovo, the whole place over there? The Bulgarian.
Right.
Yeah, we have a lot of people over there who speaks Turkish.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say, you know, the flathead thing, yeah. That's because of how you make your baby sleep. Because when the baby's born, the baby's head is soft, and if you're constantly putting the baby on the back, lay on his or her back, they're gonna have a flathead. Because we're always taught to rotate babies when they sleep.
But have they? And all of them look the same, though.
Yeah, all of it. You all got flathead. How does that work?
Maybe they all maybe sleep on the back of their head. I don't know. I know my Colombian sister, what she says that her people do, they fill a balloon with lentils and then use that as a pillow so it molds into shape the baby's head.
Wow. Yeah, some people who's got flathead, they're going to have flathead. It might swell up back. Yeah, but there's definitely something identifiable by the nose and the head shape.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of them with flat heads. Flat back heads. And Chinese, the flat.
Too busy. Got to work, man. They need to learn about the African style, wrapping the baby on your back and shit. I mean, it would make life easier.
Yeah.
Maybe won't get a flat head then. You know
exactly. Rotate side to side and lay on the front.
Yeah. Well, your baby's usually trying to do that because I feel that to European babies, Black and African babies are different, man. All the things they say to us don't seem to correlate. You get it? They say, "Oh, your baby can't see you." Huh. My baby looked like he see me from the first minute. Oh, your baby won't be able to recognize anything around you. This baby aware. I'm telling you, this baby aware. Like way before. Oh, you're gonna have to hold its neck. It's moving. It's turning around by itself. Yeah, all the things they said that was going to take ages. It's not going to do this. It's not going to that. It's not going to be able to, lies. Yeah. Our teeth not until 1. Oh yeah. What are those sticking out at the bottom of his mouth right now? Like, what are we doing here? Oh, your baby's going to be bald. This baby was born with an afro. Like,
and so many babies walk before they're 1.
Yeah, I'm like, why all the inconsistencies? This must be a chart for another type of people's baby. That's all it is. Yeah? Because according to what you're saying, nothing matches up. We tried it with the first child. It was a lie.
But that's a good point. It's for certain things are for specific. I do specific ethnicities. You can't put it for every single. But they put it as a general thing for every ethnicity. Like all babies are like this, all babies are like that, and but it's not.
The World Health Organization is the one with the chart of people and the levels of melanin and all of this, and who's more prone to certain things than the others. And you know how the chart goes. It's black at the top. Do you get what I'm saying? And them at the bottom. Like, come on, bros. And everybody else in between. Cool, no problem. They know who's got the stronger genes, who did. But the chart starts at the bottom. It's dealing with people on the bottom level because it's their science, it's their thing, it's their medical thing, it's them learning, isn't it? You know what I mean? So they experiment on themselves first and foremost. They used to do it in the ancient days, dig up dead bodies and then examine people while we was doing open heart surgery thousands of years ago in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So it's different. It's different. Their medical thing was very barbaric up until the 19th century. Barbaric before that, man. They was proper ignorant, bruv. Yeah, bleeding people out, all these methods. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the old school.
Even how they researched the womb. The guy, they call it, with the fallopian tubes.
Yes.
The guy who did the whole thing about the breakdown of it. He was brutal. He was brutal.
Yeah. They take bodies. They used to take bodies, man. That's where that Frankenstein, Mary Shelley Frankenstein business came from. Because that's what they were actually doing. Yeah. The top medical thing, you can go and read into it and you see that they used to just have the body on the table. No one ain't asking where the body came from. Do you get it?
No. Yeah.
But they were paying, man, to go to graves of people who freshly just died.
Yeah, body snatchers. Yeah, man.
Yeah, or hanged. Whatever the process was to kill them or whatever, or however they died. Yeah, they're fresh. 2 days ago, yeah? Boom. Dig that up, man. Dig that up, man. Send that. It's for medical
purposes. That's the dark side of medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they don't like to promote. Yeah.
Yeah, the original.
Won't tell it. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that the barber was the one. Imagine the color of the barber's thing was the guts. You get what I'm saying? Like you could go to the barbers and get your teeth taken out and die.
Yeah, you could. They did take out teeth in the barbers. Yeah.
Right. They did many medical things. They'll bleed you out. They'll do all that. They'll put them pops on your arm. All of this type of shit. Mud. You know what I'm saying?
That's what the barber used to be before. It used to be mainly for a trim and that.
Right. The barber is a butcher. He's a candlestick maker.
Yeah. Everything.
Yeah.
It's everything in one. Yeah.
Trust me. Blood and guts was definitely the order of the day with the barber. It's crazy. You know what I mean? These people were barbaric.
Well, there you go. For real.
Barbarism
there, yeah.
Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. I mean, that's how you could get them stories like Sweeney Todd. You get me? People just cutting people's throat and making pies out of them. That's cannibalism, man. It's real.
Don't you remember there was a story early 1900s? They found one of the houses had like how many bodies actually inside the walls, dead bodies.
Oh yeah. Cranley Gardens. That was down the road from me, man. Yeah, man. No one ever bought that house. Man.
Madness. Wow.
All the years I drove past there and all of that on the road, they're like, rah, this is where my man thing. My man's a hero, man. He killed so many Batman. That was his main thing. All of them
was it? Or was that those his victims? Because I thought there were female victims as well that he had there.
Nah, all gay men.
Wow.
Yeah, he would pick them up from West End or wherever, and then later on he was doing advertising, where he's advertising rooms to stay for the night. He tried to kill one guy in his sleeping bag, but my man escaped. The only guy to ever escape. You get me? Yeah, the rest got murked, mate. Put in the cupboard. House was stinking, fam. Cranley Gardens, man. Yeah, Cranley Gardens.
Like death.
So would any of you buy a house if you knew someone was murdered inside, or if there was? No one.
No.
That house is still for sale now. Like
I don't know. It depends on the price, MD, man. If it's like
that's what I was thinking. The flames. I swear, well, like I was like, you know what? I just be inside Ayatul Kursi and everything inside there.
We don't need to do that now.
That's not gonna help. You can have parchments from the Quran and everything. No, it's not gonna help. It's not gonna help. Yeah.
It's not gonna help, man.
Yeah. How does the estate agent give you the walk around? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, no one's gone into that house since it's happened. So that means there's still blood stains everywhere.
Wow.
Ooh, and not just that, but we don't know what he was doing in there.
Exactly.
Mm.
Could be doing George and all sorts of other stuff. Like,
might find a human centipede in that.
Pentagram.
Oh my God.
Mad. Pentagram painted on the wall, on the floor. Remember? No, he was against homosexuality. He wanted men to dead. Mad. He couldn't believe that these men was doing these type of stuff. So he'd lure them back. Yeah. Like he fancied them or whatever. Yeah. And then, once they...
Who knows? Maybe he was touched when he was younger. That's why
maybe,
he just,
I think so.
yeah.
Yeah, that negative reaction. You get me?
Oh, and Flame, someone's asking, do you have a flat back head? Sorry, that wasn't me. That was in the chat. That was in the chat. That wasn't me.
Mud.
Flat back head. No, I don't, you know. But one of my nephews does.
I said one of my nephews. Yeah, some Asians have flat back head, but they usually cover it well with lots of hair.
Hey, but listen, we do that thing as well, though. They shape the baby's head still. Like everyone, like in my family.
Rotate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bag of rice, plank of wood, whatever.
Plank of wood. Poor baby, plank of wood.
Get me a brick.
But then you might be an advantage, because didn't you say your parents were born and raised in Uganda?
No, my dad was. My dad's side.
Oh, your dad's side.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, actually they still bring that cultural stuff what they used to do here, innit? So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So baby tied to back, yeah. Must be some
cloth nappy and that. Cloth nappy.
Yeah, I must say cloth nappy.
Yeah, old school rags and that.
Come on, I remember original nappy, man. Putting it on my little brother and sister and that. Mud. And then Pampers and then all of these other forms coming out.
But sorry, just out of curiosity, you mentioned something earlier, Maku, and I was like, huh? And you're saying that the ulamas and not the ulamas, the sheikhs and the cases from the Orthodox, they all answered to the Pope. From when? From when? Just because I've never heard that.
All the time, from time immemorial. The only thing is that we don't have no Khalifa or no one in official authority. So all we have is these guys, these imams from Egypt and different places. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I mean, it don't make sense for them to answer to the Pope.
Why not?
Because they're not the same. Because even if you look, I know, like, see, for example,
the same religion, is it not?
No.
How is it not?
Catholics are in a sphere of their own when you honestly check it. That's why they say Catholicism instead of Christianity. Like, it's kind of, there's a separate, you can see there's a distinct separation.
No, there's no separation.
From my opinion.
I mean, the ideology, in mindset,
side,
in mindset, not in the book. The book is still the Bible. It's like, what is it? It's all the same thing. You understand?
But
there's just different processes within
it.
There's different processes within it, like forgiveness of sins or confessions and, all of that type of stuff. That's extras, though. Yeah.
No, but
the
then
basic crux of it is that it's Christian. So even all these other organizations that come and are allowed to be is because of the Roman Catholic Church, who rubber stamps everything. Do you get it?
You're gonna have to send me some.
Everything.
You're gonna, you gotta send me some links because I'm curious.
Because
to see
we don't have
this
connection
with the Pope. Because with the Ethiopians, the top one is the Papas. From what I remember, obviously it's been years, but from what I remember was the Papas, and he's in Ethiopia.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? So I've never known it to be like them answering to the Pope, and even Islamically, I've never known any connection, as in that they would have to speak to the Pope or answer to the Pope for anything.
The Pope of Rome,
Yeah, the Pope of Rome, yeah.
That's right. Whether it be John Paul or the second or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man. Standard. They have a meeting once a week on a Wednesday, or was it Thursday? Wednesday or Thursday, Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, MJ.
Hold on. Sorry. Mm-hmm. From time immemorial, this is a normal thing where the top imams and rabbonis will sit down with the Pope. Standard.
Maybe for religious debates, yeah. But like I said, I've never heard of it. But like I said, I'm very interested to see if there is that type of connection. So if you got any links, definitely send it to me, please.
Definitely another thing with the Pope is that he assumed absolute power.
Yeah, I think that is the thing you're meaning, right, Mako? That like all the religions follow him, or the religious leaders follow him.
Yeah. Right, on the European, based on the European side. I don't know about, I'm not saying the
European
African
side. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying the African side. I'm not sure, but certain meetings, like the meeting of Nicaea, included all the bishops and things from the various different churches.
Yeah, they included the whole world.
So what I'm just saying, this is the thing that's inked. Like, it's actually like a thing that they do, like a...
Well, it makes sense. I mean, the first meeting of Nicene just shows you exactly that. That all the bishops and thing of the various different churches that existed, the Coptic churches.
Yeah, they all came together for the Council of Nicaea,
Right.
They all came to discuss, exactly.
But then the books that were chosen, it's not the same. You see what I'm saying?
Think who's doing it. Hold on. Think who's doing it. It's Constantine. Constantine is a what? He's a Roman. You understand? The Romans converted to Catholicism. They've converted to Christianity or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? And then he convened this meeting to have a book that goes with it. Do you get what I'm saying? So, so for what he's doing, he needed that book. He's like the first King James, in a sense. He commissioned people to put a book together so that he could spread throughout his churches that were popping up all over Turkey.
But they would have to. But they would have to bring the books that the people who came to the council would have to bring the books that they already possess, no? Because I know that Ethiopia one, the oldest Bible.
The oldest one.
The oldest one, yeah. So and that had something like 86 or 88 books in it. Like that culmination. And although the Council of Nicaea dashed out, said, we're not going to take this one, we're not going to take that one.
Yes. They got the same amount.
The Coptic Orthodox, they kept.
They've got the same amount of books. That's what I'm saying. They've got the same amount of books. So we know at the end of the day, there is some kind of collusion going on. Yeah. Because how can exactly the same amount of books be omitted from the Ethiopian one and the supposed biblos of the Christians, of the Romans, should I say?
And Jedi Zimbelin there to balage. Okay? I'm not doing a poor people. I am not doing that, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Why? Why are you saying that? What? Do you think that it was unfair? The last one.
Just be nice to MD. Come on.
What?
I'm not...
You think it was unfair? For Jedi to win?
Oh, no, I never said anything about Jedi winning. He said I'm doing a poo. I'm not doing a poo.
Shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Mad.
Thank you. Yeah, and like up the show, people. Comment, subscribe, hit the Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff.
Boom, boom.
What you saying, Ridgeway? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Still here. Sorry, I had a couple of work calls, but I'm here. I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, so you got your sights set on today, Axel, man? Who pissed you off today, man? Who you waiting around for? Right around the corner with your
no one. I tried it yesterday with Khan, but it didn't work.
Yeah,
it didn't work. It was like
nah. You didn't want to take the bait. Yeah.
No, but I mean, there's no point to speak to someone who's only talking like with the ego, right? He's not admitting anything.
Right.
Yeah. That's the problem with him. Even though he knows what we're saying is the truth, but he's not giving in.
I've always told him that. I say, Khan, why do when we have a conversation, you say no first?
That argument was supposed to be great. How can we be into Darwinism or any of these theories and also believe in these in the religious accounts as well? Right. I believe people with a bit more knowledge can argue that they match up, but I don't. Can't argue from that point of view because that's not what he thinks. I think he's actually making it up. I think actually he doesn't really believe in what.
Nah, you got it. When man said
he will just talk about what makes sense. Like he will start talking, and then afterwards he will see himself get caught out, and then he will try to flip the script and change it to something else. And it's like, but I said that though. Yeah, but I agreed. No, I took that back though.
My suspicion.
You killed him. You killed him.
He doesn't believe in the Quranic version of creation, and I don't believe.
No, he does, but he don't know where to put it,
bro. Huh?
He don't know where to put it with his Darwinian with his other theories of things. Because when you asked him, so is
Adam
a Neanderthal? He was like, boy, I can't answer that. You know, I got.
It don't make no sense.
Like, what?
Wow.
You stumped.
I do believe there's Muslims out there that can embrace.
Hey, Carl, jump on the panel, man. Stop talking about it.
I do believe there's Muslims in there that can embrace.
He's in the chat.
Islam and these theories of Neanderthals and that, because they know where to place it in the timeline.
Yeah, right. That's true.
Whatever. Maybe some would say that God created original man and then man evolved.
Mad.
I don't know. You know what I mean?
Whatever it is.
No, but Islamically, you know, there's different types of creations anyway. Right. So, do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. It's food for thought, man. And then you got to take
anything in the Quran describe a Neanderthal or anything like that.
Andy Fold, you know.
No, nothing to my knowledge. But I don't have a lot of knowledge. But nothing to my knowledge ever said about Neanderthal or them kind of things there. Yeah. But what we do know is that obviously there are different types of creation. Same way how we have jinns, ifrit, shayateens, you have Bani Adam, like mankind, like humans. You also have things that are which is out of our knowledge, that's why Allah is called Al-Ghaib, the knower of the unseen, because there are things that we don't know. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that certain things weren't created. Other beings weren't created as well.
That means
do you see what I'm saying?
That things that are in the physical realm that you don't know. That's it. There can be things that share the same realm as you that you don't know. The same space as you and you don't know. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what? You know what popped into my head? Sorry to jump in like that, but you know the story of Prophet Solomon and the Queen when he went and got the throne and all that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the Christian narrative in that?
What do you mean?
Solomon.
From what I remember, that Solomon, when Queen Sheba, she went over there because she heard about the king and she went with gifts and stuff, and he was so enamored by her beauty, she was for her beauty and her wisdom. What he did was he created a feast for her with lots of salt in it, and he said basically they made a deal and basically said, if you take nothing from my kingdom, you'll be left untouched. And there was a bowl of water by her bedside, and he was waiting, in the room, hidden. And obviously, because of all the salt that was in the thing, she took that cup. And then when she drank from that cup, then he said, don't quote me word for word, but you've taken from my kingdom, therefore he can now take her. Hence, that's when they will say the line, of the kings of Ethiopia came from.
Yeah.
From their child. Because she was with child when she left,
Yeah,
And
exactly.
what's that? The Christian narrative, the Islamic narrative?
That's the Christian narrative.
Orthodox.
Because what I'm specifically talking about is he's telling everyone who can go get the throne.
Coptic, tell him
who can get the throne, and then apparently a jinn says, "I can do it by the time you get up," and then quote unquote knowledgeable human says, "I'll do it in the time that it takes you to blink." Is that anything to do with the Christian thing? Is Christian thing anything close to that?
Boy, it's been years for me, so I can't answer that question like that. I'm just telling you.
You didn't know about it?
No, I'm just telling you from what I remember from the Orthodox, the Orthodox version of it. Do you see what I'm saying? When it comes to the others,
it's because I've said that there's stuff that's in our realm, innit?
Yeah.
So obviously, certain men have got powers that we don't know about.
But no, what's not making sense to me is how you can't see that if there's a narrative on one side and there's a narrative on the other side that it's the same thing. No,
Yeah.
Right.
Because
that's it. Like
because it.
Innit? It's just the bottom line. It's the same thing. So when I say it's the same religion, when I say that yes, these rabbonis and imams and the Pope should all be together in one accord because they're all Abrahamic religions, no?
Yeah, I hear that, but we have a fundamental differences about God, right?
Yeah. Even not even just about the Most High. There's differences even in the type of food that we eat because, like, even because the Coptics in Greece, they eat pork. The Ethiopian Coptics, they don't eat pork. Well, I mean, they can choose to if they want to. Don't get me wrong. Some over here might do. But back home, you don't. I don't even remember. And every time I went to Ethiopia growing up, I don't even remember hearing that a pig. Yeah. It's like there was no such thing. You know what I'm saying?
I've never seen one in Nigeria.
Yeah.
But
and also with the magic, also with the magic, Islamically, we're taught about if I'm not mistaken, the names Harut and Marut. You know the two Malaikas that came down, and they came down to teach man magic, and they said we have only come down as a fitna. For everyone that came to learn, they were given a warning in regards to what would be learned, what would be taught. That it would be only a fitna, like it would be a fitna, and then whoever partook in it, you know.
Yeah.
Do
you think they were the only ones ever sent down? Do you think jinns were sent down? Do you think jinns were wandering around this planet for like millions of years and stuff?
No, definitely jinns were created before Bani Adam. We know this because Iblis was told to prostrate, and Iblis was Shaitan. Basically, he was supposed to be the most righteous amongst the jinn. Therefore, he was allowed permission to enter Jannah amongst the Malaika, but he wasn't. But the dunya was already created, from my knowledge, and like I said, I only had basics. So yeah.
Well, the Sumerians say that what you're saying is correct. It just wasn't Jannah. They said he was able to rise to the rankings on Nibiru. Do you get me?
What's Nibiru?
Nibiru is a supposed like they say Planet X or a planet-sized spacecraft. Yeah, which is seen in the skies and all of this, and is the extra planet in our solar system that flies in a different direction. It's there. They've been studying it for hundreds or thousands of years or whatever. It's crazy.
So now what's happening to your thing now, Marco, right?
What's that?
What's happening to your thing now about spaceship?
No, we're doing well, they will say, look, it was a celestial body. These Sumerians, right?
Yeah.
They're explaining that, look, there's people that reside and live on this planet. Size craft, which would only make sense. Do you know what I'm saying? We're just looking for a ship, a spaceship, or some UFO type thing. Why could it not be a planet-sized vehicle? Do you get it? With many ships in it and all of this type of stuff, or has its own environment and all of that type of stuff. We don't know the technology of certain
of the people before us.
Yeah.
Because enough of it was destroyed. Even in Spain, they had one of the fountains that they had there. It would pour out at specific times of the day, like a clock. But because of the Crusades, certain things were damaged, and they don't know how to reestablish how that system worked for that time. So yeah, definitely, yeah.
And these stories, the funny thing is that it sounds farcical and it sounds jokes, but you've got to understand this is in the region of where Abraham or Ibrahim came from. So he would have had access to this knowledge and information. Do you get it? He would have been part of his growing up, his society, or, you know, at the time. So, like,
and I can't lie, I used to hear you speak about it. I used to think, wow, what kind of craziness is this? But then over time, the more I start listening to you, what you speak and whatever, whatnot, and I start thinking about it in my reality, and I'm thinking, them man are always talking about space. Them man are always speaking spacecraft. They're trying to get us into space. Where the fuck did they get these ideas from?
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Not to say that I agree with or disagree.
No, but it seems every ancient society had that type of mythos within their system. Where the sons of God or the sons of the stars or the sons of the universe or them themselves came from the stars. You know what I mean? That's what it is to be a Zulu. The Zuela is the universe. That's why they're star people or they're universe people. Yeah. Or the Izu. Yeah, the Izu, sorry. Yeah, the Izu is what they say is space in a sense. You know what I mean?
Also, Zeus is kind of from that sort of
thing. No, they believe they have that ideology that they came from space. That's why I said there's many theories in Africa and many tribal
and many papers been lost. Yeah.
No, tribal origin stories where some people believe they came from the soil, some believe that they came from the sky. Or the water, sorry, should I say, not the soil, but they came from the water, rather than some believe that they came from the sky. And then they were visited by beings that also came from the sky that told them that they're their ancestors.
Sorry, Two Water in the chat who says only Quran can say that evil exists in heaven. I'm sure that Water he's the one, he's Christian, yeah? He come up talking about Christianity before. If I haven't misheard him.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not Islam doesn't say, the Quran doesn't say about evil exists in heaven. If you heard me, I said Shaitan, who the Christians believe was an angel, yeah?
Right.
Was a righteous jinn, and because of his righteousness was allowed to come amongst the Malaikas in Jannah.
He's right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
He's correct. And according to the Sumerian story, what she's saying is correct. I was only trying to add to what she was saying. Like, yeah, that is true. But where some people say Jannah, it makes sense because it is heaven.
But I'm saying what he's saying. He's trying to say only the Quran, but then I'm saying to you,
no, that's not. Sorry,
I'm saying to him, it's not that evil existed in heaven because obviously he wasn't evil to begin with. Do you see what I'm saying? Even in Christianity, he was an angel. So even in Christianity, he wasn't evil to begin with.
Yeah, but
according to the Sumerians, who have the oldest version of the story, like whatever we're talking about, we have to go to source.
The original.
So when I go back to the original, I can understand the Quranic and the biblical and the Quranic or whatever you want to say to get it, because it all supposed to fit, and it does fit. And when I add the Hindu thing, it fits. It all fits. You have to.
Yeah, Mum's always said that to me. You know, Mum's always said, "Don't diss the Hindu thing, car. You don't know what is what until you figure it out."
It's a blend. It's a blend. I said by the time it gets to the Middle East, or where it's all considered, where all this kind of religion starts or kind of is solidified, what they're calling idol worship and and Baal and Rahman and all of these. Do you get me? You think it's attributes, but these are actual deities of different times in that same region.
Okay.
Alat. You get me? Alat. These are moon deities of that region. So, like,
to be fair, I don't really know much about the religions of the pre-Islamic era, like, you know, the regions from that part. To be fair,
it's indicated in the Quran. It's indicated in the Hadiths as well that, you know, like certain ones were mentioned. Do you get it? So they say, oh, when they went in into the Kaaba. Or outside the Kaaba.
No, like I know, they had the idols and stuff, and Ibrahim alayhi. Yeah, no, I know that. But I mean, what they actually believed, I don't know. Yeah.
No, but they would mention particular ones, which would make you understand who and what type of ideology was there. This is why we know Zoroastrians were definitely there at that time, alongside Babylonians.
What did they actually believe? The Zoroastrians. What did they actually like? What is their?
I played a short video before about Zoroastrianism, and it's kind of, I don't know. They do say it's the basis of Christianity and Islam and all of that because of the region. Do you get it? There's an influence of all of these type of faiths and ways of life. Prior to what we're calling, but it's not really prior, because according to the books, the first person coming with it is Adam, innit? So it's just that people are practicing it in various different forms until it gets to the Prophet, peace be upon him. But really, it really starts to get solidified and made into a thing with the Prophet Ibrahim.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? That's where it starts. So where these people are like, oh yeah, it starts with Muhammad, peace be upon him, and all of that. It's like, bro, I don't know what you think you're reading. I don't know what you thought.
Oh yeah, because it starts with Adam alayhi
salam. Yeah. So and most Muslims would say he's the first prophet.
Yeah.
Right. So if you use the first prophet of a way of life, then that's what it is. You cannot then start assigning to other nabis and descendants of this individual. Do you get it?
Yeah,
that's when it started. No, that's when it started for a particular set of people.
Exactly. Yeah, because it started from the beginning. Obviously, this is why the prophets of each era came down. It's because it went every time it went far from the truth of the roots. That's where a Nabi was sent to give the message and call the people back.
Because the land of milk and honey is the land of milk and honey. You know where the land of milk and honey is. You know what I'm saying? So everything outside of that, outside of that, once you go you cross that Red Sea, or you cross that Yemen, or you cross over the Sinai Peninsula, that's when things start to get diluted, convoluted, and needed to get solidified. So the stories you're reading of the Prophet Ibrahim was just a clarification. We're going to teach these Bedouin people and these supposed idol worshippers and all of that, to solidify their thing and make it one. Tawheed.
Yeah.
Right. The knowledge of many, but the belief in one. Yeah. And anyone who's smart enough to know and look into these things will realize that the idea of one is at the top. In Hinduism, it's still one. In Kemet, it's still one. So no one's bringing any ideas to anyone. They already have them. Do you understand?
You know what's interesting? The whole concept of, even when you were talking to Khan yesterday and saying what was going on before Adam, and just how you were talking about Iblis, like, because I've done some research and I've saw some videos of people talking about the old rabbis, and they had texts on quote unquote Iblis, and they were talking about what he there was like a great war on earth. The man were warring and blah blah blah, and then he was the one that was doing the dirt, but for a righteous reason. And they went and plucked him from earth and said, right, like you bit of a different level to everyone else on earth, so we're gonna bring you up here. Right. So from what I understand, I don't know if I fully believe it because I can confirm it, but it's what I've heard and read and seen visually, that there was a mad thing going on before Adam was presented to.
Yeah, but I think, and some of that might be in different locations, and the the complexity of the original story, it would simplify everything if you realized it was on different planes. It was on at different places. Yeah. So what they did to centralize that idea, right? They would just say Jannah, or they just say heaven, or they just say thing, because that just indicates it's not here.
And we were also told it's 7 of them anyway when we deep it. It's just that people don't
7 heavens.
Together. Right. I get that.
And then you've got
there's lots of books that was taken as well from Timbuktu. A lot of the knowledge that, like, the histories and things of our peoples, as well as even the languages, were either fully wiped out or burnt. Do you see what I'm saying? And majority of the people who had that knowledge.
That's the lie they told. Yeah. That's the lie
they
told.
Did you say?
But you say they took it. Yeah.
Did you say?
I know the Vatican has so much hidden away.
Yeah, we have
Timbuktu.
We don't cease to exist in it. We're actually the most flourishing people on the planet. Yeah. So that just proves that whatever we had or we had before, if it was us really, we would have taken it with us, because a lot of the reasons why we left where we think was war and thing, but that was in-house. This is thousands of years before any Europeans or bruv. We've got our own beefs. We've got our own situation, and climatic change allows us to, it's not good over here. 5 years of drought in this place. I don't think this is a good spot anymore. Let's move. and we make a conscious decision and we move to another spot because Africa just like that. It's so rich and so many different environments. We can quickly move just like it can quickly change. You know what I mean? Because they don't call it the shifting sands for nothing.
Sarah, you know I hear what you're saying, Sarah, and I agree with you. But at the same time, man have to say their opinion, but clarify that that's their opinion, and it's not very. Like I said, when I said what I said, I need to go find the evidence and whatnot. But man have to say their opinions so we can get a better understanding of what we're actually dealing with. When we're told not to have your opinion or not to say something, it kind of stops the learning.
No, I understand what she's. Go ahead. So
I agree with her. But when we do make these statements, it's good to say that this is my opinion. I ain't really got the like I said, innit? But
make the distinction between the two. Yeah, what's your opinion and what is separate? But 100%.
Listen, once we mention Allah Subhanahu wa Taala in any of our talk or thing, we're doing that. We're mentioning the unseen things we don't know about. Do you get it? Because I've had this discussion at Speaker's Corner where we've got to that level. Well, let's talk about the creator himself or herself or itself. Yeah. It's separate from its creation, all of this type of stuff. Cool. No problem. Yeah. But when we get into the crux of it, we know very little. We've all admitted that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the best thing to, from time you're already making those disclaimers, is for to each their own. Are you going to research this or are you going to research that? And also, Rabbana tells us in the Quran, you know, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, read in the name of your Lord, that which you did not know. So obviously, it's not haram to research that which you don't know to get to know. Do you see what I mean?
That's fact. And that is a major point when I'm saying, like, you know, in was it Al-Fatiha? No, it says about reading other books. I'll refer to the older texts. You get what I'm saying? Like this is commands.
In the Quran.
The whole point of the book itself is the reading. You know what I'm saying? It's called the reading. Like you gotta read, man. Iqra, Muhammad.
And so JD, she put Abraham I think that's just isn't even really a name. It's a descriptive word meaning he who has crossed the rivers, talking about the migration of people from Mesopotamia to Levant who crossed the Euphrates.
No, the word is.
Do you know what? Many names
the word for
have different meanings. Go ahead.
The word for that, is Hebrew, according to the Akkadians who saw the action. So, like, we have to go back to the source. You know, like when we go into things, people will go to the Hebrew. Like, what are you doing to the Hebrew for? You got the Hebrew of Hebrew. No. Hebrew, the word, is an action of crossing over or crossing a river or traveler or, you know what I mean? So, at the end of the day, it's whose translation is it? When we find out it's an Akkadian word. So the Akkadians are describing the Chaldeans crossing over. No problem. Do you get it? So when they say Abraham is now someone who crossed over, well, that is kind of obvious. No, but the word actual was used at the time was Hebrew, Habaru, whatever you want to say, whatever dialect you want to use, but try and use the Akkadian one. So it's appropriate. You know
and also, like we're saying, everyone's names have meaning, and you know, culturally wise, in our groups, we're given names that represent things. Like I know there's certain Nigerian names. If you're born on a particular day, you'll have a certain name, or if you're born with certain things, you know. And even like cultural wise in Ethiopia, every name has a meaning. Do you see what I'm saying? You could have a man called Kabada. That's his name. No one's gonna look at him funny. But if you used to translate that name to English, it would sound like a madness because it means he who's heavy. So you'll be like, he's heavy, come here. But, you know, man could be Marka, you know, but it's just the meaning of a name. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, in our culture, Allah or Abatala made the earth. He's the one who made the earth, who was given the duty of producing the land because it was all water here. Do you get it? According to my culture. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Yeah, there's different aspects. You can look at things in different ways. What came first? How this thing? And I agree that there's so many different mythos. But I understand the creation of Adam as a project amongst other projects. Other people's doing other stuff. Other beings was doing other stuff on this planet. But God created everything, innit? You know what I mean? The Most High created everything, good or bad, negative, agreeable, disagreeable, whatever you want to say, yin, yang, and everything in between, the unseen, the seen. So, but I do want people to understand that when you're dealing with Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, it's just one and the same thing, according to the higher ups. They know it is, to get it. And we do as well, but we just don't see it sometimes. We can go at aspects of the different stories, not realizing.
I mean, the roots are the same, but the end results are vary and they're different. In, like I was saying, like, you know, like even with the Coptics, the Ethiopian Coptics don't eat pork, but the European Coptics, you'll find they do eat pork.
But
do you see what I'm saying?
Some of them, yeah, and some of them are to the letter as well. I think the Coptic ones or the Orthodox are the ones that are trying, even amongst the Europeans, who are trying to do it to the letter.
Yeah, because you know, in Greece, like I remember, because I've got family like that used to live there, and the Greek Orthodox, because I used to go there on holiday as well. I remember like all Orthodox celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January. But I literally remember when the Greek Orthodox changed it for them to be celebrating on the 25th. And that was, to me, that was a madness. Even as a child, like seeing that happen, I was like, what's this? And my cousin explaining to me what they were saying, like from Greek to English to me, you know?
Right.
Have they, about that pork thing, don't you think it's because we're still having the Judaic traditions in Ethiopia? The old laws?
Yeah, because that I would have to agree with, because realistically there's certain things that you weren't allowed to eat. Pork was one of them. Do you see what I'm saying? Even Islamically, that you're not supposed to eat animals that eat animals. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you see and even in Christianity, the hooves and this and that. Yeah.
No, but it's all the same. The information.
No, but what I mean, because some things when they take it from what I remember learning about this from like Sunday school, it's like they take certain things and would just dash the rest of it away, because something that Paul said about it's not what goes in a man that is sinful, but what comes out of the man, because that comes from the heart or something like that. And because of that quote or verse, they say you can eat pork, you can eat anything, because the sin is not what you eat, the sin is what you say. Does that make sense? That's how it was explained to me in Sunday school. This was years ago. But obviously, as Coptics, we was told we don't do that, because obviously what you put into your body can be sinful.
But I hear you. But have you heard about the shrimp and seafood also being? I mean,
you know, because even Islamically, I know there are certain schools of thought that won't eat seafood, shrimps, and
I know. I met some
and stuff like that.
I met some Turkish people actually who don't eat seafood because of it. Yeah,
but the rules are the rules.
Islamically depends on the
school
of thoughts.
The laws are coming out of older books, older texts. They've always been there. To get it, once they put it down and think. And those are what ended up in the Bible, in the Quran, you know what I mean, in all of these books. So that's what I'm saying. That it's all the same thing. It's just down to the people them now. Do you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Dublin in the chat.
If you got pigs floating around, exactly. Delicious for him. Yeah.
He said it's delicious. Pork is salty and it's disgusting.
If you're in the bush in Africa, that they don't know about none of this. They don't know about that now. When they're hunting down 3 days and the first thing they come across is a wild boar, they don't know about what you're talking about.
Yeah,
so
I hear that.
It's just that we've got religious views and values that are very similar. You know what I mean? It's just the people, though.
the people that are different, and definitely your culture has an effect on how you
practice
your spirituality.
I do believe that. I do believe that.
Yeah, 100%.
So, European Christians are going to eat pork because that's part of their culture. To have pigs and farms, and you know what I mean, like it's like part of their culture kind of thing. Yeah, they know what they use them for, human trash can and that. You know what I mean? But yet it tastes good. yeah. But their book says, no, don't eat this. You know what I mean? So you can see that they're not necessarily, there's aspects of their culture that they're not going to let go. But everybody does it. You got Hindus out here or Muslim.
Because some Hindus Asians don't eat meat and some do.
They'll celebrate Diwali though. They'll be Muslim. Salam alaikum Maki. And then be like, but happy Diwali when Diwali comes. And I'll be looking head sideways, like, really?
Yeah.
Anyway, let me just come out of your store, man. No problem, man. Big up, uncle, man. No problem. He's actually confused right now.
No problem.
No problem, man. Do your thing in it. Like, I'm not gonna knock you. Yeah, but I do find that no matter what part of the world these people come from, they don't realize it even themselves that their culture affects how they do their version of what they think it is. You get what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Hey guys.
You know what I mean?
Big up Bitcoin.
Big up Bitcoin.
What's up?
What's good?
I heard you guys talking about the pork and all that stuff. You know, I read some interesting stuff about in Ethiopia, the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the quote unquote the original Bible, is wrote on pigskin. Is written on pigskin in Ethiopia, and I know Muslims don't eat pork.
I don't know anything.
I don't know anything about that exactly. From what I know, you got like camel skin. There's all sorts of different, like goat skin. But I've never heard of it being written down on pig skin.
Maybe that's why they don't eat it.
Even like I said, growing up, growing up, I used to go to like Ethiopia. We used to go like almost every year growing up, and I literally never saw one pork. I don't even remember seeing a pork on TV or in a cartoon or nothing there. Do you see what I'm saying?
No,
obviously, maybe now with the influx of there's a lot of Chinese in Ethiopia. There's a lot of other people from different nations coming to Ethiopia. So they may try to import their cuisine, which most people do if you're coming from a different country. You tend to carry the food that you have traditionally from wherever you're from and have it, like, do you know what I'm saying, wherever you are. But Ethiopians, I've never seen anyone or heard of anyone or thing in Ethiopia that does that. Even with the scriptures and stuff,
I'm not talking about eating. You could look it up.
No. Even with the scriptures, I've never heard once it's been written on. Like I said, I've heard camel skin, goat skin. Never once have I heard pig skin being used.
Yeah. Can they even examine it like that?
You might want to research it. You might want to research it. They're written on pigskin.
It looks black though. Yeah. It does look black.
It's kind of like interesting because, just for the quote unquote the original scrolls of the Bible that were not in a book, those scrolls written on pigskin. You could look it up and then basically then other cultures of religion don't like pig. For whatever reason.
I don't mind checking that out. I have a look. See,
yeah, I think you'd be surprised. But no, it was interesting. I heard you guys. I was like, I didn't have much. I was at work. I was like, oh, maybe a little fun fact, but I don't mean to bother you guys. I'll talk to you guys another day. Hope you guys have a great day, and shout out to Europe.
You too, my darling. And so, just to quickly say before you go, 77 Soldier said he looked it up and he cannot find anything on it. So, if you've got a link where you read that, do you want to just slip that in before you go?
Yeah, well, I have to get it. I have it in a chronological book that I use. And like I said, you know what? I know I've heard other few things. People say count, but I'm gonna find the link. I'm gonna find the link of it. A credible source, and I'll get it to you, or I'll get it to the chat so they can at least look it up.
All right, big up.
Big up, man. I never heard.
Have a nice day at work.
Okay, you guys have I'm breaking up. You guys have a great day. I gotta get back to.
Yeah.
Big up.
Big up. Oh, Gressler, I'm seeing your question about the Sabaeans. A Sabaean, yeah, they were agnostic. We have some monuments left in Eritrea, actually.
Well, so what did the Sabians believe in, Hafti?
Gnostics. They didn't really believe in anything. We don't know so much about the Sabaeans either. We don't know, and it's almost nothing about the Sabaeans. Even we cannot even read the texts that have been put in stone yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're still trying to decipher. Okay.
Yeah, trying still to decipher.
And this is what I'm saying. So much is lost with language because the people because I remember like reading a thing. I think you knew it was in New Zealand. There was a loss of a particular group of Aboriginals there. I think there was literally 2 people that was left from that particular group of indigenous people in New Zealand. And they had their language, but they refused to teach the language for things to be deciphered. And then literally when they died, the language and the knowledge that they held died with them. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So, I believe that happened in like over the centuries when certain groups of peoples may have been invaded and taken over. Enough of them just preferred death than to share that knowledge because the knowledge that they had would be used in a bad way. So if you go. Yes, big up.
Big up, Hafti.
Big up.
Jump on, Beefy.
And Zulu.
Yeah, Zulu too. Come on.
You follow Yahweh.
Like button, family. Come on. Guess what I'm eating today? Yes, you can guess.
Shawarma.
Nah, that's really funny, accent. Really, really fucking funny.
Oh shit! Oh, sorry. I didn't even. Oh shit! You killed me with that one.
No, that was funny. That day was funny still. Yeah, but I'm having lentils and rice. Come on.
Lentils and rice.
Lentils and rice. Yes.
That with chapati, huh? Lentils and chapati.
Mad.
Come
on. Wow.
Chapati for you and a chapati for me, yeah?
For me, exactly.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's what I'm eating. No pork, you get me?
I wonder why that tune never got signed. They never signed that tune, man. In a rubber dub style. Come on. Lick your teeth, man. Lick your teeth.
Lick your teeth, you know. That was a mad thing, though, as well.
I'm an Indian. I'm an Indian. Nah, it's a hard little track still.
Wow, why did your God Jesus cry loud? Help me, Father. Okay. Oh, so another question, yeah? You see, obviously in Jerusalem they've got the Al-Aqsa and the wall. The Jewish pray to the wall and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard that there's some books underneath that wall or something. And I don't know if that was propaganda or what was going on there. Like Solomon wrote some magic books or some shit. I wanted to know if you know anything about that or what's your opinion on that.
No, the opinion is that the Knights Templar got it. Whatever was under there, they've got it. And they got the secrets of it, and that's why they're the Knights Templar, and that's why they were outlawed. That's why they went to Scotland and then became the Scottish Rite Freemasons. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All of that shit is in secret now, supposedly. You know what I mean? I don't know how far it's true, but yeah, all those things mentioned is definitely what the Masons and the Shriners, which are the Islamic Masons, were definitely involved in.
That's another interesting point there, because you mentioned Islamic Masons, because everyone's under the illusion that these Masons are just strictly devil worshippers.
Nah. I mean, you can't even build a mosque or a masjid or a
without
Kaaba
facts.
Without some masonry skills.
Let me meet up, because the machine's just going off in the back. One second.
And who the hell was carved into rocks, faces and shit? Because in the whole of that region, it's mud. So Yeah. Masonry is not bad. It's just once it got into the hands of some people, it became, negative.
Do you guys believe that Solomon actually controlled jinns? Talk to jinns, talk to animals, and control the jinns.
I believe, it's possible. Why not?
I do as well. Because I've seen certain people in my life do certain things. Do you know what I'm saying? So
with jinns.
Yeah. That what he done is not far fetched for me.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're watching magic and these David Blaines and that, they're conjuring jinns. So yeah. Well, what you're seeing on the TV with the illusionists and all of that, a lot of them are they're into that type of thing.
Zulu, I beg you jump on, please, bro. Like, just for the education itself. Like, come man, jump on, please, bro. Cause I would have presumed that you would have thought the same thing, that he had powers and whatnot, quote unquote powers. Let me just put it that way. But yeah, jump on, bro, so you can clarify. You get me?
Yeah, because the Christians doesn't believe that, right? So it's only a Muslim thing to thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe that.
So I never knew that. Still, come on, Zulu, come educate the people, please, bro.
They believe he was possessed.
Oh, okay. I told you a lot about my meditation experience. It's not hard to control these things. If I can do it by my ancient imagination, if you try by purpose. So what are you saying, Gertie? Like, you've been interacting with some things and that, yeah? Interesting.
But yeah, I wanted to go back to, when you said about the war.
Yeah.
And then we go to the Hindu side, and there was a war. We even go to the Christian text or thing, or like the Book of Enoch, and other texts that go along with these other texts, basically. And then it gives you more insight into those type of things and how they match up. So to get it, there's a war in the skies in for the Hindus. You know what I mean? Well, all the good ones and the bad ones come and they're fighting each other for supremacy and da-da-da-da. I'm like, right. Well, if God created everything, who's to say that's not God's army? Or we don't know. But we do know there has to be some form of connection because of the region, because of the cultures, because of the things that were there.
Yeah, because when you deep it, like I always say, the rabbit hole can only lead to one place, innit? There might be bare tunnels once you get in there, but that thing has to lead to one place.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I find interesting still a lot. And you're right about there's a war going on in the sky, because I've heard rappers say that, I've heard religious people say that. No matter what sect you're from, they all screaming the same thing.
So that's where you get, like, in some cases, like fallen angel stories, the fallen 200, all of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? In the various different cultures and religious ideas. So you just got to put it together, and you're like, it makes sense. Like, okay.
Come again. What did you say? War in heaven right now?
No, not right now.
No, okay.
In ancient times, like.
Yeah. Okay.
Amongst the jinns and you know what I'm saying, and the angels, or the maliks, then it would be in the Quranic sense. So, in the Bible, it would be Michael and his angels, Revelation, all of that. Even in the Bible, there's different ranks of angels. As I said, there's yin and yang that I was saying to H yesterday, man. And right now, you're dealing with the yin. You're dealing with the yin side, bro. That's what it is. It's all right, man. You can master your physical self, get control of your physical body, what you do, how to be a warrior. That's only one part of you, man. The other side is studying nature, doing what's right, what makes sense, basically. That's the yin to that yang. Because at no side is it anyone all fluffy and, can't we all just get along? Doesn't exist.
I got a new tune, you know.
Go.
I got a new song that's out. I forgot. It's a freestyle with me and Tods. It's out. It's called Venom and Carnage Freestyle. I beg you lot go check it out. I'm gonna play the track, but yeah, man, I beg you lot go and check it out on all the streaming platforms and give it a little spin for me, please.
Jeez.
My life story shocking like electrocution. Shattered my illusions. Had me moving crucial. A one-man crime wave with permanent exclusion. The judge read my farmer said this spreader is a nuisance.
No, pull that back. Pull that the fuck back, bro. I'm gonna say all that. Pull that back, bro.
My life story shocking like electrocution. Shattered my illusions. Had me moving crucial. A one-man crime wave with permanent exclusion. The judge read my farmer said this spreader is a nuisance. I spent my teens in young offenders institution. Left man snoozing with multiple contusions. I've moved my food and fireballs like a dukin. Get dropped if you screw like a tune out of Houston. You're a dim for this thinking it's normal. I slipped through a portal. Too much drip for these mortals. My attitude stinks and it's awful. They say I'm too forceful and unlawful. Unruly. The man them's unruly. All we know is that the man them have to eat fuck the rules, G. I wear my heart on my word, on my balls, on my sleeve. Cause I live by every word I breathe, I'm ballsy. Eyes wide, they can't fool me. Large up mum, she gave the best upbringing. Poverty had us out in overtime slinging. Like, how am I supposed to reach my yard? The life I'm in where? Are you down to ride? This a silly question. Me and my kiddies repping every millisecond. The young ones really stepping with them silly weapons. Impeccable, not even the reverend believed in heaven. No. Shots from the Mac 11 have the leading legends. I ain't seen them all high, but I perceive his essence. Did my soul choose this road cause I need this lesson? I get lost in my thoughts asking deeper questions. I didn't even do it for the bling. I just brought that bread home to show mum she raised winners. Out in these mic skinners, I did mud for the dinners. I sold product that gave these kids shivers. I'm from where the youths learn to bust early. Where fiends are so consistently scummy is trustworthy. Where friends abuse trust move the girliest. And your right hand man will do the dirtiest. We never had no heroes or no role models. I came up round scumbags and wrongers. When my love for this money had me reaching my residence, smelling like a box of cigarettes and a tenants. Just to find a little liberty. Man, I'm pulling liberties. Now it ain't pretty in the bittersweet. The next one's always the last one. Trust you a clean heart and pull a fast one. It was dark, the lick out your heart like Skibbity. Big shots to hit your blood clot like it's Tivoli. After murder, it's all murder like it's Italy. There's gang-related hostility of my facility. Nefarious activities in close proximity. These really mini means are on a killing spree. Man, they turn your brains to chili cheese if the midi squeeze. I had to send a tweet to Satan, tell him chill and breathe. The dunya doesn't give you time to catch a breath. Like how you gonna catch a rest when the feds wanna arrest you? And the fuck boys wanna do you for your team. You best can stand by your word, cause guaranteed they gonna check you. Good in my hood, you can check, brother. Reputation's dirty, but it ain't tainted, brother. Play a game that ain't got a ref, brother. So if you ain't blessed by a vest, brother. Bullets like the tech, that blocker. Every day the same stress, another gutter. Stop and search, name check, but undercovers is bait. I'm a sucker ducker, evading these motherfuckers. I gotta dodge them cause our vibes can't get along. Them boy pussy dog, I feel it in my skeleton. They talk real but never real when it matters. They only bad for the camera.
Yeah, man.
Hey, that's fucking hard. That is fucking hard. That back-to-back thing, you lot go down, smash. And I don't understand how you fit so much shit into a verse, bro. I don't understand that.
Yeah, Jedi, stay with the tongue twisters, blood. Mad.
Trust me.
Yeah.
That thing's fire. Him and Todd's back to back, like, and I feel like it's weird listening to them over time. They're just like, not that they're getting better, but they're just vibesy and more vibesy each time. Like, it's mad.
I like salt and pepper of it, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can see the two different vibes. You know what I'm saying? Venom, Carnage. You know what I'm saying? It's different, but it's nice. It's like the way it rolls together. Like, big up.
This tape is hard. There's a bare flavors. Like, you get me? Last flavor was Chevelle. You get me? Let me play that tune real quick, man. Just real quick. Yeah. Last one.
Baby, your body banging like a. Baby, your body banging like a. Fresh garments, matching your varnish. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun. Fresh garments, matching your varnish. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge. Walking a party, looking all starish. I'm trying to introduce you to Carnage. Baby, I'm a shark, not a starfish. Your ex-man was too soft, he was garbage. I make your old knee rub off on the carpet. She a bar for the chocolate. The old time me I planted. Look what you started. Bend up your face like somebody farted. Bad in the bed, I said I'm wicked and I'm heartless. I just wanna boom, boom, shoot up the target. Mercy and target, and you not even ask yet. The sun I run, I'm in, I finish my task, yeah. Been I done a rum in a big glass, yeah. I'ma put that pussy in a casket. Oh shit.
You can catch me in the morning. I ain't ever with the sun, it's a call me, darling. You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and show me something. I cannot stay, baby. Don't get obsessed with no grace. I got no time for no play. Mine and you was right, baby.
Baby cool, it says she want that money good. Want me say her money good. I'm told her get ready to sit up on the foot. She said, yes sir, understood. She don't want a title, she wants twerking. Quickly while I pipe it just to show me how she squirting. Dogger, body strong, she don't ramp. Said her body's banging like a shell from a tank. She don't play no games, she know she worth it. She love balling out my name while I'm bending up her cervix. Wow, everything I give her, she deserve it. She go wilder than a circus. She want it on the bed, floor, sofa, and the kitchen service. She want it full service. They're not sure if it's loving or murders. All of this before the work shift.
You can catch me in the morning. I ain't ever with the sun, so call me, darling. You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and show me. Hey. I cannot stay, baby. Don't get upset and go crazy. I ain't got no time for no play. Mine and you was right, baby. You can catch me in the morning. I ain't ever with the sun, so call me, darling. You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and show me something. I cannot stay, baby. Don't get upset and go crazy. I ain't got no time for no play. Baby, mine and you was right, baby.
Yeah, man.
Choice. Come on. Big up Todd, big up Chev. Chev sounds like a grown woman. You know, if you ain't seen her, you think it's a big rascal grown woman.
She's a big woman, though.
Big up, Chev. Come on.
Yeah. That's it, mate. That's it. So, yeah, man, hit that up. Spotify, whatever. Search up Red Pill Trio. You'll see the last track. The new one's called Venom and Carnage Freestyle. Check that out, man. It's everywhere. It's on Insta, TikTok, YouTube, wherever. Yeah, big up Water. Much love. So what we saying though, man? What we saying?
Chilling, man. Trying to get these suckers on, man. They're all chatting in the chat and all of that. It's just wasting time. Wasting up the time, perhaps. Have a good convo. But yeah, it's like I can see their questions and all sorts. Like, just jump in, man. Help us out, man.
Hit that like button while you're at it. But yeah, jump on, family, man. Let me know what's good. I see a couple of you out there, man. Let me know what your Friday's saying. What are we doing today? What's going on?
Don't forget Freestyle Friday tonight, though.
Yeah, what? You coming with some bars, Flame?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not.
Just listening in, yeah.
Yeah, Unks, what we getting a stream tomorrow? You know the Saturday streams for some reason they're super lit.
Yeah,
super lit.
I'll be going out though at a certain point. Link the family.
Oh yeah. Shit, I keep forgetting. I'm not even gonna be here. Leave in out for scripture for people in 8 minutes.
What?
Hey, facts or flaps, open up that nostril, get some air into your.
Oh man.
Your brain, man. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, Willis.
I forgot about that, man. The destruction of. Fuck's sake. Fax's nostrils, bro. Like, right, he turned fully reptilian on the stream, bro.
And you know, Fax is the brother that's always talking about the reptilian and then the system and this and.
Yo, what's happening?
What's going on?
Yeah, man. It's me, innit? It's Carnage.
No. Someone got to correct that still.
No, you can't do that. Copyright.
Flame, you're always, whatever I do, Flame's always anti me, bro. But like, what's going on?
Wow.
Flame, did I accidentally date your sister? What have I done, bro?
Out of everyone on the panel, you picked out me. I know what's going on.
You don't want to open your big, fat, juicy mouth.
What?
Wow. Mad.
And what the fuck, man? Where you gone now? You going to laugh?
That's a juicy mouth, you know.
Oh shit!
Whoa! All right, big up, man. Welcome. Big up, Blue Red. What you saying?
Yeah, what you man saying? You good, yeah?
Yeah.
Big up, family.
Friday, bro. What you man saying?
Yeah, happy Friday, brother.
All right.
What's going on, though?
I was going to ask you.
Okay,
yesterday you remember doing the show, yeah? Big up the show. Big up Maku, Khan.
Yo, big up, man.
So yeah, I want to know more about this fucking Neanderthal thing, yeah?
Right. Yeah.
So what we saying about Neanderthals, yeah? Because I did some research the other day, last night in it, yeah?
Yeah.
And Neanderthals can't talk, yeah? Is that right or what? They
said they can talk, but in baby voice or something like that.
Baby voice?
Yeah, they had like a very small voice box or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Very underdeveloped voice box.
But are they?
Can we start from the beginning? This just sounds mad. What are Neanderthals?
Neanderthals?
Yeah. What are they?
They're actually
meant
from
to be
Hackney.
like
Crippled old white man from Hackney. Serious.
They're meant to be, they're basically meant to be the cousins of Homo sapiens, us, innit? They're meant to be our cousins, innit? Or close relatives, innit? Not us, but a form of us, innit? Which,
form of us.
I don't know, blood.
Well, if some people are having sex with it, it must see that.
And this is what I'm saying. So if they okay, they can talk in baby voice, yeah. So obviously, whatever, yeah.
I know it sounds fucked up, innit?
It sounds fucked up. Yeah. What I'm thinking,
welcome, babes. In there.
So,
come on, man. Come on. Yeah, you see it coming out in some people, man.
That's what I'm saying. So,
I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing I want to know, yeah. The thing I want to know, yeah, with the Neanderthal, yeah, who initiates sex? Who makes the first move?
What you mean between a Neanderthal man and a Neanderthal woman?
No, that's obvious, isn't it? I'm talking about between a normal Homo sapien,
right,
and a Neanderthal. Who makes the first move, really and truly? That
well, as far as I've gathered,
who's moving to a Neanderthal?
Population of Neanderthals that lived around the area of what is now known as Israel. There was quite a small, little group of humans that basically got run through when there was a mass exodus coming out of Africa. So they just got absorbed into them.
Pause.
Mad. So man,
just basically run through them, innit?
Who ran through them? You?
The people that left. The people that left Africa and spread throughout the world.
Okay, your people, yeah.
Because this idea that the Neanderthals spread around the world isn't actually 100% true. Because what it is humans took the Neanderthal genes and carried them with them.
How?
To further, because they become like a ghost population.
No, how do you carry someone else's genes? Unless you have, like, anyway.
We already got past that. Yeah, that's what happened, isn't it?
Yeah, but man saying how? Who does that?
They
Who
outbred them.
You don't go up to people who say ugh,
bro,
and then
makes
say,
sense. Listen,
Wagwan, what are you saying, baby?
They just kept fucking them until there was none of them left.
That's rape, though, no?
Yeah, but what does a Neanderthal woman look like? Like, what are we doing out here?
They were humans, bro.
They're close to us, isn't it? They're meant to be close to us. Like.
Bruh. 5'7" max, stumpy, Neanderthal.
But that's how I like my women anyway.
But the women, they must be uglier than the men.
5'5" and a big back. That's me all day long. And the ginger hair. Don't forget the ginger hair.
And a massive forehead as well, yeah?
Massive. Big ridge on the top of it. Like white aboriginals.
I like the big Rihanna forehead, I have to say. It does make it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an actual forehead though, on a Homo sapien skull.
But there's times where my whole body's been hanging off of a forehead. I've been hanging off the forehead with two hands, just gripping it.
And the Neanderthal skull is something else now. You get me? There's a lot more ridges. A lot more.
Yeah. You got to remember, a lot of these artists what they called? I was going to say artist impersonations. Artist impressions. That's all they are. That's all they are. They're impressions of people fantasizing about half man, half monkey, half man, half caveman, half man, half alien. These are just fantasies. In reality, they're just humans.
Do you know the science? Do you know the science?
There ain't no aliens. There ain't no monkey man. There ain't no caveman. It's just humans, bro.
You got to know biology even to like do a clay reconstruction over the actual skull. So, like you got to know anatomy and stuff.
Yeah, true. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's deep science, bro. Like they put into these things. So yeah, they can do an artist impression after they've done the clay one first. Like, what would this one look like? All right, you can put fake hair, what you thought it was, but the actual facial features, you can reconstruct from the skull.
Easily, yeah. If you got a fucking protruding forehead, then
it's gonna be peak, bro. It's gonna be peak. Like, the reconstruction ain't gonna look that good.
All right. So what about the people with the? Hold on. What about the people with the elongated skulls that look like Alien versus Predator? They actually found real life skulls like elongated at the back.
Yeah.
Whereabouts? Whereabouts did they find that?
In Africa.
Yeah,
Africa,
and South America.
Right. Do you know why that is, though?
Do
you know how they got their skulls like that?
No, some had their skulls like that, innit?
No, they used to strap this when the baby was born. They used to strap the head down, and they used to make the head into that shape.
Some, no,
Well, the ones that they found,
and not to the extent of the ones they found. No, not at all. You get me?
To utilize. The great John Smith, who is one of my favorites, he's the head wrestling coach for Okie State. He used to have a saying that I heard him, at least I would see him and hear him say in workshops, that you can control any man by his asshole.
What?
It's true. The old school wrestlers, when they butt drag you, they're going to grab something. They're going to grab meet him. Okay, and not to tell too many stories, but me and Randy Couture, like we trained forever. We're good friends. I was his coach.
I left the what?
I'm a turtle player. Like I swear to God, I'm still looking for his rings up my ass. Okay, they'll pull your. If you're a man, they will pull your sack up your ass, and trust me. You're going to be on your hands praying of turn, okay? And is it legal? No, but does it mean it doesn't happen?
What the fuck? He's thinking, all them years I've been training, now I have to quit.
So is that what Turkish wrestling's about? With the oil?
Don't make out like they ain't got African wrestling, bro.
No,
wrestling's wrestling, innit?
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
It's not, bro. Obviously.
Bro, does that man there sitting there look like a Turkish wrestler?
When have you ever seen like that? When have you ever seen that before, though? You know what I'm saying? In normal wrestling. No,
what difference does it make whether I've seen it or not?
That's Greek. That's where it started from, in Greece. Yeah.
I don't know what kind of wrestling they're doing sitting there, but
in Greece it was naked.
Everyone call it
with oil.
In Greece it was Turkish wrestling with oil.
Mm-hmm. So they were naked. They were naked.
So this oil wrestling thing, yeah. What's the oil for, bruv? Is it meant to make you what? Faster, stronger, what?
So you can't get a grip. You can't get a grip. You have to use locking mechanisms. Like you have to use a lock.
What are you looking onto?
What's the science of being in another
arm bars, isn't it? Arm locks and all
what
that.
are we doing?
Yeah, how you get someone in the arm lock if they're fucking slippery, like if they're proper slippery?
Yeah, it's hard. It makes it harder, isn't it? That's the whole point. It makes it difficult. Pause anyway on hard.
Yeah. I was gonna say. Goodbye, Khan, my old friend.
Listen, I ain't a wrestler, bro. I ain't a wrestler.
Big up, Broski. Big up, Broski. WTP. Yeah. Big up yourself, bro. What's going on?
Oh, I had a question. Was that like the guy's? Was that like his first day, like dealing with that teacher? Or was that? It looked like it happened to him.
Judging by the expression,
it looked like he was because his first day.
Yeah, that was news to him, innit? It was news to him.
Or it looked like he had that dude do that to him, and he was like in a Stockholm syndrome situation. You know what I mean?
Choke hold.
I don't know. Maybe he was thinking, I thought this was a thing that that we just did between us, boss. I didn't realize it's a standard thing.
That was our secret.
Yeah, I thought it was our little secret.
I thought I was
exposed it. And he's thinking, my mom's watching this.
Like if you look at his body energy, he literally turns into a child. Like the way
he shrivels up. He shrivels up, man. You know his testicles were moving inside his body at that point.
Yeah, he was all muscle and buff, but like at the beginning of it, but then he looked like a 7-year-old child on his first day of like karate class. Like it was just
retracted. It was fully retracted.
That was some jail talk there, man. That was some prison talk, man.
I know, man. He said it convincingly, firmly strong. Get me with conviction. Like, whoa, what is this?
He was just running through all the other sports in his mind right now, thinking, you know what? I'm playing basketball. You know, I can switch to tennis,
fencing, looking hella good.
Something non-contact.
Yeah,
bowling, innit? Bowling or something, yeah, bro.
I don't have to stay here for this shit. I've got options.
Yeah. But yeah, man. Apparently, that's an old school technique in it. They do.
I'm calling it sham. I'm calling it sham wrestling. The hell?
Man was like, a man will grab you by your sphincter and pull you.
Yeah, you get me?
Pull your sack.
Pull your sack over your head.
Like, what are you doing?
Like that. Like, you don't need to be a no sport when that happens. Like,
here comes
King Gold. In a street
King Gold on cue,
bro.
As soon as you start talking about sacks and sphincters, it's fucking King Gold. Bro.
From you,
starfish.
You went near there. Yeah, man, you have to tap out, bro. You have to tap out.
Bro, he was on that starfish thing yesterday.
Family. I'm traumatized. Family. I'm genuinely traumatized. You know what I mean? Because it's different. Yeah. You're Khan. You're 20 stone, man. 20 stone.
I'm actually.
That's what I'm saying. You can't be talking about
starfish. I lost about 2 stones, so I'm about 20 stone now.
Good shit, man. Good shit. Because your shit, how you can see it standing up, whatever you said, yeah. You said you can see your starfish standing up. Your shit should be lost just in an ocean of skin and fat. I mean, unfortunately, obviously me, I'm skinny, so it's like, yeah. But anyway, moving to that subject, yeah. That was an interesting subject.
Did you just come here to talk about another man's arsehole?
No, because I came in. You lot would say, "Oh, we're talking about beans and bags and balls." King Gold's on. I could have guessed that. King Gold would have run up to here really quickly. But if I was just coming on to, I don't know what I actually initially came on to.
Come on to express yourself.
But I think I came onto Stateside, but I've lost my trailer thought because people always try to
you did what?
Sexual innuendos, which I haven't fucking initiated.
Man.
So yeah. Anyway,
you initiated every single one. What are you doing, man?
All right, no, that's cool, man. I mean, you lot can carry on talking. I think you're talking about oil, guys, oiled up. Yeah, but the thing is, African dudes from Europe are people that I've seen African dudes looking like Maku, looking like Uncle, yeah, with their bum out, wrestling each other, with their arse out. With yeah.
Nah, you're lying. African wrestlers are heavyweight. They're not.
Hold on.
No.
You're lying.
Is that on your search engine?
Uncle, are you telling me that Turks they wrestle with loincloth on? They try and cover up their pieces, bits.
No, they don't.
Islam,
they wear jeans.
No, they do. They do.
They wear jean shorts.
Yeah, but exactly. But they ain't got their bum and their things out, and they just got some little string cup on their balls.
Did you hear what I said? I said man's wearing jean shorts. Man's pouring oil down there, and then a man is trying to make man submit by putting his hand inside there. I don't know what he's doing in there. I don't know.
Yeah, there's the next pair of shorts inside there. Yeah? There's the next pair of shorts. Man's got he's got the leather shorts underneath the jean shorts.
Can you imagine before the fight? You know, before the fight, they're like, "What? Are you man gonna fuck or fight? What are you gonna do? Like, you fucking or fighting?"
Oiling first. They're oiling up themselves.
Nah, if there's a competition and he says that somebody can fight dirty and do that to you, I think you should have the option to get up during the competition and start throwing them hands. Like if you are because you're wrestling and the dude's like saying, well, you need to make sure that we protect you from this, but sometimes it's a legal move. If that's an illegal move, then the wrestling match is over. I'm about to get up and put my hands on this motherfucker for trying to put his finger in my ass.
No, African wrestling.
Bro,
oh yeah.
You're choking me to death, and my thumb accidentally slips up your sphincter, and I magically get out of the neck lock. Right? You can't talk me to that. That's a survival instinct right there.
I'm gonna say ref timeout.
Choking another man's choking another man's chicken,
and then I'm about to start putting my hands on this motherfucker. Doing it.
Pause. Choking another man's chicken is a madness, though. You get me? Because when you got your hands and you're saying there's another pair of shorts in there, I beg to differ, but I'm not involved. So anyway, yeah, when these guys got on holding onto another man's meat and two veg in a Turkish wrestling match and flipping man over and all of that, bro, you have to submit. That's how you win the fight. It's mad.
Submit.
No, don't you ever submit when someone's doing
submit
that.
Submit
to No, we better have a whole different fight now. You submit to a whole
you can't be submitting. You can't be submitting to man playing Fuck Goes to Weasel.
You know how you go slapboxing with your homeboys and it gets too far.
If you submit to Mehmet,
it's too serious.
If you submit
to Mehmet, you're done out here.
You got to take his last name. You got to take his last name.
You're his bitch now.
I'm the captain now. I'm the captain now.
Exactly.
No, I can't do it.
You have to oil him.
There's a lot of women, UK-based women, are enjoying holidays to Turkey right now.
There's no oil in fighting with me.
No, there's oil. There's oil. There's olive oil.
Who's fighting with oil?
Yeah, pure olive oil. Pure olive oil.
Turkishman. Yeah, pure olive oil.
No, pure olive oil.
That virgin stuff. Virgin olive
oil.
Virgin.
I'm saying, like, they put it in a canister and then some young boys pour it on them. No, it's
and rub it in with their little young hands.
This must be some UK shit. I have never heard.
No, it's Turkish. It's Turkish.
Turkish wrestling.
Turkish wrestling. Turkish. Look it up.
Yeah. So Turkish dudes be walking around with like bits of oil in their back pocket in case they start scrapping.
Look it up, bro. Just put it in your Google.
Now let me know because Turkish people in Germany. I didn't know.
Put it in your Google.
How to fight.
We don't want to have to pull up a video.
This is 2021. Yeah, you can get oil in a spray form now. Yeah. WD-40 and all that shit.
So like they started they spray you down. Like, nigga, why are you spraying with oil?
Yeah, say, motherfucker, you want this? You want some of this?
Bruv, I would take the yell and walk away, man. I'll just walk away from it.
Oh, I'm running away. I
don't
care. I've been doing martial arts my entire life.
All man he's got is hot pants.
Oh, no.
Man's got hot pants.
Mine's got hot pants on.
Oily with hot pants.
He puts on like a doctor glove
and he says he's kicking his shoes and socks off.
Yeah, nothing. Just like
oiling up the toes.
It's like, oh, you want to fight, huh?
On grass as well, like glove. Look, man, love it, man.
All right, Con.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? Yeah, if you're in this scenario,
yeah,
where you're on roads, obviously on roads like 1-on-1 with someone, and they've got you in a Kimura lock, innit? You know, like Kimura lock with the arm, yeah. They've got you in a Kimura lock, yeah. You can either let them break your arm, yeah, or stick your thumb in their ass, bruv. What are you doing?
Straight aiming for that sphincter, the inner rim. The inner rim, not even the outer rim. You know that? You know when have you ever played that game?
The Street Fight.
Have you ever played that game? Pop Goes the Weasel, when you stick your finger in him and you pop it like this. Look, that's how I'll be doing it. I'll be like, come here, bro.
No. If it's a street fight, all fair.
Yeah, street fight, no ring, nothing.
Go on, come on, man.
Either break your arm.
No, you got to go for it. People fight dirty now. It's not even fun no more.
You
got to fight to the death in a street fight. So go for it.
You be conjuring up your
in a street fight.
Your inner Turkish wrestler. Is that what you're saying?
Trust me.
Yeah.
I ain't getting
my. You never knew I was good at this shit. Yeah.
Your eyes are watering, motherfucker.
What you saying now?
Nah. Well, you as well, Funky. Would you arm broke or you pop him, man? What you do?
Pop Goes the Weasel, fam.
Mad.
Wait, which one's that? Because that could be your arm or the dude's butt.
Yeah, true.
He's like, I'm keeping both options. Which one you doing, bro?
Who? You or me?
You.
I'm getting my arm broke, man. I'm taking two weeks off
for real.
Work, yeah, man. I'm going to hospital, everything.
Bro, did you say 2 weeks? It ain't gonna be 2 weeks for a broken arm.
Well, yeah, it is. A broken arm's gonna be 2 weeks, no? Hospital, bandage.
When
you're 19, maybe.
A broken arm, you think is gonna heal in 2 weeks?
Okay, not heal, but you're gonna be in a sling for maybe like another 2 weeks, stuff like that. Maybe a month for the whole process, and a month for the whole process.
Bro, get your broken arm. Get the cast on
y'all get stem
come over to me, and I'll write my name on the cast, and I'll write this man decided not to pop man's weasel. I'll write on your cast to you.
What?
Well, I'll be proud, man. I'll be like, yeah, fuck
it,
that.
That's cool,
man. Fuck that. I ain't never getting. You can't. I've never broken my arms in life. I am no.
But forget breaking my arm. You couldn't even kick me in the headlock for 5 minutes without me aiming for your fucking balls and shit.
Wow.
You African, ain't you?
No, he's not.
Partly.
Turkish.
Partly.
He's gonna wrestle the shit out of you, oiled up.
Y'all headbutt.
Don't let Khan get oiled up, man. For you, man. It's gonna be big for you. I'm gonna cry.
That's haram, man.
You're gonna beg him.
I don't get naked in public. That's haram.
It's so different fighting black men from America and black men on this side of the planet. Like, I talked to kids when I was doing martial arts, and when I was talking to the kids here about like how kids fight here, I was like, wait, no, they don't do. Because in America, there's kind of a weird street code. It's very easy to kind of fight with black guys because they fight dirty, but you know exactly what it's going to be. But when I talk to the Turkish and the black kids here in Germany, they're like, nah, they fight like great. They the first move they going for your nuts, and I'm like, no, they're not. And they're like, no, yeah, they do. And I'm like,
really?
No, they don't. And the whole class was like, no, they really do. Turkish fight dirty, Africans fight dirty. And I was just like, oh shit, I got to change
the funny thing is though, with Muslims, they're not allowed to hit you in the face. That's the funny thing about it. Yeah, there's no face shots, no headshots.
See, in America, everyone's going for face shots.
What is that? Their personal wrestling?
That's a hadith. If two Muslims are fighting, you can't punch them in the face.
What?
Will you punch him in the spine?
Good luck with that, man. Good luck with that.
You can punch him up, but you can't punch him in the face, innit?
So you end up in hospital, man.
I've never heard that before.
I've never heard that hadith. That's a new 2020 hadith, no?
There's also
my eye.
A pretty boys fight or some shit. Like
I don't know what he's thinking.
We don't hit in the face.
There's a Turkish rule that if you're going to a knife fight and you stab someone above the waist, it's attempted murder. So what they do, they stab them like in the bum cheeks, right? But I'm thinking, wait a minute, ain't these guys heard of the femoral artery? Because if you sever that femoral artery, man's going to bleed out in 2 seconds. But because they're dumb, they don't know about anatomy. They're like, yeah, if you stab someone above the waist, it's attempted murder. And I think it even holds up in court. Like, if you stab someone above the waist, you're automatically getting done attempted murder. But you could easily just die from a cut to the leg as well.
Yeah,
it don't make sense at all. It does not make sense.
There's like a vein in the thigh that if that's cut for too long, or if it bleeds out for too long, you can die from it. So
yeah, it's called the femoral artery. Runs through your femur.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just as big as your jugular. It's like cutting a man on his jugular, isn't it? It's like cutting a man's neck. It's the same thing.
All right, let me see if you guys want. If it's up to you, but are you guys fathers or no?
Yeah.
All right. I dropped a link in the chat. I would love if we could have this conversation as fathers, and then you guys watch the video and show it, and then we have a conversation right afterwards.
All right, cool.
All right, you're gonna get a laugh out of this because we've all seen it we've probably did it as kids, and I got a 2-year-old son here, and I know this is gonna happen to me too.
I remember back in my day that the worst one was girls used to go around toe punting man in their things, in their balls. Girls used to love doing that in my school, and they used to come to school in their mum's high heels with the pointed heels, aiming for mine.
What the fuck?
Girls were evil back in the day.
No, they're still evil. Don't get it twisted.
Levy's saying he's seen Muslims fight in the park, so he's saying what's
out? Doesn't even make sense, does it?
Is that haram or what?
Well, just because they're Muslims don't mean they're sticking to the rules, isn't it?
Exactly. They don't read. Everybody doesn't read the same hadiths. So
yeah, that's it.
Yeah. If they didn't get the memo, it's peak for you, man.
Oh, well, I've heard.
You're not allowed to punch me in the face.
Bro, I've heard the most staunchest Muslims saying stupid things like, "Oh, you can eat McDonald's." I was like, "How can you eat McDonald's, bro? That's haram. That's not halal meat." They're going, "Yeah, but according to the teachings, you can eat the food of the people of the book, and the Christian is the people of the book. So by default, you can eat McDonald's." I was like, "Nah, people of the book is Jews, bro. There is no Christian methodology for slaughtering animals."
I'm sure in Dubai and all the Arab countries. I'm sure.
Bro, have you been? If you go up Queensway, where all the rich Arabs live, they're all in McDonald's, all of them.
Is it?
Yeah.
My thing.
But then
I'm sure in
Middle Eastern as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they got McDonald's and they're probably halal, no?
It's like
they got halal McDonald's in their country, but here it's not.
Not here, no.
No, they'll have that in the ends, man. This is London, man. London, you can have what you want. If you own the ends, yeah, and you own every shop and all the people working in the shop are of your people, you could do that. They've done that with chicken shops and all sorts. You get me? I'm like, man, there's well too much spice in this.
You can get halal KFC. I've seen halal KFC.
Halal KFC, yeah. Seen halal Pizza Hut and all sorts.
That's some secret menu shit, though, isn't it?
Pizza shop selling kebab and all sorts, like mad. It's crazy.
No, that's when you get the pizza with the doner meat on it. That's when you're flossing.
I'm not a fan of that shit, man. That's too much. That's too much on your finger, no? Doner meat and pizza.
You get a pizza with doner meat on it, and then a portion of chips on top of that as well.
Not Con. No, Con. That's standard for Con.
No, it's not. I've been on the diet now.
That's a snack.
That's heart attack. That's fucking heart attack.
Yeah, for you and me, that's a heart attack.
You lot obviously ain't heard about skinny fat. These skinny people walking around with fat on their hearts. Yeah, see? That ain't me.
So, what's that got to do with the price of eggs? You fat with fat on your heart.
No. This is all mum's cooking, man. This is all mum's cooking. No, I didn't know about Pizza Hut till I was 15, bruv. Okay, no. Next man was born and bred on that shit, chicken nuggets and shit, when they were 5 years old. I didn't know about none of that.
Yeah, what about fish and fillet? Fish and fillet's halal, no?
Yeah.
That's halal, yeah.
It's halal. But it's actually really bad for you.
No, it's funny, man.
It's really unhealthy fillet of fish. It's like just literally a block of oil. It's one of the worst things you can eat. It's like it's the highest. I think out of all the McDonald's products, it's the highest fat content.
What, more than a double, like more than a Big Mac and a quarter pounder?
I think so. Yeah, I think someone was telling me. Yeah, I think it might be because it's just fried in oil, isn't it? It's just drenched in oil.
How many of them have you eaten in the past?
I'm not really a big fan of fillet of fishes.
You like the meat, yeah?
Pause.
Nah, my favorite is thingy, man. What's the chicken? Not chicken dippers, chicken selects.
Chicken selects,
yeah.
They're pricey for me, man. No, I don't know. It's like what? 6 for like £7.
Five. They give you 5.
How much?
£6 something with the meal.
Yeah, that's silly.
Is it? Is it?
Chicken selects is banging, bro.
Seen.
That's too pricey for me, man. It's too pricey, bro.
Yeah, you not eat every day. It's like once in a while, isn't it? Now and then.
Coming like a hadith or something.
Everything's by the letter, man. Everything's by the book now.
Hey, have you heard of a chicken connoisseur, innit?
Chicken connoisseur. The boy, the young child.
Khan's like...
Yeah.
Like these connoisseur, innit?
Yeah. No, with everything. The whole menu. Uber Eats connoisseur. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's trying all different stuff.
I'm tasting...
He's mixing Japanese a lot of with Turkish, everything.
Yeah, I'm tasting a lot of infused peppers with the meat. There's a lot of free range egg. I can taste a free range egg in here. You know, all that stuff. It's got a kick to it as well. It's got a bit of a kick to it as well. This McMuffin. Yeah.
I can't stand egg. One thing I can't eat is egg. I can't stand egg, bro.
Why?
Like it.
You might as well be eating a chicken's nut.
Eggs delete.
A chicken's nut,
mate.
Yeah, it's like the chicken bust, and then that's it. The egg white, innit? It's just like nut, innit?
You know when you're fat, yeah.
It's like nut juice.
You worry about the wrong things.
I've never seen it as nut juice, man.
Pause. Several pauses as well.
Can't eat egg, bro. Just can't do it.
What, scrambled, boiled, nothing, huh?
But if you scramble it and put loads of butter in it, maybe I can eat it.
Butter?
Or if you do an omelette with like loads of cheese in it, maybe I can eat it.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Lard on top of lard.
I can't just eat egg. I can't just eat egg on its own.
Fried lard. Them man there.
You must have 2 hearts in it, Colin. I reckon. Man.
Yeah, 2 hearts. 2 stomachs.
Yeah, man. What you think? What you trying to say? I'm that fat?
No, I'm saying you're putting too much work on your heart. All this butter and cheese and all this shit, man. It's gonna catch up, man.
I went gym yesterday. I done 90 minutes of cardio.
Yeah, but 90 minutes. If you cancel it out with junk food, it's just gonna cancel out.
Who's eating junk food? I ain't eating junk food.
But obviously, you're saying butter, all sorts.
Listen, I grew up in a house with the one pot thing. Mum used to cook one pot, and that's it. We're eating that food for 3 days. There ain't no fucking junk food going on.
Okay.
What? There weren't no junk food?
Nah.
Mm-hmm.
So there weren't no like cakes or.
So you see your various.
The only cakes I knew about was Jaffa cakes.
What about your European experts?
The biscuit.
You know, like living with certain European women. Did they cook? Did they cook a lot, or did they do takeout?
To be honest, I think European women, especially the career type women, they don't really cook that much.
They don't.
They ain't got time.
No. But now you got these kind of people that just drop off the ingredients to your door and then you just throw it in the wok or whatever. What's it called?
Hello Fresh.
Hello Fresh and all them things. Yeah, you know about it.
Lazy.
Yeah. So.
But even that's a bit of an effort sometimes, isn't it? That might take an hour or half an hour.
Yeah.
That's dead. Look, you got this thick insect girl. You get me? Yeah, she's pretty or whatever, but she's not feeding you. And she's not eating much herself. That's dead, man.
Yeah, but that's the thing these days. You can't look for everything in one partner, innit? You got to kind of spread the load.
No, man. Someone
one to have your children, one to like take out clubbing,
Oh, she's pretty, but she's bulimic. Like, allow it, man.
If you find bulimic people attractive, that's on you, bro.
No, man. Yuck.
I can't
you
get
could
down
tell.
with that.
You could tell with the gappy teeth and that. Like, yeah, you burnt out. You burnt out your teeth with the fucking vomit. Secret vomit gang. Like that.
Minimum requirement, man. Your tits need to be bigger than mine. That's it.
Imagine going fucking. Imagine going Nobu, innit?
36 double D's all the way then, I guess.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I go for the big ones, innit? Otherwise, it's embarrassing, bro. It's embarrassing when she's got these things.
I don't think big guys should go for big girls. No.
Big girls don't like big guys. That's what makes it difficult.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I know. It's an uphill struggle, but you know.
I think big on big is fair, and it's a fair fight.
No. It's all right. I mean, sometimes, I've been with a couple of big girls, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
chubby or whatever. But
yeah, but would you do that on the empty stomach? I wouldn't.
No. Them girls, they're the feed man.
Yeah, feed me first, and then
there's no fat feeder with me. You get me? They're feeding me. You get me? Like, I put some this round, I put this.
Can imagine Marky's like a bottomless pit. You just keep eating and eating and eating and eating.
No, I'm like, what's the double cream for? Oh, that's for me. Okay, cool. I don't eat that shit. You know
what double cream?
Yeah, like allow me, man.
No, but you know what they'll do as well? They'll fucking do all that shit.
You can have it on your stuff, yeah. But I'm saying, who buys it? Who goes out and buys it?
No.
Right.
They'll
bring it to man's yard. Like, what is this? What's going on here?
What they'll do is they'll do the starter. Yeah, they'll do the starter, second starter, main course, second main course, dessert, and then finish it up with Diet Coke. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Diet Coke to cancel everything out, yeah? No, man. All the way and stop, yeah? Just go all the way, man, isn't it?
What, full fat Coke? That's a killer.
Yeah.
If you got diabetes and you're eating full fat Coke whilst drinking it, you're gonna struggle to make it through the night, bro. You're gonna be on the toilet every 2 minutes, pissing it out.
You're gonna be there anyway.
Sugar. You gotta drink that Coke. You got no choice.
Well, after you've had fucking 2,000 or 3,000 worth of carbs, like, you must go. I don't know.
Why are you even drinking Coke? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I prefer Iron Brew. I don't know if you look like Iron Brew.
Iron Brew's nice, you know. I wasn't a fan of it like back in the day, but recently I've got into it, innit? But I don't know if it's good for you though.
No, I used to like Iron Brew and Tizer and all of them things there, but
yeah, Tizer, yeah.
I put down foolish things, bruv. And things is cancer. They carry cancerous properties, man. Like, it's mad. I need to allow it.
So what are you drinking now? Water?
No, man. I drink juices. I drink water. Yeah,
a lot more water than before. Juice is the worst thing you can have.
My Saka is all right. No, there's different types of juices now, man. You can get so many.
Saka's meant to be tap water, isn't it? Essentially, that's what I heard.
It's
spring water.
The least alkaline.
The least alkaline, yeah.
I mean, yeah, the least.
The least acid, you mean?
Yeah, acidic. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I was drinking it anyway before they did the test on the TV. I was like, okay, forget all them Volvics and all of that stuff. It's peak. If you can get some Saka, yeah, that's decent.
Turkish shop, man.
None of it's the best, but yeah, it's decent still.
I've been drinking fizzy water lately.
I never drink tap water. I tell you that.
Fizzy water is good for you.
Government juice has been loud from years ago, man.
Government juice.
Loud juice, man. I'm not drinking. Juice has got more sugar than Coke.
When I saw these invisible worms coming out the tap back in the day on my estate, like, hey, oi.
I think it's different though. Like obviously, like borough by borough, innit? I think like certain boroughs are fucking worst of the worst, innit?
Yeah,
I'm sure like West London could be like, I don't know, all them Hammersmiths and could have better water, but still, man.
I think North London's got the best water. Tap water.
North London, yeah?
Yeah, because we've got bare reservoirs, man.
Yeah, I lived near a reservoir, and the water that came from the reservoir was not our water. They made us know that when something went wrong with the water in the local area, and it never affected us. We was like, why? And they were like, yeah, we don't have this. We don't share the same water. Our one was up Fern Park Road.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
It was like, okay, mud system. You lot running over here, but cool. I don't want to drink that shitty water anyway, man. Fucking
exactly.
Even a reservoir, you know what the process is, bruv. Yeah, the top end of the estate, they had the shit thing right behind them. It's peak for them. In summertime. Yeah. Peak. I mean, I was like, right, imagine if I lived on that side. I'd be pissed. And I've never seen bigger rats, man. Because we've got the River Lee running alongside as well. And the railway. Like, if you want rats, or big ones, sewer rats, yeah, that's the best combination ever.
Yeah.
Each one of them holds rats, but like now you're gonna put all three together in the same location.
All we need now is a McDonald's.
Yeah, innit? No, but what they did, they put a Sainsbury's there. And the whole
Yeah. Sorry, connection's a bit dodgy, family. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, just like the owner.
Are you talking about Jets?
We left the door only.
Oh.
That's what we do.
You talking about the owner of the channel or owner of my tab? No, but really, guys, I came in last night. I think I was hallucinating or something. Did I hear? Actually, no. Do you know what? I don't want to. I'm not a cunt. I'm not gonna stir the boat. I just once you hear shocking information, you kind of got to move on, innit? You got to move on, especially if the person seems like he could try to put his hot. I don't know this. When man talking about he's actually strapped, I actually believe. I'm not actually starting to believe him.
Yeah, I'm strapped. You strapped.
Obviously, I don't want to re-highlight things that were said. Like,
you saying he's walking with a strap?
He was having a bad hair day, man. Just leave him.
He's having a bad day, and I know he's going to come back and see sense, and obviously.
Yeah, he's funny, man. He's just funny, man.
Yeah, man. But you know,
a little bit tactful.
I'm just saying, my brother, man. Just know who you are, man. Know where you are, and just relax.
No, you know when he's saying, stay strapped in it. I think he's saying both in it. He's saying stay strapped in, like be on point. But then obviously, man's carrying a little blade as well.
A little blade.
Yeah, he's got his little blade.
You know, like them right for him.
You know, like the pimps that have the little fucking razors and shit. He's got that in it.
No, but my point is, them pious people, if they get angry, it's peak for all of us. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. So look,
we live in their actual community or vicinity. It's peak for them. It's not peak for me. But
listen, I was talking to him. I think somehow. Oh yeah, that was it. He went on to Jen's channel. I went on there, spoke to him the difference between oneness, duality, different things. Yeah, about politics, and I mentioned something about his doctrine, and he went mad, bro. He's like, "Who are you? Who are you to question?" I was like, "Bro, we're talking about."
Yeah, I think the same thing last night. Maku, he did the same thing last night.
He went mad, bro. So I'm starting to realize.
What is this now? Spiritual supremacy.
That's what it is. No, that's what I'm saying, bro. The brothers is banging out, man.
No, you know, like when some people learn stuff and they think they're the only ones, and they wanna let everyone know, innit? That's their thing. You know, because they just learn it. You got to learn it too. And how come you ain't learned about this thing? We get it with all walks of life, all types of faiths and religions and all of that. People stopping me in the street. Do you know Jesus loves you? It's like, yeah, I don't know about that. You're talking Greek to me, man. I'm not Greek, man. As you can see, I'm
good point. African. That's a Greek thing, isn't it?
What are we talking about? You know what I mean? And they'll be like, And we're like, yeah, man, loads of them. And Church of Latter-day Saints and like Church of Latter-day what?
Mormons.
Yeah, what's going on?
Jehovah's Witnesses, all this stuff, man.
Knocking at man's door, all sorts of shit. You know what I mean? They're the most relentless Jehovah's Witnesses, though. That's what I said. No
they are.
If you want to give dawah, as a Aki, like you go to someone's door. I dare you. No one ain't doing that. So that's how you
I got friends that are in the Witnesses, man. They're always trying to drag us to the meetings.
Kingdom
they try hard. Kingdom all, innit?
Yeah, all that madness.
I'm like, is there going to be girls there? They're like, yeah, but you can't chat to them. I'm like, why not? Like,
you have to be
let's increase the ummah, innit?
You want to spread your seed, bro.
Let's increase
They're not about it, bro. They're not about it.
It's weird, isn't it? It's mad. It's definitely like a cult.
Yeah, it's a cultish thing.
Yeah. They got wardens, all of this shit. All these people looking out. You get me? Yeah.
Would you say that they're the most devout? Are they the most devout Christians though? They are pretty much, isn't it?
No.
Are they even Christian?
They're Jehovah's Witnesses. They're just Jehovah's Witnesses.
They're their own thing, isn't it? Yeah.
They're their own thing. Yeah, they're not necessarily Christians.
A lot of their rhetoric is based around prophecy, isn't it?
Yeah, end of times and all that.
Yeah.
A little bit, but they spun it in their own way, man. It's like it's been pimp my ride Christianity. That's what it is.
Are they strange? Are they strange or something? They're really strange to me, bro. There's something off. I don't know if it's off key or.
No, they're like what they are is they're super. No, they're anti-establishment. They're anti. Birthdays aren't anti-holidays, all that stuff in it. So a lot of the Christian celebrations. Huh?
Yeah,
they look like. I'm not gonna lie, they look like zombies, man. They look like. I'm not gonna lie, brother. They look like zombies. The way, but I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying constantly. But when they come to your door, and you tell them to 90% of telling you to get away.
I don't know about West London, yeah. I don't know about West London, yeah, but their recruitment system in North London is tremendous, bro.
Oh man, I've seen some fine Jehovah's Witness females on my door.
No shade on no Jehovah's Witness women. I'm telling you, bro.
Bro.
They're balling out here.
But there's a lot of Africans doing that thing, you know.
I know.
So there's a lot of Africans.
You want to see a Congo chick in a Ali McBeal pencil skirt. It looks nuts. Popping out at all corners and that. And she's got a little hat like she's gonna bloody
Miss Goody Two Shoes.
Yeah, Grand National and that. Like, what's going on?
Ascot.
Yeah, Ascot, yeah, hat day and that. Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? I'm like, raw. So what happens is because I'm next to the Kingdom Hall, and the one in North London must be like one of the top ones in the whole of England.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest ones.
They all take it in turns twice a year
to do the circuit.
To do the circuit. So I get to see all Jehovah's Witnesses in a sense.
Yeah.
Times, you know what I mean? That's why I saw that Emmanuel guy 1 week.
Oh, Emmanuel from Philly, from Speaker's Corner.
Yeah. Because I always wondered what he was. Because I was like, right, you kind of Christian-y, gay comedian-ish. I don't know what's going on.
Comedian-ish, you know.
And then one day I saw.
No, he said that he was a comedian, bro.
He's a comedian. Not a very good one, but he's a comedian all the same. You know what I mean? I just found it weird that he was doing gay jokes. You know what I mean? Bro, that was funny, or was it just that club? You know what I mean? Because your material seems to match up. You wrote that yourself. You know what I mean? Like, no one forced your hand to make those jokes.
I remember that Speaker's Corner video of him and Raj walking home from Speaker's Corner, and then halfway home he must have thought, "Wow, we're getting close to my yard." Like, what's Raj trying to do? Like, just turn up at my yard or something? He just dived. He goes, "Anyway, I gotta go," and just crossed the road. Left him standing there. Like, I was like, yeah. You know, Raj would have followed you to your house, bro.
Yeah, they kind of live in the same area, innit?
Yeah,
that's all. East London things.
Oh, I've heard that. I don't know if this is just folklore, yeah, folktale. But is it? Are the devout ones way more freaky? Like, especially like the.
No, they're like not trying to like mouth any particular community.
I'm not being deep. I'm not being disrespectful.
From the JWs that I know, there is a huge problem with child abuse. There is a huge problem. They have got a huge problem with child abuse. I think there was a TV documentary about it as well.
Remember, they've been banned in certain countries, like not allowed in Germany no more. Certain places like that. I don't know why.
Or even Turkey. I think they might even be like restricted in Turkey.
No, it makes sense still, but. It don't make sense. He left it too little, too late. Like,
I think what they were doing, they were trying to like bribe people into converting. Like they were just like giving them free food, and like they were trying to like target people in that way. And I think it was a bit unorthodox.
Because I think with them as well, a lot of it is to do with numbers, isn't it? It's about who you're converting, who you bring to the church, or bring to the stuff.
It's like being a parking attendant, isn't it? Like you can't come back without less than 10 tickets.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how they got so much. I don't know how they've got so much financial support. Yeah, because they're literally preaching the end of capitalism, basically, or the end of the West, because they're saying it's the end of days. The people who are ruling this planet is the people that basically the West, right? So that's why they wanted to stop them in all these different places, because it was turning people against the system, the very system, and that's theirs, isn't it? So that's why they. I don't think it was for any other reason.
Yeah, but I think when it comes to religions and faiths and beliefs, you can't really judge it by does it make sense. It's how staunch are the believers. That's what raises the money, isn't it?
So if you've got loads of people sitting in a room, pretty much doing nothing that's financially beneficial for the government, and they're also speaking about the end of days, all the different. Because don't forget, I think government, any religion, is going to be some sort of hindrance to the government, unless, especially foreign religions. If it's a religion that's from,
bro,
you know what I mean?
We're living in England. All religions are foreign. What indigenous religions are there?
So not one religion is going to support a lot of the things that are going on in the West, like, you know, what we see, how women go on in nightclubs, alcohol, you know, the overall morality and
Chinese art, all that stuff.
Yeah, so that's so. I think any religious system is going to be detrimental to a capitalist society. Any religion, I don't think there's one religion I could name that could work very well with any sort of Western government. That's why they play against all religions. That's why I believe it's not just Islam. They're silently after Christianity, silently after all of these sects, bro. Trust me.
I don't know about Christianity. I think Christianity in this country is pretty much what they kind of go off, because obviously they're going off the Church of England and all that stuff, innit?
You know what? I thought that as well, Blue Red. But when I heard Stephen Fry speaking of God, and he's one of the most respected intellects, I think, in Scientology. You thought he's an atheist. But he's respected.
And he's a Batty man as well. So.
Yeah, he's gay. He's respected, though. Respected in the conscious the English
European consciousness. No.
Yeah, apparently. And he speaks like ill of God. And he's talking about Christian God.
He's gay, man. Come on, look. When you're gay, you're fighting against God. You've got to be an atheist. You've got
Definitely. No God's going to support gayness, which is
right. So that's what it is. Like, plain and simple. When we find out a lot of these atheists are Satanists and all of this type of stuff, because they're denying one thing and maybe even taking up another thing. Not realizing, I don't want to believe in God. It's not real for me. Okay, the real God that's tangible for you is Lucifer. Mad thing.
That's crazy. That obviously the biggest enemy against any religion seems to be now against the gay people. These gay powerful people that are trying to get rid of it. But
Kingo, what's this about the gays that put a stop to that new Marvel film, The Eternals? Apparently they had like some pre-release viewings, and they were like, "Oh, there's not enough gay people in it." They put the whole film on pause, like the release of it's been paused and shit.
They put it on pause.
I don't know, bruv. I'm not the holy grail of gay happening, bruv.
You obviously don't have things.
You're trying to refer to me like I'm excited gay.
Yeah, Carl.
Let me tell you something. The most uncensored place right now is TikTok. If you want to see real news, real current events, and real shit going down, it's all going to be on TikTok.
No, allow it, man.
And that's where I see it.
Yeah, that's sleazy. Well,
it's dead food, man.
Yeah, you got a thing though. You got algorithm. They only show you the things that you want to see, innit? So you can control it, but like if you leave it uncontrolled, TikTok's a dark place.
All I'm saying is,
a lot of riots, a lot of things going down in the world that don't even get reported on TV. You can see it all on TikTok.
And you know what? Whilst the world's going crazy, we've got all these platforms that allowing your child to sell her feet on our OnlyFans page, yeah, or any other fucking body part. And you think your daughter's in that room, yeah, cleaning up her room, or she's pissed off, or she don't want you in her room. Just bust open that door and you'll see what she's doing.
Bro, pretty soon you're going to see legalized prostitution, because culturally it's becoming a normal thing. Because like even we was having a conversation with Ultra once, Ultra Funky, and he was saying that if his daughter was a porn star, like he would drive her to site, drop her off at work, make sure she's safe, and all this. Yeah,
that's some lefty talk, man. That's some shit.
Yeah. Very lefty. That's very lefty. That's extreme lefty.
I mean, I don't know. I respect it because he's obviously taking care of his daughter. But
I'm hoping he's just saying it for effect, like to be thingy.
Yeah, controversial.
Like, controversial, yeah. I'm hoping for his daughter's sake.
But that's definitely a mad thing. That's definitely mad, bro.
But there are people that feel like that, though.
How are you driving your daughter to get cum on the face and then picking her up afterwards as well?
They're looking at it as that some Mia Khalifa thing, isn't it? Like she's going to do about 4 films. And then she's just going to be an international superstar and just be making money for doing nothing.
It'll be a one-time visit, tell you. Yeah. It'll be called the Pornhub Massacre. Yeah, okay. You're the director, yeah? Co-star and all that. Yeah, is that how you lot are rolling, yeah? Mad thing.
No, look, I've seen.
Well, you're the T-girl, yeah? You're the T-girl, yeah? Okay, what?
T-girl.
Yeah, the two.
I don't know. I don't even know. Once I come back with the Centex bomb, that's going to blow up the whole fucking set. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm leaving with my daughter. I'll just leave her there. No, I'll be back in a minute, man. Because this is long. I might have to blow up. How many am I going to blow up?
Just phone up Irish Brian, innit? Yo, Brian, I need them things that you got.
You know them ones there, like, yo. Listen.
Yeah. Irish Brian's always holding on to a few, like, ex-IRA kind of like.
Well, there's one left over.
Mary Jane saying,
my brother,
Mary Jane saying prostitution is legal, isn't it? Apparently, it is.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it's legal, but it's not illegal. It's probably not illegal.
No,
they've monetized.
No,
yeah, but
you talk about.
Can you get arrested for it though? Or not?
Let's talk about glamour modeling, as they call it.
Okay.
AKA Pornhub. Yeah, everyone's dying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Even on Facebook now, they're getting sleazy.
Loading up the straps. Make sure you're strapped, cuz. Make sure you're strapped. When I come through, that's when I agree with H. Like, make sure you're strapped, cuz. Are you going to the film set? Yeah. Make sure you're strapped. Yeah, I got my strap on me. Trust.
Don't leave home without it.
You get me? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe Ultra means that for real, man. But that's a mad statement, bro. That's a mad statement.
Yeah, he likes to be.
Ultra says a lot of mad things, bro. I think he's just trying to be controversial, though.
She can't do nothing else. She can't work in hospital.
Hot calling kettle black, you know, I can't.
Why? I ain't got.
You do the same thing. No, you always got to say things that are controversial. So
that's true, but I don't do it on purpose to make a name for myself. I'm just like that.
You're just naturally, remedial.
I'm just who I am, innit? I'm not playing a role. Ultra will clearly admit that he just plays a role for the thing, innit, for the show. Like that's not really him.
You're fascinated by Ultra, though.
I'm just saying, certain people like on this whole YouTube thing are just playing a role. Like in real life, they're not like that. Which is fair enough, isn't it?
I don't
even know. Even go on.
I think personally, King Golds, if you met him in real life, he'll be a proper like decent guy. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think James Jones has probably got about 4 or 5 Muslim friends.
Do you think?
Yeah.
No, that, bro. That.
Yeah, I think he has.
It's more likely King Gold's a nice, non-bumbling person.
I'll go back into my.
You're right, man. Hey, listen, I've got too many brothers and sisters to be a cunt, man.
Oh, Rob James Jones, boy, fully. Jack and Nori thing. Just for the.
What about that time James Jones told us about when he got robbed? It was a classic, bro.
No, I never heard that.
He was riding his moped, and he just must have smashed into some parked car, knocked himself out. And he goes, some BM just pulled up in Palmer's Green and like tinted out windows and that. Because some brother jumped out, started running towards him, and he's thinking, thank God, someone's coming to save me. Man just punched him in his face, snatched his chain, jumped in the car and drove off. He was lying there thinking, what a bastard.
You'd for someone.
But that's real life, though, isn't it? That shit happens.
If someone
you're rolling around unconscious on the floor, like, what do you think is going to happen?
How is he talking so bougie? That's what I'm saying. If he's from the bits, from the ends, he's from Wood Green. You know what I'm saying? Like, where's all this bouginess coming from? That's what I said. He will try and intellectualize his way out of a punch. It's too late. You got some street smarts with the articulation. You know what I mean? We appreciate it. Like, yeah, bare people where we come from, go uni and that. Like, what? So what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. So man can definitely write a nice email. I can definitely imagine him writing a nice email. Nice
for the man, them. Like, yo, like, it's cool, man. For the less fortunate, for the less fortunate.
Yeah, like, James Jones, got like, peace, you ain't though. Been robbed at least once in your life.
James, I'll give you an 8.
You haven't lived, man. You haven't lived, innit?
Oh, James, I'll give you an 8 if you send this email for me.
Yeah, you know when you get like a parking ticket and you need to write that detailed response. Yeah, get him to do it. Yeah, get him to do it. He'll do it.
Man, I got family members who can do that, but yeah, just in case.
Dear sirs and madam, I write to you to inform
to who this may concern. Bars. You get me? We do it like it's a rap thing. Like we're writing 16 bars in the studio. Like, yeah, so what should I put next?
Conclusion. In conclusion.
No, you can't use Shakespeare in English on this one, my G. Oh, shit. Okay. Get me? And don't use the same word more than 3 times. Like one.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work, man. Get me? Okay. Hey, man, do it for gift cards and everything. You know, they'll always do one. One of my brethren was excellent at poetry and writing and composing letters and all of that. Yeah, bro. You know when you had that special girl, like, oh, shit. You know what? I don't even know what to write, man. Like, I beg, bro. Do one of them things you done for Next Man or whoever you done it for. Did you get it? That was bad. Yeah, you got to have that, man.
You know what, yeah? Talking about people in real life, I think Mac would be cool in real life.
Hold on. That guy wasn't a bad man, though. I'm just letting you know. That guy. He wasn't a bad guy. Yeah, he knew the guy. He was associated to the bad guys. You know what I mean? But he went college. He went uni. He did his thing. I said those guys were the exempt in the ends. No one ever troubled them. People working, whether it's McDonald's, because everybody wants free McDonald's. You get me? And you got the manager on your estate. Like, what's going on?
The manager on your estate.
She's been working there since she was 16, and now she's the manager. Yes, facts. You know what I mean? Like all the student ones, everyone just got their pass. Because we want them to do well. Because we never know when we're going to need them. Imagine one of them is a lawyer now. He's going to have your best interests at heart, is he not?
A king
or maybe not. It could be a James Jones and just because he got robbed.
Do you know what? Yeah, it's funny saying James Jones. Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, man. Always
it's mad.
Good to get that reality check.
It's mad. What $2 gets you, innit? $2 gets you quite a bit, man, nowadays, isn't it?
Prawn cocktail.
Fuck. Yeah, I would say James Jones came on here, bro, and he was having a sort of argument or debate.
Hissy fit, we call it.
But Uncle, man, I feel like sometimes you feel like it's us against them sometimes when it comes to G Block. You know what I mean?
Who?
I don't know. I think you've been triggered by one or two people on G Block, innit? You know what I mean? They came through saying it's like even the word must get you pissed off, bro. I don't know what it is.
No, man. I fucking murdered everybody on there.
If I come through here saying Ginger, you won't get
including
mad.
Including the owner. So it doesn't even matter. Yeah. I was there in its conception. I've had some great debates over there. There's nothing wrong with being over there. It's just Betty's over there. That's the only thing. Betty's been cancelled.
You know, it's quite funny, yeah. Like she'll come on and Belly would try his best to be like positive, but you could tell he was pissed off. I could tell when Belly's pissed off. It's quite hard to tell with some people, innit? Because they've got like this poker face. They've got a bit of a poker face demeanor. But yeah, man, Betty's mad, bruv.
Yeah, we don't respect Betty, man. So, as I said, that's why I don't go over there. But any other reason?
As well as sometimes I was popping up.
All my victims was on there. You was on there, Bear my victims.
That's the thing, yeah. We've never had a debate, and you buried me in anything. You've never really buried me on anything.
No, I had to fight against mental health.
The channel I had to fight against. Sort of L, but maybe it wasn't. I don't think I've never lost an intellectual debate. Never.
You have loads.
So I'm not dumb enough. I'm not dumb enough to challenge someone.
Like you weren't even. You're not even on that level to say like, yeah, me and you had a debate. No, you got beaten in life. You get me?
What are you talking about? You are chatting shit. I tell you why.
You was emotional. You was crying.
No. I tell you what. Everything you was teaching, Maku. Everything you're teaching, I already know, Maku. And I'm being quiet.
What are you lying for? How can you know? How can you know what Maku's talking about when Maku don't even know what he's talking about?
As a Brunkle teacher, you allowed you to say the position. But I already knew all this stuff.
You want to go intellectual? You're not. There's nothing intellectual about you. What are you talking about?
Good afternoon.
I've got you beaten on a couple of topics.
I won't.
You got me beaten on Dr. Eng. You got me beaten on the Elohim, yeah, on that Elohim part of it. What? But that's
what happened. What happened is interesting. Somebody made a claim that they'd never been intellectually defeated. Remember these words from a particular woman. Have you seen a pum pum?
Yeah, and that's the only thing I was thinking about. Literally, the only possible thing that you could talk about when it comes to FMG. But if you notice, people were trying to spring.
That has been murdered upon murdered upon murdered.
No. That was if you want to know what straw man is, that is a textbook example, family. So if you want to refer back to that particular debate with me and Nynefa, that was a straw man at its finest. Mate. That's like
you were championing FGM and you didn't look good.
Oh no,
you got very upset because the reanimator recorded it. I remember, and you were demanding that the reanimator removed that video. Remember that?
This is Yoruba power now, isn't it? Yoruba. He's got his. No, but really, honestly, this is Yoruba supremacy out here. But really, look. That was
go on.
That's funny, yeah. That's funny that should happen, yeah. Because I said that I don't believe the statistics put across in a form of propaganda. You know how they try to blow things up, or they try and make someone that's good bad or bad good. Yeah, and. I literally condoning. I wasn't condoning.
It's fucking you up, bro.
FGM. Yeah. So I can go all the way.
Yeah, it's triggering you.
Nah, that's all it was. And people try to say, "Oh, so you condoning FGM?" Banksy come up with his typical dramatic self. Yeah, like we're watching a fucking soap program or some EastEnders type fucking
this
series.
Is ridiculous. Man.
And how can you? And the guy's talking about masturbating over a picture. I don't know. It's mad. It's a mad, crazy.
What's crazy? Kingo, do you endorse? Can you just say for the record? Do you endorse FGM then, or what?
Endorse, co-sign, all of them words. No, I don't. No.
Okay.
All of them words. None of the above. No. So I mean, it was. I know for a fact that when they went into Nigeria, the main two things, the reason why they murdered a lot of people. Was just basically on the pretense of what was it? What were they saying? Child female FGM, and they were killing twins.
Kingo, are you a bit of an authority on FGM?
And they went and killed so many people on this premise. Yeah.
Did you look into the subject though?
I've looked into it too. Yes, and obviously, but it's common sense. It's common sense.
Don't share your
right?
screen. Don't share your screen, bro.
No, I'm not looking at the
What did you look into? What did you look into?
That's the thing, yeah. It's actually, for me, it was a squeamish, very unattractive.
Kingo, can I ask you a question?
So no one's going to look into that, are they? Who's going to look into that?
It's a serious question. As far as I know, there's two types of FGM. One is very similar to male circumcision, where any excess hanging down skin is sort of like removed to expose the kind of genitalia to increase sexual pleasure or a sexual function. And then there's the opposite version where they just basically cut off the clit and just stitch up the whole thing and just basically just have a little hole to kind of like remove the sexual function. Is that true? Is that true? Or have I just made that up?
I believe that there's a number of different reasons why they do it. I think there's more than that actually, Carl. There's actually just a couple more than that in terms of reasons. So it's not just there's one way for every person.
So if that's the case, then how can we argue if it's good or bad?
Listen, if you want to argue that it's good, that's on you. Okay.
I'm saying every man's been on the hunt, innit? The hunt for the little white pearl. You get me? If there's some like a medical procedure to kind of expose the pearl, like what's wrong with that?
What the G spot you're talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
No, the clip.
The clip's there. It's there. It's in the same place.
I know, but some of them got like this hood over it, like the overextended hood.
Okay. So you
trim it back.
Want it to be
like a male, like with the male circumcision, they just trim back the
foreskin,
the excess skin. Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that. Like if someone's born with the unfortunate position of having some extended skin that don't need to be there,
cut off.
Yeah, like what's wrong with that?
Wait, hold on. You're in my position now. You're taking my stance now.
How would you know that though?
Now the thing is, I didn't even actually say that. Yeah, just go through
do the experiment to be checking.
That's why
it's obvious, isn't it? If you got like a 6-inch dick and a 10-inch foreskin, what are you gonna do, bro? You got to trim that shit back, innit? It's that man with a fringe coming with a fringe down to his knee.
No, but you do
you
it
got
as
to
a
trim that back,
baby.
trim the fringe back, innit?
You do it as a
How
baby.
you gonna see your face?
There you go. So, uncle.
These things are done when you're a baby. So, like, what are you doing?
Not always when you're a baby.
Well, how do you say you're checking the pum pum?
So Ellery and Uncle
you think it's done when they're quite old?
Wait.
Ellery's not involved.
Listen, if you want to talk, do not pull me into this conversation.
Ellery.
Yeah, do not pull him about anything to do with
your Igbo history. That's
No, don't say Igbo. Don't say Igbo, man. This is purely mixed race.
Yeah, sorry.
Black skin. This is black skin.
Igbo-Narski? No, what?
Igbo-Narski.
What? Anyway, I'll leave it alone. Yeah, we know.
Seinfeld. You know what the funny thing is? There's more Muslims. There's more Muslims in the Yoruba nation. Yeah. So that means there's probably more is frequently happening in the Yoruba community. It's quite funny you should say that, Macri. Right? Don't trust me, man. I know
I think man will know about his tribe, bro. Like,
yeah, but unfortunately for you,
why he's quiet. That's why
hold on. But unfortunately for you, the Ashkenazi side is biting off the foreskin. How about that?
You know what that is? That's all about it. Why are you doing
It's actual factism.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's what you
do. Man, they know what they're doing, Con.
Why is your
the
irony?
You actually walked into that one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so the Yorubas are putting people and burning people and sacrificing them because there's so many spiritualists there as well.
Wait, are you saying that FGM is a Muslim thing or Kingo? Is that what
no, but it's predominantly
Jewish
practice. It's predominantly practiced
Jewish. Yeah. So it's Ashkenazi, Polish stuff's going on.
Nah, stop it.
Sever the baby meat with the teeth.
All right, can we get some people to clarify or try and disclaim?
So what do you do, Kingo? What do you keep it or do you cook it or what do you do with it, bro?
That's the thing, yeah, because like I don't know. Maybe the thing is, in the Igbo community, there's been nothing to do with FGM. Circumcision was something that I know commonly done with the young men. But in terms of the FGM, you won't hear about nothing like that in Igbo. I've never heard about that.
Okay, Axum saying that apparently most girls die after it because of the infection that you get through FGM.
Yeah. But am I correct in saying that? I don't want to try and make
that makes sense.
I won't believe anything Axum says, man.
Anybody.
Is it?
Yeah, she's just spreading propaganda, man.
Just do it in your Jewish community, man. Your Jewish community.
Anti-Muslim Eritrean little hater.
You lot running around playing fucking greasy smut wrestling.
You got more than SDM. You got ChewDM. You know what I mean? You're chewing on the baby meat.
You eat shit up.
Yeah. You're just chewing on the baby foreskin, telling us something. Like, fall back.
Yeah, what they're doing, they've got people's toes and testicles on necklaces.
Your Rabbi, Rabboni.
Yeah, cannibalism where he's from. There's cannibalism. They're eating each other.
Yeah, Rabbi Goldstein.
They're eating each other. They're eating each other.
What are you talking about?
They are.
Just making stuff up.
I know. What's he doing?
Man's talking about penis chains and shit, man. What is wrong with you, bro?
No, but you know what? The Igbos are very, I'd say, most civilized. The peak society. Not me trying to be too Igbo or identitarianism, or whatever you want to call it, label it.
Yeah, it's true, blood. It's true.
They are. They're very
most civilized out there, bro.
And you know what? Yesterday I was actually meditating. And
not this one. Oh. This one ain't.
Why
Igbo nasty?
It's Igbo nasty, bro.
No, man, stop that, man.
This is Skanibo. You know what I mean? Skanibo.
I was
confused, bro.
This
is like the Nigerian version of Woody Allen.
Like, this sounded like this yesterday. This sounded like
Stephen Torkins.
A male talk show, bro. Sex in the City, bro. Man was talking about his star. It sounded like Sex in the City yesterday, bro, on here. Man was talking about his star, all these things. So stop it, man. Stop it. You can't say that I'm that way inclined, and you're talking about it. You speak about this time. Okay. Anyway, I'm just going to remind. So now I actually feel quite cool and calm and reassured that I'm not the only one who can talk about things and it not be a case of me being gay. Isn't it, calm? Because you can talk about the starfish.
Wow.
Well, I had the honor of having my starfish discussed at length, and I didn't feel gay. I didn't feel gay at all. But you're the one bringing up gayness right now.
I'm being honest with you now.
What's that say about you?
You were talking about.
You're using man as an excuse. That's mad.
You were talking about making a woman come through a bumhole, man. That's disgusting, bro.
Making a woman come through anal sex?
Yeah.
Why do you think women have anal sex, bro? Because it makes them come, in it, you idiot.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Fucking, but do you know what? That was all strange because then that was literally you after you talking about your starfish and you didn't realise that.
What do you mean?
You don't talk about your bum and then talk about making a woman bum come.
I'm not from your community. I don't have the same sensibilities that you have.
Literally straight after you're talking about, yeah. Okay. But anyways, moving on.
Don't judge me by your standards, bro.
Elliot, what's going on at Kingo, man?
No, but look, really, honestly,
what's the point you were trying to make?
I
trying
to
make.
On the platform.
Yeah, what was the point was he trying to make? I don't understand.
With 1,000 people watching.
When he watched it and he analysed it.
Can I ask you, Kingo, have you ever had
patterns in it?
Have you ever had the Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax off treatment?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had that?
You get beaten up in jail for that talk. You definitely would get beaten up.
I'm just saying, have you ever had your
salad never tossed? Been jail, Kingo. Like, what
have you ever had the salad tossed?
That's why I would never go to jail, because there'd be people like Khan in there, brother, getaway driver, who got caught and, you know, is in jail talking about all these weird things. I don't want to go there. Maku saying pause every time you say meat.
There's no Invictus wing
in and out
in jail, you know.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna be on the same wing as
I'll be beating the shit out of you. No, honestly, I'll be beating the shit out of
you. There's nothing you could do.
Sometimes.
He'd be laughing at you saying, "Enne," while he's dealing with his man. Like,
but that's the thing, though. Yeah, this is how callous.
You're there lying on a slab, like
this is how callous
in the middle of association.
Maybe before Kingo had his situation, maybe Kingo was like 6'2", 6'3", and he scared people and stuff. Maybe he was like a big tough guy.
A little bit.
No, I wasn't. I was never really that tough.
He wasn't tough, but he was tall.
But the thing is about me is why people got fucked up with me because I didn't have externally tough. So when they put their thingies down, isn't it? They put their things down.
Externally tough.
Yeah, I weren't externally trying to put play this down. So when people realize, oh my god, they woke up off the floor. That's what I'm saying. When they woke up, they were seeing stars. So that's all it is. So it's like a lion. It's like a lion.
Story must be told.
Anyway,
in Germany, I'm Johan.
You can't even Jello one. You can't even mix up your Jello one.
You remember it, can't you?
Yeah, man.
Come on, man.
You can't even pick up
my story must be told. With that guitar, ladle.
Yeah.
It's a ladle, yeah. Come on. Yeah, sorry, Kingo, what you were saying?
Uncle, look, honestly, get a punching bag and then start training, get some wedgeness to you. And then, yeah, maybe you can connect with one of these punches.
What are you talking about?
And you punch Ahmad Ali in his face and his glasses took the punch and his glasses was still on his head. How's that? How did that work?
It's not Maku's fault that Ahmed Ali
punch that guy, his fucking whole head's gonna explode.
I'm just saying, it was a soft jab.
It's not his fault, is it?
That punch
Neo doing some Matrix move.
Wait. It was a soft punch, and he absorbed it well. We're not.
It
wasn't meant to maim. It was meant to stun. Like,
did you connect with him though, Uncle? Did you actually connect with him?
Right, it's fun, bro. That's why man had to readjust his glasses. You don't readjust your glasses if someone missed you.
Wait, he moved mad quick though. He did move like a bit like Bruce Lee though. He moved quick.
He can
move. Who are you talking about,
bro?
Ahmed Ali that time, bro. He had some swiftness.
The guy who punched Beefy in the face.
Oh no, bro! It wasn't really what was he doing? Really, he got punched in the face, tried to punch back, and then got thrown on the floor. It wasn't really like anything special.
Nothing.
No, but honestly, as a viewer, take the emotionalness out of it. Say like your Muslim brother saying that.
I did come back in with a flurry though. Yeah, that was.
You got to rate that, bro.
That was me.
But he actually thought he got rushed, and I was successful in my mission. When I punch you and I give you a flurry, you think you got hit by several people.
Bro, I was cracking up, you know. Like, all emotions aside, bro, that is the funniest thing to watch. And anybody can come on here and say, seeing a small little dude trying to hold his glasses on and his hijab at the same time, while he's getting dashed, is the funniest thing ever, bro. I don't know what it is. It was hilarious, bro. But because he was so small when he tried to step up to 3 dudes that were like 6'6", it was funny, bro. It was hilarious.
One thing we've got to say about Ahmed Ali, he's got the heart of a lion.
Yeah. It's not a war.
He's got the heart of a lion. He can't fight. He's probably never had a fight in his life.
No.
But he's got the heart of a lion, bro.
He's not dressed correctly, but
he's not even
dressed correctly. No, it seems to be all right earlier when he was doing a flying punch at Omar. So
true. Yeah, true that.
It seemed to impede him then. So I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? Once the parameters change and it's someone of your own age group and something, it's just different now.
Yeah, I think with Ahmed Ali, definitely. If you're elderly or woman, you fucking who'll fuck you up.
But 1 minute, to be fair to Ahmed Ali, I did hear him saying to Maku that he's happy to have a rematch. He did want to fight you.
Yeah, well, he's a pussy. He didn't want
obviously that does show a degree of mental health.
Now he's dead. He's dead.
That is a bit of a mental health issue.
He's dead. It's an on-site thing now. Anywhere else, I'm just brocking him up. I ain't even got
you can't go around Maku. You can't go around beating up like mentally ill people, bro. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
no, listen.
It's not the full ticket, man. Come on.
Listen, what happened was it was like a reverse challenge. You see, when you come to me and you offer me a challenge, if you cannot fulfill the parameters of the challenge, because I've offered my services up, and he says it's for charity. I'm saying the charity is your hospital bill, but no problem. Any charity you choose, I will put money to, because I ain't losing shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's within a time limit. Once that time limit expired, it's open season. Doesn't mean I can jump out of the forest, I can jump out of anywhere, and wherever I see you at, I'm just brocking you up.
But was Ahmed Ali saying a fight, or was he saying like tennis, or was he saying something like Connect Four? What was he saying? Was he saying a fight?
Wait, sorry, hang on, guys. Jedi, if you're listening, I think backstage, Beefy's backstage and stop.
You know what's sick though? Do you know what's banging? Is that I see when man threw the blow, I was like, right, who's gonna? And then I see Uncle Maku, the wizard. The intellect is I thought, no, because I just thought he was just running. You don't need just wizard, just knowledge, no fuckery, no, just like H, no fuckeries, no beefing, just pure intellect. And then he just threw a punch, and then I see 3 other guys like finish him coming from the side, and I thought, fucking hell, bro, I'm not fucking with Jedi ever, bro, or Maku or Eddie.
No, it's not
there was 3 other guys.
It's a lie.
So that's good. It's good. Me personally, I think it's good, isn't it? That they're back in it.
It's not.
I don't think they went too deep where they were like,
no,
it
wasn't.
You know what I mean? Like, with an inch of his life or anything. But obviously, you know, we're not going to get slapped around. Bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. If, for example, if I'm with my uncle and my brother, and you punch my brother in the face. I'm fighting that person. I'm not going to say, "Oh, well, you didn't hit me." I'll say, "It's cool, innit?" Like if you hit my uncle, my dad in front of me, it's on easy.
Yeah, of course it is. Same. And especially if you're the first to react, you see the reaction speed. You get me? Was there, innit?
It's fair game. It's fair game for me. It's fair.
Me personally, I'd avoided someone to that mental. After I see him attack that dude, I wouldn't even have approached him. He's mentally ill.
I didn't really want to dash my Ciroc away, but obviously that was the extendo hand, so I had to drop the drink and then punch him.
The funny thing is, in that whole thing, there was this one guy who had a hat and glasses, and he was laying into Ahmed Ali like Ahmed Ali was a punch. And no one has ever like talked about that guy. That guy just sailed off into the sunset.
What, you mean the spectator? He was just a spectator.
Yeah, the spectator, the member of the public. Yeah, we're gonna leave it like that, Larry. But trust me, our brother has been well compensated and rewarded for his services. You know what I mean? He's not even like that type of guy. He's just, he's had enough, and he threw that one punch. But I said his punch was the most effective.
Maybe he done it for the sake of Omar, because he might have just witnessed Omar's abuse and thought, "Nah, this guy's taking a piss now."
No, he was with us. That's all. He was with us. It's just that he's not that type of guy, and he had enough. He had enough, man.
You got to think to himself, Ahmed Ali was like, he must have been thinking in his mind, I'm going to try and punch one of them, and then just break myself.
He actually tries to punch Jedi,
but he misses.
Just clear missed him and accidentally hit the next person along.
It's twice. He tried to punch with one hand and then tried to punch with the other hand.
If you watch it, he's punching with his eyes closed. He's got his eyes closed.
He does. And that is the point.
Mad swinging.
I'm glad you saw that, because I saw that. That's why I punched him. Like, what the? I can't save you now. It's too late. You just close your eyes and hope for the best. Is that what we're doing out here?
But
I told Shamsi, I said, Shamsi, listen, I would never personally go up to 3 Arab men, or 3 white men, or 3 Asian men, and punch one of them in the face. I would never do that.
That makes sense.
Do you think the thing what killed me the most was the gross over exaggeration? Bruv, the geezer's picking fights. He got a little smack up. He's not bleeding. His nose ain't broke. He's not hospitalized. Why are you exaggerating?
Yeah.
Do you get me? Nothing happened to the guy, bro. He walked home, innit? He weren't hospitalized.
Yeah, it's pride. It's pride as well. Remember?
Yeah, exactly. Like people going on like, oh, they rushed him. Oh,
I remember.
Like, what
I spoke to him straight away after on the first night. He was on Raspex, and I said to him, "Listen, it wasn't personal. It's just business, man.
It's just one of them things, man. It happens between men, innit? It happens.
Yeah, like you don't punch people in front of a camera.
It's a gross exaggeration. That although he was in the wrong and he started it, he didn't come out of it like some victim.
No.
So
what he got victimized.
Was like uncalled for.
No, he was a snitch, man. He was going online and saying, Maku, how come Maku never got arrested? How come Maku never got banned from the park for a year? Like, fuck off, man.
Wow.
Everyone can see clearly on camera that what you done, bro.
Because he was heckling you lot for months and months, though, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he was just constantly heckling that. Oh, how can you lot be guiding a new generation when you lot all smoke and you lot all be in prison? Like, I think that he's missing the whole point. I think because people have got a life experience that they can advise youngsters, don't do what we did, innit? Like there's other.
You know what I did? The first time
but he's just missing the whole point of the thing.
The first time I ever spoke to him, I debated him. Yeah, he was so rude. I walked away.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So that was never a great
rude
start.
In general. He's rude
that
in
was
general.
Never, that was never.
He's been rude to me before. He's very rude.
I was just like, bro, really? You came over here to say me, yes, Maku, I want to debate you. Okay, who are you again? Ahmed Ali. All right, safe.
Rates himself, don't he?
Yeah, this was when he freshly came. No one knew who he was. So I was like, all right, cool. Let's talk. We're talking. We're getting into the thing. And then he just come out with something outrageous. This is when maybe the early signs of him being tapped.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? You say that to me? No. You know what? I'm just going to walk away. I'm going to do a shamsi. See you later, man. I'm out. And everyone else was like, no, Maku, don't go. I was like, no, bro. Like, rather than standing and get insulted by this amateur, this guy who just appeared out of nowhere, knew man's name, wanted to debate, man, and then started being rude to man. Like, please, I ain't got time for that, man. Let me just bust out of here, man. You know what I mean? As I said, there's a lot of people who've trolled man online and met man in the park and realized it's not that. You get me? Oh, you're a lot bigger in real life, or you're this, you're that, or whatever. You're much a decent person, and bruvs.
I think it's one of those where they've probably been looking in the mirror, rehearsing. I'm going to say this. I'm going to bring up this. I'm going to bring up that.
Bring that energy.
When it comes to the stage,
M-Sax was shit. He's on me shit. Just came over my shoulder. I said, "Who is Sideshow Bob?" Marker. Yeah? Feminine. Them wicked chips. Yeah, them wicked chips going on. With the smallest designer belt. I was like, who the hell is this? Yeah, it's me. M-Stax. Hold on. You just saw me cooking this Everlast guy, and you decided as soon as there was a gap in proceedings, you was going to insert yourself. I was like, big up. Because I know you're from Birmingham. So I was like, yeah. Big up yourself, my G. Oh, God. Said, I've got a few questions. I said, bro, can't you see I'm cooking over here? Huh? It's cooking class, bro. Wait your turn, bro. You know what I mean? Big up to see you, man. Enjoy yourself, man. Go around and do your filming. You get me? Later on, we got into beef with some Jewish shit. Yeah. And by then he was asking me to borrow my phone. I'm like, bro. Yeah. And then he'll come back and he'll say, yeah, remember that time? I put it on you. Put on what? Yeah, you need to put on weight. Big up M-Sax though, man. He's a joke.
Yeah, man. Big up M-Sax, man.
Because I've known him for so long. That's what it was. So to actually,
he's got that competitive spirit, though, isn't it? You got to rate him. He's got that competitive spirit.
You know, you've been online with someone for like 2 years, and then he actually comes down to Speaker's Corner. That was ratings. So I was like, big up, Slack. I think it's twice he's came. Yeah, the second time he came, he got into beef with the Jewish guy. Yeah, they got his shit fucked up, bro. That guy ain't no joke. You know that chubby one with the curly hair or whatever. Proper.
I think he just named everyone at Speaker's Corner, bro.
Right.
What, the guy who wears glasses?
The young Jewish guy.
Yeah.
Right. He's like, I'm not having it, Maku. I'm from Fulton Heath. I was like, oh, fuck sake. You're another one. I was like the Jewish side of Fulton. Yeah, Ralph as well. Yes, you know, Maku, I grew up in Fulton Heath, so I know. I'm like, fucking hell, bro. Is that what we're doing out here, yeah? Croydon niggas. The bougie end as well. It's not, you know, it's not the ghetto end. You know it's not.
Wait. There's a bougie end to Thornton Heath.
Yeah, it's called Croydon. Like, what are we doing out here? Like, yeah, you know, like he'll go to the nearest thing that he saw as ghetto from around there. You get me? He could have been all from Norwood or something. Yeah, but I doubt it. Yeah, he's from the bougie ends, man. Yeah.
East Croydon's the bougie end of Croydon.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. West Croydon's the ghetto.
Right. So if both the Jewish guy and Ralph lived there, they probably lived within the same vicinity. The sleepy part. the part you need a car to get to. To get around. You know the one. Yeah. So yeah, these guys are funny, man. But that's their legitimacy in knowing about ghetto life and all of that for Ralph as well. He's like, yes, so Maku. Can I get you?
The worst part that I've seen, that's even worse than Peckham or even Brixton. It's Woolwich. I went to Woolwich.
Woolwich is dirty.
This place is a dump.
Yeah.
Nigerians have tried to fix it up a little piece.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
I had one girl tell me to come down there for shisha in it. I thought, no, I'm not going down there. It's going to be a setup or something. It's going to be a setup. It's going to be setting me up. I'm going to get there. It's going to be some empty warehouse.
Yeah. Some Lee Rigby. Some Lee Rigby.
What happened last time?
Lee Rigby.
Yeah, it's up the road, man. It's all in the same end, bro. Like,
no, man.
It's not no jokes, man. My mom lives up the road from there, like Plumstead.
Is it?
Mud.
Yeah. I don't fucking Woolwich, man, at all, bro. Even a little bit.
Yeah, Southeast is the best. That side.
I thought I'd seen all the crap parts in London.
Like, no.
Until I went to Woolwich.
And that's not the worst. That's not the worst part of it.
Where?
Plumstead is worse. And then you get Thamesmead. And then, yeah, bro, it's like, allow it, bro.
Thamesmead was really popular in the 90s. Loads of Nigerians used to move to Thamesmead. I remember that.
Yeah, but the estate itself. Abbey Wood
is one as well. Abbey Wood is not good.
But then the Charlton and all of that that's around it is fucked. That's racist white areas, man. It's like,
it used to be in the 90s, yeah.
It's not affluent white people living there. Like that's not the truth. You know what I mean? Those ones always move further out as soon as they can. Erith and all of these places.
You've got to be careful with Abbey Wood though, because there are two Abbey Woods. There's the Abbey Wood in St. John's Wood, which is posh, where the Beatles recorded their music in that Abbey Wood studios. And then there's the other Abbey.
No, we took South London Abbey Wood.
Tourists come to the UK to
London,
the Abbey, and they end up in the southeast.
Shit, man.
And they're like, what? This ain't where the Beatles.
Prostitution, all sorts of stuff going on.
I went to Abbey Wood and I felt rich, but I felt like I was a rich person. I had on like trainers and shit, and then I thought,
wonder if you're still in London and that. Like,
I mind Leeds. Is this Bradford?
Yeah. What is this? Yeah. I play football in Mottingham, so like I thought I didn't even know where the fuck that was. And then
London has
it's
changed,
just between Lewisham and Catford.
It's changed since the 90s. Because I remember going to Southwark, Surrey Quays, experiencing racism in the 90s. But now you go to Surrey Quays and Southwark now, it's
changed. Yeah, it's changed. Bermondsey and that. Yes,
Bermondsey and that. All the men's.
Surrey Quays. My auntie moved there onto a new estate or something they built, or I think it was a small tower block or whatever, opposite the station or whatever. And it was sleepy. Shops weren't open late. Nothing. It was dead stock. Dead. But over the years, areas change. Like when my cousins talk about it years later, they're like, yeah, I remember when my friend got shot on the doorstep. I'm like, what?
Who said that this estate called the Aylesbury?
Yeah, Aylesbury.
In North Peckham Estates, right? My mum and dad used to live there when I was a little kid, right? And my mum just said to my dad, listen,
you're from Peckham,
if you don't move us from this estate, I'm taking the kids and I'm leaving you.
Jedi,
one day my dad woke up in the yard on his own. we just splurted, bruv. My mum was like, pack your bags, we're leaving. Fuck this Peckham. We were gone. And my dad's just like, where are you lot gone? She's like, I'm moving back to my mum's. Fuck you. My dad was screaming.
North London to the world.
We just moved to North.
Come on.
I used to have good memories of Peckham. The few times I went to Peckham Rye, Queenstown Road, Peckham.
But this is Peckham's fault. We got to blame Peckham for Khan. Yeah, we got to blame Peckham for Khan, bro.
I'll be honest. I never went to the Peckham where they had that estate,
all of
that
that.
estate
Like,
building. What's that estate
Ashley
called?
Waters, man, my G.
What's the name of that massive estate in Peckham? I never went to that side of Peckham.
Woodpecker.
No, is that the one? It's huge one. It's like it goes on forever.
That's the one I'm saying. Thing.
Okay, I didn't know.
What's it called? Aylesbury, yeah.
It goes from like Elephant and Castle all the way up to the market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one I know is
Elephant and Castle's changed as well. It doesn't look like it used to back in the 90s.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, man. What was you guy in Ministry of Sound? Yeah.
Yeah, and I used to go to church as well. Church, I was a good.
When they started charging £90 for a bottle of champagne, I stopped going there, bro.
Yeah, but there were loads of Nigerian churches.
Then I found out. There were actually. My one was on Blackfriars, on the way to Blackfriars Bridge. So yeah, I used to have to pass Elephant and Castle bare times, bro. Yeah.
Do you remember that building called Obalende Suya Market? That little thing.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Old school, man. It's old school. Peckham used to be nice though, man. Like, and Camberwell and all of these places. There's a market. Is it East Street or something?
East Street,
market. Yeah, man. All of them.
I used to hate going to Brixton Market.
Brixton was fine though. I used to like going there, man.
What, down Electric Avenue? Nah. Yes.
We're gonna rock down to.
And then when I got older, I wanted to buy materials to make some jeans outfit that I saw Big Daddy Kane and his apprentices wearing in this Hip Hop Vibe magazine or whatever it was. Yeah. And then me and my brethren went Brixton, bros, and found the exact same material and everything. You get it? We just went to the market and there was a material store. We could have easily gone Dalston, but we was down in the quality still. Yeah, Bricky's is a known one for us. So man, just come off the station, just round the corner, bam. Yeah, big man things, but man 17. 17, blood. You gotta know how you're moving in South and all of that. And when you got family and all of that, you're used to the day-to-day movements. It's like they know who you are. And as I said, if you're not running around in large numbers, you come to their ends in large numbers, they're not even going to pay attention to you. You can usually get around kind of easy, man. Yeah.
No, I was lucky because the way I looked when I looked older than I was. So when I was 16, I looked like I was 23. I used to have like a goatee and little beard and stuff. And I guess the way I carried myself.
Turtleneck as well.
Yeah. No, I didn't have the turtleneck. So I never used to get bothered by that whole gang thing. Because people used to think I was like a grown man. So my cousin, who was actually older than me, but he looked much younger, like he was 15, he used to get into all that trouble. But then when they would see me walking with him, they would think that I was like, oh, that's his big brother or
his dad.
Yeah, so they wouldn't bother him because
it's how you dress, isn't it? If you dress like
how you dress, definitely. I agree.
And how you seem. It's like how dogs and the wild dogs used to move. Like they used to follow the youngsters, but never the adults. So it's like two different worlds. I used to notice that very quickly. Like, rah, I'm walking down the street with my mum. My mum's not noticing the dogs following us or whatever. She don't even care. They ain't gonna do shit. But when it's me on my own and my friends, boy, it's different.
Dogs all on you.
It's like so like even when you're growing up, like the things you do out on road and why you can't go certain places has nothing to do with your parents and the world they live in. You know what I mean? Like if they say, "Oh, this is Murder Mile," yeah, you see your mom shopping down normal. Oh yeah, I just went to pick up some bits, babes. You know what I mean? Like yo, it's dangerous down there, mom. So like, is it?
Because I remember there's one time my mom was going to Angel Town, innit, in Brixton. Like she was going around 9 o'clock. And I was like, well, do you want me to come with you? Do you want me to drop you? She's like, no, I'm good. And she's left, got there, calm, had a handbag on everything. Nothing happened. I was like, right, you don't care about nothing, bro. You go in there.
It's a whole different world to them. They're in a completely different zone that you're in. You know what I mean? You're in a zone of of your own age group where it's fear factor. It's like we've heard the stories. We're like, no, we don't want that to happen to our mom. make us go down there with a machete or an axe. Yeah, I don't want to have to leave my house for fuckery. But yeah, you're right. But you got to remember that your parents will walk in the streets, these same streets, before you even existed. So you have to put respect on their name and think, you know what? If anyone knows better,
they probably know where to go. Yeah.
It's like our kids telling us now. You know what I mean? We've got kids now. Yeah. Oh, Dad, don't go out there. It's dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. When you was just a thought in my nuts. Yeah, I was running these streets. I was running around and running up and down. And you see that adventure playground? It's not even an adventure playground anymore. It's new flats.
New builds.
It's new builds. But yeah. Where those new builds used to be my favorite spot to play at. I'm like, all right, Dad, you told me the story before. You're fuckers, man.
It is true what you're saying because of the way I looked and people thought I was older. Like I would go like Tulse Hill and I would like go past Dick Shepherd's school, no problems. But then when my cousin did it, he told me about when the students from Dick Shepherd, some of them tried to rob him. And because Dick Shepherd was really messed up. I mean, they shut the school down. The school's gone now. They built like this whole new apartment complex there, but I remember it.
Yeah, that sounds typical.
Yeah, sounds very, very standard.
But it is scary because I could walk through certain areas, no problem. I wouldn't even think twice, certain estates. But then on the news, I'd see a particular demographic of kids got beaten up, stabbed, or something like that. Just walk there. That's weird.
Around the corner from where you was at, or where you walked through, or
scary.
I've seen the ticker tape, but I didn't know at the time it was that. It's just normal everyday stuff. So yeah, as I said, like they say, with Broadwater Farm or something, I'll take people on there all day. They'll be like, "Oh man, you can feel something's gonna happen." Shut up, man! Like, don't let the media fool you, man. It's crazy. People are people wherever you go.
Farm's a weird place because there's that the community centers on there as well, isn't it? And I know all my aunties and uncles go there. I go there as well sometimes. I don't get any vibe about nothing's gonna go down or nothing's gonna like. It feels alright. And then you park your car in that car park. Don't get any vibe from there as well. So it's like sometimes you've got to be there to like
no, exactly.
You would think as soon as you enter the estate, it's gone straight away, and you like.
Hey, listen, because most of my family is in South. Yeah, I used to go to raves with my older uncles and the R&B raves or house raves, proper sweet ones. But they'd be on the most deadly estates. The most deadly. Like, hold on. Is this Angel Town? Yeah, man, come. We're going Aylesbury. There's a big rave in Aylesbury. Oh, hold on.
Or Pembury.
Yeah, the same.
They used to have bare house parties.
Right. Yeah, Pembury's one. Pembury's another one.
Yeah, you got to go Pembury. The raves in Pembury. Excuse me. What did you say?
Yeah, people should to go there, but you're there every day raving it up.
Yeah, but some of the sweetest raves you ever had is on the deepest, most deadliest estate. I don't know if it was a ritual or something, but yeah, man, that shit was good.
And the best feeling is when you get home when you're in the car home and shit. It's like, wow, man made it through the whole night. Nothing happened, Jay. Right, bro.
That's amazing.
I always used to go thingy, man.
I remember even daytime.
Ridley Road bakery, where the bagel shop is, about 5-6 in the morning. Lick back 2 tuna bagel and then go home to bed.
Sometimes they used to be my days.
Going out days.
All the clubs converged around 3, 4. So like, there could be easy excess of 3,000 people at Dalston Bagels. Mad.
It's true. It's like a car show, isn't it?
Yeah. Everything
outside the bagel shop, 5 in the morning, everyone's putting up in BM.
Yeah, you don't want to catch a fade. That is the last place you want to catch a fade. You know what I mean? Get into an argument with someone, you have to show improvement, man. That's long. So fucking long.
If you get knocked out, bro.
It's like, wow, bare girls, everything. Like, you can't even go to clubbing for like a year or some shit. You know what I mean?
Or just grow a beard or something, innit?
Try and grow a beard. Different identity. You get me? From square cut to bar led. Something. You're rocking the R. Kelly now. You get me? Pause. It was cool. That's true.
It's interesting, the hairstyles. I never got over D'Angelo when he came out in the 90s with his hair. Because I was like, growing up in Nigeria, the only people who did their hair like that were girls, plaited their hair. But then it became a fashion thing, and it's no big deal in the 21st century.
Yeah,
no, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. No, sorry,
Easy used to have some relaxed curls as well.
I was in Nigeria. I was in Nigeria 5 years ago with my hair braided, and I'm telling you, I'm never going back with no form of braids. Never.
Wow. I can accept that in Nigeria.
Right.
Yeah,
you know why? Not the adults. Not the adults. No. The kids, they mocked the shit out of me. I was like, what the fuck? They were like, oh my God, look his hair. It looks like a girl. It looks like a girl. I said, nah. You know, you're walking all proud, bossy, big man on the estate. What? Bare respect from grown security, everybody. And these fucking little kids is just mocking me. Yeah? I was like, no, I'm out. I see their point, but I'm out. I'm not doing this again. Yeah.
That's one thing about Nigerians, bro. They got that lethal sense of humor.
Yeah, it's not conducive to the climate. Like, I got my hair done out there, obviously, standard. It can be done. But, yeah, it's not conducive, man. Too much hair on your head, bro. You'll get bun up, man.
Because to me, it was just because when I was in school there, it was only the girls who did their hair like that. So that's what I was used to. So when I saw the whole thing in the 90s, when I was in London with D'Angelo, and I couldn't get used to it. I was like, but that's
we was exposed to.
But you're right, though. It is a girls' thing, though, isn't it?
We was exposed to Fame. No, we was exposed to Fame. This series that came on.
Leroy.
In America back in the day. Right.
Yeah, but Leroy was gay, though.
No, but we didn't know that at the time.
Yeah, we was gay.
No one knew.
Yeah.
No one
knew.
Look.
You see, even a Larry shocked.
Yeah, no one knew.
Even a Larry shocked now. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you did dance, we actually worked it out years later.
Yeah.
If you did dance, he was definitely on the fruity camp.
Really?
Yeah, man. As a man. Yeah.
Man's doing a pirouette.
I thought he was just broody because of like the racism thing. He was like the only black kid there. And he came from like a broken home and
right. You came from the ghetto and you do ballet dancing. Come on, bro. Yeah. It's not gonna go down well in the hood. Pause. It's all right. Yeah.
It's like Michael Jackson Bad. Did you ever see the full video? He's supposed to be from that neighborhood, but he ends up in a posh school and he comes back to that neighborhood and then Wesley Snipes is like saying, "What, you think you bad?" Yeah. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but Michael Jackson does not look like he comes from that neighborhood.
Bad. It was a whole movie, like any Michael Jackson thing was like a movie after the news. Yeah, after the news.
20 minutes easy,
9 o'clock news. It would come on, it'd be a big feature, the whole family sitting down to watch this little movie that Mike's concocted from his mind to get it. Like, wow, this is deep. So what you actually see as the actual song is the song part, but it's the only part of the actual whole movie that the presentation.
I remember I was at a rave once, man. I forgot what rave was that. They stopped the whole club and just put this huge screen on and we just watched Michael Jackson's it don't matter if you're black or white video.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know what year that was.
The
video's out. It's out now. It's out. I don't know what time it was in America.
And it was in a club.
But we was in a club.
I remember going to a club and then putting on Mike Tyson versus Frank Bruno in the middle of the dance, and man counted the uppercuts. Everyone counted the uppercuts that Frank Bruno got. I think it was 6 exactly. They were like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, because it was Mike Tyson. When you get licked by Mike Tyson, it's like you're happy but you're sad, but you're happy but you're sad. You know what I mean? It's mad, crazy.
Iron Mike. They thought all that Robin's giving shit, innit?
Innit? Phone's ringing.
Yeah, all these black women bringing black man down. Yeah, all these sisters doing that to us. That's why we need to go white, man. We need to go fully white, man. I think.
What? What? Rewind. What did you say? I missed. You said something about black sisters, and you said we need to go white.
That was Matthew. Mackie was saying that. Mackie was saying
what? No, you're just messing around.
Get the money. Gotta get the money. Gotta get the money. Yes. All right.
Well, Ellie, how do you feel about interracial dating? Are you a fan of it? Do you endorse it, or what? Are you against it?
The way you say, do you endorse it?
Larry don't mind, man.
Listen, I don't.
He's Nigerian. Listen. Hold on. He's Nigerian. If you're not what?
He wants an overweight white woman.
No, listen. Nigerians are the most adaptable type of people. You know, like when it comes to other races, Austrians, Polish, they'll all end up being Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them tribes and people are accommodating as well, in the sense that they really want to learn the culture. So like Dutch women and all of that. But half of it is still the baby though, if you go to their country though. But yeah.
The thing I don't get, the thing I don't get is why do us Nigerians, why do Nigerian men like overweight white women? Like, what is it about them?
We don't.
Motherly
I
thing
don't say
this,
that.
This
no,
is,
I don't
this
think
is news
so.
to me. I didn't know
that is news. That is news. I mean, we've got the world selection.
This is like common knowledge, man.
We've got best. Our women are fine and beautiful, big and voluptuous, all different sizes. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Because Seal, the pop star, he's Nigerian, part Nigerian. He had that German model, and then before that, he had another one.
Heidi Klum, wasn't it?
Yeah, Heidi Klum, and then he had the other one before Heidi Klum, who's got a kid with I've forgotten her name, but Tatiana Petitz. Yeah,
that's fine. All you're doing now is picking out celebrities. I'm talking about everyday
Nigerian.
Everyday Nigerian man's going for
no, he can't. It's not even.
You're getting it wrong, bro. What is the majority of women in the UK where we find ourselves are white and are fat?
Maybe they never met them fat. Maybe that.
No.
Yeah,
majority of UK women are overweight.
I really personally don't see. Obviously, I know from experience and know a lot of Nigerians of very different tribes and whatever. No, man, we're not doing that, bro.
Majority of UK women are white, overweight, and they buy their clothes from Sports Direct. Let's just be honest.
Wow, Carl's racist, you know.
This is the majority. I'm just saying the numbers that you're seeing. It's like, you know what it is? When you're around something a long time, it just starts becoming attractive to you.
But Nigerian women as well.
Because that's what you're used to seeing, isn't it?
Nigerian women like West Indian men, and Nigerian men like West
everyone
Indian
likes everyone. All humans like all humans. Like I've seen Chinese women with black men. I've seen Bengali men with Chinese women. I've seen it all, every combination you can think of.
No, I've seen every combination with Nigerians. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but why not?
But in the main, we still tend to, stick to our own in the sense of phenotype. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. You might see
a West Indian. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Oh no, I think you might have seen Igbo and Yoruba more than.
Yeah, of course, standard.
I don't think I see a lot of my girl cousins.
We're not going for Hausa chicks. We're not going for, you know what I mean? Certain ones, Fulani, gal, allow it, man. It's fair 270 tribes or whatever there is there, man. And man ain't going for all of them. And Yorubas are the majority.
Yeah, true.
We kind of birthed a lot of the other tribes, but it shows mixing again.
Careful, don't say that. Kingo will come on. Kingo will come.
No, his birth.
He's
birth. It comes via a different direction. He's mixed with the BBO and some other tribes. Yeah, and then later on, some of us even mix again. To get it in the south, in the delta, where you'll find a lot of Igbos, because Igbo land is not far from there. There's noise of Bibio land and all of that, so they're mixed with the Bibio and someone else, and those are the kind of.
I know Benin's meant to be close to Igbo.
But that's Betty's people. That's Betty's people. That's the only problem. No, the Bibio is Betty's people, so that's the only problem.
Okay, so Bibio and Igbo are different, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely different. They're neighbors, but they're related.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's like Jamaicans and Trinidadians. They're in the same vicinity, but they might be distantly related, but culturally they're different.
Yeah, man.
Well, culturally, a lot of those places are Nigerian, Yoruba. We can tell by their customs and language and all of that still in Trinidad, Jamaica, and some of these other islands, and Brazil as well. Sorry,
Brazil, yeah. Okay.
But we have tales that we went to these places anyway, man, before the transatlantic thing, and we also got taken to these places in the transatlantic, more the Caribbean though. But we was already in Brazil and certain places already. So just subjugating us there.
Hang on a minute. Blue Red Trail studies Nigeria. She Omo Yoruba niye.
Igbo now.
Yeah.
More Igbo.
Kidu.
Kedu. Yeah, Kidu. You sound Chinese, man.
Yeah. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to be bilingual out here, man. Come on, man.
No, man.
Well, my Igbo brothers out here.
You know that the Igbo land, they're the ones with the car manufacturing industry.
I have no idea, bro.
And
they make they've got like they make cars in Nigeria. One company's called Nord. I've forgotten the other company's name. And the factories are in the east. I think one guy is trying to create a factory in Lagos, in Lekki, around Lekki, but the other factories are in Igbo land. I think Anambra or Enugu or some.
Oh wow, okay.
So you never watched that stream where with the Katanka?
No, never. What's that about?
No, that was some racists came on, and we was having a debate, and he said, "You lot ain't even got your own cars," and I said, "Yes, we have." Yeah, I said, "Look up Katanka." Yeah, everybody was bawling, cracking up, blah 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 blah. But that soon changed in about 30 seconds once people did a little Google search. Yeah, by the end, we had the white boy choosing his own fucking car. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone had to eat their words. Like, oh shit, we're never ever gonna doubt Maku again when it comes to things like that. You get me? Like, yo, I'm not gonna stand up here and say like Africans have never had no achievements and that. You know what I mean? And I blatantly watched it about this Kantanka guy. His dad made metal appliances, you know, kettles, all of those type of things first. Yeah. And then the son branched off into making cars. And he was just blatantly copying any of the other cars that already exist. Like fuck it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, we're doing this the Skoda model, we're doing the Mercedes, we're teething everybody's shit.
Yeah, but a lot of cars are copies of other cars. Like Saabs are copies of Vauxhalls. Opel, you know Opel.
Yeah. No.
They sold them the blueprint for the cars.
They used to be here. That's what it is.
In Turkey, they make copies of Fiats and Renaults.
So there was Vauxhalls and Opels in England at one stage.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and what else?
And the better car was like the Vauxhall Opel Sport thing. Yeah, I mean, my mum got one. Yeah, I mean,
I used to like them ones, man.
Big car.
Yeah. With the long nose.
Yeah,
that was a nice car. I forget what it was called. Was that their answer to the Ford Capri? There's a rival in the Ford Capri. Back in the day, we used to have all different cars. Now cars all look the same, man. Everyone's gone all SUV now, all like 4-wheel drive type cars now.
They must use a lot of fuel driving those 4-wheel drive. Couldn't buy one.
Yeah, but they got hybrids in it, so the hybrid kind of like.
Some of them are like fucking like 1.4s and shit, man. You think this big car? Yeah, you think this big car is gonna be like a 2-liter? Like when you see the engine, it's like 1.4, some small thing.
With a turbo though, isn't it? That's why.
Is it?
Yeah, the turbo. I remember I had the Vauxhall Insignia, and it was only like 1.4 turbo, but it drove like a 2-liter.
Really?
Yeah, it was a nice car as well. High spec. I recently drove a Citroen DS Crossback, fully electric. Amazing. Electric. I love electric cars, man. If you ever drive a fully electric car, it's just so like fast and nippy. It's just amazing. The responsiveness of it, it's just out of this world. And
really?
Like, there's no lag. Like, you know, like when you change gears and you go from one to the other, you don't notice it, but there's like a 1 second lag. But in the electric car, it's just automatic. Amazing. Like I drove a Golf GTI, the electric one. Bruv, it's like shit off a shovel, man. Flies. You just feel the G-force. I just took the kids for a drive in it. They were like, "Oh my god, Dad, what the fuck?" And they were just stuck to the seats. It's just amazing. It's just so fun to drive. I would advise anyone to get an electric car.
What was it like trying to recharge it? Were there enough places around for you to?
No, just hide it out for about an hour or two. I don't know if you heard, Ellery, have you heard of Zip Cars?
Zip Cars, no.
Yeah, so you download the app on your phone, and then they have the cars all parked all around London. And like, I got one at the end of my road. I just book it on my phone. I just jump in, unlock the car with my phone, jump in. The keys are in the thing, in the glovey, and you just drive it. And then when you drop it back, that's it. They bill you. You know, like Boris bikes. It's just like that.
Oh, really? So they do it like...
Yeah, it's a car. Yeah. And a lot of their cars are electric. But they got all nice cars, bro. They got the new Ford Puma. They got all nice new cars, bro. Like, it's worth it. And it's like £6 an hour. And it covers your insurance and your petrol. Bro, it's good, bro. I advise anyone to look into that Zip Car thing.
Zip Cars sounds interesting.
Yeah, man, look it up, man. If they have it in your area. But they have it like most areas now.
Mostly in London, I would have thought that.
Yeah, London, yeah.
One thing I wanted to do years ago, but I never did, is like you can rent a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. And you go on like a racing track, and they can be like maybe an instructor.
My brother done that. You could buy it from someone as a present. But the one he had was a Formula car. But when the F1, it was like an F5 or something like that. Yeah. So they teach you how to drive it around the track, like Formula 1 style.
Yeah.
And then they let you loose for the day, like, and you just go around doing laps. F5. I think they bought it off a Groupon or Red Letter Days or something like that. It was a gift. Someone bought it for him.
And then years ago, must have been 8 years ago, I found this website where you could sign up for a course and they would teach you how to drive a car like security services or like a bodyguard.
Oh, yeah, that's the enhanced driving.
Yeah, and I found, and it was like they take, I think for a month you'd be based there and you'd learn how to do all these stunts, driving around and like how to drive the client safely from A to B, how to avoid things. I was like, whoa, this is cool, but I never did it. I wish I did.
I think them things brings your car insurance down as well. Anything you got like an enhanced driving qualification brings your insurance down.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't find. I'm still trying to find it now. I should have done it back then. It just seemed like something out of a movie. It's like, what? They will teach you those skills? Okay. Well, that's interesting.
But if like someone's chasing you and shooting at you, you'd get away.
Because the people who went on those courses were people who ended up becoming like bodyguards and helping diplomats and celebrity stuff like that.
Yeah, that's nice work if you can get it, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's good.
I wouldn't want to do it as a job. I just want the skill. That's all.
I'll do that.
How much a year though would you do that for, Kondo? I think I have to do the hundreds. Have to do the hundreds for me.
Bro, them rich people, but back in the day anyway, they give out nice tips as well, bro. If you drop the man off down the road, he's giving you £100 guy now. Thank you.
£100 what tip?
Yeah, them rich.
I need
Arabs,
a good salary. No, if I'm putting my life on the line, I need a salary and a pension, man. I need all that, bro.
What life on the line, bro? This is England. What's gonna happen?
If you're driving around some president,
if it was America or something where everyone's got like heavy artillery, then fair enough. But in England, what they're gonna shoot you with a fucking spud gun? No one's gonna fucking carry out assassinations, bro. Like in England, if you want to assassinate someone, what you need to do is get the Russians to kind of put some poison on their door handle or something like that.
On their toast or
something. Radiation, yeah. Like that's how people get assassinated in England, isn't it? With the radiation poisoning.
But those Russians are taking liberties. They've done that more than once.
Yeah, they've done it a few times, man.
Yeah, they did it in Salisbury and then they did it in London near St. James's Street. Because I was working in that area when they killed the Litvinenko. That was his name, Litvinenko.
Yeah.
Poisoned him. I was actually working in that area. And they closed down the Itsu. And I remember I used to go into there to get my lunch. But luckily I didn't go.
Yeah, Itsu's banging, man. I love Itsu.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Why did they close it, Sue?
Because what happened is they were trying to trace basically because Litvinenko ended up in the hospital with the poison, polonium poison or whatever poison. So they sent the forensics people in to try and trace it, and then they found traces of it in the Millennium Hotel, found traces of it in Itsu. They just checked that whole area so they would find traces. And of course, because of those traces, if anyone else comes into contact with it, they're going to die as well. Which is what happened years later in Salisbury when they tried to poison that rich Russian who was trying to hide.
Moloch, or whatever they call him,
So that's the thing. Yeah. Oh, yes, that's the word. Yeah. So there's a lot of poison that's left, traces of it left around. That's why I can't believe those Russians. They did that. They just didn't care. Just coming to England, the blessing of Putin, do what they did, and they didn't care if innocent civilians.
But that's the Russians' MO, bro. That's their modus operandi. Russians don't care. That's what they're known for. They're cold like that. That's how they beat Hitler, innit? Scorched earth policy. Man burnt his whole country. He burnt his whole country down so you couldn't get it.
Who did
Russians
that?
Are ruthless.
Stalin, you're saying?
That's what they're known for, bro. Russians are known for their ruthless thingy, innit? That's their MO. That's their thingy cards. Their calling cards.
And what is Russia a communist country or is it a capitalist country? You know?
I don't know. Russia is capitalist. Just capitalist. When Boris Yeltsin became president back in the 90s.
I don't think they're really communist anymore.
Why did they always say Mother Russia or all that stuff like that?
That was the past. That was when they were Soviets. But it's like anyone, people refer to their country either in the in the masculine or feminine. Like the Germans, Deutschland is the fatherland. So it's always the fatherland. So I guess Russians, they see as Mother Russia. Britain, I think Britain is a woman. Britannia, it's a woman.
So is America. America's one is a woman as well. Isn't it?
Really? I thought America was more like Uncle Sam, like a guy or something.
No, Uncle Sam represents a ideology of war.
Okay, I see. All
right. To get conscripts or to sign up, Uncle Sam needs you. All of that stuff.
And I think France is a woman. It's a woman.
Clearly, yeah, definitely, bro.
What does that mean?
Have they got an army, France? Have France got an army, bro?
Yeah. France were badass back in the day. They had Napoleon. They were causing havoc in Europe.
And even the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, French Foreign Legion was big stuff. It's just that
Second
World War.
The most powerful were the British. They were the ones that dominated the world. So. But I think the British, it is a woman. Britannia, it's a woman. It's not a man.
Yeah, Turkey's a woman as well.
It's based on
the motherland.
On a kind of, from that Turkish kind of region or Mesopotamian region.
What's Mesopotamia?
Britannia.
So Turkey's a woman as well. That's interesting.
Yeah, the motherland.
Britannia, Diana, or Dina, or Ishtar. Yeah, it's all Sumerian. That's what they do. Believe in Babylonian shit. So.
Hittites and shit.
So you mean to say that it was Mother Britannia that conquered the world? It was a woman who just marched over the world.
Well, the ideology and where the thinking process is coming from. Yeah, they're trying to tell you it's the Middle East from that ancient civilization. Because remember, this place was called the Angles.
So, yeah, the Angles.
Nothing to do with it doesn't even make sense when they bring that. And then England, which means to coveted or coveted man or something like that. It's just crazy, man.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I just saw the message from Jen Wallace. She said Lady Liberty. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty is a woman.
Yeah, that's it.
I heard some weird conspiracy that the original statue, the woman was a black woman's face. And they changed it. I have no idea if that's true. I've heard that conspiracy before.
I doubt it. These that were blowing up black faces in Egypt. Why are they going to make a black face?
What? No, she's carrying.
It's a shoot off nose.
She's carrying the scales of justice. And where have you got scales? Who came with the ideas of scales of justice? Weighing your heart against the feather. If it weren't the Egyptians,
probably the Greeks.
Yeah, via the Greeks, probably how they got it. But yeah, and the Greeks also in turn learning from the Egyptians. So.
Yeah, definitely learned off the Egyptians.
Well, they just and every person doing it, changing it in it to suit their own kind of culture added to it. You know what I mean? If you're Hellenistic, then kings and pharaohs become gods.
I always wondered, why do the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, always get a pass when it comes to slavery? Everybody else gets criticized, condemned. But when it comes to Athens, Sparta, they were practicing slavery when they had all their majestic scholars and
I think they get a pass for everything in general. Like, so they're just looked at as the fathers of the whole of European civilization. So they get a pass on everything anyway.
Well, they don't get a pass.
But was it because they were slaving their own? Is that why?
They were gay.
They weren't slaving their own, bro.
No, they weren't. Well, actually, it's interesting. It was controversial.
They were pedophiling their own.
So, before we get to that part, they did have slaves in Athens, but they tended to be barbarians, people from other places. But the Spartans, they were the controversial ones because the Spartans enslaved fellow Greeks, the Messenians. So the Spartans were the controversial ones. They were using Greek people as slaves.
Controversial.
Yeah, but I don't think they kind of felt related to them because they were sort of like Spartans were more like Germanic.
Slavery might be controversial. But it was also universal. Come on,
because at that point, Greece become like an ideology more than a race. So they had different tribes, like how English is now. All the English-speaking people around the world are not necessarily ethnically the same. So like back then, everyone would become Greek because it was a dominant language. So for example, Greek Cypriots call themselves Greek Cypriots, but they're not Greek. So Greeks from Greece don't recognize them as Greek. But because they speak Greek, then they count themselves as Greek because they're not actually Greek. They're more related to the Greek Cypriots are more related to the Palestinians.
Well, do you know that there are still Greeks who worship Zeus and Poseidon?
Yeah,
really?
Still exist. Yeah. Wow. There's a brilliant documentary on either the Vice channel or Vox channel. And it's titled Greeks Who Still Pray to Zeus. And you see them taking part in rituals. Yeah.
But aren't they aware that it's Greek mythology? Is that not?
No. They believe that. Yeah, you see, you think it's mythology. Yeah, you think they believe that they are contacting.
That's their religion, no. That's their way of life prior to being what we call as the established religions. Remember, this is what we're all talking about. Some people just put pagan, whatever, this one, that one. But when you go into the stories, they're quite fascinating. Zeus, all of that, Odin, all of that. We still name in our days of the week.
Perseus and Andromeda and
today's Friday, right? Today's Friday.
Love all that, man.
Friday, Freya, the wife of Odin. Like, come on, man. What are we doing out here? Thursday, Thursday, Toph, Tahuti, whatever you want to do.
Ray Trill got kicked out. I think maybe his phone's playing up.
Maybe he got a call.
Yeah, but they still worship Zeus and Poseidon. And
you know what, Ellery?
They still worship Odin.
Very, very rare amongst Greeks that they.
I will agree with you, Khan. Yeah, they are a minority. The majority are like Greek Orthodox
minority.
Christians.
Yeah, they're so Christian. They had to basically eradication of anything pagan. It's like this building, the Hagia Sophia, because it was a pagan temple. The Christians didn't want to have anything to do with it, so they sold it to the Ottomans.
They didn't sell it to the Ottomans. Stop with that propaganda.
No. Stop it. I know.
But they did. But it's true. The Greeks don't want nothing to do.
Deals.
But the Greeks want to know about the Elgin marbles, but they don't want to know about Hagia Sophia.
Come on, man.
They don't want to know about it, bro.
Took over.
I'm serious. Cunning Fox. This Cunning Fox. Oh yeah, they sold it. They didn't sell anything.
Listen,
where's the paperwork?
Even things that we respect, like the Parthenon and things like that. Greeks hate it. They reject it. They don't want to be reminded of their pagan.
No, Khan. Pause.
No,
serious. You know damn well.
You don't understand you don't understand the level of orthodoxy.
Kingdom.
You don't understand how Christian. Bro, these people are so Christian.
Stop it, Khan. Stop.
I'm serious. Bro,
the Byzantians, they did not sell Hagia Sophia to the Ottomans. Stop it.
But they did.
No, they didn't.
But they did.
The Ottomans, the Turks conquered Constantinople and took Hagia Sophia.
All right. Fucking hell, they did, yeah.
Yeah, it's simple, man. Why are you trying to paint this new narrative and that? I noticed that the other day,
I'm
man.
getting mixed up with the thing with the Parthenon. I just realized.
No, you're just getting the whole thing mixed up with the Ottomans and their purpose.
No, the Parthenon in Greece. I'm talking about.
You're like, yeah, the Ottomans got sold. The Ottomans don't get sold stuff; they take stuff.
Nah, they bought a load of stuff.
They take over stuff.
They bought loads of stuff.
The Ottomans were conquerors.
What was for sale? Yeah,
there's no. Even in Cyprus, there's parts of Cyprus
teach my kids this.
The Ottomans, forget the Turkish government of the moment. The Ottomans still own it. It's called a vakuf, which is like what's it called?
It's just the oldest trick in the book. The British used to do the same thing. They will conquer something, then they'll write up some document making it look like you gave it to them.
No.
They just took it.
There's
Great Britain. That's why Great Britain's great, and the rest of you ain't. No, it's true. They were honest. At least they stole with a little bit of swagger. You know what I mean? And let you know, yes, we explored these regions. That sounds like colonization. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, man, they got different methods. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I say the British, they're like the best gangsters in the world.
Yeah, man.
It's like the Queen of England has loads of power, but people think she's an old woman who just waves her hand at the crowd.
Like, she's
That's going back to the Knights Templar and shit like that.
Several business.
Knights Templar were hit squads, man.
The tax havens that exist now,
ridiculous.
They are in British overseas territories like Cayman Islands, Virgin Islands, Bermuda. Turkey, exactly. And they're run politically by the British. The British have jurisdiction there. That's why you get some people who train as policemen in the UK, and then they'll go over and they'll do some time being policemen in the Caribbean.
The British
we said Falklands. Falklands made you know what time it
is. But how are the British going to come ahead of England? Sorry, how are the British going to come ahead of Spain and all these kind of like countries like France and Germany?
They're broke.
Like England
was built on slavery.
England had to play dirty to win.
No. Theirs was built on a particular commodities, right? That they thought was thing at the time. It was never oil. It was never industrial revolution times. Yeah, these ones are broke. Their wealth came back.
Who's broke? Who's broke?
You know, Spain and some of these countries.
Spain was rich, but they had the Spanish Armada. They used to rule the seas, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
How did England come ahead of them? By playing dirty.
No, by actually going to war with the Spanish, but you know, and they couldn't get their ships.
The British were
known for playing dirty, bro.
They were criminal. Part of what Khan's saying is true because they had Sir Walter Raleigh, who was like a pirate, and you would like steal from Spanish ships, and all that gold would end up with Queen Elizabeth I and stuff.
No, but the thing is going to war. Remember that he was meant to marry. She was meant to marry Elizabeth I. Was meant to marry one of the princes or kings of Spain. You know, for peace or whatever. He didn't want to do it. She wanted to marry her country. You get what I'm saying? And then the Spanish Armada was meant to come up the English Channel. And somehow they couldn't manage to get through.
Because they got destroyed because of the there was a storm. So the shocks.
Right.
One of the biggest shocks of my life.
After this, hold on. After this is the expansion of British ships and technology. After that point, all of a sudden, Britain now has loads of ships, and now they're going to explore the world. But while you're out there, you're going to realize that the Spanish and Portuguese have been out there a while, have already gone to South America, North America, Middle America, and other places around the world prior to you, and Africa too. You get it?
I was going to say, like, one of the biggest shocks of my lifetime was when England handed Hong Kong back to the Chinese.
I know,
How the Chinese pull off that move?
I didn't even know you owned that.
Exactly.
No, but it goes all the way back to that war they fought. I've forgotten that damn war, where the basically the Chinese aristocracy didn't like the fact that the British traders were, let's say, opium wars. The British traders were bringing opium, and loads of Chinese were getting hooked on it. So the aristocracy in China forbade opium, but then the traders didn't like that because they were losing lots of money. So they let the British know, because I guess the British were taxing the traders. So then the British instigated a war, defeated the Chinese, and then opium flooded back into China. And then they signed some contract, either during the first opium war or the second opium war. They signed some deal that they would hold on to the region of Hong Kong for like 100 years. And then they would give it back. So when that 100 years finally ran out, That's when the Chinese started knocking on the door. Hello, hello. The contract said for 100 years. Well, 100 years is gone, so give us back Hong Kong. And they said, okay.
Yeah, they done the same thing with Cyprus. They took it as a lease from the Ottomans. But now, obviously, because there's no more Ottomans, they just like basically kept it.
Yeah, there are these weird things going on. Like Cuba had its revolution, but Guantanamo Bay is still like American soil.
Yeah,
It's weird. All these weird little.
That's what I'm saying to you. There's certain legal agreements or like ways of buying stuff that even wars can't take it off you even through a war. I forgot what it's called, man. There's words for it. In Turkish, we call it a vakıf. It's like an endowment policy or something like that. Some legal term. Yeah. There's different levels of legislations and laws in this world.
When you're warring with people, it's about different types of legislation and different levels of law. It can't be the law of the land of any one country when you go to war. It has to be a different type of law, international. You get me?
Is that you know what it is? It's that the difference between cash money and a bank bond.
I was going to ask you. Let's say Sniper and I decided to believe you when you said that the Ottomans they bought Hagia Sophia. Did the contract stipulate that Hagia Sophia should be turned into a mosque?
To be honest, if something belongs to you, you could do what you want with it, right?
Wow. Wow. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, but it wasn't built by Christians. It was built by pagans. So, it's not the shape of it's not the traditional shape of a church, right? So a church is built in a specific way where you have certain parts of the building. Is it actually, if you look from the sky, a lot of churches looks like a crucifix anyway. But Hagia Sophia is not. It's actually a pagan temple.
And the point is.
Point is that I was getting mixed up with Hagia Sophia and the Parthenon.
Well, you can't do that because you know that the Kaaba was like a pagan thing as well. So
but we don't mind it. We don't mind if it used to be pagan, but I'm saying they do. They won't want to turn a pagan cathedral into a Christian one.
But you had control of all these religious things, and you never got no paperwork for it.
What paperwork? It's internationally recognized, isn't it?
No, I'm saying
like it's starting now, isn't it?
What, the Kaaba? No, when you had control of the area of Mecca and Medina and all of these places, right? You made sure that you did not interfere or trouble any of the religious monuments and pilgrimage sites and all of that, right?
Yeah, the Ottomans wanted Christians and Jews to live amongst them.
Yes, so you don't own these things then. Why would you have? If it's not your way, you don't own mosques, you don't own masjids and these type of things.
Who don't?
They were already built in these various areas that the Ottomans took over, right?
No.
You built a lot of them, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
Originally, the Ottoman territories was like Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria. Like only after they moved into becoming the caliphs of Islam, then they started moving into Arab territories. That was after
North Africa. Let's not say Arab. Let's say North
Arab,
Africa and Arabia.
No. The Arabian Peninsula.
Yeah, so and North Africa.
Egypt's North Africa, isn't it?
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
But the caliph takes over the Arabian Peninsula.
But as I said, you're taking over
the Holy Land.
Taking over a peninsula like that. Look at your wording. You got to be careful.
What do you mean?
To try not romanticize the Ottomans.
The Ottomans took the leadership of Islam from the Memluk Turks. They didn't take it from Arabs.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what they did, who they took it from. They still
But it does matter.
Punishment and wrath.
You can't hate me if I didn't take nothing from you, innit? I didn't take nothing from you. Why are you hating me for?
No, it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean? I ain't done nothing to you, innit? How are you going to hate me?
Are you a fan of Erdogan?
Of course. He's our leader, innit? Erdogan's doing some big moves right now, boy. Do you see what Erdogan done, thingy?
No, what's he done now?
He kicked out 10 different, what they called, ambassadors from 10 different countries. France, I think Switzerland, America. He just told them, close up shop, pack up, leave. Because all these 10 countries were pressuring him to release some guy, I forget the guy's name, they're trying to pressurize him to leave. And he's saying, why are you getting involved with our internal matters, right? You're ambassadors, so you shouldn't be getting involved with our own business. Like, that's not what you're here for. You're supposed to be representing your country. So they told them to pack up and leave. And within 24 hours, they all apologized. And they were begging the guy, no.
He thinks he's a sultan from the Ottoman Empire. That's his thing.
I don't think, to be honest, I don't think Erdogan is just some random politician. I actually think he was groomed, educated, and trained up to basically take power when he did, because this is all the build-up to the 2023 or 2024 transition, when the end of the Lausanne Agreement comes in, where Ottomans are going to gain back a lot of the territories they lost to England and a lot of the rights to do stuff. Yeah, that there was.
So who in your opinion trained him and groomed him?
There's like secret societies of Muslims, like, you know, in America they call them the Shriners and these type of people. Yeah, it's like how Islam basically spread to the Turks in the first place. It's like secret societies or cabals or whatever you want to call it. It's basically a think tank of people. There's people like that in it. So like obviously this guy that they turned on recently, this what was his name? The one that ran to America. Forget
Well, the journalist who got killed. No, that's
Fethullah Gulen or whatever his name was, that guy. Another one. FETÖ, he had the organization, and they just locked him down. They shut down all his all his people, and he ran to America.
So wait, which lands will they be getting in from the Lausanne? Will Turkey now be getting?
A lot of it is to do with the rights to excavate oil and natural gases from under the sea. So they were obviously stopped from developing themselves in certain things like excavating minerals, for example, or like I said, natural gases and things like that. They were stopped from doing that.
Wait a minute. Are you like a supporter of the Ottoman Empire? You want it to come back again?
No, obviously not. Like I don't think there will be an Ottoman Empire, but I definitely think there will be like an alliance of Turkic states, going from, let's say, Afghanistan and Pakistan on one end. In the middle, you got like Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. All these countries will basically have umbrella organizations, let's say, that will enable them to. It will be like Europe, basically, like the Federated States of Europe, but it will be like the Turkish Muslim version of it. So like they'll have like the freedom of workers to move around. They'll have like a currency agreement. They'll have like no interest between each other. They'll have probably like some version of Sharia law. Like it would just basically be United States of Islam.
And that's what you would support, a United States.
I don't think it's anything to do with Ottoman territories, because Ottomans predominantly had European and Arabian lands. I don't think they're looking to go back into those particular areas, because that's not where the growth is. The growth and the development is going to come from these underdeveloped countries like Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. And I think the architect of this whole plan is actually Putin. Putin's the one who's saying that let's set up these Turks to rival China and slow their roll. Because China's now like steaming ahead so far, they need to do something, and they're going to just release the Turks to do that. But I think the Turks will have to make certain concessions and agreements. Like they'll have to say, okay, we're not going to once we're strong and we're allowed to get strong again, we're not going to do anything mad like, I don't know, like take over Israel or anything mad like that. Like then they're going to have to like sign agreements and like give reassurances, because like when they get strong again, obviously people are going to be fearing that, innit? Like especially like Greece, for example, they'll be like, no, you can't be investing in Turkey. Do you know what I mean? So there'll be problems. But that's just part of the course, isn't it? It's just going to go that way, I think.
There may be problems ahead.
Yeah. So, like, I think that Turkey won't really be the leader of this kind of group, but there will be sort of like the spiritual kind of leaders, because they'll provide a lot of the like European forward-thinking, modern kind of like element to this whole thing, and then bring everyone else up to their level, sort of thing. Like people like Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, like they've been kept down, innit, by Russia predominantly. But I think Russia's going to take the foot off their neck now, because it's either that or just let China just basically take over everything.
Is that such a bad thing if the Chinese are allowed to take over?
I don't really think it's a bad thing. I just don't think like it's good to like. It's better to have like a
Big
balance.
up.
Who's that?
Big up, big up.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is that the lovely Sasha?
Wow.
Oh dear.
Oh no, Sasha's not here. It's me, MD. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, it's you. Fuck's sake.
Wow. What a nice welcome. Not even a walaikum salam. But no, on a serious note, I was going to say, from what I put it in the back chat as well as in the chat below, and you probably know more about the Turkish, the Ottoman Empire than I do. So, from what I was told, Turkey, not only did it control the Ottoman Empire, I shouldn't say Turkey, the Ottoman Empire at the time, not only did it have take over parts of Yemen, as well as Palestine, but also they handed those territories over to the English, to the British as well. So could you go into details on why that happened? Like, I mean, because obviously, you know, you seem to know quite a bit about the sort of Ottoman Empire, Turkish history.
The Ottoman Empire got infiltrated by the English.
Yo.
Yes, what's happening, bro?
Can we welcome Peter to the show? What's good, Peter?
Peter, big up, Peter.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, we good.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Introduce yourself, Peter, man.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself, bro. Where you from? What'd you do? Like, what you up to? Well, go on for you.
Work. I work in mechanics. I build stuff. But I just come to listen in.
Peter, you from a Caribbean background?
You sound familiar, Peter.
I was just about to say that, Maki. He sounds like that brother that came on before. You know, the one that was on the camera, started cussing everyone and saying, "Oh, you're on." Yeah, that's who he sounds like. Yeah.
Nah, it's not me, mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, getting on with the conversation that we was having.
Right. Go on.
Basically, as the story goes, once the Ottoman Empire started breaking up, they had to kind of like hand over the holy sites to whoever was next to get them, right? So obviously Russia, being the Orthodox Russians, they were in line to get it, but England done a little move, as they always do. They've done a little dirty tactics, and they said to Turkey, like, we'll cut you a better deal. Rather than you crumbling apart, falling apart, and basically getting absorbed into Russia, we'll give you certain securities that you can hold on to certain land, like basically the majority of Turkey, what it is today. But you're going to have to sign over, let's say, Bosnia, Herzegovina. You're going to have to sign over Palestine to us, Egypt, and like anything basically that's outside of Turkey, you have to relinquish, like Aleppo in Syria. You have to give away a lot of your lands, in it, to hold on to what you got. Do you know what I mean? So,
but what was the deal they had with Russia then? What was the Russian deal? Would they have been able to keep those territories with the Russians if they choose to make them allies instead?
The Russians weren't really offering them a deal. They were just saying, we won't kill you. We'll just basically allow you to live, but we'll just take as much as we can offer you. And then we're
in terms of resources or
land? Like land. Land was the resource back then, innit? So this is back then when land was the resource, innit? Back then. So I think Russia would have just inherited it, like as a natural course of event. Like one empire collapses and it gets absorbed by the powerful nation. So a lot of these places really like should have gone to Russia.
So who was it that you said someone infiltrated? Because, you know, obviously with Palestine having one of the holiest sites, I would have thought that would have been a place that obviously Turkey being a Muslim country would have been like non-negotiable. You know, like certain territories.
Yeah, but you got to understand that. What you got to understand is that when the Ottomans collapsed, they just took whatever money they could and they ran to Beirut, and they set up shop in Beirut, and they just basically left the whole of all the Turkish population to get mash up. So when Kemal Pasha, who's Ataturk, he was like a nationalist, and he said, "Nah, like we're gonna fight." And they fought 4 years. They fought a 4-year war to kick out the invaders of England, Italy, Greece, I think Romania, or whatever countries it was. They just kicked them out, and that's how they managed to hold on to the majority of the lands. But they couldn't hold on to the empire. The empire went.
So was Ataturk the one that because I know like previously, like in Turkey before, like the Turkish language, they used to speak Arabic and they used to use the Arabic alphabet as well, innit? And then Ataturk was the one that basically took his wife's hijab off and then told everyone they changed up the language and everything like that. No,
I don't think he took his wife's hijab off. I think what they did, they said that the men didn't have to wear the fez no more because they used to wear fez, innit, like Egyptians. So then they said to them, like, wear Western clothes. So this is all part of the agreement that he made with the West, enabled to survive, because they let him survive. They said to him, all right, rather than us sending in our people and killing, like, more people dying, and it's going to, like, a lot of these like forces were dying, innit? They couldn't fight the Turks, even though that they were like on their knees and the Ottomans collapsed. Like, they were still strong enough to hold them off like 4 countries.
Off the mainland.
So these lot had to cut a deal, innit? So Stalin, I think, Churchill, and I think it was Roosevelt. They went and like had a sit down, and they said to him, "Look, you're going to join the EU, you're going to join Europe. Your army's going to join their army, and you're just going to become European, innit? And you're going to have to like modernize your country." I think they changed the ezan into Turkish, from Arabic to Turkish, which was only lasted about 10 years.
Oh, did they? Oh, okay. That part I didn't know. I didn't know about that changing.
Then they realized that people weren't having it, so they had to change it back again. But like you're right, like they changed the Turkish language from Arabic writing into European letters. But to be honest, Turkish isn't naturally written in Arabic anyway, so like it's difficult.
But did the Turks have their own written form before the Arabic was introduced, or was it because, like, you know, Ataturk and the word Turkey comes from him, but obviously, you know, Turkey being a big place, they would have different subgroups in Turkey. Like, you know, like in Ethiopia, we have Amhara, Gurage, and stuff like that.
They had the ancient writing system, but that went back like 1,000 years ago. Like, it's not really a modern way of writing. So
but I mean, what kind of letters did they use? Like, what was like? What do you know what it was called or what it looked like? Yeah, before. I'm just curious.
More like Persian, rather than Arabic. It would be more like Persian. So a lot of modern Turkish language is taken from Persian, because Turks got Islam from the Persians as well. It was like the 2nd or 3rd caliphate that they took Islam from, innit? So they were already even the Islam that they received was Persian. So their language, their edebiyat, their literature, it was all from Persian. So their language system was Persian, which is similar to Arabic. So when they become the caliphs of Islam, then they transferred it over fully to Arabic. And then they take a lot of Arabic words into the Turkish language at that point as well. But this is like, we're talking very general. There's always been a hardcore elite of Turkish Muslims that have been very strict. And like, you can't judge the whole country, like, just because the country turned, what's it called?
No, I'm not judging the country. I'm just I'm curious about the history.
A lot of Muslims, they criticize Turkey for the things that they've done. But what you've got to realize is they saved a lot of Muslims and enabled them to carry on living as Muslims. Like, even in places like Europe, because even though they had to sign away these territories like Bosnia and Albania, the Muslims that lived there, they still had some sort of military support from Turkey, because Turkey managed to stay on their feet. They didn't go under. If they went under, all the Muslims that were living in Turkey now, they would have been raped and slaughtered. They would have been finished.
So, but what about, you know, I know you said there was with Bosnians, but I know the Russians, they came with, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Russians, there was a whole, was it the Bosnians or Albanians? There was a genocide of them by the Russians, no? So wouldn't that be...
You mean the Armenian genocide?
No, not the Armenian genocide. Like, I can't remember. I'm sure there was a genocide in Bosnia, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, what you mean recently of the Muslims?
Yeah, but that was like a few years back. So were the treaties only stopped halfway, or how long did these treaties were they supposed to be in?
Turkey sent troops there, isn't it? There's Turkish troops still now in Bosnia. to support.
Oh, is there? Okay, I didn't know that.
But they couldn't really go there because the Greeks were like, "No, you're not passing through our land to go there," because they thought that the Turks is too much of a threat to them. They didn't want it. They were like, "No, we're going to go and save these poor Bosnians from getting massacred." And the Greeks were like, "Nah, man, fuck that. We're not letting you through." And obviously, the Greeks got sympathy with the Serbians anyway because they're both Orthodox. They're not. They're the same type of Christian, isn't it? So they had sympathies with them. So they didn't let the Turks go through. So what happened? The Turks had to wait for United Nations to go through there. And then the United Nations said, all right, who wants to send troops? And then Turkey said, all right, we'll send troops. And then they were like, all right, but the generals, like the leaders, are going to be thingied, like under United Nations control. So there is Turkish troops in Bosnia.
In present. And people, don't forget, hit the like button, Cash App, subscribe, PayPal, all that good stuff. And big up Nesse, Kimo. And I don't know if you read Mohammed Hamdan's comment. He said the Ottoman Empire was not just Turkish people who supported the Ottomans.
It's true. So Ottoman became an identity that even when you used to say I'm Turkish, at that point they used to look down on you like you was a tramp. So Ottoman. So
was the Turks a lower class, and then when Ataturk came into power, then he brought his ethnic group up.
Because the Turks had incorporated themselves and mixed in with like Europeans and Arabs, they didn't identify themselves culturally as Turks. They thought Turks were like people from Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, out that way. They thought of themselves as Ottoman. So Ottoman identity would be like now if you said I'm British, right? So in Britain we got English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, but they're all British, right? So in the Ottoman times you'd have Greeks, Armenians, Italians, like all have their own community. The Turks will have their community, but they will all identify as Ottoman, meaning like they were like British sort of thing.
So like their original ethnic group was sort of kind of, some of them probably would have lost the knowledge of their original ethnic groups, and they just assimilated into that identity.
Yeah, they just become like an amalgamation, like a mixture.
So then technically your lineage could be also amalgamation of all these different things, because so many people amalgamate. So I just want to throw that in. But before you start, I just want to say, Ellery, if you're still there, could you jump back on? Because I really wanted to speak to you about the Orishas as well. Yeah. Go ahead, Carnage.
When you're talking about lineage, that's a completely different issue. Lineage is like your dad's dad's dad. Lineage doesn't take into consideration where the rest of your genetics comes from. So when you say lineage, it's talking about something very specific. You know.
No, but I mean, part of the Ottoman Empire, you know, you had the armies, and like they had quite a large, substantial army, the Ottoman Empire. Hence why they was able to sort of keep stepping into other territories and taking over and taking control over those territories. But what I'm saying is, it's like you said, certain people of certain ethnic groups, they just assimilated with that identity. So technically, their lineage could actually be from those places, but they've lost the knowledge of it because of the assimilation. So they only identify as one or the other.
So like even 90% of the Turkish population currently wouldn't be of Central Asian or original Turkish people. 90% of Turkey would be indigenous Anatolians and Ottoman Empire people. But you got to remember, like when the Ottomans withdrew from Europe, they had to have a population exchange. So all the European Muslims, like the Macedonian Muslims, a lot of the Muslims that were living in Europe, once the Ottomans got kicked out of Europe, they had to go with them. So they had to leave places like Greece and go and move to Turkey. So they wanted their people back. They said, all right, well, send us the Greeks that live in Istanbul, for example, send them to Greece. Like we do a population exchange.
Like they're trying to kick everyone sort of back up. Beefy's put, the Ottoman was the Muslim empire before the end of World War II, where they backed Germany and lost. I don't know if did they back Germany?
Yeah.
Just curious. I didn't know.
He's right. So obviously England was on the opposite side of Germany and Turkey in the war. But that was the First World War. In the Second World War, Turkey didn't get involved. They stayed out of it.
But the First World War is when they had to get, because of the First World War, it's the reason why they had to give up their territories.
Traditionally, Turks and Germans or Germanic people or Celts even have been quite close, really related. Like even the capital, I think, of Sweden was Turku. The place called Turku was actually the capital, because they're always like
in Sweden, Turku.
Yeah. So the Vikings and the Turks were quite close, going back to the ancient times. So the Norsemen, like all these people, like the Vikings, for example, they had good relations with them. So, you know, when they, like, Germany was one of the last countries to get made in Europe. So when they made the country Germany, Germany was close with Turkey.
What do you mean? It was the Germany's been around for time, no? Even before the war, before World War One, Germany was there.
But
no?
as a but what I'm talking about, going from the ancient times to the modern times. If you look at the ancient times, Germany would have come under Rome, because Rome was there, innit? Like, they didn't have their own country.
But would you know when you say modern times? Do you mean what? When I think modern times, I'm thinking of like
after the Roman Empire.
Okay.
So like, Ottomans were the only empire that really survived up until the modern era. So they were outdated anyway. Like, they were like dinosaurs, because they had a big landmass. All the people lived in peace, relative peace, for like 600 years, 800, 900 years. So then during that time, English, France, Germany, they're all warring each other. Technologically, they advanced. So in terms of warfare, they advanced. Do you know what I mean? So like, Turkey really didn't like have that same kind of like fight in them anymore. They were too civilized. Do you know what I mean? So the empire was bound to collapse because they were coming at them from all sides.
What do you mean? An empire doesn't grow because it's not civilized. Do you see because it can't not be civilized? Do you see what I'm saying?
No,
there was plenty of empires that were civilized way before the existence of Europe, Turkey, all these places. Do you see what I'm saying? And it wasn't barbaric.
We're talking about the ancient world, right? So the Ottomans were from the ancient world, and they just about made it to the modern era. So like modern times now, Britain, like the British Empire, happened in the modern era. So after industrialization.
No, the British Empire started before the so-called like industrialization. They were out stealing land and everything. So.
Yeah, that's true. It did start before. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, and I was going to say, Beefy and Chemo, jump up. You got a lot in the chat, but jump up on the panel and we can keep the conversation going. And Ellery, where did you disappear to? You're going to answer. I'm going to find out one way or another. You're going to tell me, Ellery, about the Orishas. I would like to know the information you have, brother, please. Yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you're going to see in the future, Turkey's going to get stronger. And because of that, you're going to see a lot of hatred directed towards Turkey, especially from countries like England, who want to bring them down so they can basically get a cheaper deal out of them. Because now they're going to be dependent on these countries because there's no growth in the Europe no more. They have to invest in other countries, right? So they don't want you to do good. They want to get the ground floor. They want to invest when you're low, and then when you go up, they'll make money out of you. So you'll see a lot of Western targeting, especially of Erdogan, because that's their tactic. Like, they've done the same thing with Iraq. They target Saddam Hussein. They've done the same thing with Libya. They target Gaddafi, and they demonize.
Yeah, of course, they want to destabilize things. We ain't got a
problem with the people. We ain't got a problem with the people. It's the leader. Like, that's the excuse that they use. Now, when you look at people who, for example, jump on that bandwagon that you wouldn't expect, right? You got to understand where they're coming from. They're either pro-Israel or they're pro-England, but they don't want to show you that they're pro-England. So, like, they got this anti-establishment, anti-white man, anti-imperialism rhetoric, but really, these are the people that are the biggest supporters of England. They're the biggest contributors to the wealth of England. Like, France's biggest contributor to their wealth is Africa. Do you get me? But yet, if you speak to the average person, they'll be like, no, we hate them. They're colonizing us. Yeah, but when Turkey wants to go up against England or France, you're against Turkey. Why is that, though?
No. Because when you think about aid, and I said this in the chat last time when you were saying that Turkey's put it, trying to help these countries, giving aid and support. We have to remember, aid is not free money. It's not a donation. It's not sadaqah or zakat. What they're doing is saying, right, we're gonna give you this much, borrow you this much money. Extortion, the interest rate is extortionate, and they tend to offer such a large amount to developing countries, yeah, that their allies were the ones that sabotaged it, and then say to them, okay, you can now not afford the repayment of the interest. So what we're going to start doing, because we have invested, is now take over certain industrial things, whether it be oil, whether it be food production, land mass, whatever it is. Do you see what I'm saying? So the term of aid is it's non-existent. It's not the way that people like to portray it as, oh, look, we're giving so much money in aid. No, this is a loan that you're giving, and a loan with extortion. You know, it's no different from loan sharks. And I'm not just saying that for Turkey. I'm just saying in general. Do you know what I'm saying? Even when the other Western countries tend to do that,
I understand you're talking about being in general, right? But you got to understand this. As the population of these countries, we all have a gripe with it because we look at it as these countries are taking advantage of our
Which they are.
But the only reason we got a gripe with it is because our leaders are making money and they don't filter that money down to the population by building up infrastructure, educating the people, and raising their living standards. What they're doing is hiding the money in Swiss bank accounts.
Yeah, so, but this is all from knowledge. No. But this is all knowledge that that the Western countries have. You have to remember, it's not like they don't understand the dynamics and I can't even speak English. Intricacy of it all. Do you see what I mean? At the end of the day, they all at some point played a part in the sabotage of the underdevelopment of Africans and Africa, because we as a community, as a nation, and as a continent have always made steps to progress. But what you will find is so-called Western countries, because they are military and weaponry advanced more than us, because realistic, those nations are warlike nations. Do you see what I'm saying? They infiltrate the land, and then they assassinate the leaders. When there is a group that is actually gonna, I mean, you could throw out names, Lumumba. There's so many different leaders that were assassinated and executed.
Let me give you an example of a country, right, called Israel, who they made a country out of a piece of desert, right? They warred and terrorized England, right? They put terrorist bombs in.
But they didn't make that country. Hold on. Let's not get that twisted.
They did make that country from scratch, right? They basically put bombs, blew up the British embassy, and basically run the British out until the British had to basically agree to let them have their way, right? They actually had to fight about 5 other surrounding countries for their survival. So,
but it's not about it's not survival when you think about it. Okay, finish.
You know why they were successful? Because for them, like I said, that land was desert. It was life or death for them. But with Africa, because Africa's so rich and it's got natural resources, Africa's never been in a life or death situation. Even in times of slavery, the people that sold them into slavery were still living large. We're still doing good.
No, but then this is a misconception about when they say people were people sell their own people for slavery and this and that. Like I said, it's more intricate than that, so we can't make it so black and white. Go ahead.
The worst thing that ever happened to the reputation of Africa was fucking feed the world. Ethiopians are starving to death. This whole narrative that was put over British television, convincing people that Ethiopians are just living like tramps with flies crawling over their faces. It was a lie. It was bullshit. Ethiopia's got one of the richest histories, one of the richest countries that could ever be. Yeah? Right. But now, if you ask the average person on the street about Ethiopians, they will still carry on with this narrative of, Africans are
Of course, because this is the propaganda. No, but this is what I'm saying about the propaganda machine. And it's not a case of African leaders and African people not actually trying to utilize what they have and their innovative nature and creating stuff to make progress forward. It's a case of the Western world has the technological advances that they have, right, have propagated this through propaganda, whether it's through self-hatred, whether it's like putting this false narrative, like say for example, when people think of England, they think of the Queen, and people say, oh, la-di-da, and what a good day. You know, thou art so. Do you understand? But in the reality, we live here, so we know there's actually different demographics, and we know you got the working class and all sorts. Do you see what I'm saying? And the majority of the English population ain't the upper class. But that's what I'm saying is, it's so easy to blame African leaders, but majority of them are puppets that were put in place because of the weaponry that was given to them by the West.
Listen, I'm not blaming anyone for anything. Everyone's doing the best they can do, right, under the circumstances they're under. But we need to look at things through a lens of reality. yeah, not through going easy on certain people and attacking certain people because it suits our narrative, which is what I'm saying to you. When they're attacking people like Saddam, when they're attacking people like Gaddafi, when they're attacking people like Erdogan, it's for a reason, right? If you fall into that narrative, it's because it suits you. Like,
I hear you,
right?
But what we're saying is there's no smoke without fire, yeah?
Yeah, but when can we say the same with Islamophobia then? Are we saying that these people that hate Muslims, are they right to do that?
No, but what I'm saying is there's no listen, hold on. No, wait, let me finish.
So
there is no smoke. Listen, there's no smoke without fire. And the reason why certain people are Islamophobe is because there is a minority of the Ummah that are of a certain mindset. And rather than the bulk of us, those minute forces that are being propagated to the masses.
Pause. Is their mindset a product of being Muslim? No, it's not, is it?
No, it's the mindset.
It's portrayed as if it comes from the Quran, and they're giving hadiths and they're giving ayahs, and they're showing you that these people's fucked up.
It's because the deen that they have is like with people before.
No, it's not.
Like in the Quran, it tells you people have sold the reason why the Quran sent down, because there are people, there are munafiqeens, there are hypocrites.
No, that's not referring to Muslims. You're wrong.
I'm saying to listen, how you have to Khan. We're going to have a conversation. You need to let me finish. You can say I'm wrong and give your reasoning after, because when I finish explaining, then you can have an opportunity. You might find that the end part of my sentence, you may take a step back and be like, oh, okay, all right, this is why she went in that direction.
I expect your ear to hear the word that's coming out your mouth. You should be correcting yourself before.
Because like I said, you're just jumping to the assumption that you know what the end result is. You don't know the end result of what I'm saying, because I have not finished saying it. You are just cutting me out.
They weren't Muslim.
You are not listening, Khan. You are not listening.
And let's
take this out. Let's take this a step back. Okay.
You can't expect me to listen to that.
You can't. Are we not having a conversation? We're not having a debate. We're having a conversation, which means I give you time to speak, and also you afford me the same.
What you're saying is a debate. That is a debate. What you're saying.
No, I'm not. You might want to create it into a debate. That's a whole nother topic. But as I'm saying, you were saying about the Muslims, yeah, and the Islamophobia, and I said to you, as before, there is no smoke without fire, and the reason why some people are Islamophobic. Yes, you have a portion of them, they're just ignorant. They're not just Islamophobe, they're a phobe to every single thing other than what they are and the nation and the people that they come from, right?
Can we apply the same rule to racism then? Can we say that people are racist, but there's no smoke without fire? Black people are what these people say. We can't say that, can we? So
now Khan, you're not letting me finish, yeah? So you keep swapping the subject. Let's stick to what... because we went from Islam, talking about the Turkish Empire, and we're talking about Islam, and then we talked about...
No.
Khan, it's you that keeps swapping the podcast.
You're the one who...
So, okay, how about you just let me finish? Can you not let me finish?
But it don't apply when it comes to racism then.
Khan, if you want to talk about racism, we can have a conversation about racism once I finish my point. No, because now I put something out there and I have not been able to finish, right?
Because it don't make sense. You can't finish if I let you.
What do you mean you can't? Look.
All right, go on then. Make sense.
There is no smoke without fire for every and anything. Is that easier for you?
Bullshit.
There may be exceptions to the rule, because there's exceptions to everything, but it's not. At the end of the day, the reason why some people are Islamophobe is part and parcel of the propaganda machine. And I say there's no smoke without fire because, yes, there is a small, minute amount of the ummah who are on the wrong kind of aqidah, right? And who, whatever munafiq is teaching them is manipulating what the Quran is saying, hence why they do certain things. Right? There you go.
Is that your point?
That's the point. That was the point I was trying to make about it. And you could say the exact same with racism, because yes, there's going to be a minute portion of every community, yeah, that is going to be on some kind of madness and jahilness, right?
Wow.
But what is promoted and used by the propaganda machine is what blinds people. Do you see what I'm saying? Because all they see is what's apparent. It's the same thing like you see black on black violence. Anytime a white man kills another white man, it's not called white on white violence. They're just saying this man with mental health issues, this man the lone wolf, this man that and the other. Why? Because this is the nation belongs to what type of people, right? So they're not going to indoctrinate, and they're not going to put out the truth that there is an issue with their own people, but they're going to say that the minority of a minority group is the majority of the badness that is coming towards us. Hence why I said you can say the same thing, no smoke without fire, but I'm not saying that that is a fire. I'm just saying there's a smoke there. You get it?
I get what you're saying. I just don't agree.
You don't have to. Well, you don't have to agree with me. You know, to each their own. You know, lakum dinakum waliyadin, all that stuff. Yeah.
Anything that's bad that's been said about people, when we look to the essence of it, there's going to be a core where it actually does become true.
It's not that there is a core. Listen, the core is the center of a being, the center of a thing. I'm not saying that the core is the root and the spring which the ignorance come from. That's not what I'm saying, Khan. Right? Like I said, there are going to be people all over this world, regardless of religion, ethnicity, cultural identity, whatever label you want to put on it. There will be a minority of people who hold certain stereotypes. You don't act like stereotypes do not exist. As not all stereotypes are false. Do you understand? Stereotypes come from a specific... No, but it's true. Not all stereotypes are false. They may be exaggerated. They may be embellished. Yes, but not all stereotypes of a people, of a nation is going to be false. Like not all stereotypes are negative. Not all stereotypes are positive. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah.
I think that's a very ignorant position that you're holding there, because you're basically denying the fact that this propaganda that we're looking at isn't motivated by people and their stereotypes. It's motivated by geopolitical stances. So if they want to invade
what
Africa,
are you talking about?
They want
how is
excuse me.
Go ahead, finish.
If they want to invade Africa and rinse out the resources and run the people down, they're going to make out a narrative that makes themselves feel good, where they're saying, well, even if we left the Africans to it, they wouldn't be able to develop.
That's the narrative they already do, Khan. Right. So I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm right. They're saying...
Khan?
Are you going to listen? Are you going to listen? Because I'm correcting you. You want to be corrected? Or do you want to carry on being ignorant?
You can give me your opinion. Yeah, you can say I'm ignorant or I'm continuing being ignorant. Like I said, to each their own.
By saying that there's no smoke without fire, you are denying the fact that these people make up complete lies that suit their narrative, which is to come and rinse you, and they don't.
No way did I say that.
Don't just have to.
No way did I say that.
They don't have to justify it to their own people. They don't have to look bad to their own people. They're like, yeah, but these people are dumb. They can't run their own country.
That's what they propagate.
This is called the white burden.
That's what they propagate, that white savior complex.
But you add in the no smoke without fire equation into that, you're basically giving them a right to say what they're saying, which is crazy.
No, Khan. It's
but
not.
That's what you said, though.
No smoke without fire is the same thing like saying stereotype, right? It can either be positive or negative. It is not isolated to one thing, Khan. And people choosing, Western nations choosing to take a minute case from peoples and then propagate as if that's the majority of a nation, the majority of a continent, is farcical. Do you understand? And that's what happens. So I'm not justifying it. I'm saying that's the reality of it. That's what happens. And that's what's been going on.
I'm sure if we look at propaganda, we can find things that are totally 100,000% not true. They're not things.
Of course.
One minute.
Of course you're going to find that it's not true. Hence why I say they embellish things. I never said they didn't lie about things.
Embellishment means you're taking something and adding something to it.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
I know that, Khan. And I'm not denying that they lie about it.
But what I'm saying... Doing that. I'm saying they're making up the whole thing. The entirety of it is made up. That's what I'm saying.
The entirety of what is made up? God tell me, the entirety of what?
When it comes to politics and lying about people,
because it suits you. Yeah, it doesn't have to be based on this idea that it's a stereotype that they've embellished. It could be, which most often is, a completely made up lie, 100% made up lie. Like this whole science about measuring people's skulls and coming to the idea of one race being different from another race, or one race being more intelligent.
That's a lie.
One from another race based on the skull size. Turns out the whole thing's made up. The whole thing's a lie. But guess what? It suited their narrative, didn't it?
But it's the whole thing. It was a theory. See, theory is not fact. You chose to believe a theory.
A theory.
That Darwinism is a theory.
That's not Darwinism. Fact. But that's not Darwinism. That's nothing to do with Darwinism. That's
that humans are not all developed differently.
There's a different science that says that based on your skull size, rather than your skull shape, they can basically guess how intelligent you are, right? This is a science that they made up, because they come into contact with other people and they want to make out that these people are dumb to justify putting them into slavery. There was
same thing that
one minute. There was no stereotype that they embellished. The whole thing was a lie.
Okay.
Right.
So it's the same thing. So when Turkey killed the Armenians and genocide the Armenians and they don't admit the genocide, that is a lie, yeah?
Excuse me.
Is that a lie that everyone says?
Try to escape.
It's not escaping. I'm using the same formula to bring it back to the original part of the conversation, which was the Ottoman Empire. How about that?
Do you accept that your criteria is misguided? You're saying that there's no smoke without fire. I'm saying to you, forget that. Do you accept that I've given you
what do you mean forget that? Can't.
Are you listening?
Like I said, there is good and bad to both. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm listening. I'm hearing what you're saying, but
that's irrelevant. What I'm saying to you is
like up the show, people. Hit the Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff, and jump up on the panel, jump into the conversation. Yeah. Don't forget to keep that like up, keep that like rising. Jedi, could you let Zulu in, please? He's in the back, and Mary Chili Jane is in the back, and PR, you ain't coming on. Hashtag. What was his name? The guy without the headline?
I don't know. What?
Oh yeah, because he said, look in the back chat. He's going. Yeah, he's just filling it up. So jump on the panel, guys. And I don't know. So we've got some of the comments here. Let's scroll up, involve the chat as well, because obviously this is not just a two-person conversation. You want to read some of the messages in the chats? Yeah, the comments in the chats. Yeah. Just give me. Yeah, I'm gonna go and pause 2 secs. Yeah.
Yeah. You carry on. Don't worry. Something about someone's hairline. It's quite interesting. Someone trying to quote hadith, which is ironic. What else? Going back a little bit. Grossler. Africa don't need help. It needs to be left alone. It's simple. Yeah, a little bit of a kind of like parallel ideology there alongside these white supremacists who are now saying they've had enough of invading other people and now they think they should be left alone to enjoy their riches. So, this separatist ideology, I don't really agree with. But anyway, there you go.
How is that separatist?
Well, saying you should be left alone.
Yeah.
I don't agree with anyone being left alone.
No, but do you understand what that means when it says left alone? It means in the sense of allowing the indigenous to determine their own future and their own economy.
But that's everybody's right to do that. You don't have to be alone to do that.
No, but at the moment we have many foreign additives in terms of the economy and trades and all these other things. So it's not necessarily being left to own devices at the moment. Like Chinese people building roads and all this stuff and having their own embassies and taking jobs and doing all sorts of madness, like what's happening now. All we want is autonomy.
I don't really agree with how Chinese run their business. I think it's a flawed thing what they do, which is they send their own people out to other countries to do the jobs that they should actually be training those people in those countries to do. But I think why those countries accept that is because they sort of hope that eventually their own people sort of like take over those jobs. or China's offering them such a good deal that they can't really argue about like small things like that, so they don't bother making an issue out of it. But when it comes to other countries, like for
big
example,
up MJ, big up Zulu, peace out family. I've got to jump off, so the children like, comment and subscribe, hit the cash app, PayPal and all that good stuff.
Big up sis.
All right, big up.
Big up Zulu, big up Khan.
Big up, man.
Yeah, welcome.
What was the discussion? It seemed very, frustrating.
I don't know, but I didn't have much to contribute. I just came to tell Khan to behave himself.
Was it Khan's fault, or was it just, I don't know?
She's not here to defend herself, so it's going to be a bit difficult to continue that conversation. It won't be fair on her. But let's talk about what you were saying, Zulu.
No, I was just simply agreeing with that comment that you read, that we need to be left alone. It's just self-autonomy. I'm not denying multiculturalism or trade.
Everyone should have.
Interrupt me then. Go on.
No, but I've repeated myself now. You made me say it twice. You don't need to be left alone to be able to be in charge of your own shit, right?
But that's what needs to happen first.
Why?
Figure out our own stuff by ourselves before we introduce foreign intervention or foreign trade or whatever it may be. We need to clean up our own house before we start. You can't invite people in if you haven't cleaned your house.
This ideology that you're espousing, and I'm basically showing a parallel with Europeans that have the same ideology, then when we look at the end result of it now, is the fact that people are saying, oh, we don't care if the immigrants all get sent home. We don't care. We want our country back. And we're like, yeah, but guys, don't you realize that it's going to mash up your economy? But we don't care about that. We'll prefer to have our...
But Khan, did I say kick anyone out? I didn't say that.
I'm showing you what they're saying. Now, when we look at how that ideology panned out, what we can see now is shortages of things that we need because there are no workers or no skilled people available. That is that ideology. When it pans out, you can see that the end result of it is economical disaster. So being left alone and isolating yourself is the opposite of what people have been doing for a millennia, which is having links with other countries and having good ties with other countries.
But hold on, Bakan. All these things you're saying are essential. Having communication with other countries, trading. This is not what I'm against. The problem at the moment is the trading isn't fair because the deals that we sign, the contracts that we sign, the agreements that are made aren't for the benefit of the native population or the people that are trading with foreign agencies. It's to benefit China, it's to benefit America, it's to benefit France, but it's not to benefit the ones whom they're trading with. Do you understand that? So there's not an equality in terms of the exchange. It's not fair exchange most of the time. Land's being given up, jobs have been taken away. China's basically with the roads and with the trains and all these things, they've come in and they've essentially, taken people's opportunities to contribute to the economy who are native to the area. So it causes many problems when, like I said before, you clean the house first before you invite people in. You don't invite people in so that they can take your house and clean it for you. You clean it yourself and then you invite people in.
Yeah. I got to go, man. My kid's phoning me. It's important. I got to go. But yeah.
You gotta go.
Yeah. All right. Speak to you later. Bye.
Now you're going to run away. Wow. I gotta go. Yeah, okay.
Because he realized he's not going to win an argument against you.
I don't know why he's so argumentative. Like every day he comes on, it's like he makes it about him, and then he always has to be contrary to someone else every time he comes on.
I know. And then every time he's losing an argument, it's just like, well, they do this and they do that. Who even is this they?
I have no idea.
Yo, so what's good, Zulu?
Nothing really, man. Just chilling. Got my Sabbath later today, so I thought I'd jump on before that.
Yeah, I tuned in and it was a bit wild, so I thought, let me try and jump on and help, Yeah,
that's what I wanted to do as well.
At least try to. It's difficult with some people, though.
That's what I wanted to do as well, but then, I couldn't get on because he wasn't on yet to let me in. But yeah, I had no clue what they were talking about, so I don't think I could have contributed to it.
Yeah, and the argument changes as well. So, and where I don't have the knowledge, it's like I'm trying to listen to learn, but when it's like the topic's going off in different directions every minute, it's kind of like I'm not even really learning anything.
Yeah. They're having a mad argument in the chat as well.
Yeah, Sarah and Kemo, you two need to jump on and have this debate, innit?
Need to do like an actual debate.
I feel like this has been going on for a couple of weeks in the chat with these two.
Nah, I get the passion though, because sometimes when I listen to Mackie talk or anyone talk, and I'm like, I just get frustrated because I have my understanding in it, so it makes me want to jump on and just say, no, you're wrong. So I understand the passion. I understand the passion.
No, it is good to see people so passionate about their beliefs.
Well, did you see the show yesterday with H?
I don't think so. No, because I went out, must have left, I don't know, I think about 2 or something, so I missed like the later part of the afternoon and the whole evening.
Yeah, he went a bit mad still. I think like he just got, the conversation just got to him and he started just saying a bunch of crazy shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's telling people you're not black and you people didn't do anything. And, you know, everything is Sikh, everything is the one. He just went on a, I don't know, man. I call it a mental breakdown. But the thing is, I've known H for a while because before I went on YouTube live streams, I was on Hangouts, Google Hangouts. And so essentially, it's just like, you know, like how you have a WhatsApp group, but you can join a call and have like a group call. It's kind of like that. And you'd have like religious debates, all sorts of things happening. And H would always come on, like showing his sword or dagger, pause. And he would just be sitting there just like saying the same shit over and over again. The one, just monologuing about his beliefs. So that's why when I saw him on here the first time, I was like, oh. But he wasn't as bad when he first came on here, but he started to show those same tendencies yesterday.
Right.
So
I mean, there's been a few times where his behavior has been quite questionable. Even the way he speaks has been questionable. And I have asked him a few times, like, are you intoxicated? Have you taken anything? And he just goes into some crazy little rant. But I have noticed lately he keeps getting at people and saying those kind of things like, no, you're not this and you're not that. And you can't really be a Muslim if this, or you can't really be Sikh if that. Do you know what I mean? He's very, very opinionated. But yeah, there seems to be a bit of a deterioration the last week or so in his behavior.
100%. And I mean, it was evident when we just simply asked him questions, you know, what's the origins of Sikh and all sorts of questions. Wasn't volatile in any way, but he just started spazzing out. But the funny thing is, when you actually really look at the information, like, it's not really an old religion. And not only is it not an old religion, but when I had a little read of their doctrine and their books, it sounded very similar to, like, the Bible. And I'm sure there's Muslims that can attest that it sounds very similar to the Quran. So I know that it must be some sort of mix of these, like, monotheistic religions. But then
it's some kind of remix.
But he kind of had an idea of that, but he didn't want to accept it. So he kept saying, like, no, everything before Sikh is Sikh, even if, you know, it's a new religion. Everything before it is, it's all Guru. You know what I mean?
It's all one.
It's all one, yeah. That's why he has to have that point of view, because how else can you conceptuate other religions coming before yours? The only way you can do that is saying, no, it's all the same thing, but just a different way. That's what he does. It's a smart tactic, but I don't know.
It's easy to have one as the answer to everything, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, he did say he was going to take a break from YouTube a couple of days ago when he was on. He's like, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to focus on my studies. He was talking about quitting his job, to like, and then he was giving us this link to some YouTube video or YouTube channel that he was going to watch in order to, like, learn all about Sikh. And it's like, well, why would you give up your job and all of these things just to sit down and watch YouTube videos? Like, if you were going on some sort of, I don't know, mission or something, or you was devoting yourself at the temple or doing something like that, then maybe I could understand that you've got some kind of plan. But there didn't seem to be any plan. It was just some kind of like decision of, oh, I should spend all of my time learning about this and give up everything else in life.
Yeah.
And all I need is 2 bananas and some porridge to eat, and I'm good. But big up H though. He's an interesting character.
Yeah, I wonder how old he is. I don't know if he's my age or he's a bit older, but he seems quite young.
Yeah, I think he said he's like 22 or something.
Oh.
Yeah. MD Gold, jump back on, sis.
I know, right? She's trying to rebuttal in the chat. Trying to get the last word in the chat.
It's safe now. I completely understand how triggering it is trying to have conversations with people when they just talk over you. And I think we all know that Khan's like that. I think you just have to find a different way to find your own way, I think, to handle those conversations.
Yeah. But do you think he does it on purpose sometimes, or do you think that's just how he is?
It could be a bit of both, but I would say mainly it's just how he is. I don't know. What do you reckon? You've obviously been watching even longer than me, so would you say it's how he is, or it's a?
Well, I mean, when he's laughing as well after it and doing all sorts of other indications, it makes me kind of think like, oh, he's just doing it because he thinks it's like good for views or to have like a discourse or something. I don't think it's like genuine. I think he can be agreeable if he wants to be agreeable, but I don't think he in his mind he doesn't think it's entertaining to be agreeable, so he'll try and be anti.
Yeah.
Do you know, like when you play devil's advocate?
Yeah. A bit of like Shamsol tactics as well.
Yeah. Like, for example, yesterday, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, he was defending evolution. Like how like you could take up a position that's not yours just for the sake of the conversation. Like we all know he's a Muslim, but he was talking about it as if like, yeah, this is what it is. But I'm like, bro, what about Adam and Eve and da-da-da-da? So I don't know sometimes if he just does it just for the conversation to continue or something, but
I don't know. I feel like sometimes like where he might just have a bit of knowledge on something, he tries to throw it into conversation, but without being able to back it up with anything. Or then somebody will question him like, okay, is that something that you should believe in as a Muslim or something like that? And then, you know, when he gets those kind of questions, he gets a bit flustered and frustrated and then changes the arguments completely.
Oh, she's going to be on in 10 minutes.
All right, big up, sis. I know. I could, you know, like the thing is, it's like of MD of all people, how can you be disrespectful to MD? Like, she's the one.
Do you remember that guy that came on talking about the age of what's it called? And I think he called what did he call her? No, she said that he said something. It sounds very pedophilic. And he
yeah,
just
she said started to sound kind of pedo or something, and he was like, I
know. But one thing I respect about MD, she keeps her cool. You know, I've never seen her really cuss someone out. She just like says, you know, all right, and she just calms down. She doesn't like get too, you know what I mean, emotional about it.
Yeah. No, I think she handled that conversation really well just now with Khan as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the sisters are getting more confident on the panel. MD, Axum, and that's why we need people like Khan as well, because he does trigger a lot of the ladies. Like even today when I was listening in at times, like I'm listening in, I can hear him saying Irish this and ginger something, and I was just thinking, like it wasn't even relevant to the conversation at the time. Like, is he just doing this in the hopes that I'm going to jump on?
But he knows you're listening, though. He will say things like that just to piss you off. That's what he's doing. Because even when I was listening, I was like, why did he say that? What the hell?
Right? Okay, I'm glad you said it, and it wasn't just me that was thinking like he said that to trigger me.
He says that all the time.
Oh, yeah, he's got a bit of an obsession with Irish women.
Yeah, I think most of his girlfriends were Irish. His last one was.
Yeah.
And then she dumped him.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Dumped him, rolled him out the door. Anyway. I thought I was on mute. Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I ate a vegan diet yesterday.
Oh yeah, what did you have?
Lentils, and I had like chapati.
Chapati for you, chapati for me.
I had like a chapati, I had lentils, and then I had like some like steamed veg on the side, like broccolis and carrots and shit like that.
Okay.
And I just felt I was full, but I wasn't tired. You know, like when you eat, I don't know the last time you ate meat, but it makes you tired, it makes you like sloppy. But I had a very clear mind, and even when you go to the store, it's all kind of relaxed. It's not like, you know what I mean? So I definitely it's in that plant-based diet, but I wouldn't say it's optimum for me to be like that every day for like the rest of
Yeah, and that's the thing. It doesn't have to be an everyday thing. Like sometimes you can just reduce the amount of animal produce that you eat. Yeah.
Even milk, Mary. I haven't had milk in a while.
And do you know, I think it's good just to get ideas as well of meals that you can have, because a lot of people struggle to visualize, how would I actually eat? How can I incorporate vegan food or vegetarian food into my diet, or things that I would generally have in my cupboard, in my house, whatever. So it is good just to get ideas of like different meals and that.
Yeah, even milk. I haven't had milk in a while.
Okay.
And I feel great.
Not even plant-based milk?
Nothing. I would never drink that. The only plant-based milk I'd probably drink is almond milk, because I think soy milk as well. Anything to do with soya, I'm just personally not interested.
What about coconut milk?
With food, yeah, like with curries and stuff, but I don't know about just having it off the cuff, just on its own. I don't know about that. But definitely I would mix it. I've made it with curries and stuff before. But
okay.
I'm very uncomfortable with plant-based milk. I'm very uncomfortable with it, because to me it's just because I've made coconut milk before, and it's literally just water.
Yeah, it's quite watery.
It's just watery, and it just puts me off, man. I like the creaminess of milk, and like the I
suppose it's just like finding different alternatives because say for example like making smoothies and stuff like that, I'll use coconut water in a smoothie, where some people might use milk. Do you know what I mean? So cereal, that's probably the one thing that I do miss, because I don't really like any kind of milk at the moment, but sometimes I'm craving cereal, but I really don't want the milk part. But it's a big struggle. That is a big struggle.
Do you want cereal?
No. Cold milk.
Ugh.
It's gotta be cold milk, bro. No, soggy cereal. Listen, this is crazy because
wait, which cereal? Which cereal?
I'm a kind of like, I like the ones with fruit and fruit and stuff in it.
Oh my god! And cold? Get out of here!
Yeah, and I like muesli and Alpen and them sort of things.
Muesli and stuff like that is good with yogurt. Yeah, with yogurt.
Yeah, but even yogurt. What kind of yogurt am I gonna have? That's gonna be dairy as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah, that soya yogurt looks like trash.
Ugh. Yeah.
Alpen. But have you seen that American almond milk? It's called Silk or something like that. It looks good.
Oh, there's so many of them now, but they're so expensive. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But I think the good thing about plant-based milk is the shelf life. I think it's a bit longer.
Yeah, but then once it's opened, I'm sure you got to use it within a certain amount of time as well.
Yeah.
You know, once it's opened, refrigerated, it's probably going to have like a 3-day shelf life anyways.
Yeah.
Ideally.
The worst milk is that homogenized, the carton one, the long life milk.
The long life one, that UHT business, allow it.
That's the worst milk. I used to feel sick after using that milk.
Reminds me of like the milk that they'd give out at what you call them, food banks and homeless shelters and that. Give that away in Tesco's at the end of the day. Allow it.
I wonder why they don't milk other animals other than pigs and goats. Why don't they milk chickens and stuff like that?
Chickens don't lactate.
But pigs lactate, right?
Yeah.
Why don't they do pig milk?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually.
Because I saw a video the other day.
I feel sick, Zulu. Stop it.
I saw a video the other day, and someone was milking a pig, and then he drank it, and he said it tastes pretty good.
Oh my gosh! Do you know what's mad? So when I've googled pig's milk, it's come up pig's milk to stop drinking alcohol.
Right. See, people are using it. It's a remedy for something.
Pig milk replacer recipe. What? Right. Hold on. Wait. Pig's milk is a thing.
It's a proper thing, man. It's like camel milk.
It is similar in composition to cow's milk, though higher in fat and more watery. Pig milk is seldom obtained for human use and is not considered to be a viable agricultural product. I actually feel sick. Pig milk cheap is impossible to find for a variety of reasons. The most important reason is we don't drink pig's milk. Pigs are really, really difficult to milk. Oh, that's why. Because they're difficult to milk. Maybe because obviously where the cows have the long udders in it.
It's probably the pig probably fighting back, isn't it?
Yeah. Too fat and stumpy and ugly and heavy and smelly.
The only use I would find for a pig is like just a trash bin, because I'm not eating it. You know what I mean? Like if I was to have pigs as like a farmer, I don't.
That would just be your garbage disposal, basically.
Disposal, yeah.
Yeah. Got a few dead bodies, chuck them in the pig pen.
That's what they used to do back in the day, you know, like real talk.
I know.
Even in places where they ate pigs, they would just throw scrap and then.
Funny, isn't it? There's a lot of pigs in Ireland.
And they would eat that same pig that they fed scrap to, as if there's no correlation to the pig's diet and its body, you know, and how it would affect you. Because pigs, they don't actually release toxins efficiently like other animals, like cows, and they don't sweat.
Yeah, it's all inside them, isn't it?
Right. It's the same thing with shellfish, like prawns, lobsters, octopuses, all these certain animals. They just harbor all these parasites and like lobsters eat shit in the water. Many people don't know
Scavengers.
This. Right. And then when they look at me like, oh, Zulu, you don't eat shellfish. You've never had prawns. I'm like, bro.
So, goat's milk. Obviously, goat's milk is a thing. What about sheep's milk?
I imagine it's similar to goat's milk, right? Sheep's milk was definitely the thing back in the day. Definitely. Might still be now. But you know, goat's milk has got a very nasty smell.
I know.
It smells a bit like cheese.
But it reminds me of, like, you know, when you're cooking goat meat, it's got that kind of different smell to it as well. Like the milk has got that similar kind of smell that, what is it? It's just raw. It just smells raw.
Yeah.
Okay, you can get sheep milk.
Really?
Cheese.
But not from like Sainsbury's or Asda, right? Like a farmer.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you have to know someone
You can get from Sainsbury's, yeah. Asda. Probably like the larger ones.
Speaking of sheep, I like to watch a lot of sheep shearing videos.
Hey, what, you've been watching the sheep shaggers, yeah?
Pause.
You've been watching the sheep shaggers?
No, I mean...
You've been watching the Zulu?
I don't even know what that is, man.
What do they call it? What do they call it? What do they call it?
I don't know what that is, so you have to tell me what that is. I said sheep shearing, so, you know, farmers shearing the sheep. So I don't know about that. But, you know, anyway... yeah, it's very interesting. Do you know that sheeps they have to be sheared?
Yeah.
Because what's happened is because we've kept them in captivity for too long and we've sheared them, they now don't shed it naturally like they're supposed to. So if you leave them and you don't shear it, they'll grow so much that they won't be able to walk and they'll just overheat and die.
Yeah, they get too hot and that.
Yeah. So they have to be sheared.
Yo, Jeds, if you're there, can you let MD in, please?
She back?
She's backstage. Yeah, funny enough, I did see something on TV about that a few weeks ago, and they had like a couple of sheep that were like overdue to get sheared, and it was mad that all the knots and everything like that was in it, and I felt sorry for them.
Do you know they can get maggots inside the fur and like
exactly,
and all sorts of things in there.
That's it. And to check them over and make sure they're healthy, they need to like be able to,
Big up. Thanks for letting me on, Jedi. Big up. Yeah, sorry to derail. Like, there's only so much I could take of Khan. Because with the conversation, because it's not a conversation. Like up to a point, I realized this is no longer a conversation now. And
exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? And with certain people, it's like, because Ellery and Maki jumped off, now I'm like, right, I can't leave and then not have anyone, do you know what I'm saying, jump on the panel and then continue and let the live go dead.
Yeah.
But wallahi, there's only so much I could take. And the frustration comes, I don't know if you guys can hear the frustration bubbling in my voice, is because where I've heard Khan speak so many times on different topics, I've recognized his speech patterns and how he tries to move. And then I could see how he was trying, and I could see he was doing that. And it's like, that was the most frustrating, because like, I know it's and I know what he's doing, but it's like, rah, I can't even step down from the panel. I'm going to have to just stay on for a little bit more. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just frustrating, because you know what? How you know, like, he's about triggering is because he tried to put Ethiopia in the mix and say about the famine and the world,
Even when he was saying it, you could sense it in his, like he's trying to he does that all the time.
Even when it comes to the Islamic context, when I'm saying about smoke, and he tried to say about Islamophobia and then switch it on to racism, it's like you've moved it completely off the topic. Do you see what I'm saying? And because whenever he can't answer something, that's what he likes to do. He likes to switch, change up, say, yeah, I agree. Oh no, this is wrong, and then and then it's too much for my head. I can't have conversations with people like that. Do you know what I'm saying? There's only a limited amount of time.
When he can't admit he's wrong, he then changes the subject so that so it doesn't look like you beat him. You know what I mean? That's what he does.
Yeah, it's ego, and I can't have a conversation with man's ego. Do you see what I'm saying? We're not gonna get anywhere. So, boy.
Yeah, you were doing well in that conversation, sis, but said he just can't handle it, so he takes it in all kinds of directions. It's mad.
Sis, I swear. Do you know my point? I don't know if you heard, like, I had to just stop and then just ask people to jump on and switch it to a slightly different thing.
Just change the vibes a bit, yeah.
Because I honestly, oh gosh.
It's like this is the time where we need to have access to jingles and stuff like that.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Just like throw on a little Illuminati Live ad.
So you know what I mean? So we can catch our breath.
What's it called? And I love you more than my life.
Trust me. Wait.
Man, that can,
Mohammed.
Oh my gosh, yo. What is going on in the chat, man? What is going on? I want him to jump on so bad, because I know he could smoke anyone, bro. Literally.
Are you talking about Kemo?
Yes, you have no clue, bro.
I've been asking Kemo to jump on the panel for the longest. He said he'll cover when he's ready, but yeah.
Kemo taught me most of the stuff I know. Like, I know he can smoke people. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want him to jump on. But he will jump on, though, one day. He will jump on.
Yeah, come on, Nefse. We want to hear your voice. Come on. Jump on the panel.
So, I was wondering, Zulu, if you heard the dilemma the other day when we was doing Extremely Balanced Advice show.
Let me guess, you're gonna ask me about something to do with virginity or marriage.
Both.
But Mary, why is that always a topic that you introduce to me? Is it a worry that, like, what is it? Like, why do you always ask me these topics?
No, I just thought it'd be good to get your opinion on the matter.
But have I not said my opinion very clearly over these past few months? What I think about this thing?
Yeah, but I mean, I think this is why
I've toned it down. I used to be very rude. I used to call people whores, and I've toned it down.
Wow. I think no, he did. He really did. I remember certain whore conversations, and it's like, she's a whore. But no, mashallah, you have grown, Zulu. You have definitely grown a lot, mashallah.
I've toned it down because I used to be so violent with it, and I could see that some people were, not taking it, to heart. We're taking it to heart, so I had to reflect. It's not Christ-like to mock people. He just like when they wanted to cast stones at the prostitute, he said he was sin cast the first stone. So I reflected. Well, I refrain from using such language, but I will call a whore, within reason. Especially if they're unapologetically a whore, then I'll call them a whore.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
We need to get back to using these words like whore and bastard and deviant. We need to start.
But isn't that supposed to be like children born out of wedlock? They're called that, yes. No?
Well, but why, Zulu? But why?
Well, this is the thing, right? I'm a big proponent of marriage, and I think it's more than just a signature. It's more than just a public declaration. I think it's a spiritual event. So,
what would you say with people born from rape? Do you know what I'm saying? Those children technically would be classed as that, but are they that? And is it their fault? That is it the mother's fault or their fault that they're born into that?
Are together and in a committed relationship, but just not under a contract of marriage. Like, why are we going to differentiate children just because their parents are married or not? Like, what's wrong with being a bastard?
But Mary, you know what's wrong with that? It's kind of sounds like an escape or a way to try and be married but not be married. And I feel like when you do that, I mean, there's many benefits of being married. I'm not just
there are a lot of benefits of being
on a society
married
level, but even on a family structure level, Mr. and Mrs. Psychologically. Like there's so many benefits.
I hear what you're saying, but in saying that, people can also get divorced, and a lot of marriages nowadays do end up in divorce. So just because they get married doesn't mean that family unit is going to remain in place for the entirety of their life, let alone their children's lives.
Yeah, I mean, I'm divorced. I've been married twice and divorced twice, but I would still get married again. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to not get married.
Can
you know what I mean?
Stop adding to the statistics, please?
But part of the blessings of being born within a marriage is the fact that the child has claim, and not only claim, has standing within the family. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're legitimized. They're not seen. It's not something that people can say, oh, they're just saying that. How can we prove? Like, there's no DNA test or things like that back in those days, and in certain places they still don't have the access to DNA tests. So the only way to, even though yes, within a marriage, someone could cheat, and then she could cheat, and then she could be pregnant by next month's baby. But the whole point is, as a whole, because that's not the majority of people, that's just a minority, as a whole, that child would be safeguarded. Their inheritance would be safeguarded. Their life and their future connections are all safeguarded in general, for the most part, if that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas now, if you're born outside of wedlock, you could claim that that's my dad and I have the right to this and you should have provided that and blah, blah, blah. But then without proof, what's the child going to be left with?
It's harder for the parents to split once they're married, because the whole divorce process is so strenuous. But if they were not married, they could just easily the husband could just leave. You know what I mean?
All right.
With that marriage, he has a responsibility and obligation to be a part of the kids' lives.
All right. If we're talking about over here, I would say, if we're talking about like government marriage and obviously the rights that would give and the weight that would put on.
Oh, I don't hold nothing with government marriages. I'm just talking about the spiritual ones.
You can do a traditional marriage.
Yeah, that's the only ones that.
But what
because I was married Islamically, not by the law of the land. So by the law of the land, by the law of this land, my children would be classed as out of wedlock. Yeah.
Right. Really?
But
they don't consider Muslim weddings.
No. Islamically they changed it a few round about the time when my elder ones were born. I think just a couple of years prior to that. So
does that go early for every 2000? Other religion?
It changes. Yeah, it's for all things. They're not classed as, they're not recognized. Do you see what I'm saying? Hence why Islamically I'm divorced and we have a custody man run up with my kids, a custody battle ensued. There are different dynamics surrounding it. Do you see what I mean? Because under the law, the government law, they would afford certain protections. But if it's just spiritual marriage, or it's like, say, for example, just an Islamic marriage, certain rights, if I went to courts, I would not be accessible to, because I wasn't married under the law of the land.
But hold on, one second, the documents you have to sign, right?
No, you have to go to the town hall, innit, to register.
Can't you just do that after you've had the Islamic wedding?
No, you can't. No. It's not saying you can't. There are plenty of Muslims who marry Islamically and also register their marriage as thing. But as far as I'm concerned, the law of the land don't dictate whether I'm married or not. It's the law of Allah. So if I've done it Islamically with the witness, the sheikh, my wali, and all of that, then boy, that's for me, that is enough. Man they can't turn around to me and say I'm doing zina, like my children were born out of wedlock because I didn't register by the law of the land. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point I was going to make a minute ago is that being married over here, if we're talking about the government law of the land kind of marriage, that doesn't give the husband any additional rights when it comes to the children and that. If anything, him being on the birth certificate is that's what's going to give him his rights as a father. I don't think like the husband and wife being married would give him any additional rights. Do you know what I mean? If it comes to them divorcing, splitting up, custody, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. No, but there is certain. Do you know what? I'll have to find it for you, because there was this discussion that I was watching with a solicitor on from one of the shows that one of the pages that I follow on Instagram, and they were doing a live and they was getting everyone to ask questions, and it was surrounding children and divorcees and off the top of my head I can't remember what the point she made was, but I can find out and I'll definitely bring it to you. And then she was like, oh, that are you talking about an Islamic marriage? So she's heard of certain situations, she'd be like, because if it's, unless you are registered, it's registered within the town hall, then there are certain rights in regards to children access, travel, certain things like dad taking the child away or something like that, that you wouldn't get the same help as you would if you were registered by law with the town hall.
Okay.
Yeah. But off the top of my head, I can't remember because that was a little while ago still, but I will find out.
To be fair, when it comes to, I suppose, that sort of thing, I know it can get quite technical when it comes to taking your children out of the country if you've got different names on passports and that sort of thing. Because I think there was a few occasions in the past where, I don't know if his mum or the dad was trying to take the kid out of the country because there was a custody battle going on. So now all the airlines, like if there's any discrepancies in last names or names on passports, etc., they will question it, and apparently you have to have
a letter,
explicit permission, like a written letter or something from the children's father or mother, whoever, to say, yes, I give this person permission to take my child out of the country.
Out of the country, yeah.
Which is mad. And then there's some 28-day rule as well, where you don't need it if it's for 28 days, but then sometimes you do just to cover yourself. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. So I suppose it could make some difference in that respect. But that just all sounds messy to me, to be honest, if you get into that kind of situation. Like, from my experience, it's never good.
Yeah, so Mohib, he's saying, even if you think an Islamic marriage has some validity, is there actual enforcement of that right, or do we just convince ourselves that everyone abides by what? But abides by the law of the land, abides by Islamic law in terms of marriage? What do you mean? And also Zulu, Thing wants a definition. What is your definition of a whore? Are you correct? Is asking, what is your definition of a whore? or maybe he's asking everyone, but I'm assuming you because you were the one that said you would still call the person a whore, the female
whore. My definition of a whore is someone that actively has sex outside of marriage. And to add to that, also someone who fornicates with multiple individuals other than one single partner.
So wait, would she be classed as a whore if she had sex like once before marriage?
No. Should be a fornicator. A whore is someone that is actively, avidly, fornicating with multiple individuals.
But then I remember you and Beefy talking about this not too long ago, and you were saying that sex is marriage in Christianity, apparently. Well,
no,
from that conversation or something. So if he was to lie with a woman, then technically
sex is the consummation of marriage. I wouldn't say sex is marriage because you can be engaged. Okay. You can be engaged with someone, and if you don't have sex with them, sex is like it kind of finalizes it.
No, but I'm saying if the people, like if a man and a woman, like Christian man and woman, have sex with each other, they consummate their relationship physically, and they choose to stay with each other, I don't know, 10 years or even their entire life, just like that.
It's not good enough.
Would she be classed as a wife, or would they both be classed as fornicators?
They'll be fornicating.
Okay.
Nothing guarantees that they stay together. That marriage not only is a public declaration, but it's a spiritual declaration. It's something similar to a baptism. Like these things that you do publicly or when you sign things, it's not just for social or human things. There's another world around us. Like when you marry someone, it's a spiritual thing. Even the whole ceremony, the whole vows, and there's something about that. So I wouldn't.
Zulu, 1 second. Where in the Bible does it say about like the whole ceremony?
Oh, it's in the book of Leviticus. If you look at the Mosaic law in the Old Testament, it tells you about the structure of marriage. How, for example, when a lad wants to marry, a maiden, he would go up to the father of the woman, and he would ask the father for the daughter's hand in marriage, and then he'll supply him with he'd give him a dowry, and then from that dowry they'll have the wedding ceremony, and then he would consummate the marriage on the same night, meaning he'd have sex with her on the same night of the wedding, and then he would show the father the blood on the cloth, because obviously it would be her first time.
Mm-hmm.
And then that would confirm that, your daughter was a virgin, now she's my wife, and then they move on.
Okay, but then in terms of like signing an agreement, document, those kind of things, does it actually specify that in there?
No.
So it's basically just agreement from the father, agreement of dowry, the consummation of the marriage, and that's it. There doesn't actually have to be a ceremony where you're signing documents or anything like that.
No, those documents being signed is what this country does, or what most countries do, just to connect it with the government and taxes and all sorts of other things. But in terms of getting married in a village where there's no government, you wouldn't obviously sign documents, would you? So that aspect of it is definitely added in terms of our first world kind of westernized structure of marriage.
No, but then even under religious marriages as well, there seems to be some sort of agreement or contract drawn up.
Give me an example.
Well, okay, so if you were to get married, what would your marriage look like? Like, what would your wedding ceremony look like?
Islamically, that you would have a contract. You have the rights. Then you'd say what your dowry is. Mm-hmm. And also certain stipulations can be put into the marriage contract. Like, for example, a woman could say, I don't want my husband to marry on top of me, as in to have a co-wife. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of that sort of stipulation, it's not to say that he can't do that, but that would be a clause for her. If he then chooses to do that, she can say, well, he's done this, so because he's broken this, I want to separate. But then if she chooses to stay, even after she put that stipulation in, she can then not use that stipulation to then get out of the marriage, because she then, from her initial acceptance after the fact, she then cannot go back. Does that make sense? With that particular husband.
But is this document agreement an ancient practice. When I say ancient, I mean, was this done before modern day, like when Islam started, or when it was around?
From what I know, these sort of like the stipulations in like marriage contracts and stuff has been there. But like I said, you got to remember, I wasn't born and raised into Islam, so there were certain things that people born into the deen would probably have more knowledge than myself, and not just myself, those who actually go to study these particular issues would obviously have more details than me, because I'm just a layman when it comes to these topics. It's just surface level what I'm saying. Yeah.
So like in a traditional wedding, like would you incorporate your Ethiopian culture into the wedding as well?
Yeah, of course. You can do it into there's a difference between, well, you have to understand there's a distinction between deen and culture. Yeah. So like, for example, the actual nikah, which is the marriage where the wali will come, or the person's wakil. So say for someone like me, I had a wali, because no one's Muslim in my family. I don't have a wakil. A wakil, from my knowledge, is someone blood connected to you. So that would be your father, your brother, your son, if he's of a certain age, can be your mahram. Do you know what I'm saying? But as for someone like me, I had to get source out my wali. If that makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
In order, and then you'd have your witnesses, and Islamically, words, whatever said, contract is stipulated, dowry is exchanged, the dowry is then given, and then the walima, which is the actual celebration, the party, the wedding party, that can be done in terms of my culture. That can be done. There's no issue with me playing my cultural music. There's no issue with those sort of things. The issue will only come maybe if you, depending on how practicing you are, or depending on the madhab you follow, so the school of thought you follow, will depend upon the instruments that is permissible in the music that is played. Does that make sense? Because Islamically, certain instruments are not permissible to use.
Like drums?
You can have the stuff, which is still from the drum family, but it's a specific type of drum, if that makes sense. So certain drums are permissible, certain drums are not. Do you see what I mean? I don't know all the instruments that are not permissible. Yeah.
We have a similar thing as well, but it's not in the Bible. It's like a Christian tradition thing. It's like in church. Some churches don't, but some do. They don't play drums. They don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's just keyboard. But that's nowhere.
I know the Ethiopian churches, they use drums. They have like a big drum that they use, but that's the only musical instrument they have. They have this thing that's kind of like it's like a metal thing, which is, them slingshots.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the shape of a slingshot, but then rather than having the stringy bit in the middle, there's a metal piece in the middle, and there's little metal circles or triangles or squares, whatever the shape is, and they sort of clink it in the ceremonies, if that makes sense. So those are not a triangle, no. It's more like they flick it over their shoulder. It's a small thing. You hold it in your hand. It's like, clink. It will sound like sort of pieces of metals clinging together. So in the churches, you will hear that noise and the noise of the drum. But those are the only two instruments that you will hear. No other, like no flutes or something like that. Yeah.
Yes, Mary.
Can I ask you a question? I was
Before you ask me, what is the topic?
It's Leviticus.
Okay.
Oh, Jed, could you let Sarah on? She's in the back. Sorry, MJ.
No worries, sis. So I was just trying to look for like the thing that you referred to a few minutes ago, right? In terms of marriage and that. And I clicked on read full chapter, and I was just kind of scrolling through, and I stumbled across this line that says,
"Is it about rape?"
I'm hoping you can explain it to me.
Is it about rape, Mary?
I don't know. And the daughter, and the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profaneth her father. She will be burnt with fire. What? What does that mean?
Daughter of a priest.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What's wrong with that? You think that's the worst? You think that's the worst punishment?
So wait, what does that mean? She shames her father by being a whore?
If she's the daughter,
and then
of a
she'll
priest,
be punished by being set on fire. Basically, that would be a punishment.
But think about this, though, Mary. priests are like the prestige in Israel. Like they represent God. Just they're like prophets in terms of that level. So if their daughter is going around whoring around being a slut, not only is it a sin against her, but it's a sin against her family, against the priesthood.
But she should be set on fire.
But you're focusing on the punishment. That punishment.
Yeah, of course I am. I am. Sorry,
Okay,
I am. They could disown that person. They could abolish that person, whatever. Do you know what I mean? But
Mary,
set on fire.
But Mary, Israel, if you look at most of the punishments, they were severe. Israel was supposed to be perfect. No errors, no avenues for any, misrepresentation of the true and living God. So they had to live a certain way. That's why all of these laws, some of them were quite severe. If you stole something, they'd cut off your hand. If you was a child and you cursed at your parents, you'd be put to death. It's very
put to death.
Yes, if a son curses at their parents, they'll be put to death. Yeah, exactly. So you know what I mean? I understand. Listen, Mary, I'm not blocking out that emotion. I feel that too. I'm like, wow, that's a bit harsh. I'm being honest with you. That's harsh. But at the end of the day, we're talking about a nation of people that were supposed to be perfect. So these laws were put in place.
I hear you. It's just like, obviously, even myself, I never studied the Bible properly, front to back to front, whatever.
You should try it, Mary. You know what, Mary? I started reading it back to front a few months ago, and I'm midway now. And
I got through Psalms a few times. There was a year or two where I was like really into Psalms, and I got through that a couple of times.
Yeah.
By just doing a verse a day or a couple of verses a day.
And the poems are nice, aren't they? Just it's nice.
Yeah. And I suppose just sometimes when I look at certain verses, I know myself there's certain things in it that are a bit like, we certainly don't live that way, even as Catholics, Christians, whatever, we're not living the way the Bible says, do you know what I mean? Which is, when it comes to stuff like this, probably a good thing, do you know what I mean? Yes, I agree people shouldn't be whoring out themselves and all of that, but to set someone on fire because of that just feels like a bit much.
Well, this is why Jesus freed us. This is why Yeshua freed us from the strictness of the law. So, for example, when the prostitute was brought before him by the Pharisees, these were like the religious leaders. They brought the prostitute to Jesus and they asked him, what should we do with this woman? Knowing that according to the law, she should be put to death, right? And then Jesus said to them, he who has cast the first stone, he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Cast the first stone.
So essentially, he flipped it back at them and said, you are right. Technically, by the law, she should be killed. But which one of you are worthy enough to actually initiate the punishment?
Yeah.
And none of them were able to do it. So the punishment, the law is all applicable, but because none of us are worthy enough to actually implement the punishment, or none of us are righteous enough, he then becomes an intercessor. That's why we call him an intercessor, a mediator between God and man. He feels like that. So instead of it being punishment, it's mercy. That's why Christianity is much more different in terms of the punishments to what was practiced in Israel.
But then you say that the Bible was written after Jesus, right?
No, actually, the earliest manuscript for the
Gospel.
Yeah, but the earliest manuscript for the Gospel of John was like 90 AD. It's not much from when Jesus was on earth. So it's not like it was written hundreds of years after.
The Gospel was like 500 years after Jesus was written or something like that, no? Or maybe I'm mistaken. You got to remember, my knowledge of that is way back, kind of old and dusty. So, yeah.
Yeah, when we're talking about the Gospels, we have a thing called manuscripts. So sometimes you'll find fragments of Gospels, not like an entire book. But for example, the earliest fragment is from the Gospel of John. There's like a whole chapter, and it was found dated to be around like 90 AD. So it's still within that time period of when Jesus was on earth. So that indicates that they were starting to write as soon as Jesus left. They were starting to write, and then you also have.
But where was John from? Because obviously John is not a name that derives from those places.
No, John is a Hebrew name. You see names like John, Simon, Peter. We mistake them for Latin names, but these were Hebrew names that have been Latinized. If you go on etymology.com,
because I would say because like the Hebrew language is quite similar to Ge'ez. Yeah, there's Semitic languages. They're all quite similar, no?
But I got to explain it because...
Go ahead.
I have to just explain it because I used to think John, Peter, and Matthew are English names. They're not English names. If you go on etymology.com and you type in the name John, it will tell you that the original pronunciation and name is Yohanan or Johann.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can see even in that change, it sounds similar, but it's because Yohanan has been Latinized into John. Because remember, certain languages like Latin and Greek, they would change the letters Y for J, just like they did with Jesus, from Yeshua to Jesus to Jesus. So they've been Latinized.
But that's what I'm saying. So if they change the name,
it's the same name, but it's a different. It's like for example, like there's many words even in my language. Like for example, my name is
previously in regards to names. You know, you gotta be called. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a lag? I think there's a bit of a lag.
Yeah, MD, I think your connection might be playing up a little bit.
Oh, my bad, guys. I'll tell you what, I'm going to jump off and jump back on.
No, you're good now. I think, you know, sometimes when your connection cuts out, then it speeds up again to catch up with itself, because we couldn't hear you and then you were really fast, but now you're back to normal. It's all good. Go ahead.
But yeah, but it's like, you know, the importance of the name. Names are quite important. Like I was going to say, because obviously in Amharic, we have names, Jonas and Johannes. They would translate that in English to be John. And like Jonathan would be Jonathan, or do you see what I'm saying? Like
Matthew is Matthew.
Yeah, and Jacob would be Jacob.
But even Jacob and Jacob, it doesn't sound much different. It's yes, you can tell it's been Latinized, but even those names sound similar.
But then what I'm saying is, but the changing of a letter can also change the meaning of words, not just names. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like in Arabic, you would have kalb and qalb, right?
Okay.
All the other letters are the same except for the first two. Do you see what I'm saying? And the first kalb means dog and qalb means heart. And by the changing of one name, you then change the meaning of the word that's being said. It's the same thing like in regards to names. You can say that this means this, like we would say like Dawid would be the equivalent of David. Like
Dawid.
Yeah. And in Arabic you would say Dawood. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they would say the Prophet Dawood, but in Amharic they would say the Prophet Dawid. Rather than
but that's close to Hebrew. Dawid is Hebrew.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. By changing the names, like Latinizing names and Latinizing words, using Latinized words can ultimately change in the meaning, entire meaning of the. Yeah, exactly. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's.
I agree with you. This is why when I pray, I don't use words. I refrain from using words like God and all these Germanic terms. I tend to try and use Hebrew names when I'm praying or when I'm speaking of the prophets. I prefer to use Hebrew names. It can be awkward when I'm speaking to other believers and they're used to saying Jesus, they're used to saying Moses. It can be awkward, but I try my best to uphold that tradition because, like you said, I agree with you. There's power in the names. And when you look at the names of the prophets, if you look at the meanings of each name, they all given it kind of shows their life story. So like for example, Jesus's name Yeshua means Yah is salvation. So his name gives kind of like a connection to his ministry. So that's another predestined evidence for God choosing these men to do what they did, because even within their names that was given to them by birth, it showed their life story in the name. So the names are important. I agree with you, but I don't think God is superficial enough to not hear someone's prayer because they didn't use a specific vocalization. I think because God looks at the heart. I don't think he's so specific about things like this. I think what's more important is that the individual is righteous, or that the individual has a clean heart. So.
And so to Mohammed Habdan, why don't you jump on the panel here and have a discussion? It will probably be more conducive. So because he's saying if you support your wife, it goes further up. In regards to, he was stipulating that bring honor to your family and get married by the law of the land, but by being married under the law of Allah, surely as a Muslim, holds higher ranking than the law of the land, no? Especially when it comes to spiritual unionship. Oh, and Hafti, jump back on. Jedi was on just a second ago, and yeah, so jump back on, and inshallah, hopefully, you can get back onto the panel.
But you know, there's another interesting point, MD. I think there's definitely a balance between trying to stick to the cultural roots of the religion that you're following, while also not being too like zealous or too, you know, pharisaical, like to the letter, like trying to like say like, oh, you're not dressed a certain way properly, and there's a balance.
You have to have a balance, of course. Definitely, there's a balance, and I think that most people they have, and it's unfortunate that in regards to like their deen or spiritual nature, they have a school uniform effect in a sense that everyone is exactly the same. But reality is it's not, because for example, like you may see women in certain countries wear only black, yeah. So then to wear other than black would be something that draws attention to yourself. So then it would be advised for you not to do that, because the whole point of being like dressing modestly is not to garner attention. And if the color is bright while everyone is dark, then you're drawing attention to yourself. But the same goes if you went to like a lot of African countries when it comes to Islamic attire, they tend to have lots of bright colors. So to be wearing all black in those countries, you would then be the one that's drawing attention to yourself and standing out. Do you see what I'm saying? So you would have to switch it up, if that makes sense. Yeah. And also there is go ahead.
No, finish what you're saying.
No, also there is a balance. Islam doesn't say that because you become a Muslim, all of a sudden your ethnic background and your culture gets washed away. That it doesn't say that. Even like in terms of marriage, there are 4 things you can marry for. One is lineage, which means that lineage is important, and lineage is attached to your ethnic group as well. You see what I'm saying? So to deny certain parts of your culture, I feel like this is when a lot of people kind of lose themselves, is they've lost a lot of their cultural identity, forgetting that, yes, Islam is the deen, but you have to remember that the world view of Islam and the teachings of certain people, you got to understand they're going to have their parts of their culture intertwined in the way they teach. So you yourself have to make a distinction of what is the culture and what is the deen. And what you tend to find is a lot of people like to be like, oh, you know, it has to be done this way. But when you look at certain, say, for example, certain types of Arab Muslims, if you go into their communities, you will find that, boy, they practice a lot of their culture, and enough of their culture will conflict against the deen. Same with Asian communities. You know, certain things they practice is intertwined with their culture, and certain parts of their culture is intertwined with Hindu traditions or Buddhist traditions, or wherever the particular place is. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, we have the same thing in Ethiopia. Certain parts that are Muslims, I can't remember which. Obviously, Harar is largely popular, and Guragis are generally, you find Muslims, Guragis, Oromos, but there are some that they claim saints, and they will do pilgrimages within certain regions for those saints or for those spiritual people. But Islamically, those things aren't correct. Same thing they'll do in parts of Iraq and Iran and this and that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you need to recognize the two, and I feel like when people look at certain things, especially when it's Islam, they kind of have like, you're all the same, but we're not all the same. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, even in my personal experience with going to church, I've always said that there's something off about wearing a suit and tie and looking a specific way and having this judgmental aspect of, if you see someone coming to church and they're not wearing typical church clothes, then they're not following the religion properly. But the funny thing is, if you were to go to a synagogue in the 1st century when Jesus was around, they weren't wearing suits and ties. They were wearing robes, similar to what you see in the Middle East today. And obviously they had the fringes at the bottom, the traditional Israelite clothing. If I was to walk into a church wearing that, they'd think I'm crazy. You know what I mean? Or even if
they might even think you're a Muslim.
Yeah. Or if I went into
because of cultural attire, yeah.
Or if I went into like Zulu clothing, you know, they'd probably think I'm just some freaking weird African spiritualist guy. Like they would think less of my spiritual connection to God because of what I'm wearing. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and that's the mistake that a lot of people tend to have when either if they're born into a particular faith, whether it's Christian or Islam, or choose to embrace Christianity or choose to embrace Islam. A lot of the time, they feel like they need to cut off their culture and their ethnicity, when in reality, those things can coincide together. Do you see what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of the hypocrites tend to stem from these types of utilized people that tend to lose their cultures or tend to be too nationalistic or too patriotic. You know, they utilize these fragments of identity and lost identity to help propagate the wrong message out to the people. Do you see what I'm saying? Which is a dangerous thing. And Jedi, Sarah's now back in the back. Can you please jump back on it later on? Thank you.
Yeah. And even extends to, forget clothing, it even extends to good deeds. You know, certain religious leaders will take pride in helping out the poor and doing good, and they will think they're on a higher level than someone that doesn't do those things or doesn't do those things as much. But in the scriptures, God says good deeds are like filthy rags. You know, from the biblical perspective, you can do good things, but that doesn't ensure your place in paradise. It's about your belief.
Yeah.
It's about your
It's the intention behind the act that you do. If you're doing it for the people, same thing Islamically. Every action is judged by intention. So if you're only doing that good deed for Riyah, which is basically just to show people so that people say, oh, he's such a righteous man or righteous woman. Look how much good things they do. That's why you're supposed to, like, the left hand is not supposed to see what the right hand
the right hand does, exactly. Like,
you see.
Brilliant example. Yeshua, Jesus says, you know, when you're fasting, don't be like the Pharisees, that when they fast, they disfigure their faces, they walk in the streets, showing that they're fasting, showing that they're devoting themselves to God. He says, when you're fasting, wash your face and smile and
put oil.
Behave as if you're not fasting, so that your Father could see that and reward you openly. It's the same thing how he says when you're praying. He says when you're praying, don't pray publicly, you know, and with much speaking, like as if the Father can't hear you, you know, with repetition. He says when you pray, close the door, pray in private, and then he says your Father will hear you when you pray privately, and he will reward you openly. So there's definitely, again, that aspect of being a believer inwardly, not one to show off your religion or to kind of, you know, boast about it.
Islam, you know, they will teach you to not judge the people to a certain degree. Obviously, you judge by what's apparent, but your tongue shouldn't go past a certain level. Do you see what I'm saying? Of condemning the people, because like you never know who's crying to their Lord at night. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't know the struggles of each person, and a person could be sinful, but they could be, for whatever reason, they're doing that particular sin. But then when they're home, you know, they seek refuge or they seek mercy from the Most High. Do you see what I'm saying? Because they're trying to better themselves. And I feel like people, when it comes to spirituality, they would just see a person do a sin and just automatically cut them off and say they're out of the fold, or they're not this, or they're fake, or they're blah, blah, blah. But in reality, you know, you can't, it's not for you to say that this person is or isn't. It's the Most High who makes that final judgment upon the person. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't know the intention. Yeah.
This is why.
And so many people, they'll say, what's it in Christianity? The eye of the poor people, it's easier for a poor man from the eye of the camel to get through the eye of the needle, or then a rich man to get into heaven. Or
it's hard. Yeah, something. Yeah, exactly. So in the sense of, like, for example, Paul said himself, you know, I do the things I don't want to do, and I don't do the things I'm supposed to do. Meaning that even at his stage as a prophet and as an apostle, he was struggling with sin. You know, someone that was, you know, filled with the Holy Spirit and doing God's work was still struggling with sin. So at any level, even a prophet, Moses, David, they all struggled with sin. David killed his best friend so that he could marry his wife, so he could sleep with his wife. So,
so you got to ask, because, you know, like I said, it's a long time since I've looked on that. Do you mind going into that story?
No problem. So if you read in the book of Samuel, right after King David slays Goliath, he's then not venerated. He's admired by Israel. He's a great warrior before King Saul, and he gathers a lot of support. And King Saul's obviously worried that King David would outshine him. So what he does is he tries to assassinate David, but Jonathan, who's the son of Saul, who was David's best friend, warned David about this, and David ran away for a few years. And then you skim forward. David becomes king after Saul dies, and then King David, looks upon this woman, and by this time he's already married to like 2 women. So he looks upon this woman named Bathsheba, and she's the wife of one of his friends who was one of his captains. And he looked upon her for some time, from afar. Sometimes he would even spy on her while she's bathing, try and look at her, get a quick peek.
Oh wow! So does it go into that much details about it? Okay.
Yep. So he wanted her, but it was conflicting him because it's like, yo, but this is my friend's wife, though. So what he did was,
and you're not supposed to covet another man's wife, innit? One of the 10 Commandments.
Right. So what he did was he realized, okay, well, this guy's a captain. He goes to war. How about I position him at the front when they go to war? When I send them out on a campaign, what if I position him at the front line so that he dies in war? So it looks like an accident. So that's exactly what he did. He sent him to go and fight. I think it was the Philistines. And he put him right at the front, knowing that it would be a challenging battle. And he died, and obviously his wife mourned. And then as soon as that happened, he, went to his wife and slept with her and got her pregnant. You see what I'm saying? So, and what he did is as well, he also made sure that before the husband left, that he had sex with his wife, so it looked like he didn't impregnate her, that it was the husband.
Then he slept with, like, in the Christian context, so he didn't do a ceremony, he slept with her. So did he take her as a... Wait, let me just get my head around this. So so basically he impregnated the wife. Did he impregnate her once he heard the news of his death, or he impregnated as soon as he sent her out?
It was while he was
not sent her out, sent his friend out.
It was while the friend was out.
Okay, so the friend was still alive, so he coveted the next man's wife, basically.
But he was confident that the friend would die. He was confident that the friend would die, and what he did was
did he claim the child, or did he?
He did. He claimed
the
her
child
as a wife.
take the friend's name?
He claimed as a wife.
No, but did he claim the child also?
But the child died. But this is what happened right after. But this is what happened right after. God sees everything. Nothing is hidden from his eyes. He saw everything David was doing. And what happened was the prophet went up to him and he told him that God was watching and that God is not happy with what he's done. And the light bulb clicked in David. Because remember, before this, David was very, very, dedicated to God. He would write poems. He was on the good path. But women seems to be a common trend, or like a weakness to righteous men in the Bible, like King Solomon. Women is a weakness to men. So
you know what? Even the Prophet ﷺ said, he fears that's what he fears the most amongst the ummah, the fitna of women.
Yeah, I mean, look at.
Are you still there?
I'm still there, but it was cutting in and out. But I heard what you said. But yeah, even Adam, same thing. It was because of his wife that tempted him to eat the fruit. So women is definitely a common, basically lust, essentially. It's a common temptation when you look at the prophets and the scriptures. But anyway, basically the prophet told King David, yo, what you did was wrong. And God saw it, you know what I mean? Like you didn't get free, you didn't escape the action. He saw what you did. And what happened was David fasted, he prayed, he was like, yo, I really messed up. And even after all the praying and fasting, God forgave him, but the child died. So what happened is they tried again, and then they gave birth to King Solomon. But at that point, when they tried again, they became married, because obviously the husband died, so they became married. But yeah, that's the story of that. So that's just one example. Many of the prophets have had their own trials, and it only shows how human they were. It's comforting to see that even these men who sinned and who were also ordained for a great mission were able to also make mistakes.
Yeah. So to Muhammad, Muhammad in the chats, he said, Quran Prophet David did not commit adultery, alayhi salam. No, I never said he did. I never said that he did. I was curious when Zulu was mentioned in regards, because we was on the name of David and Dawud, different pronunciation, and it came upon the stories of, we went on about going back and forth about people judging other people, casting first stone, and attire, women's attire, how it's judged, and like all of that. You're gonna have to rewind the chat, but just so it's clear, I did not say that. That's in regards to the Christian version of the Prophet David.
And the only infallible prophet or infallible being, I would say, in according to the scriptures, is Yeshua, is the son of Mary, Jesus, because he not only was he sinless because he was the Son of God and he kept the whole law in its entirety, but he is essentially the second Adam. He was the Adam that Adam was supposed to be. When Satan tempted Jesus, he responded with scripture and he refuted him. He didn't bow the knee to Satan. He didn't fall to any of the temptations. And there was many temptations. I mean, when they were beating him, mocking him, he could have sent down angels to come and destroy them. He could have done all sorts of things to get him out of the situations he was in, but he remained faithful. And he trusted in the Lord, he trusted in the mission, and he came and did what he had to do. So that's my example.
Ellery, he's put the treachery of women, beware of them. Come jump on the panel. Come jump on the panel, because I wanted to speak to you in regards to the Orishas, because I know you have knowledge on that. So I'm curious to know more, especially because obviously it's born from sort of Nigeria. From what I know, it comes from Nigeria, so I'm guessing you have a lot more knowledge of it. So definitely jump on and answer my question in it. Why don't you jump on the panel? Come, let's have an actual conversation instead of through the chats. It's more conducive and it will flow more easy. And it can be a nice discussion.
Larry's right. Women are the problem. I'm joking.
It's not. I was ready to go.
Wow, now you and me, Mary. Now you and me. Wow. Okay.
I know that
what is he trying to say right now?
No, he was
joking. Women. Most of the wars were started because of women.
But listen to this. You say because you saying it's because of women.
No, just in general.
No, by the men who
oppressed the women.
No, it's by the men who started. Imagine the women are sitting there innocently doing their thing, and it's a man who looks over to them and says, "Right, I want you," or "Come, I'm gonna." Do you know what I mean?
Women were never oppressed. Okay, that's a false narrative. Women were protected. Didn't have to work. Didn't have to do anything but look after the kids and look after the husband. All this feminist rubbish.
Always painting women as some like feeble, evil females. Allow it.
Listen, Larry, all this feminist stuff.
Can anyone hear that crackling noise, or is it just me?
I can.
It's not me, is it? Yeah, it's not me.
Oh, it's stopped now.
It's gone now.
Oh, okay.
By the way, this isn't a Christian version. This is what the Bible says. Because I know people are trying to say that as if like.
No. As in, when we say a Christian version, as in obviously it comes from Christianity, because so people are not confusing. Because I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. Because obviously it's not the Islamic version, but it's the Christian.
Christian and Judaism.
It's from it's the Christian side. Yes. Yeah.
Judeo-Christian.
Christo-Judo.
Christo-Judo. I never heard of that. That sounds like some martial arts. Christo-Judo.
Judo. I'm sorry. English sometimes it fails me. What can I say? I'm sorry.
But I guess you could consider me a Judeo-Christian because I keep the Sabbath and I do certain, Old Testament stuff. So I guess you could consider me a Judeo-Christian. I've always considered myself a Jew anyway. I mean, I consider Christians Jews anyway because the first Christians were Jews. So I don't see how there's that distinction. I guess it's because, the Catholic Church and that whole different kind of.
You know what I was curious about? Maybe you can answer me because one thing I do remember in regards to what I learned growing up as a Christian is that Jesus didn't come except for the lost tribe of the sheep of Israel, innit? So then, because as far as I remember, Jews technically is basically a clan. Like they come from the tribe of Judah, and Judah was the priestly clan. Yeah.
No, it wasn't the royal tribe, not the priestly. The priestly
it's not. So what's the priest? Oh, Levi was the priestly clan.
Yeah, Moses was from the tribe of Levi, and so was Aaron, his brother.
Okay, it's not from the tribe. Because I thought the word Jew derives from Judah, no?
Yeah,
am I wrong?
Jew comes from Judah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, when it says like he hasn't come except for the lost tribe of the people, yeah,
of Israel.
So that's what of Israel. So, but then he was a lost tribe. Who was the lost? Who are you saying? Are you saying like the entire world is the lost tribe, or a specific peoples are a lost tribe? Do you see what I'm saying? That's why, like, Islamically would say Islam is for everyone. Like Muhammad alayhi salam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, gave it's for everybody, inclusive, because certain prophets came for certain people, for specific groups of people at specific periods in time.
This is the thing about that. But this is the thing about the verse, MD. You bring a good point, because there is the understanding that what that is saying, that because at the time, during that time when the Greeks were ruling and the Romans were ruling, you had something called Hellenization. So you had many people that were originally Jews that were following Judaism. They began going after the Greek and Roman gods, and obviously, according to the Levitical laws, if you seek other gods, you are no longer part of Israel. You get cast out and you go away from the tribes and being recognized as one of them. And then also you had, over the numerous wars, many Israelites were scattered. Some went to Ethiopia, as you know, you have the Ethiopian Jews. Some went to other places in the world.
Yeah, so the Philistines.
Even during the time of Yeshua, there were many Israelites that were not living in Israel. They were scattered. Hence why when you look at the book of Acts, you see that they come to pilgrimage and they all come back to Jerusalem when on the day of Pentecost, when the Holy Spirit comes upon the apostles. So the Jews were scattered at that time. So when he's saying, I've come for the lost sheep of Israel, he's come to basically fulfill the prophecy of the Mashiach, the Messiah, who will come and save the Israelites. So that's what he meant by that. But then you could also extend that to the whole world.
So I was going to ask, so, like in regards to that, because obviously Jews still believe that the Messiah is coming. So, like, what is your view on that?
So the Messiah
just curious. Yeah, no, because the Jews, they still believed, obviously they didn't accept Isa alayhi salam to be the Messiah, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, some Jews, not all of them, because you have Messianic Jews who do accept Yeshua as the fulfillment of the Messianic prophecies in the Old Testament.
So what type of Jews? Sorry, I missed it.
They're called Messianic Jews.
So Messianic. So then would they be So then would they be classed as Christians?
The reason why they're not technically classed as Christian is because they do not adhere to Christian traditions like the early church fathers, the Trinity. So they don't adhere to certain Christian interpretations. It's like basically like the Old Testament Jews that just believe in Jesus. You know what I'm trying to say? They read the Gospels and everything, but things that the church have introduced, or concepts that the church have introduced, specifically the church, they don't accept because they're not Christians, but they're Messianic Jews. But this is why there's a problem, I think, with tradition, because what Christianity has done and what modern Christianity has done is they've mixed up tradition with law. There's a difference between what God commands and what man creates as a tradition. So, for example, and an example of a tradition is Sunday worship. Nowhere in the scriptures does it say you meet in the synagogue or you meet in the church on a Sunday. We've always been taught about the Sabbath, the seventh day of the week, Friday night to Saturday night. This is what is commanded by God to Moses. So you have a Christian tradition, which is Sunday law, versus what God commanded. So that's why there's all these different sects and interpretations, and it's all confusion. And it's prophesied in the Bible.
So then, if you don't mind me, what are you like? Because I know you say Judeo-Christian because you hold a lot of the thing, they pray in the language and practice a lot of the old sort of laws, but you still participate, or do you just participate in some of the Christian traditions of the modern day Christian traditions, or is it that you also follow the law as well of the modern day, a mixture of the two, the laws of both sides? Just out of curiosity.
Well, my belief system as a Protestant Christian, as a Seventh Adventist, is basically Christianity with Hebrew roots, meaning it is the earliest form of Christianity, as in believing in Jesus as the Messiah, Son of God, etc., while still maintaining the Sabbath and the Israelite traditions. So it's not like we're Christians that are, doing Sunday and eat pork, do whatever you want, drink alcohol. No, we're Christians, but we're maintaining those Israelite traditions within Christianity.
Isn't Seventh-day Adventist something that is like kind of similar to Jehovah's Witnesses? Like they're more newer, like in I don't know, the 50s or 60s that these things were introduced.
It's a new religion, but this is the thing. When you look at the different sects of Christianity, there's like a lineage of Christianity that's close to the original. Like, for example, Protestant Christians were first started with Martin Luther, and essentially it was a protest against the Catholic Church. And as you may or may
I thought they started with King Henry the Eighth, innit? Because he wanted to get divorced, so he protested against the church, and that's how Protestants came about, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's Martin Luther, actually. I mean, there was definitely people that were against the Catholic Church.
Martin Luther. Are you talking like Martin Luther King?
No, Martin Luther, as in he was a Catholic priest who renounced
I've never heard. Wow, okay.
Yeah, he's a famous person. He started the whole Protestant thing. And he stamped a letter.
What year was that? If you don't mind me asking, like what century or decade, or
I think
was he
like
about?
Medieval times. I can get you the specific. We get it.
Is he the one that sort of came up with the ideology, but then King Henry was the one that kind of made it happen?
Sorry, MJ. Jedi's back quickly. Have to jump on a panel. You got a window of opportunity now, and anyone else who wants to jump on, quickly jump up.
It's the 15th century. MD.
The 15th century.
Yeah. Because basically at the time, the Catholic Church wasn't allowing people to read the Bible in English. It had to be in Latin. There was the whole purgatory thing. There was all these different traditions and additives that were not specifically commanded by God in the Bible. So when Martin Luther, as a Catholic, meditated on these things through prayer and through reading the scriptures, he basically protested against the Catholic Church, saying the common man should be able to read the Bible in English. There shouldn't be all these different, statues and anointing all these statues and all these special, rituals. There shouldn't be all this purgatory. There shouldn't be all this confession box. Essentially, protesting against everything Catholic, and that's what Protestant beliefs are essentially. It's to protest against that. Yeah, that's where most like Back Pentecostal, Seventh Adventist, Baptist. That's where all these like kind of Christian Protestant came from. They came from that.
So they would all be under the umbrella of Protestant. Because this is new information to me, because I didn't know like all of that.
Yeah, but even within Protestantism, there's still issues because, like I said before, there's the Sunday thing. You got Baptists, you got Pentecostals, all these different Protestants going to church on a Sunday, completely ignoring the Sabbath. Eating pork, drinking, doing all these things. And of course, I wouldn't say they're not saved because they eat pork. I'm not saying God is superficial in that way, but there is still an issue with Christian tradition versus what the Bible says. And this is why, certain religions and belief systems like Messianic Jews or Seventh Adventists, etc., maintaining the Hebrew roots is important because, like you said, with the names, there's a vibration behind the names. So when you're referencing to Yeshua as Jesus, if you don't know the origins of that, you could be praying to something, you know what I mean, that you don't even know.
It's not, exactly. That's why names are important.
Yeah. So that's how it happened. It's obviously bigger than that, but I've condensed it. But yeah.
No, but names are important, even in terms like Islamically, like previously, like obviously there's certain things when I first embraced Islam that I just assumed this was the way, but it's only later on the more I started to learn that I was like, oh, do you know what? I could have named my children Amharic names because ultimately the criteria of naming your children is to give them names with good characteristics. Do you see what I'm saying? So if I wanted to call my child, I don't know, Ababa, flower, I could call her Flower. Flowers are beautiful. Or I could call them a name which means strong or righteousness or thing in my own mother tongue. But previous instead of giving them like names like giving your children name like Muhammad or I don't know, another Arabic name, Khalid or something like that, Umar. You know, obviously, I'm not saying you can't call your children this because obviously, you know, those names do have meanings and are attached to the people of the era. Hence, why there are so many Muhammads and Abdullahs and stuff like. Do you see what I'm saying? Khalids and Umars, because they want their children to have the characteristics of the Rasul or the Sahabas or the people that they've named them after. But this is what we're saying about culture. If you are not careful, you will lose your culture and your identity if you don't recognize the distinctions and the understanding behind what it is that you're calling and associating yourself with.
Yeah.
Mm.
But like even like with for example, you know, there's even a conflict between, you know, African spiritualism has definitely been demonized because I've been studying
100%. Yeah.
I've been studying my own spiritual system. Not that I'm going to follow it in any way, because I do also acknowledge that Satan has definitely had his hand in many different, you know, spiritual systems. You know, especially when we talk about ancestor worship and dealing with with shamanisms and etc. But there's definitely aspects of these African spiritual religions that hints to the truth. Whether it's because of Noah and his sons, or whether it's because these people may be Israelites, I don't know. But there is some hints or some remnants of that monotheistic Hebraic tradition. I mean, when you look at, for example, many of the West African and even in South Africa and Central Africa, you will see, you know, the concept of henotheism. It's not exactly monotheism, but henotheism is essentially the idea of having one supreme God, underneath that God having like lower gods. Not that they are to be worshipped, but they're just like lower divine beings. So like angels, for example.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So,
but this is definitely, Go ahead. Sorry.
No, finish it. No, say what you want to say.
No. I was going to say, but this is exactly why when people talk about certain things, I'm like, you need to stop demonizing like African spiritualities and things. Because what you have to understand is, I don't know if it's the same in Christianity as it is with Islam. You know, you have messengers and you have prophets. Prophets can be in English, prophets can be messengers as well as prophets, but a messenger cannot be a prophet. Does that make sense? So there are many generations prior to us where different messengers were sent out to the people. Do you see what I'm saying? The prophets comes when to correct anything if the people have gone so forward astray. Does that make sense? And Allah knows best. But that's why if you actually look into African spiritualities, you'll find similarities with a lot of the things that are in Christianity and with Islam. Do you see what I'm saying? And certain things which is demonized in one is practiced in another, but under a different name. Do you see what I'm saying? And this is why you have to be so careful. It's like even with, you know, certain like Christianity, you know, you do the communion.
Yeah.
And they will say the blood and the body. The bread is the body and the wine symbolizes the blood. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the same things, but in certain African spirituality, they will use actual blood. Like when we have feasts, like when it comes to Eid and stuff, we sacrifice a goat, you know, like a lamb or a goat or a sheep or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you'll see those practices when they sacrifice an animal, but we will automatically look like that's demon, that's look what they. But then it's basically the act itself is the same. It's just who it's done to differs.
But you know where that act of animal sacrifice comes from?
Yeah, like Ibrahim alayhi salam, you know, when he was told to sacrifice his son, and then instead there was a ram, and then he sacrificed that instead.
Did you know that it's even older than that?
From where? I mean, you can give me an example, because like I said, I'm not well versed in with my knowledge in regards, if you're talking in regards to the Christian's version of it,
the Bible,
like I said, my knowledge, the Bible version of it, my knowledge on that is quite dusty, because obviously, you know, I haven't, as a Muslim, I don't read the Bible or anything like that. So my knowledge is from very old ago, like long time ago.
Parts of the Bible, though, the parts that agree with the Quran. Are you supposed to read the parts of the Bible that agree with the Quran, though?
No. I just take from the Quran. No. People, if they compare, you will find similarities. But obviously, like I said, who it's done to, because names get changed, the vibrations is different. They're all, they can be classed as similar, but they're not going to be the same. Certain things might be the same. Obviously, like getting married, marriage is also in Christianity, marriage is in Judaism, marriage is in.
But I mean, like, doesn't it specifically say that you should, if when in doubt, read the book or something about read the people?
No. That's if you're in that, because like obviously, when it comes to certain hadiths, obviously we're taught like the Quran and Sunnah. So the Quran is the law, and the hadiths are like a guideline. Like say for example, the Quran will tell you to pray. But the hadith will give you the explanation of how you pray. This is how you make wudu. Like, you start with your right. You have to wash your mouth, clean put water up your nose. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if there is any doubt in regards, because obviously, Islamically, we're taught that there's going to be a time when we are going to be split into different sects. Do you see what I'm saying? And there will be fitna amongst the people, amongst the ummah. There's fitna's going to rise. And where there is, if you are in doubt, just then stick to the Quran. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what we're taught. That's what me as a Muslim, I was taught. That you stick to the Quran. If there's too much confusion in regards to X, Y, Z, then stick to the Quran. Because obviously the Quran, the hadiths don't outweigh the Quran. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the Quran is Kalam Allah.
But is there not a teaching of, like, for example, like, like how, for example, in the Quranic versions or stories of the Old Testament events, like there's certain events within the prophets that are not mentioned in the Quran that are mentioned in the Bible. So, for example, a lot of the stuff with Moses, like in the Quranic version, it does mention the interactions between the Israelites and even between the Pharaoh and the Exodus. But some aspects of it are not in there because obviously that might not be the focus of it, because it's about.
It's not that some aspects are not in there because it's not the focus. Certain aspects are not in there because it's seen as a fabrication. Do you know what I mean? Like even in terms of the stories of the prophets, like certain versions of incidents that happen with certain prophets are not the same. Like obviously the story of David, Dawood, although similar, there are differences. Do you see what I'm saying? Because Islamically, we're taught that those who had authority over the scriptures at the time, who were guardians of the kitab, they sold it and added things to it and twisted it. Do you see what I'm saying? Hence why prophets come to correct that which was how can I put it? That which was changed. Do you see what I'm saying? And as Muslims, we believe the Rasul alayhi salam is the seal of the Prophet. So the final Prophet, there will be none after. And the Quran is basically the correction and the true kalam of Allah, according to us as Muslims.
No, I understand that.
And Allah knows best, yeah.
I understand that.
So any mistake I do make, like I said, any mistake is from my own knowledge and I don't attribute it to the deen because, like I said, I'm a layman in it, so I can only tell you the understanding I have thus far. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's fine. I'm not. Yeah, I'm just having a discussion. So, like, the reason why I'm saying that, I was thinking it might be because the aspects were not included in because of maybe didn't want to talk about the full story. Is because, for example, the Bible is 66 books. It's pretty big, and even within the Bible, for example, Apostle John tells us that.
But 66 books because the Orthodox is like 86 or 88.
But this is the thing about the Orthodox, MD. I do agree that there are some books like the Apocrypha and maybe the Book of Enoch. I'm not 100% sold on it because there's some things in there that I'm like, eh. And to be honest with you, I haven't read the Ethiopian Book of Enoch. That might be legit. I've only read the other one. So
it might be better for you to check it out in the original one. Yeah, and if you read it in the original tongue, I don't know good, so I can't help you out with that. But obviously, when things get changed into different languages, things can get lost in translation. Do you see what I'm saying? Same thing with
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I hear that maybe you guys believe that those things are corrupted, but it would make sense if for example, I was summarizing. We already knew the stories because it happened before us, but I'm just summarizing them. But I'm not mentioning the full details of the whole event of it. And if you want to know that, just go to the book that's already there that talks about it. That's what I thought it would be as well. But because
in the Quran we don't have books, we have chapters. The Quran is one book, it's one and we have different and we have different chapters of it. Does that make sense? So you've got Surah Fatiha, Surah Ikhlas, Surah Baqarah, Surah Surah Fil. There's different types of surahs.
Right?
There's 113 chapters, 113, 114. Don't quote me. It's one of the two.
114 chapters. So
it's either 114 or 113 chapters in the Quran. And Allah Alam. So don't 100% quote. It's one of the two. Maybe someone in the chat knows, but yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, in the book of Psalms, there's 150 chapters. So that's one book of the Bible. Because remember, the Bible is a compilation of many books. So that's what I was saying earlier in terms of their, for example, in the Quranic version, correct me if I'm wrong, of the story of Exodus, when you look at the 10 plagues, it doesn't include the angel of death and the blood on the wall, which is what caused, the tradition of the Passover.
Blood of the wall? What's that? I haven't heard the blood of the wall. What's that?
Okay, so when you look at the Exodus in the Torah, it talks about the 10 plagues that God sent on Egypt. Because when Moses was asking the Pharaoh to let my people go.
Oh, is that what Christians, is that we say as blood of the wall is the 10 plagues? Is that what that is?
No, it's in the Torah. It's what Christians and Jews believe and what's written in the scriptures about one. Basically, there's 10 plagues. There's the locusts coming to eat all the harvest. There's animals dying.
Yeah.
There's hail, storms, etc.
The river turning to blood. Yeah.
The river turned to blood. And then there's the angel of death, basically where God sends the angel of death to kill the firstborn of every person.
Yeah. Except for those that wipe the blood on the doorstep. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's obviously supposed to be where Jews get the Passover. They recognize and remember that day by having the Passover. And Jesus also, when he was on earth, he celebrated the Passover. That's why we say Jesus is the Passover, as in he's the blood the lamb that protects us from not being saved or from death or sin, etc., etc. So when you look at the Quranic story of that event, it doesn't include the angel of the death. I might be wrong, someone correct me, but from when I last looked at it, there was only 9 plagues, not 10. So for that example, it's like
I'm gonna have to read up on it, but I'll double check. I'll refresh my memory and I'll come back to you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to many Muslims on certain things like this, and they would admit there's certain times where I'll have to go to the Bible to get the full, events of certain things, because they would say it's not going to speak about the whole event of Moses, but it's going to take certain segments and expand on it. Because obviously, if you want to learn the whole events of Moses, you just read the Torah. If you want to learn the whole events of Jesus, you just read the Gospel. That's what they would tell me. So that's what I thought it was. That's why with that verse, when it says, when in doubt, go to the people of the book, I thought that was supposed to remedy not knowing the full story of something. Just go to where...
No, not for Muslims, because you have to remember, obviously, the 6, you have 5 pillars of Islam and you have six pillars of Iman. And one of the 6 pillars of Iman is to believe in all the books that were sent forth, which include the Torah, the Injil and stuff. But it's not to say that the present day version of what it is what we would accept it to be. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the present day version is what we say is that which has been diluted and changed. You see what I'm saying? So yes, we do recognize and believe that in the books that were sent down prior, but we take only from the Quran because this is now the correction of the facts.
But don't they remedy the corruption by saying only accept the verses in the Bible that agree with the Quran? Don't they say that?
But then that's not a following. If it's the same, if the parts of the the Bible that the Muslims also, or the Torah that the Muslims you see practice today, those would be the parts that haven't been changed, but everything else that we don't, that is not the same amongst us, like the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims, we do not take on, because it would be seen as a bid'ah and innovation. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, but like I said, I'm a layman in this, so I'm not someone knowledgeable on this. This is only the knowledge what I know thus far.
No problem. So like, to get back to the blood thing and the sacrifice thing, the reason why I asked you how old do you think he is, or if you know how old it is because when you read in the book of Genesis, people think, because I used to think the blood sacrifice thing was to do with Abraham as well, or was to do with the Mosaic law, but it actually goes back to even Adam and Eve. Because when Adam and Eve sinned and ate the fruit, because God told them the day you eat this fruit, you will die. That was the punishment of eating the fruit. To remedy this, that promise is now transferred onto animals, as in animal sacrificial. And it's supposed to be a practice to recognize that I'm supposed to die because of the sin I've done, but the animal now takes my place, which is also a foreshadowing of Jesus, that when it says Jesus came and died for our sins. Because when you look at the Old Testament and New Testament, it's intertwined. You see a lot of foreshadowing of the messianic prophecy. You see a bunch of these things that allude to something that will come in the future, a Messiah that will come to do this. You see it all over the Bible, from Genesis to the last book of the Old Testament. So that blood sacrifice, if you actually read in Genesis, I think it's Genesis 5, it tells you about how, because of what you've done, at the hand of every beast, their blood shall be required. Hence why Noah did the animal sacrifice after the flood. Where did he learn it from? Because obviously the pre-flood civilizations, Noah, Enoch, all these people were doing animal sacrifices. Even Cain and Abel, Adam's first sons, Abel presented an animal sacrifice, a lamb, and obviously Cain presented vegetation because he was a farmer. So the animal sacrifice goes back all the way to the beginning. And this is why, to bring it back to African spiritualism, that whole blood sacrifice, animal sacrifice, it all validates that Abrahamic story of the blood
so I see where you're going with this, yeah, and it's so
taken from that source.
But in terms of like the African spirituality, that's hence why I wanted Ellie to come, because I was very curious about the Orishas and stuff like that. Just because I've read up, different parts of Africa, so I've sort of decided myself I wanted to learn more, because the more you learn about a people's spiritual history, you'll also find a reflection of the people themselves. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. And the nature of those people, and not everything, like I said, because we've been the West has put such hardcore propaganda to say that like every kind of spirituality in Africa is all demons and devils and shayateens and jinns and da-da-da-da. But then if you actually look into certain aspects of it, certain things are symbolic and they don't actually worship a god. They actually do you see what I'm saying? And the more you look into it, the more it's like, in terms of the Orishas and sort of that Greco-Roman kind of, of Zeus, Athena, whatever.
Egyptian, it's similar to Egyptian, Ra, Isis.
Yeah, but you would find that in, like, say for example, like similar the stories all across Africa, like you're saying in Egypt, like with Osiris and Isis, all of them things, and also in terms of Oshun and what's the other one? Ogden and all, that, Ogun and stuff. And it's like, when you think about it, it's like realistically, all of like the Romans and the Greeks and stuff, they all first came to gain knowledge from the Africans. Do you see what I'm saying? Including
from,
that's what I'm saying, yeah. And then, plagiarize it, and then it gets other sources of spiritualities get plagiarized, and then mix up, switch up, and then propagate that this is the source, and you should only look to sort of the Western version if you want to find out the truth in regards to certain things, rather than looking to where it actually comes from and the original peoples that it came from. Because to know that, you would know more. Yeah.
But even in paganism and all these African spiritualisms, like I said before, you can see the hints or the connections to the Noah or the Abrahamic concept, but it's been altered through superstitions, through nature worship, through man worship. Because even in Egypt, pharaohs were considered God. So you can see that, like, for example, with the Egyptian mythology, I've been studying it, like the earliest forms of it and the beliefs and etc. They were actually monotheistic even before Akhenaten. If you look at the earliest Egyptian god and the earliest structure, they had an unseen god. They had a concept of an unseen and a seen god, meaning the seen god was like an angel or like a representative of the unseen. But the unseen was supposed to be the highest god. No one's ever seen him, etc., etc., etc. Created everything, etc., etc. And that concept indicates that there's a monotheistic religion to most of these pagan and African spiritual religions, but over time they've attributed worship to nature. So you have a sun god, a water god, a fertility god.
But then, do you think it's the fact that the Western world has, with the language from like the West, we've lost the actual meaning of what the thing? Because if you was to actually translate, sort of like say the Mother Nature, so like the hieroglyphs, so the origin in the language it was created in, then it's not called hieroglyphs because hieroglyphs is a Greek word. The Mother Nature is the actual word it was.
Mother Nature,
Do you see what I'm saying? So the translations, this is what I'm saying about not knowing languages and the importance of learning languages, because so many things can be misconstrued and so many things there's no equivalent translation. Is just translated to the closest thing, and because it's translated to the closest thing in that language, that thing could mean something completely different, but the essence of it, they're saying, oh, it's closest to this, so this is what we're saying it is. And in actuality, a lot of those things may not have been different deities to begin with in the first place. Just I mean, different gods worshipped. It could have been just different attributes or different XYZ that they were trying to teach, or like, you know, like how, say for example, you have proverbs, and they do a lot of things that could be their kind of proverbs, rather than actually saying, you know,
and their shamans could be their priests or their prophets. This is the thing, MD, as well. Like when I studied my own spiritual system, the Zulu one, I saw so many connections to the Abrahamic faith that I started to conclude that some Hebrews must have gone down there and taught them, or they themselves are one of the lost tribes. I mean, I'll give you a perfect example, right? The Zulus are actually monotheistic. They believe in one creator called Mkulunkulu, right? Who created everything. And if you look at the creation story, it's very similar to Adam, you know, being formed from the ground, etc., etc. And even the whole marital system. They even had certain rituals that were similar to the Hebraic. So there's definitely some monotheism even within these African spiritualism. But again, there's all these different things that come into play. You know, sometimes you know the religion changes over time. So maybe this earliest form was monotheistic, but then it changed over time. These things also happen because, for example, in the Zulu tradition,
of course, that happens too.
You have some people that believe in Mbokowami, which is the female goddess who's supposed to be the wife of Mkulunkulu. But that's an innovation because the oldest form of it wasn't, two gods or a god marrying another god. But you see that the religion, even in African spiritualism, changes over time. For example,
and do you think a lot of it's to do with the ego of those those who are custodians of spiritual systems? Do you see what I'm saying? Like coming involved to say that the people are so mentally not able to fully comprehend it. We're going to say it like this, and then this is how now the innovation comes in, and now the twist in the worshipping of the Most High is now put into place.
Exactly. I'll give you a perfect example. Ancestor worship, the original concept of it, according to the people themselves, wasn't to worship the ancestors. It was that the ancestors were supposed to be the intermediary between God and man, in the sense of when the person dies, their spirit goes back to the creator. So they're with the creator in their belief system. So to them, it's like, let me ask my grandfather to speak to God to help me in this situation. Not to say that my ancestor is God, but he's with God in heaven or in paradise with him. So let me ask him to So that's what it was. But when the white man came, or the westernized Christian came, and I heard them speaking about it, they're thinking, "Oh, this is just ancestor worship. This is just worshiping ancestors." But that's not what it was to the Zulus or to the whoever. So, for example, even Mvelenkangi is also a name for the Most High. It means the one who was there before the beginning.
Mvelenkangi.
So even their concepts of the Creator, it matches the Abrahamic nature, as in the one who was there before everything, the one who's outside of time, the one who created everything. It's so similar. Like, I've done the research. It's crazy, man. It's like when you look at African spiritualism, it's very similar, man. It's very similar.
No, most definitely. Because even in my own research of it, I'm finding certain dots connecting to one another. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but not to romanticize it, because I would definitely say on the other side of it, there's some judge. You know what I mean? There's definitely some judge here and there. You know, I can't deny that. I can't deny that.
No, but look, let's be real. We like, obviously, if you're coming from certain spiritual backgrounds, we know these things exist. Magic does exist. We know that people do. There are other beings that people sort of make deals with or would worship in order to be gifted with certain abilities or to gain an upper hand in certain situations. Do you see what I'm saying? So, but it's like I said, a lot of those things would be the minority and not the majority, and the minority is what tends to be the most propagated, and then to be sort of blanketed on everyone when that's not the case. And like you said, when you actually looked into it, you saw the worship of ancestors weren't what you had first been told, or it was.
And as a matter of fact, MD, when you look at the mentionings of ancestor worship in the Bible, it does discourage. God does discourage the Israelites from dealing with familiar spirits. Meaning, familiar spirits obviously means a spirit or individual that you knew that is now a spirit or that is now dead. Like necromancy, for example, it tells us that necromancy is an abomination unto the Lord, as well as sorcery, etc., etc. So it does definitely discourage righteous people from indulging in these certain practices. So there's a fine line. Like I said before, I don't want to romanticize African spiritualism.
No, of course.
I'm fully aware. I've seen the sangomas, the shamans, when they're gyrating and not gyrating. Sorry, wrong word. When they're like shaking and
possessed.
Yeah, they're possessed.
Like the eyes are rolling back. But then some people might argue that's the same thing as when people say, I don't know, do Seventh-day Adventists do that as well? You know when they say they got the Holy Spirit and you see people.
Nah, that's demonic, bro. You know, MD. I've seen those videos of people healing people and the shaking around, and obviously exorcisms are real. I believe that demons can possess people. Like,
of course, yeah. So when exorcisms, I do believe people can be possessed. Obviously, Islamically, they do teach that possession is a real thing. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying in terms of the actions and saying they possessed by the Holy Spirit, and then they do the whole, because some of it is quite similar. The stamping of the feet and the shaking of the body, and you know what I'm saying.
All that stuff, MD. I think it's psychological, because when you read the Bible,
you guys think that stuff is real?
I don't think it's real. I'll tell you why. No, the Holy Spirit is very real.
No, hold on. No. When you say that stuff is real, what part are you asking?
People actually being possessed by demons.
Oh, yes.
You say, I don't think that's real.
Show me one that's believable. Show me one that's believable.
Do you not?
I think it might be more of a psychological thing, and I think maybe people have just described it as something that they believe it to be, like, where people say jinns and demons and all this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Is that because you don't believe spirits exist?
I don't know. I'm in two minds about it, but I think.
But then it's a case
I would say, even if I do believe that spirits exist, I don't know if I can believe that they can take over someone's body in the way that they're trying to show us. And the things that we're seeing in these videos and all these people gyrating, as Zulu described it, having seizures and all of this business, I don't know if that's what they're trying to tell us that it is.
But then, do you know what? I suppose it's the way that you look at certain things. It's like I said, a lot of things can get lost in translations. And he was speaking about certain things in language being possessed, like say we say jinns, shayateens, or devils, or whatever entities you want to say. Sometimes it's a case of just use different language, and then it might become more acceptable, if that makes sense. It might. How can I put this? It's like there was a conversation that you had, MJ, a while back in terms of your ex-partner and him doing something and silent. You know that it made them in court. And, yeah. And I can't remember you said he said to you to drink something and you threw it up, or
no. There was something that he was told to rub on, and I was told to rub on some kind of oil, and when he started doing it, the smell of it or whatever it was, I just went and threw up, and it was like
you threw up
projectile vomited, and I feel like it was as well. No, I feel like it was more a thing of like something messing with some kind of imbalance in energy or in the universe or whatever way you might want to describe it. Do you know what I mean? But I wouldn't say that was a spirit trying to get into me or into him. Or
oh no, but you wouldn't say it was a form of. Would you say? If someone was to describe that as a form of magic, would you?
Yeah, it was definitely some kind of black magic or juju or something like that. 100%.
But so then, although you may not believe in possession, you understand the different abilities and powers. Some people may turn around to you and say, "You know what is?" Some people will turn around and say it's nothing to do with judge or whatever. It's the alchemy of it. So people know that you mix this herb with this herb and this herb, and put it on a certain part of your skin, it will absorb and create a certain type of reaction. Or if you to ingest it will cause maybe the tongue to swell, therefore you cannot speak, or it will cause X, Y, Z to happen to you. Do you see what I mean? I mean, like I said, I can get where you're coming from. Like in terms of a lot of the stuff that we grow up and get taught in the Western world, where a lot of the old ways are dismissed quite easily, like, oh, this is just nonsense.
No, but I'm not dismissing. I'm not dismissing things like herbalistic practices and that sort of thing.
If you're okay with psychedelics,
oh, just as in possession.
I'm just saying when it comes to possession, someone actually being possessed by a demon. I'm just not sure I 100% believe that can happen. You can try and convince me, maybe, but I'm not 100% convinced. You know what I'm saying?
If you can accept psychedelic,
so it's not like you're saying no, but you're not fully convinced. Yeah, I know, I hear that.
But if you can accept psychedelic trips and ayahuasca and all these different supernatural things, what's there to say about immaterial spiritual beings that can influence people? Is that hard to believe?
Well, I mean, I've never done psychedelics, so I can't actually speak on that.
I thought you had done it or something. Yeah, that's all right.
But what I would say is something I believe that obviously food does things to our body. Do you know what I mean? Look what alcohol can do to people. Do you know what I'm saying? So I fully believe that there's some kind of food out there that can invoke certain reactions in us, maybe. But is that spirit, or is that just something that we're seeing within our minds?
Do you see your human form as a vessel or just a being? Just out of curiosity.
Can I say either or is it not both? Because we're beings.
But I mean, you can say you're both. But in saying that you're both, then you also accepting the fact that you are a vessel, and as a vessel, the same things can be put into it as well as things can be taken out of it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, say, for example, like you're saying the ingestion of alcohol can, that's, you're now putting something within your vessel that can change a very calm person into the most violent, because you have really violent drunks. Some drunks are happy drunks, some drunks are violent. And some people, they black out completely, wake up the next day and they have no knowledge whatsoever what happened to them the night before. Do you see what I mean? But then
that's the alcohol in your body. Not a demon. Do you know what I mean?
No, but that depends on who you ask, because some people will tell you, because in a lot of sort of
Oh yeah, there's
spiritual practice. They use
the
alcohol.
Spirit is the demon.
Exactly.
And,
Do you see what I'm saying?
I hear that.
Possession is, possession in different forms. And if you believe in different types of energies that are present, then being a vessel, you can be open to those entities or those energies now being absorbed within you. Do you see what I mean? And obviously every vessel is not the same. So for the majority of people, they might, possession won't be a thing for them. But for certain people, they are easier vessels to target. Do you see what I mean? 100%. And on top of the fact, you're not wrong in regards to saying about the mind and the power and the belief, because obviously if you're someone that believes in manifestation, putting words out there, speaking things, whatever, even you could say prayer is also manifestation. You could say the eyes are manifestations, because these are things we speak into existence. Do you see what I'm saying? We speak the refuge. We speak for help from the Most High, for guidance, X, Y, Z. So if we're able to do all of those things within the vessels and the beings that we are, then it would stand to reason that as a vessel, we can also be taken, other beings or entities or energies can also then possess weaker vessels. Do you see what I mean? I hope that makes sense.
It does.
Trying to break it down as much as I can.
But I used to be very skeptical of demon possession myself until I've seen certain things. And I mean, I don't know if you can believe me or not, but I think when you ask for discernment, which is to be able to sense things in different realms, it's very evident that when you're seeing a demon possession, it's something that you can't explain. It's like, yeah, this is some dog shit. And it's not someone that's mentally ill. It's not someone that's having a breakdown. It's someone that's possessed. Like, you can just, like, I get what you're saying, because a lot of those videos of people being healed and this and that, some of that is just bogus, like, for real.
Because I watched a video a few years ago. It was like a documentary on TV or something. I don't know, YouTube video or something. And basically they showed like this woman who was possessed and it looked crazy and it was so believable. But then they showed the fact that it was all staged and how they staged it. And I was just like, no, like if they hadn't have shown me that, I would have fully believed that that was real. So seeing the lengths that they can go to, and this was in front of people, like this was like, it was fully believable. Do you know what I mean? So after seeing that, it's like, and seeing similar videos to it as well, it's just, I haven't seen one to me now that is believable. Like even the couple that we were watching on here a few weeks ago, if you remember the gay guy that was wearing like the pink top or whatever, and he was in front of the pastor and the pastor was doing all this madness and he was just acting really weird. It's like, you're clearly not 100% normal, like, anyways, you know what I mean? Like, you're not mentally there. You're not,
And you know what? A lot of these miracles, Mary, I mean, when they're done in public like that on camera, you always got to ask yourself, who's making money from this? What's the agendas behind this? Because usually, when you look at most miracles, they're not done in public. Like, sometimes you hear someone tell you about their life and they have no they have no video to show you. They have no, some of these things are done in private. And those seem more real to me because obviously if it's publicly and it's recorded and people are, trying to make money from it, there's that aspect you have to consider. But if it's in private, like, there's no motivation to fake a private miracle.
But just the fact that people may lie and try to make money from it still don't detract from the fact that it's real. Does that make sense? Not that the ones that do the fakery are real, but that it does not happen. That it doesn't happen. Real ones. Do you see what I'm saying?
You, but as I said, I'm just yet to see one that convinces me that it's real. Maybe I'm skeptical because of what I've seen, but obviously because of what I've seen, I am skeptical. Okay, but in terms of like people having evil spirits in them, what about this as a theory? What if when you're born, the spirit that you get is either good or evil, but the evil may not manifest itself or could manifest itself at any time? Like, if you've got that
I think we're all born evil.
Do you know what? As we're all capable of good and bad, the thing is, it's your choice. And that's what it ultimately comes down to, what you choose.
do you choose to cling on to that is good, or do you choose to cling to which that is bad? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I find that hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that we're all born like the same, and I think some people are just born evil spirited.
I would say something different.
Yeah, some people are born evil.
Because if you're born with the same mentality that you and I have, why would people choose to do paedophilia?
No. But this is the thing. Mentality is our mentality is brought about in regards to our environment as well. So everyone's environment has an impact on how they ultimately turn out to a degree. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like they say nature versus nurture. So it's going to be a mixture of the two that ultimately will.
I'm sure you can have siblings grow up in the same household, and one of them's a paedophile and the other one isn't, though. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I
would say that.
So I'm gonna really question everything today. Sorry, Dylan, go on.
I don't think you guys can hear me.
Go on. I can.
Yeah, you're just being rude.
Sorry. I apologize.
All right. Yeah, I was gonna say. I would say we're all born evil. I don't think anyone is born good. I don't think there is anyone technically good. I think it's a matter of suppressing our evil nature and doing what's right continuously. A continuous tug of war between what is natural, what feels good, what you think is good to you, versus what is the right thing to do. And usually the right thing to do is the hardest thing to do. So I would say we're all born evil, with the inclination to do iniquity, to do wrong things, to lie, to save yourself. When you lie to save yourself, there's a relief like, oh, he's not going to find her, she's not going to find her, So there's that natural inclination to lie or to be bad or to be evil. Mm-hmm. So I'd say we're all evil. That's what I would say.
I think you're kind of right in that sense that when I think back to being a child, and you would try to lie to get away with things.
You feel good after.
When you face the consequence, then that's obviously how you learn, isn't it? But then I'm thinking, is it that we develop the conscience?
Are you trying to say is lying learned, or is it something that's natural? I think so. Survival, because if you know that if you can lie to avoid a punishment, you're going to do it to save yourself, right? So it's also to be linked with survival. Ultimately,
it's true.
So yeah, I'll
our inherent nature for survival. We'll do whatever it takes.
100%. And here's another concept as well to get your mind around people that can do crazy things. A lot of the times, people like to separate themselves from, Hitler, for example, or any of these individuals that could do such evil things, as if they never could have the potential to do it. But if you look at it in a different way, to say that I could be that person if I had a different, mental, chemical, process, or if I went through a series of events in my life, I could be that person. Do you think of
that's what's difficult to comprehend sometimes, is trying to put your own mindset or my own mindset alongside someone else's like that. Do you know what I mean? I think, how could you possibly do that to people? Or, the classic example being a paedophile or someone who kills children or something like that. I was like, what kind of mindset can you have? And obviously, because I don't have that mindset, I don't understand it. And I can't just get a tunnel vision into what they're thinking and how their thinking process actually is.
Yeah. But I think if you start off with the basic understanding that I have the potential to be the most evil person on this planet, but then you try and live your life suppressing that potential or being the reverse of that potential, I think that's a better way to view things than to say anyone that does evil, I'm not like them, I'm better than them. I could never be like Hitler. I can never be like this serial killer or this other person, as if you're better than them.
The thing is, I find it hard to argue with that theory. I think maybe I just wouldn't want to believe that we're all born evil. I don't know. I think it's...
Because Mary, you think you don't have the potential to do any of those things, but you could. In any situation.
Yeah, no, obviously. Yeah, no, 100%.
It's a possibility.
Anything could happen. I could be standing on a platform and just one day decide, I'm going to push this idiot who barged me in front of a train. Might have even had flashbacks of that, or images of that in my head once or twice, but it never happened. So I get what you're saying.
I get that all the time. I get these weird thoughts like,
urges, you know, like, I really wanted to punch that person just now.
You know what, Mary? I get that all the time, man. Have you ever been sat down and you talk to someone and then you think in your head, what if I just punch them in the face? But it's random. You don't want to punch them for any reason. It's completely random. You don't hate them or anything. But you just get these weird thoughts like, what if I stole this? Or what if I punched them? What if I said this? But again, you're suppressing that thought because you're not acting on it, right? So it shows you how naturally it is to do wrong, right? You see? Because you suppressed that thought. You didn't act on it. You didn't punch him. But you thought about it. And you have to ask yourself, why did I think about that? Why did I think about punching this person?
It's true. It's true.
Sin.
Okay.
Sinful nature.
So, is it then people's environment that stops them from being able to resist these temptations?
Maybe it amplifies it, or makes it easily, or it stops you from living in a way in which you're fighting against it. Because if you live in an environment where everyone is, for example, raping, then you would not maybe have a suppression of that temptation. Whereas if you lived in an environment where it's looked down upon, you might still have temptations of such a thing, or even weird thoughts, but you would suppress it because of social ridicule or people looking down on you for doing something that the social dynamics considers wrong. So there's obviously definitely a subjective concept within morality. Some people think this is wrong, some people think that is wrong. So it's not as objective or universal to some degree. I mean, some people will say it's universal, for example, from the idea of empathy. So I wouldn't want something happening to someone else in the way I would. So that's the basics of morality. So stealing, I wouldn't like someone stole something from me, so I'm not going to steal someone else's thing. But then that also has holes in it too, because if I don't mind getting things stolen from me, then do unto others as you want them done unto you wouldn't matter in that concept, right? So that's also subjective to some degree. So I would say we're all born evil. We're all evil, vile people when we're born. It's a fact.
I suppose it just goes back to that thing of like, we don't really know what we would be like without all of the indoctrination that we have.
Do you think people in the jungle, you know, the hunter and gatherers, do you think they lie? Do you think they steal? Do you think they, you know, think of such evil? Do you think they have evil thoughts?
Look, they have to kill, right? They probably have to kill animals in order to eat and survive, right? So I'm going to assume that's an instinctive thing in... Can I assume that's an instinctive thing in humans?
Is a lion evil for killing a zebra? Or is it just doing its nature?
No, it's nature. It's nature.
So do you think humans have that thing as well, where we're just doing our nature?
I believe so. I do believe so.
But don't you
because
think
the fact that we can eat animals and we can eat meat, do you know what I mean? Obviously, it must be. That could be like some people, like vegans, proper vegans, will say, "Oh no, that's wrong. You're killing someone. Oh, so that's a life you're taking." Do you know what I mean? So, in that sense, if they can kill, then you have to question like how much empathy do they actually have? Do you know what I mean? And it's going to be limited to probably the same amount that we have in that sense. So it's going to be whatever they need to do to survive. And if that means beg, borrow, steal, then that's what they're going to do.
So it's about survival then. But this is what I'm saying. I feel like humans have surpassed animals, or were surpassed from the offset in terms of morality. A big part of that has to do with, even from a biological standpoint, our brain. We have a certain component of our brain called a prefrontal cortex. So it's essentially the frontal lobe, the frontal part of your brain.
Yeah.
We have a higher, size of that area, which is responsible for decision making, critical thinking, planning for the future, all of these things that make us human. So that also comes with morality. You know, for example, the fact that a human can say, "I'm not going to eat meat. I don't like seeing suffering." There's a hunger to eat, but they're rationalizing that hunger and applying it in different ways other than what's natural to them. So, for example, it's not natural for a human to fast, because when you're hungry, the body is telling you eat, but you're denying that natural inclination to do something for another purpose. So we're one of the only creatures on this planet that can deny natural urges or natural desires for other concepts or other things.
But
for
in
example,
terms
celibacy.
of meat being a natural desire or a natural need, I think our survival needs comes down to probably our environment. So let's say if I lived in a place where there wasn't any animals around, but there was an abundance of fruit and vegetables and pulses and those kind of things, right?
Yeah.
Then I'd probably be able to survive on that. Do you know what I mean? But then if I'm in an environment where I don't have any kind of fresh food around and the only thing I can survive on is fish or chicken or whatever kind of animals is around, then I'm probably going to have to survive on that. I think it's whatever. And then sometimes it's what's optimal to your environment as well. Like you will get certain fruits and veg that grow in certain environments because you need those nutrients from them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, killing an animal takes a lot more effort. Like if you were a nomad, if you were on the run, or if you were just like living, a traveler kind of life, herding animals, killing animals, it's a lot of hard work. It's easier to just pick a fruit from a tree or pick some berries or some roots in the ground and cook it up than killing the animal, taking off the skin, cutting it into pieces, taking out the organs, cleaning it, cooking it. It's much more effort. Hence why when people did eat meat, it wasn't every day. It was once in a while. It was maybe from celebrating for a wedding or something. They weren't eating meat every day. So I agree with you, man. Vegetarianism is our natural diet. Humans are natural vegetarians. They say we're omnivores. I don't believe that. We're natural vegetarians.
The thing is, as much as people eat meat, people still eat vegetables and stuff every single day.
Meat.
Vegetarians are not the only people to be eating vegetables every day. Every single person does it. Or
you season meat with herbs.
Exactly.
You season meat with peppers and onions and vegetables. So it's like you can't escape it. I think
vegetables, but you eat vegetables. We're talking about.
But you know what is, Mary? I hear both sides because as much as there's nice vegetarian food, sometimes it just doesn't hit the same, man. And it has to be specific type of vegetarian food. So, for example, Indian food is really good for vegetarians.
Oh yeah,
it's flavorful, it's spicy, it's exciting, it's not boring. You know what I mean?
They've probably got some of the best variety, to be fair.
Facts. They have the best vegetarian food, I think, personally. Chinese food, maybe, but it's
quite limited. It's just going to be noodles and rice, and more noodles and rice. Yeah.
Stir fry.
The vegetables, a bit of broccoli. That's about it.
Exactly. But with Indian food, they use a lot of the pulses, the beans, and all these things into curries, into soups.
Sorry, do you know what? I have to share this experience. So a couple of years ago, I was at my friend's house and she got some spring rolls. You know, the mini vegetarian spring rolls from the Chinese?
Those are nice.
Yeah, I usually like them. That's like one of my go-tos, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I was eating it and I'm like, wait a minute now, there's something in here. And I'm like, is this chicken? Is this meat? What is this? It's soya. It's bits of soya. They're now putting bits of soya in there and I really don't like it. Soya chunks.
Ugh, like tofu.
It's kind of like tofu, but it's like, I remember I used to see dehydrated soya chunks in like Hollands and Barrett years ago, and then you're supposed to like
put in
soak
water.
up the way that you would with peas or whatever in it. Yeah, it's disgusting. But yeah, I wasn't impressed. So I've kind of gone off them now. And in terms of Chinese, there's nothing really there for me other than flipping. I'd probably prefer to, do you know what? If I was to get Chinese, I'd probably get rice, chips, and curry sauce. Like that's how limited.
But there's no nutrition in that, though.
I know, it's just like carbs on carbs.
Carbs and carbs and carbs. Yeah, you gotta have some stir fry. You know what you could do with that? Your Chinese, maybe you could have some stir fry with some noodles, soy sauce, and all the veggies.
Do you know what? I wouldn't mind that if I knew that it was going to be nice, but they're always just so mediocre these days. Yeah, oily and like why? Like we've got so many choices of Chinese, but they're not even that nice.
Yeah, it's definitely downgraded over the years.
Yeah, 100%. You know, like you used to have that banging one in your area that you knew, like you could go there and it was going to be banging. But I feel like all the good ones have closed down over the years.
But do you think maybe it's because of the whole, you know, the thing, And obviously, early on, when in 2019, people weren't trying to eat Chinese food during that time. I don't know if you recognize that, but I noticed that. I wasn't even eating it.
I know there was a few of them. Like there was one in West London in particular that closed down probably about 6 years ago or something. So actually, there was 2 of them in West London that closed down. That was banging. Oh my gosh! Now that I'm thinking of it, there's like loads of them. But no, it was definitely happening before that. But that probably has impacted them, to be fair.
Definitely.
Like a few of them was getting smashed up and stuff at the beginning of all the lockdowns, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think a lot of people have got into cooking now because of the whole thing. Like even a lot of people are getting into bread making sourdough bread and stuff like that. Yeah. I got a bit into that as well. I wanted to make my own sourdough bread. It's like art, isn't it? You know, you're leaving something to grow, and then you're mixing it with the flour and the mix, and you're making your own bread. You know, these are skills that we were doing back in the day. You were making your own bread. Obviously, they had bakeries. You can go to the market and buy bakeries, or go to the butchers. You get your meat done for you, or whatever.
Yeah, but they don't have bakeries like that anymore. Unless you go like nowadays, a bakery is like Sainsbury's bakery.
Yeah, that's the problem.
There isn't at all. What's it called? Greggs.
Yeah,
that's probably the closest we've actually got to bakeries, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the odd place, you might find a little independent one or something. But me and Dublin were talking about this the other day because back home we have bakeries all over the place.
Like in my country as well.
We probably have bakeries the way you've got chicken shops over here.
Yeah,
like every town you go
you
to,
can smell the bread.
You're gonna have bakeries where you can get like fresh cakes, fresh apple pies, all of that, and a fresh sandwich or crusty roll that's made right there in front of you. Like you're choosing what you want in it, and they're making it for you. Oh, I miss them places, man.
And you can smell the bread as well when they're cooking.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I miss that.
But everything here is made in the factories. You know, there's this big, push for Asda's and Sainsbury's, but when it comes to family-owned businesses and like mom and pop shops, they're all getting neglected now. That's the problem.
Well, look, Sainsbury's and all these places, they've got the money to just do things ridiculously cheap. Like even Iceland, all of these things. Like you see the way Iceland have got their own range of certain products. Like they've got their own range of Greggs products, which are exclusive to them. They'll have other products like McCain's or whatever brands that'll be exclusive to them. So they get big deals with these places. They make tons of money. The man in like the independent shop can't compete with this.
Yeah.
Just can't.
And the best thing about the family-owned stores is they have special relationships with farmers. So it's like the money is circulating nationally. It's not like they're sourcing things from other countries, like with some of these Asda's and Sainsbury's. Sometimes they get the livestock and all these other things from other countries. They don't even, help local farmers. They claim to, but when you look at where they get some of these things from, you're like, wow.
Well, I noticed, especially in East London, there was a lot of shops popping up where it's like organic foods or whole foods, and they're selling all the like vegan stuff and locally sourced produce and all of this, but it's mad expensive. Like when you compare it to even like the organic stuff that they would have in the supermarkets or M&S Finest or whatever, it's still like twice the price.
Yeah, M&S is so good, man. Whew.
I know, you're a bit of a fan, aren't you?
Yeah, because they have those ready meals. That's the only place I could eat a ready meal. I never raid ready meals. But M&S, they do it proper. Even the desserts, it's proper.
My sister used to go there a lot, to be fair.
It's just high class. It's like it's prestige of like UK shopping places. It's that and Waitrose.
Waitrose is all right.
Waitrose is so prestige.
I remember when I discovered Waitrose, I thought it was like proper like posh and whatever, and then I was like, hold on a minute, like everything's the same price.
It's the same price. It's not that bad, is it?
Yeah.
Even Morrison's is not so.
And when I used to do shopping online, with Waitrose, like they used to have their own value range and all of that. Was not like value range, but it's their own kind of smart price thing or whatever you call it.
Yeah. Even Morrison's isn't so much. I used to think that was.
Yeah. Do you know
top
what?
Of the class.
Do you know what put me off Morrison's? I've never been in a Morrison's store that's clean.
You mean the floor is dirty?
Just in general, like there was one in Palmer's Green, and that used to have a smell. And I just feel like every Morrison's that I've gone in, it's untidy, it's not clean, it just looks so slapdash. And it's just that smell. I think Morrison's and I think of that smell, and I just think, no, like if that's what your shops are like, then what are your warehouses like? I don't want none of your food. No, I'm good. And why is it so cheap? Why have you always got this stuff? Nah, I'm out.
No, I hear that.
Yeah.
Like even when you walk past the fish as well, the smell. Oh my gosh.
I do remember though when Morrison's did initially come out. Well, when my dad discovered them, anyways, and they used to sell really cheap meat from like New Zealand.
When did they come out?
This was back in like, I don't know if this is when they first came out, but I know when my dad discovered it was like around 2001.
Oh.
Yeah. And yeah, he used to love the steaks from there.
Morrison's been there since 1899.
1899. Well, that was probably just a little one shop, innit?
Yeah, and then it expanded. But Tesco...
That's how most of them started off, innit? By just having, like, one little store.
100%. I would say, like, in terms of, like, the West ones, I would say Sainsbury's and Tesco are way at the bottom. 100%. And I shopped at Sainsbury's when I was in uni, yeah. And just basic things like milk and meat. Like, the chicken was watery, rubbery. The milk went bad after 2 days. Like,
but most of their chicken is like that, to be fair.
No, but Aldi is pretty good, man. I know people hate on Aldi because it's cheap, but Aldi is pretty decent, man. It's pretty reliable.
Do you know what? I don't even know if I've ever shopped in Aldi, because I don't think I've ever had one close by to actually shop there. I've been to Lidl's a few times.
Lidl, yes, Lidl. The same thing as Aldi.
Yeah. Lidl's all right.
What about Iceland?
Iceland's all right for filling up the freezer with random stuff.
Yes, they have really.
My son eats a lot, so even though I cook food all the time for him, like he just constantly eats and eats and eats. So I do fill up the freezer with lots of shit for him to eat.
But Iceland has so much like variety of like frozen stuff. Like mad. Like have whole meals, like their starters, menus, everything in the freezer.
Yeah, no, some of their stuff is good. All them special offers and all that bullshit.
And then you have B&M, which is kind of like getting cleaning products and just like, I wouldn't really get food from B&M. Then you got Co-op. Co-op is alright.
See, do you know what? I'm trying to stop using cleaning products as much as possible.
What?
It's not like, okay.
Yeah, please elaborate on that. Please elaborate on that.
I would prefer to use more natural cleaning products.
Here we go. Don't tell me you just squeeze lemons on the counter. Like, come on. Like,
oh my God, how did you know?
Need some bleach, bro. Allow it, man. Don't, please.
No. So like for the counters and stuff like that, vinegar. But yeah, you can use lemons for like certain things. I don't know. It's just something that I've been looking into for a while, and that I'd be thinking about, like in terms of, like my son, for example, he's got eczema, and it doesn't affect him so much now. But when he was a baby, it was so bad, and I had to do so much research into it. Like I couldn't get it under control for about 2 years. So I had to change like so many things in his diet, in the atmosphere, in the household to try to figure out what was irritating it, causing it, etc., etc. So, for example, like the things that we use to wash our clothes, the washing powders or liquids, the fabric conditioners, like these things have got dead animals in it for a start. Yeah. And it's like, okay, so I'm washing my clothes in something that's made from animal bones and leftovers.
Is that what it's made from?
The fabric conditioner has something in it which is made from, like basically once they've taken all the meat and everything, when they got the bones and the shit left over, it all gets crushed down and made into some chemical, which is then put into these things. So I'm like, yeah, I'm washing my clothes.
But they've changed it now because of the whole vegan thing though, right?
Well, if they're vegan friendly.
They say that on the thing.
Are they all vegan friendly though? And this thing is in lots of things. This is what I'm saying. Like in all of these cleaning products that we use, we don't actually know. Like, have you ever looked at the back of a bottle of washing up liquid and read the ingredients and figured out what they are that you're washing your plates in every day, the utensils that you use to eat your food?
Yeah, man. You know what's interesting? I found out that apparently, like when you moisturize, when you use like skin moisturizer, they use foreskins to make skin moisturizer.
Bro.
Like, cause don't ask why I was looking into forces. Basically, I was looking at like circumcision clinics, like how much it is, because I'm obviously.
You could have said you were looking into moisturizer.
No. I was looking into circumcision. I was watching videos to see like the procedure and how much it costs, etc., etc.
Wait. Oh, all right, we'll get back to that. Okay, yeah.
So when I looked at like, so I thought in my head, I had a silly thought, like, what did they do with the foreskin? Obviously, I thought straight away that they throw them away, they dispose it, right? But then when I looked at it, I was like, they were just blatantly open about it. Like, yeah, we're using the, makeups and moisturizers. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, whoa, what? Why would you need a foreskin to make skin moisturizer? Like, I was like, whoa. And they're just open about it. Like, yeah, we use it for skin moisturizers. The next time when you're rubbing cream on your skin, you're rubbing someone's foreskin, man.
Well, I know that any products that I have for my skin are vegan friendly because I ordered some subscription box and everything in there is like vegan friendly. Most of it's made from natural products and that. So I'm pretty satisfied that I'm not using any of. Oh my gosh. So,
it's disgusting, isn't it?
So we're creaming our skin with people's foreskin.
Yeah, specifically and then baby foreskin.
We're washing our clothes in dead animal stuff.
It's mad, isn't it?
Like, do you see what I'm saying? This is why I'm trying to not use chemical things. Like, I need to find natural ways. So obviously, like, say for example, Sasha's got her natural soaps, isn't it? So that's fine, in terms of washing yourself, etc. I'm trying to find. I've been experimenting with different like shampoos and that. Because obviously, I use shampoo and conditioner. So I need to find things that can replace that, because even that in itself, like, I don't know what damage I'm doing to my hair, my scalp, the environment.
I still use that conditioner and stuff like that, And I agree with you. I 100% agree with you with that. Shampoo and conditioner, you need to find natural alternatives. But like, I think...
Because come on, our ancestors weren't using Pantene Pro V, were they?
But our ancestors wasn't using deodorant. I'm sure some of them smell like shit sometimes. You know what I mean?
Well, no, because apparently they used to make their own mixtures of
flowers and shit.
I think it's thyme, lemon, and lavender. Thyme, and there's something else.
Okay, what about toothpaste? Even if they were brushing their teeth with sticks,
but they had those sticks in it, and I think also the charcoal.
Smells, though. They're not brushing
charcoal as well.
Charcoal.
Yeah.
All right then.
Charcoal powder.
Nah, but there has to be something that we're doing now that they weren't able to do though, in terms of like hygiene. Because even with like combing their hair, for example, well, they did have combs. You know what? You're probably right. There probably is better natural alternatives. No, I think
exactly. We're just using all this commercial stuff. Like, it's crazy when you look around and you think of how much of it we use on a daily basis. Even walking out of the house. Oh, spray a bit of air freshener. Oh, it's not the aerosol one. It's fine, but it's still chemicals that I'm spraying.
Yeah.
See, I don't know. It's just something that I've become aware of the last year or so, and I'm trying to be mindful about and trying to research and look at and experiment with different alternatives.
Have you thought about taking supplements yet? I can send you a link.
No, but do you know what I have been doing this week? I've actually finally gotten into making smoothies.
Oh no, that's the worst thing you can do.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Because I used to do smoothies and juices, right? If you think about it, when you're making the smoothie or a juice, how many fruits are you putting in there?
Probably like 2-3 portions.
2-3 portions. So you're not making like a big smoothie full of like 3 or 4 different fruits all in one?
Well, the one that I make, it will be like 2 glassfuls, so I have like 1 at the time, and then put the rest in the fridge for later, sort of thing. So, like for example, I'll use like 1 banana, couple of blueberries, and a kiwi, for example.
Is it the one where like it grinds up even the fiber, or is it where it just extracts the juice?
No, it's what the magic bullet thing.
Oh, so it takes in the skin and everything from the
yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's better than the juice, because the problem with the juice is you're taking all the fructose or the fruit sugar, and you just like you're getting a spike of sugar, quick spike of sugar. Because imagine when you eat an orange, you don't just eat it all in one. You're eating your orange, like each segment of the orange, and along with the fiber, and the fiber obviously helps you break down the sugar. It slows down the absorption of the sugar. When you're just drinking it in a smoothie or in a juice, you're spiking your body with too much sugar and fructose without the fiber. And of course, there's no way you're gonna eat 5 different fruits in one sitting. Most of the time, you're gonna eat 1 orange and maybe also an apple and be full. You're not gonna. So on a like practical level, it's like you're unnaturally eating fruits, consuming fruits by just blending everything and eating it all in one like that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna. I won't go. I probably won't do it every day, but the fact that I've finally started to use it.
Do you put herbs in it?
I haven't, to be honest. All I've put in it this week is like fruit and coconut water, and that's it. But I want to get some like different, not supplements, but like I want to get some moringa powder and stuff like that to kind of go in it, which I have loads of that in my other place, but I don't have it here. So I need to stock up on all of that.
You know, I've also been looking at gold. Do you know that back in the day, people used to drink liquid gold?
Yeah, I've heard. And so what about silver as well?
Silver, yes. Silver corda.
I've heard about this colloidal silver or something.
And the ancient Egyptians used to basically drink water with grinded up gold, and it would be good for their immune system, good for mental clarity, etc., etc.
And apparently it's got some like really good healing properties as well.
Healing properties, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link here. There's this company called Ormus, and they give you like these little, you know, when you get the what's it called again? What's it called again? The droplet thing. Yeah, and they put it in like a little bottle or something, and you're supposed to take a few drops of that, and essentially it allows the Ormus to get into your system. They also add CBD with it as well, because it's proven to be really good with it. But it's really good, man. Like there's a lot of natural things that we just don't even know about, like even ashagara, whatever it's called, mushroom. Mushrooms, there's a bunch of stuff.
I know, and like for me, the whole silver and gold thing, I looked into that years ago because I scalded my leg, and it was quite bad. Like it was boiling water all down my leg, and obviously I had to go to the hospital, have it all dressed up and that, and they put this silver patch on it, and I was like, "What's that?" And he's like, "Sheets of silver," and I was like, "What, actual silver?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's really fine silver." And he was like, "It's so expensive, I have to cut it exactly to size, like we're not allowed to waste it." So I was like, hold on a minute though, because my daughter had a scald when she was young as well, and they never had that at the time. So I was like, wait, when did you guys like come up with this? And he's like, no, this is some ancient thing, but now the NHS is finally investing in it because they realized how good it is, and and that healed up my leg within like 10 days. Because they were talking about, I might have to get skin graft and all kinds of stuff, and it was fine. It was absolutely fine. Like I literally couldn't believe it when they took off the bandages and showed me, and I was like, nah, hold on a second. This is
the problem though. The problem with the NHS, these guys are following protocols. They're following, things they've been taught in the school, when they get their doctrines, etc., etc. So for them, this is the way. Science is the way. Anything other than that holistic medications, all these other things are hocus pocus. But prior to NHS, this is what we were doing.
Exactly, you know what I mean? Exactly. And that's when I started to look into it and realized that, these things are actually healing. And this is when you think of why do people wear jewelry and why is jewelry gold and silver and all of that. It's actually because of the healing properties that it had back in the days why people were wearing it.
Yep. But obviously, there's definitely I always have to be balanced because sometimes I've seen some videos of some people with all these, like doing alchemy, for example, right?
Mm.
Yeah, they'll start talking, like when they're adding things to the mixture, they'll start talking to each ingredient, like telling you, I appreciate you, I thank you, gold, I thank you, turmeric. Like it gets spooky at a certain level, but it's like what I was saying earlier with MJ about the religious thing. There's levels to being logical and being obviously understanding something greater than you. There's a balance between the two.
I think, like, I don't know, it's just people's different practices and that, and there's nothing wrong with people having their own practices, and if that means man's giving thanks because that plant or that substance exists, or he wants to talk to that substance and say thanks to it, then, each to their own. Like, because I think that is a thing. It's about appreciating what we have around us. Like, the more I'm learning about things, and particularly our environment and why, like, okay, so why in certain countries does some fruits grow and others don't?
Mm.
Like, what is the reason for that? And obviously, we know a lot of the time is to do with climate. But as I was saying earlier, it's like, I think we're given what's optimal to our environment, and people don't realize that. So people make fun of the British and the fact that they would make nettle tea or nettle soup or whatever.
That's really effective. I drink nettle tea. That shit works.
Right. My nana been telling me about nettle soup since I was young, because I remember when one of my aunties moved house and the whole back garden was like full of nettles. And when I told my nana, I'm going up there to help my auntie take it down because they were doing like a conversion in the back. And my nana was like, bring some for me and I can make some tea. And I was like, what? What do you mean tea out of stingy nettles? And she's like, no, it's really good for you. And then when you look around, you see how much nettles there is in this country. And then you have to wonder, like, why? And why don't people actually utilize this?
Utilize them.
And it's because it cleanses and it purifies the blood. And when you think of the places it grows, it's usually roadsides and stuff like that, where there's a lot of pollution. So there's a reason why it's growing.
Even the dandelions, what's it called? Chamomile tea?
Yep.
Yeah. Like, there's a bunch of these natural things that we just step on and think it's just rubbish.
Lavender. Lavender's all around.
All around us. 100%.
So, like, everything that's growing is for a reason. It's a remedy to something. It's either an ailment
Everything's a remedy to something.
Like, even with those stingy nettles, if you get stung by them, there'll be a leaf nearby that will help to relieve that.
Will help you. Yes, that's what my parents told me.
Yes,
exactly.
So, because that's what we were taught as kids. Don't worry if you get stung. Just look for I think they used to call it a cow leaf or something like that. I can't remember. But yeah, you would put that on your leg or your ankle because that's usually where you get stung. And then that would take away the sting.
Yeah.
If you get stung by a bee, you put a slice of onion on it.
Exactly.
But
this just shows
it extracts the sting out of the skin.
It's crazy, isn't it? But it just shows that our connection to nature is not by accident, it's intentional. I mean, I'll give you an example, If you look at the cannabinoid receptors and the endocrine system, all these different things, right? That we actually, it's almost as if we were designed to be able to take in cannabis.
Yeah.
As in, like, it's part of it's a requirement. It's
and that doesn't even have to be the what we know, like the sativas and indicas and that. It can just be hemp, like normal hemp in itself. Do you know what I mean? The one that is actually legal.
But then it begs the question then, what comes first? Like, were you designed to be able to take it in first, or like what happened? Like how are you just randomly, like how am I eating a strawberry and not dying? Or not getting poisoned for, you know what I mean? Like it's almost as if these were presets that were put in place to begin with. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Well, this what I'm saying is the food that is provided to us in our particular environment, what we need for optimal survival in that environment.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, even medication relies on herbs and natural extracts, but it's just that it's been, made in, synthetically and replicated in labs. This is why when you guys are telling me, oh, why do you take supplements and vitamin D and all these things? I hear what you're saying, but realistically, I mean, there's definitely some companies that are very synthetic, but the one
Do you know what? You popped into my mind the other day when I was sitting on the train. I seen this advert for they've now got this spray, vitamin D spray. No need to take a pill, just one spray in your mouth and off you go. And I was just like, no, like what is this?
What do you mean, man?
And then I was just imagining you sitting there looking at that going, I'll get that.
What's wrong with supplements though?
Do you know what? I think for me, I believe that we should be getting all of our nutrients and supplements that we need from our food.
You can eat it with your food. Just put the tablet.
I know, but I think it's also a waste because I remember asking a doctor about this years ago in terms of for my kids, because my kids' dad used to always give them vitamins, right? And then there'd be times where I'd be giving it to them, like maybe coming into winter or whatever, just to kind of boost their immune system, or just get a bottle each for the month or whatever, and here you go, take one a day sort of thing. And then I found that their dad was giving it to them as well, and I was like, oh my gosh, what if they're having too much? Is it possible to overdose on vitamins, etc., etc.? And I spoke to a friend of mine who's a friend of a friend who's a doctor, and he said it's not possible to overdose on vitamins because the body will basically just get rid of whatever it needs. And he was like, in fact, your kids don't need any vitamins if you have them on a good diet, because they're going to be getting everything they need. So it's a waste of time, both of you, giving vitamins to the kids.
I agree with you.
And the same when I asked him about when I was going vegan, like years ago, and I was like, okay, should I? Because all advice was telling me, oh, you should take iron and vitamin D multivitamin tablets if you're going to be vegan. I'm like, I don't necessarily want to. So I asked the doctor, do I need to? And the doctor was like, no. If you're going to take those things, you shouldn't even be making that choice to go vegan. If you're going to go vegan, make sure you have a balanced, healthy diet that meets all of your needs, and that's it. You don't need to take none of that shit. He said it's got more harmful things in it than it does things that's going to benefit your body.
But Mary, this is the thing. I've never been against a healthy diet or healthy lifestyle as opposed to supplements. The supplements are to remedy if you're unable to access certain things. So, for example, with vitamin D, I mean, I know you can get it from certain mushrooms and you can get it from certain like fish as well and stuff like that. But in order to get the optimum amount of it, sometimes you have to get it in a concentrated form, whether it's in a capsule or whether it's in a droplet. But that's just to meet the requirement that you're unable to access. If you're unable to access vitamin C, for example, naturally in a healthy diet, you don't need vitamin C supplements. But if you're like me, who I can't get vitamin D in the correct amounts just from eating a mushroom, like I need to get the specific amount that's required. So I have to take supplements. If I don't, I'm at a disadvantage.
So, all right. How much vitamin D does a person...
4,000 IU. 4,000 IU.
What, that's what we need on a daily basis?
Everybody. And no matter what race, no matter what, everyone needs 4,000 UI a day. And that's the minimum. Sometimes you can go to like 5,000. You can't overdose on vitamin D. You can take as much as you want and nothing would happen to you because your body processes it. Vitamin D is so essential. Not only is it a vitamin, it's also a hormone. Not only is it good for your immune system and development of your bone and et cetera, it's also for hormonal growth. Vitamin D is a serious thing. Most of the people that were in hospital during the whole pandemic were low in vitamin D. Incredibly low.
Years ago, my doctor said I had a vitamin D deficiency, and I think I got an injection of vitamin D at the time because they were like, it's so low, like we need to boost it today. And they gave me some tablets to take for like a month or so. And to be fair, I did feel a lot because at the time I was feeling so tired. I could hardly like function at all. I felt like I didn't know what I was going through, but I knew something wasn't right. And I was like, listen, don't try and tell me I've got depression in it. Like there's something not right with my body. So they've done all the blood tests and they were like, yeah, you got like a serious vitamin D deficiency. And you know, it was really funny. On my prescription, it actually said, and they gave me a sick note as well for my job. It said, I must get 20 minutes of direct sunshine between the hours of 12 and 2 every day. On top of like the supplements and whatever that they're giving me to take, innit? And they gave me the sick note so that I could give it to my job just in case I needed to say, like, look, I need my lunch at a specific time. So I think, obviously, again, you know, when these kind of things happen, you look into it like, why did this happen? Not getting enough sun. Okay, cool. They're trying to tell me, oh, it happens to a lot of people in this country just because of the fact that, you know, we don't get enough. But actually, our bodies do store vitamin D for a long time. So long as you're taking, or you've got a balanced diet and have the right nutrients and that to absorb vitamin D and store it. This is why we also need to make sure that when we do have the natural sunshine, that we get out as much as possible. And this is what I try and do. Like for me, I can't sit in it for hours on end. But what I can do is I try and stick to that prescription at the very least of let me get my 20 minutes a day at the very least if possible, which usually stretches 100%. To like an hour or something. Do you know what I mean?
You just feel better. You feel happier when it's sunny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But this is what I mean. Like we need to meet these requirements. And obviously sometimes, you know, the world can make you occupied. So you're not really focusing too much on getting iron levels up and so-and-so levels up. And not many people are doing blood work, meaning going to check if they're getting all the nutrients that they're getting. So some people just live normal lives, eat normal meals, they don't think about it. But it's only when you add these things to your diet, you start realizing, whoa, I feel way better. Like, for example, with me, zinc and vitamin D have made my life so much better in terms of mental clarity, fog, even sleep. It's helped me sleep better. I also take vitamin C, and I take something, I forgot the name of it, but it's good for your joints as well, because sometimes your knees can be a bit tough.
Is it glucosamine or something like that?
Something like that.
I'm supposed to take that as well, and you know, I'm actually getting to that age now where, because I've got arthritis in it, and I've kind of always been like, oh, I'm gonna be fine, but I can actually feel it in my knees now. And spoke to my doctor friend, and my doctor friend was like, yeah, they're gonna recommend that you get what do they call it, a knee replacement.
Ooh,
that's how bad my knees are at the moment. So I probably should have been taking that glucosamine all along. Do you know what I think I need? I don't want a knee replacement, if I'm going to be honest. I don't want to go to the NHS for anything like that, if I'm going to be completely honest. I hate being reliant on them for any kind of medical intervention. If I got to a point where I couldn't walk, what the
arthritis?
The arthritis, it's more manageable, and I wouldn't say it's irreversible. I wouldn't say it's reversible, but I'd say it's more about kind of prevention at the moment. So I could probably be doing a lot more to help myself if I started taking glucosamine or something like that. But I kind of just want to do a bit of research into it to see what I can be using and what I think I need to get a scan or something like that to see what's wrong. So either I go down the NHS route and allow them to tell me what's wrong, or I pay privately. Which, to be fair, right now I'd rather pay privately to get my own scan and then figure out. I'm so anti. I'm just so anti right now.
Even like with exercises, CBD, there's many different ways to mitigate. I don't know if it's irreversible or not, but I have seen that there are things that suppress the symptoms of it, like CBD.
Yeah. No, definitely. CBD is 100% one. And I think that's kind of the route I'm looking at is would it be better to take something internally, like a mixture, some kind of ointment mixture of maybe CBD and other things, or is it better to use, external thing. Can't remember what they call that.
Do you do stretches?
I'm trying to get back into some kind of yoga. Let's not call it yoga. I need an alternative name for that.
I say the word yoga, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. But certain exercises I can't do. This is where I had the realization. Basically, one day I was doing some squats, and then I was like, "Oh my God, what is that noise?" And then I realized it was my knee, and I was like, "No, my knee is fully." And then 2 days later, I was in absolute agony. Like I woke up in the middle of the night with my pain in my knee. I was almost crying. It was that bad. And I was just like, okay, no, this ain't right. Then I had swollen leg as well, and ankle a couple of days after that. And I was like, nah, just the whole thing just ain't right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
have you ever heard of the carnivore diet?
No, what's that?
I'm not recommending it to you, but I'm just saying I've heard a lot of
Sounds like I'm just going to be eating meat. Pause.
Yeah. I have heard a lot of testimonies of many people, loads of people, that went on a carnivore diet and the arthritis is gone, the autoimmune disease is gone, you know, the vitiligo is gone, various things that were even depression. And I have an opinion on it, but let me just say what it is essentially. So it's a carnivore diet where you take away carbs, you take away vegetables, and you only eat meat. So or meat products. So it could be eggs, it could be just like meat, fat, anything just around the animal, right? And there's people that have been doing this for months and months, and they've cleared all the diseases and etc. So that's that. But what I think the explanation of that is, and what many specialists have said, is that it's not necessarily the carnivore diet itself, but it's the elimination of all these things that they were formerly eating that caused all the different adverse effects. So like carbs, vegetable oils, dairy products. When you suppress all those things, those processed things, it shows positive effects. So even if it's not carnivore, maybe you could try the raw vegetables diet, where maybe, you know what I mean, there's less of the rice.
No, do you know what I need to do? I need to, that's exactly what I need to do. Cut out the carbs. That is probably the biggest challenge I've ever had in life. Like,
and the gluten and all that.
I can cut out gluten. You know, meat wasn't a problem, all of that sort of stuff. But carbs, oh my gosh! Like, I've done it for a while, but it's like after a week or two, there's just always that one time that I have to go back to it, and then that's it. It's just all out the window.
Yeah. So maybe you could like replace, you know, spaghetti with like a bean-based. I don't know, there's bean-based spaghettis, right? They use like proteins and beans to make it or something like that. I don't know.
I don't eat a lot of pasta, to be honest. Maybe once a week or once a fortnight I'll have a mac and cheese, and that's about as far as I go with pasta.
But yeah, even that, like, if you were to maybe try and say, I'm going to try this for a month and see if my arthritis is better or whatever is going on is cleared up. Because some people say it's helped them in a month or something or two. And then they've even tested it. They've said, okay, I'm going to do this carnivore diet, and then I'm going to go back to eating normally and see if it changes anything. And as soon as they eat normally, all of that shit comes back. So
yeah, I've had a few friends that have had to do that as well, like kind of cut everything out of their diet and then slowly introduce one thing at a time to see what effects that has, and then they can kind of narrow down what they need to cut out. So yeah.
Exactly. That's what you might need to do, Mary. Just like cut everything, start from scratch. And
maybe the smoothies will help then. Maybe the fact that I'm doing smoothies might help me go towards that, because then I'll find better replacements. Because I think that's what it is. It's, say, for example, in the morning, I get up and my go-to is toast. Like any kind of bread, I don't care what it is. It's toast. Like I've got my favorites, like soda bread and stuff like that. But I need to replace that. Something that's going to be
with a fruit,
filling and exciting enough. Do you know what I mean? So if I can say, all right, you know what, I'm not going to have that slice of toast with my coffee. I'll just have my coffee and then I'll make a smoothie and da-da-da-da-da.
Why don't you try this? Because I'm like that as well, Mary. I like to eat toast and have a cup of tea, whether it's at nighttime, whether it's in the morning, right? So why don't you say, just get a bunch of fruits and just say, you know, when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to eat a fruit. and have water.
Mm.
And you will be full from the fruit. It'll be hard to do because it's not as pleasurable as the toast, but you'll be full and not feel tired because it's not like carbs where it weighs you down. It gives you energy. So not only will you be full, but you will have energy.
That's what I've noticed the last few days as well with the smoothies, is I kind of got a bit more energy and I feel full where I'm not, where you got that kind of, I need to stack kind of feeling. That peckish. Yeah, I've not had that.
It's so hard. I had this weird tradition where I'd eat something before I go to bed, even if it's a toast or it's a biscuit or something. I've had to force myself to say, no, you have to limit myself. After 9 o'clock, you're only having liquids, whether it's tea, water, that's all you're having.
Yeah, see, I'm the same, but my go-to is chocolate.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's really bad. It's
really bad. But yeah, it's discipline.
I know.
It's discipline.
And I've done it so many times, like I've literally given up so many times that I'm not going to have it again. And usual thing, same with the bread and that. I do it for like a week or two and then it's all out the window.
Yeah. But this is another thing as well. When you suppress things as well, you're not supposed to suppress it for too long because then when you go back, you start going crazy with it. Buying cookies and doing all sorts of mad things. Spending like £100 on the bakeries. You know what I mean?
I know. This is what Motion was saying to me a few weeks ago. He said, like, have it as more of a reward.
Reward. I was just about to say that. Exactly. Use it as a reward. Say, like, if I do etc. I'm supposed to do today, I could get one cookie. Or or you say only on weekends I'm gonna eat bakeries. So like you're now rewarding, you're looking forward for it. It's not become like a everyday thing. You know what I mean?
Do you know what? I really want like a bakery right now.
But imagine if you said, I'm only gonna have one on Sunday. So now you're looking for, you're eating healthy now throughout the week, but you're only having it on Sunday, and you're gonna enjoy it more because you don't have it very often.
I can't remember the last time I had a proper something from a bakery. It's like years. Like proper bakery I'm talking about.
My favorite things from a bakery is probably either a pie, like an apple pie or cherry pie, or a cheesecake. I like a strawberry cheesecake. That's my favorite thing ever.
Apple pie. I remember there was this one place.
Do you have it with custard or ice cream?
Oh, it depends. Oh, I actually hate that decision. Although, to be fair, nowadays, probably neither. This is the thing, because I haven't had dairy ice cream. I haven't had dairy ice cream for about...
Don't tell me years.
Probably a year and a half now.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how you do it.
Like I still eat some dairy, so I still eat cheese and butter, but I can't. Like I find if I have yogurt or ice cream or milk, which obviously I don't do. I haven't done dairy milk like for about 16 years. Yeah, I don't like dairy milk at all. But yeah, milk and butter is fine. Cheese and butter is fine. But if I have like yogurt or ice cream, it proper repeats on me. Like I can't digest it properly.
Are you lactose intolerant?
I'm not lactose intolerant, but I think the longer you stay away from it, then obviously the body's not used to it. So then when I do have it, it's kind of like, what the hell is this? And I think it's more about like the texture of it, maybe.
Do you have a thing as well where like it depends on what time of the day you have dairy products? Like for me, if I had it in the morning or too early, it would run me over. But if I had it like late or in midday, I'm good.
It's probably the opposite for me. If I had it too late, yeah. And then I think as well, it's the next day I realized that, my body didn't like this, because then I might have to visit the toilet a few times. If you know what I mean.
The yogurt is so good, man. Honestly, man. Especially if you're trying to limit eating, because it fills you up proper.
I miss yogurt. My favorite was, the Greek yogurt.
Okay.
Greek yogurt with honey. Oh my gosh.
Was it Muller yogurt?
No, not Muller. My favorite one was Rachel's.
Rachel's
Greek yogurt with honey. That that was so nice with some like muesli or something like that. Oh, or
That's
some
the pro- that's
granola.
the proper healthy yogurts. But did you like those ones that had like flavors, like banana flavor yogurt, chocolate flavor yogurt?
No, I'm a bit funny when it comes to flavors because if it's too artificial, then I won't like it.
Yeah.
I really don't like artificial tastes at all. I think I
Yeah.
prefer like the fruity ones. The
Or
ones
like
with
just
like
like
real
some jam
fruit
on
in
the
it.
side.
Yeah, something like that. Cherry yogurt is nice as well.
Yeah. Mango, no, I'm apricot yogurt.
Apricot, banging.
But I can't lie, those Muller yogurts with the little chocolate like bits, like I can't lie, those are good. Man.
Oh yeah.
Those are proper good, man.
When you got the munchies, they're nice for real.
And I always get annoyed because they don't put enough of the biscuit thing. They just put like a little triangle.
No, I think it's perfect. See, these are the things that I miss because they're the little things that I would enjoy, but
you could reintroduce it, but like slowly.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably get away with eating a yogurt. Do you know what I mean? But it's more a thing of discipline as well. Of I'm trying to stay away from those things, and I suppose I'm also trying to get away from supermarkets as much as possible as well.
That's a good point, man. But you know what it is, though, Mary? I think not to say go to paleo, like fully like ancient diet, like just eating steamed veg forever, but getting back to like if you were to envision, I don't know, an ancient farmer or warrior or whatever, what do you think they would eat in a day? And try and model it. Like they wouldn't be eating.
Well, in saying this, right, I have a friend. Well, I say I have a friend. I haven't spoken to her for ages. What's really funny is about 10 years ago, or probably longer than that, this friend was eating all kinds of meat, from like pork to beef to seafood to everything. And I used to always be like, why don't you just try and be like vegetarian for a week? And she actually done it 1 week. And she done it quite successfully, other than like accidentally eating a chicken nugget or something like that. She managed to do it. But like, yeah, she was like, oh, I was cooking it for the kids and I just tasted it to make sure it wasn't too hot. I was like, yeah, right. But like literally, she was this woman that every day she would go to Marks and Spencer's to get like a lump of meat to cook for dinner. So anyway, she tried it for a week. She's like, yeah, I can't live like that. You know, it was all well and good for a week, but whatever. And then I seen her about like 2 years later or something. And then all of a sudden she'd found Dr. Sebi. And she was like, oh, I'm on this ancient African diet. So she was eating some, not all kinds of lentils, but particular lentils, wild rice, and
wild rice is so good.
Lots and lots of greens. So she was making smoothies. I remember she made me a smoothie while I was there, and it was just greens, like broccoli, spinach, avocado, like everything that was green. There was about 8 different things in it. And I remember drinking it and thinking, all right, this is crazy healthy, but it doesn't taste nice though. And it was stuck in my teeth as well. You know, you're picking it out of your teeth.
Did you feel a bunch of energy though? And mental clarity?
I did feel some energy. And I had some of the food that she was cooking as well, which was quite nice. You know, and so I suppose that's probably, from what I've heard, that was an ancient diet hundreds of years ago.
100%. And like even like not even just what you're eating, how much you're eating in a day. Like they weren't just eating a bunch of shit. They probably didn't even eat breakfast sometimes. I'm firmly against breakfast. I'm not even gonna lie to you, because if we're talking about like a hunter and gatherer, for example, like if I was to have breakfast and I was a nomad and I didn't have agriculture, the best I could do is probably pick some berries in the morning and then go off and hunt, because the food came from hunting. It came from pillaging the earth, like the.
Yeah, but in saying that, like, I think they might have had some routine, because obviously,
like rations,
all kind of foods and stuff will grow in season as well. Do you know what I mean? So I think they probably had certain jobs to do at certain times of year, but also it would depend on what their routine was in the day. So it might be that they would fill up on food before they go out for the day, because they might be spending 12 hours out there. They might need that energy, which would probably come from lots of oats and fruits and, you know, them kind of slow release energy things, innit? If they were just, I think, yeah, it would all depend. I don't know. I can imagine them eating in the morning if they were doing a full day's slogger out there.
Yes, if they were going to work on the field for the whole day, I 100% agree with you. But again, that's not. This is the thing. I'm conflicted because is hunter and gatherer the most ancient style, or is agriculture the most ancient style? Because in a hunter and gatherer lifestyle, you ain't really having oats and like barley. That's like
right. I see. Yeah,
farm, you know what I mean? So, like with the hunter and gatherer diet, the only way you can eat is if you go out and get it. So I always have this idea of before I put something in, I have to expend energy. Just to get back to that primitive or basic form of, like, we don't have refrigerators around here. We don't have a freaking sack of food. Like, we have to go and get it if we want to eat it. So
yeah, I'm just thinking you're probably right. Like if we go back to years ago where they didn't have all of that kind of storage and even down to containers and all of these kind of things. Exactly. Yeah. I think the best they probably had was, you know, digging a hole in the ground and keeping things either warm or cold, depending on what the climate was.
Yeah, like this is why I don't eat breakfast. When I say don't eat breakfast, I mean as in I don't eat as soon as I wake up. I give myself at least, 3 or 4 hours. So like if I wake up at 9 or 8, I won't eat until like 1 or 12. The reason why I do that is because you're also extending your fast because you fast while you sleep. So you're giving your body more time to burn fat and burn cholesterol, etc. And also you're training your body.
I used to do that, but then I would find that I'd get to like, once I got to that 1 o'clock kind of mark, sometimes I'd almost forget that I hadn't eaten. And then I'd get to like 2 and then I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so hungry. And then I'm ready to like kill someone. I'm so hungry. And I hate getting to that.
That's amazing. But Mary, do you know how good that is? Because when was the last time you were hungry? Like proper hungry? You see what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, probably the last time I had a 24-hour fast. That's the only time I ever really feel hungry is if I fast.
That's not normal. Even me, myself, I have to look at myself and say, why am I... You know when you know that kid hunger, like when you're hungry as a kid, like you're waiting to get food or something. We need that hunger because hunger is very... Like it makes you enjoy your food better.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Hunger is very essential. Stress is good. Like when you... Hunger or cold therapy, cold showers, all these things is what we... Like, for example... You weren't having a hot bath back in the day. You was out you was constantly out in the weather. You weren't in at home. Maybe you were covered in a hat or you had some freaking leaves or some makeshift camp house or whatever. But you felt the full coldness of the environment. So your body was continuously resisting the environment. Continuously, you're training that aspect of yourself to be able to handle the environment. But when you hide that and you don't train it by being in a home, by having heating, by having warm showers, you're not at optimum. We're not living at optimum because we're not training those parts that we used to train. We're not being hungry. We're not feeling those things that we're supposed to feel. That's the problem.
We've got everything too convenient now. This is just how they've set everything up to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stuff is convenient, like people think that going shopping is a chore, but actually, what happened to getting your own food, growing your own food? But these are all the things they've taken away from us and just replaced with supermarkets and all the rest of it.
100%.
It's just quite sad. It's really sad. Like, do you know what's crazy for me is like with my kids, I've got one who's like so, I suppose what we'd call woke. To all of these things, like she can see it for what it is. And then the other one is just like, yeah, just get me some chicken nuggets from McDonald's. It's so crazy.
It's like that in my home as well, to be honest with you. My sibling just doesn't really care.
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter will sit there and have a plate of veg.
When is Sniper starting his Freestyle Friday?
It's usually around 8 or 8:15. But yeah, that brings it back to exactly what I was saying though. It's not just like what we're eating, it's other products that we're using as well. We have to I think just start to be more aware of these and find some alternatives.
In them?
God knows, probably. Oh, there's so much things that's just got weird shit in it.
They put fetus in makeup, you know.
Yeah, and
But it's like why? What's this obsession about putting animal and human cells and stuff in? Like, are they trying to condition us to cannibalism to take it in human cells? Like, what are they trying to do? Like, why am I putting foreskin on my when I moisturizer? What is that all about?
No, do you know what the question really is? Yeah, how did they figure this stuff out? Because in terms of the I think it's called linoleum or something like that, anyways, which is the thing that they put in fabric conditioner and other stuff, and it has to be heated up to like something like 300,000 degrees Celsius or something like that, and boiled up with some next liquid, etc. Who figured that out? Who sat there and boiled it up? Or what scientist said, oh, if I do this with that and mix it with that, it's going to create that? Who figured this out?
That's such a good point.
That's what I never understand.
He sat down and thought, hey, pass over the foreskins. We're going to make some moisturizer.
Right!
It's a bit sick. Like, it's a bit sick. Ugh. I don't know why they even thought that.
Ugh. It's nasty. What is this?
Even in the badges, you know, they got fetus in there as well. It's like, why are we injecting fetus into people? Like, what's that all about?
Yeah, exactly. And what is it about this? Like, oh, we're using this one aborted fetus cell. Since
you know about that. You know about that.
80
huh?
long time.
You know your stuff, Mary. I'm impressed.
No, I haven't looked into it. I read about it a little bit and I was just like, huh? So I haven't, I need to delve into it a bit more.
But you know what's funny, Mary? The companies admit that that's in there, you know? They don't hide it.
Yeah. I know.
Mad.
It's all just a bit like...
Lucky for you, Mary, they're working on plant-based ones now. Did you hear about
that? But do you know what? I said this from... You know when they were putting it out in the newspapers and stuff, and they were saying, "Oh, vegans don't have to take it, blah blah blah. Vegans are exempt from the badge, etc., etc." And everyone was getting excited, like, "Yeah, see, we're vegan, we don't have to take it." And I was like, "No, but don't you understand? Now that they've realized there is a problem, they're gonna find a solution, because I guarantee you, there's some vegans out there that actually want the badge." They're probably protesting, going, "Oh, it's not fair. I want a vegan-friendly badge."
Mary, why would you want to take... See, I'm not anti in general, like any other thing. Obviously, this one is, we know about the CSLs and all that, so we can make scientific arguments against it. But generally, I'm not against it because we study this in biology. We know about immunization. We know we know what it's about. Like, it's not crazy to understand that you take a small amount of this, you put it there, then the antibodies and it's not crazy to think that, right? It's possible. We've done that for centuries. Actually, if you look at badges, they've been there since the ancient Chinese.
Okay, but we know that this is a different form.
It's a different one, exactly.
It's not that traditional. Mm-hmm.
But then what if we ignore those ones, and then now, because we've had enough time, because it's been 2 years we've had this whole thing happening. Like, would this say maybe a year from now?
Almost. I'd say it's nearly a year since the badge.
Oh no, I mean since the thing.
Almost 2 years now, isn't it?
Right. So imagine from then to now, and then maybe add another year, and then they say, okay, here's one that's old technology, and etc. etc. Like, would you be against that?
But they do have one that's the old technology, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we've got in the variations there is a mixture of the new one and
no the ones that they're giving out now. The ones that they're giving out now, we don't. We've only got the
maybe not over here, but I know there is a version.
Yeah,
there's definitely a version that's the traditional.
In China they do, and and think also in India they do. But over here they only allow the, you know what, and the the Zen one and the Zen one. Yeah, they only allow that. So, but now they've spoken about Nova. You know what, the word, and that one there is traditional, and it's also there's no fetus cells in there or anything. So, what would you say to that if you were offered the chance?
Do you know what? I would say no.
Okay.
And I would say no based on, number one, I've never had a badge in my life, any of them at all, even as a baby. Which when I was younger, right? When I was younger, no, it's not. And when I was younger, I used to think like, my parents were so horrible because they didn't get me badged and blah, blah, blah. And I remember asking my mum, and she was like, oh, it's because we moved around a lot, which we did when I was younger and living over here. We moved around a lot. And they just never really got me to the doctors to make it happen. You know, she planned to. It wasn't like a choice of, oh, I'm not going to get it done. It was more just a thing of it never happened. And then we moved back home. And then I didn't get any of the boosters because I'd not had the original thing. And because obviously over there it's slightly different as well. So my mum was just like, no, don't bother getting it. You're fine so far, so you don't need it. So never got any of them. And yeah, never had. Oh, actually, I tell a lie. I've had one. I had a tetanus at the hospital years ago when I got stabbed. Yeah, they were like, oh, we'll give you a tetanus just in case there was anything like on the knife or whatever. So I have had one, yeah.
Damn.
But I haven't had any of like the traditional ones that people have as babies and all of that.
Did you get colds? Did you get sick?
No,
when you were young?
like I've not been. I wasn't one of those sicky kind of kids. Like my kids, compared to like a lot of other kids growing up, you know, where other kids be off all the time with colds and viruses and this and that. My kids ain't being like that. I didn't get. I was saying this a few weeks ago on here. Like I've never had chickenpox. I've never had measles. I remember having. I think I had the mumps, which is where you get like swollen glands and stuff in the neck, and when I was younger. But I never had chickenpox or measles.
I've never had chickenpox either.
But you might. Oh, apparently, well, this is the thing. They say it can be dangerous if you don't get it. But like I've 100% been, like my kids had it. Yeah, my kids had chickenpox, right? And then I was scared because I was like, oh my gosh, what if I get it now as an adult? Apparently it's dangerous. So I was kind of expecting that to happen, and I didn't get it. So
you didn't get it. But Mary, this is what I'm saying, because people used to say that shit to me. You know what? I've tried to go to people's homes when they've had it when I was young. I could never get it. No matter what.
I used to go to my friends' houses and literally I'd be rubbing my arm against their arm going, okay, I'm going to get it this time. I'm going to get it. And I wouldn't get it.
I think we're just born immune, man.
Yeah, I think I just have
why wouldn't it work like that? Why isn't it? But wouldn't you think that when the mother is pregnant, she transfers whatever she's immune to the kid anyway, right? Why wouldn't it work like that?
True.
Right? Exactly. Like, why am I still getting infected after she's ready? Shouldn't that immunity be transferred to me from her?
From DNA. But then is it in the DNA? Oh, see, this is where it actually gets so questionable. Because this new one is saying, but because the new one, remember, the new one does affect DNA. So does that mean that going forward, it's going to alter?
Oops.
So many questions.
But yeah, I'm not scared of chickenpox anymore, because if I haven't got it until now, I don't think I'm ever going to get it. I think it's over. But you know what might have happened, Mary? Because I've looked into it as well. We might have had it before, but it was very mild for us. As in, you might have had a few spots, not all over your body, maybe like a tiny few ones, a bit itchier, but it wasn't so much to like, oh, it was noticeable, but you probably had it. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. It's possible. Because I know I've had like ringworms, I've had verrucas, I've had all sorts of other different little nasty things, you know. I have a ringworm. I can see the scar of the ringworm on my arm right now. Have you ever had ringworm?
I had verrucas. No, I haven't had ringworm, I don't think, but I had verrucas. I remember going swimming in school and ended up with a ton of verrucas on my feet. Oh my God. I had to get them frozen off. That was horrible.
Frozen?
Yeah.
What? Is that what
they freeze them off? Yeah.
So you just put your foot in some like liquid nitrogen or something?
No, it's like they had their container. It looked like a flask, and I think it was some kind of like liquid nitrogen or whatever. And they put like a long cotton swab in there, and then take it out and put it on the thing. And I had to go a few times because I think maybe mine was like.
How did it stop your foot from getting frostbite?
I don't know. I think like that's why they use the cotton thing in it, so it only goes directly on the actual verrucas and not on the skin.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then eventually they just all fell off after like maybe 3 or 4 treatments or something.
Why don't you just cut off with this? Why don't you just cut off with the scissors or just like peel it off?
Allow that. I don't know. I was a kid. That's all I know. I was a kid. This was like when I was probably around 9 or 10. I was still in primary school. Yeah,
I just ripped them off. I just peeled them off.
I think my mum probably could have like bought some solution to help them at an earlier stage and probably just didn't, and that's why I ended up going doctor, to be fair.
Yeah. Even like have you ever had swollen lymph nodes like in your armpit?
Funnily enough, recently I did, yeah. And then it disappeared after a day.
Recently.
And then it disappeared after a day. I actually got really shook. Like I can actually talk about this now because I was actually shook to the point where I was on the phone to my friend going, "Oh my God, what is this?" And she's like, "Yeah, no, it's probably nothing." And then the next day it was gone, and I was like, "Nah, just allow my life. There's too much stress."
I'm telling you, Mary, something's happening, bro. Because you know what? I've never had swollen lymph nodes. Never when I was young, or whenever. But recently, in the past maybe 2 years or now, sometimes I'll have like a lump under my armpit, then it will go away. It will be discomfort, or like even sometimes it's not testicular cancer, so relax, okay? But sometimes I'll get like, you know, a lump somewhere down there. And I looked up and, you know, most guys do it, get it as well. It's just, you know, because there's lymph nodes around the body. These are areas where the body will like swell up when you're going for an infection, and then it will go back down. There's certain points within the body.
Right.
So I've had that, and I was like, whoa, do I have some sort of like tumor or something? I was getting shook. But then it went down. So I was like, okay, so it's just a swollen lymph node. But I've never had it before, though. So I don't know if it's something to do with what's going around or something. I don't know.
Boy, I don't know. It's scary when those things happen, though, because initially you're like, oh my God, a lump, oh no.
Are you the kind of person that goes on Google and looks at all the types in the symptoms and thinks of the worst thing sometimes?
I try not to. I've got a particular friend. Actually, I've got 2. One who's a doctor and one who's just very experienced in a lot of these kind of things. Like I think she's either had or know someone who's had like almost every experience that you can have as a child, a woman, even a young man. Do you know what I mean? And she's my go-to. Like I'll phone her up and she'll be like, "Oh, do you know what? It's probably nothing to worry about. It's going to be either this or it's going to be that." So yeah, I tend to trust what she says because she's usually right, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I try to avoid Google, especially like the bait ones. Do you know what I mean? Google is more for like when I want to do my own research into natural remedies. That's when Google's my friend.
That's when Google's, yeah, exactly. And you know what? Yeah, I have this weird little thing like when I'm eating something healthy, whether it's like a herb or like moringa or whatever. I like to like make myself feel better by going on Google and typing in the benefits of it while I'm eating it. Just so I'm like, I'm getting this. Like, oh yeah, I do feel bad. And it's probably a psychological thing, like me kind of bigging myself up But in reality, maybe the benefits are probably more smaller than what I'm making out to be. It could be anything.
But do you know what? At least we're doing something. Do you know what I mean? I think, you know, this is what it's about. It's about having some balance. Like, we kind of have to, in some ways, we have to accept the environment that we're living in. We have to accept that we're limited in what we're able to do for ourselves. Yeah. So it's about utilizing the things that's around you as much as possible and the things that are available to us. So unfortunately, you can't go and pick fresh moringa, but you can buy the powder online and add that into a smoothie or when you're cooking or whatever. Like, it's about also understanding the benefits of the things that we do have available to us, and then understanding the impact that our current environment has on us and what we need to do about that. So typical example is like the vitamin D. Yes, we live in a place that doesn't have much sun. So just think about if you didn't have those supplements available to you, what would you be doing to supplement that vitamin D naturally?
Yeah. But even like something like, have you ever had heart palpitations?
When I discovered anxiety, yes.
It's so scary, isn't
it? Or when anxiety discovered me, unfortunately, yeah.
Because it almost feels like you're gonna have a heart attack. It's like, what the hell is going on? And sometimes I'll get it at nighttime when I'm trying to sleep, and I'll get all this discomfort. And apparently, it was because I was having too much caffeine in my diet at the time, and because I was sleeping very late. So I was having irregular heartbeats.
I think it made me focus more on my breathing when I discovered like that kind of stuff was happening to me. It's about, am I aware of how I was breathing at that moment? Because it could happen at just random times, and it's quite uncomfortable. But yeah, I think for me, it's more about like getting to grips on the breathing and making sure that like I'm breathing normally at any moment. Because I think what I realized was when that happened to me, I probably just wasn't breathing as deeply as I needed to, or if I probably wasn't breathing at all. It's like I was holding my breath due to anxiety or something.
Yeah. But definitely breathing has been very beneficial for me. I mean, have you heard of Wim Hof?
Yeah.
You know about the whole breathing have you tried it?
The different techniques and that. I've practiced it once or twice, but I've never really gotten into it. Like as a daily kind of practice. I felt good at the time, but it's something that I try to like incorporate into yoga and them sort of things as well.
Yes. It's brilliant for that. Like when you're meditating, just do the breathing techniques. That shit's so good, man. Like, and I think there's some science behind it. There's some evidence behind it, because what they did with Wim Hof is because he basically said that this breathing technique helps your immune system and helps oxidate and alkalinize the body. So they tested it by injecting some sort of not so harmful bacteria in him, so it made him a bit sick. He did the breathing techniques and the cold therapy and the meditations, etc. And not only did he beat the virus or the disease, but it's almost like he controlled his immune system through breathing.
Sick.
It's mad, isn't it? So like just little, not even like the holistic stuff and eating healthy shit, even just breathing, for crying out loud.
We have such a lack of awareness about the body. Like I don't understand it. Even when it comes down to, like, I was thinking about this the other day, how highly regarded medical professionals are. When you think of like, doctors, that's a top career that somebody can get, everyone aspires for their kids to be a doctor or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And we hold these people so highly, but then it's like, why are they the ones to have that knowledge? Why is it you have to spend 7 years in medical school, pay stupid amounts of money to have a degree, to have knowledge about our bodies? I don't understand. This should be knowledge to everyone. This is the shit that we should be learning in school, not just, you have a heart and lungs and kidneys, and this is where they are. Please colour in on this picture. Do you know what I mean? Like, fill in the blank. Which organ is this? Which organ is... Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so basic what they teach us that I think this is what they need to focus on,
You need to
like
focus
a little
on
bit more. Mm.
Even things like memory training. When you think about, for example, mindfulness meditation, which is what I practice. So sometimes I'd pray and I'd do my thing, and then I'd meditate right after, and I extend the spiritual connection, or whatever you want to call it.
Mm.
And in the meditation phase, it's almost like everything around you, all of your sensory receptors, everything is just shut off, and it's just you and your mind and the darkness. And when you're in that state, it can be uncomfortable at first, but the relief you feel after is unexplainable, because you've essentially given your body a break from constantly receiving input, whether it's light, sound, visual things, whatever, and you're just within. You're just everything shut off and it's blank. And I think that's important. And there's been studies that's shown that it's very good for regrowing neurons in your brain. So basically, how the brain communicates with other parts of the brain, as well as it's very good for creativity and alertness and focus. And these are the things that ancient people were doing. They were meditating.
Exactly.
Even the Vikings were meditating. Most people were meditating. They would meditate before they went to war.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, they had such an awareness of things, which in this day and age, as advanced as we allegedly are, we still don't have a basic understanding of these things.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, for me, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that this is how it is, and this is how I know that things have been stolen and knowledge has been stolen from people, and like over years and centuries and thousands of years, because there's no way that any of this makes sense. Even going back to the CBD thing, the cannabinoid system, this is a thing that's naturally in our body. Hemp naturally grows everywhere, even in England. Like, Zulu, did you know that only about 100 years ago or something, farmers in England legally had to grow hemp plants, otherwise they would be fined?
Oh, yeah, in America?
No, in the UK. In the UK. It was an order by the Queen. The Queen ordered all farmers, anyone that had agricultural land, was ordered by the Queen to grow a certain amount, or put like a certain percentage of their land was to grow cannabis plants, hemp plants, marijuana plants, whatever you want to call it, by order of the Queen, to make sure that there was enough in the country to serve everyone, etc., etc. Right? Because obviously they reused it for like different things, like
for rope, for clothes, for everything.
Yeah. And when they started to bring in opium, that's when that legislation changed.
Wow.
But imagine they legally, it was an order that they had to do it. And if not, they were fined like £5 or something like that, which obviously back then would have been a lot of money to them, probably like $5,000 or something. Do you know what I mean?
I just typed in what was hemp used for back in the day. It says here rope, paper, clothing, shoes, food, even sometimes now they use for plastics, bioplastics, insulation, fuel. That's crazy, man. All those benefits.
So many things. And they stopped it for what? For what? To bring in something else. Because they found something that was more beneficial, or they struck some new deal, or whatever the bullshit was at the time. Do you know what I mean? But it just makes you think, like, even in this country, that knowledge got there. They were using it for those good things. So obviously it traveled and it got to them. It must go back centuries and centuries and centuries. And it's now being hidden from us. It's added to the point where it's now illegal. Something that you could be arrested and imprisoned for if you try and grow too much of it, or sell it, or trade it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's so crazy.
Yeah. But I don't think I would ever take. I don't think I would ever smoke cannabis. I think the only way.
Remember, CBD's not been legal for that long, Zulu. So a couple of years ago, taking that CBD that you're taking now would have been illegal.
No, I don't mean. I'm not anti the plant itself, because I take CBD. I take oil, but I mean smoking it, like how people do now. Like in the hood, you know what I mean? Like smoking, you know, like not for any legal reasons, but for just I don't think it's healthy to smoke something. I don't think something should be smoked.
Well, would you drink it or like consume it in a different way then?
Well, I would eat it. It's a herb. I would season with it. I would eat it. I would put it in a tea.
No, you said this before.
Because it says in the scriptures, yeah, Adam and Eve were told they could eat fruits, nuts, seeds, and herbs. That was their food. That's, to me, cannabis is food.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I don't think. I don't know about seasoning with it. I mean, maybe you could. I'm not saying
it's a herb, Mary. Well, why do we call it a herb? We say mint is a herb.
Okay, but some herbs we can drink as well. We can make a tea out of.
Mint tea, right?
Yeah.
But then we also season with mint as well, right?
Some people do.
No, lamb. You put mint sauce, so you see. I've had mint with lamb. It's delicious. It works so well.
But isn't that an English thing?
No, I think it's a Middle Eastern as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe.
It works. Herbs. I bet you cannabis chicken.
I've never been a big fan of lamb, even when I did eat meat. And I've never really liked mint sauce. I like mint and yogurt. Well, I used to like mint and yogurt from the Indian place.
But I bet you someone out there has tried cannabis herb and seasoned the food, and it works.
Yeah. There's probably YouTube videos and everything like showing people doing stupidness like that. Come on.
I mean, the smell is a bit oof. But
I just don't know, like, as a seasoning, how that would actually taste.
Maybe when it's cooked, it has a different
and
taste.
I don't know if well, I suppose if you're going to cook it, then it's going to get activated as you're cooking it, okay. But then it depends if you're going to have a fat in there as well, because...
Imagine if you put it in some like, seasoned it in some bread. Or, like, rice. Does it not work?
I don't think so.
But
I think you'd probably be better off to infuse an oil and actually use the oil to cook.
Oh, cooking oil. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could work.
That'd be a better idea.
Or like frying it in something, right?
And
that's the way to go, man. And even in that situation, I would only take it if I knew it was organic or if I knew it was from like nature, because again, because these things have been made illegal, the process of where these things are being sourced are not regulated. So, for example, like cocaine, you get petrol in there, you get all sorts of things in there because they're not able to freely produce it in a secure, structured environment.
Exactly.
So, do you see why I'm also not quick to go and get? Yeah, that's why I would only, if I was in like some jungle somewhere, or in the Jamaica or somewhere, or Africa or anywhere where I'm just me and the bush there. I pick it and I put it in water and then I drink it. That's me. But none of this, yeah.
No, I hear you. But listen, it's not your thing, so do you know what I mean? You don't even have to get into it like that, because I hear that. I think for me, obviously, where I'm a bit more experienced and I am quite fussy, like when it comes to weed and that, but I hear what you're saying. It's not natural. It's not like we're picking it off the hillside where it's actually growing in its natural form. Do you know what I mean? It's growing in a warehouse somewhere.
Someone could be pissing in the plant and saying,
do you know what some people do? Some people actually use their urine to balance out the pH and the soil.
Right. And you want to be eating that and smoking that. I'm good, man.
Well, think about it, like, don't the animals defecate and urinate?
Don't try it, Mary. Don't try it. It's really not the same. Please, allow it.
But they do, right? Like in places where, and probably in some of the places where some of the best fruits and veg grow.
Well, yeah, I think the only thing I'm more inclined.
Put this way: people get magic mushrooms in places where that you find cows poo and stuff like that. So there's got to be some logic to that, for real.
With magic mushrooms and psilocybin, I'm less inclined to take that than weed, because at least with weed, it's the psychedelic experience is very mild. It's just more or less of a buzz, a feeling. It's not like
it's not a psychedelic experience. It's a psychoactive experience.
Psychoactive, sorry. Yes, exactly. I'm more inclined to take something like weed than mushrooms. I don't want to be taken outside of my normal sensory perception. I think there's probably some positives to that, but then also, I'm not born seeing the world in that way, so I'm adding something to myself in order to see something in a different way. And I'm not quite sure if that is what God wants me to do, or if God wants me to just seek him internally through meditation and prayer and just internal visualization, rather than taking substances that may have been altered, that could have been altered, etc., etc. I don't know.
Like, I hear you, but right, magic mushrooms are obviously something that grows naturally. Okay.
Yeah,
we can agree with that. So why are they there?
That's a good question. Why are poison berries there? We don't eat poison berries.
But the mushrooms don't poison us. The mushrooms are not poisonous.
Maybe they poison your mind.
Not those ones.
Maybe they poison your mind spiritually or something. I don't know.
Maybe God put them there for a reason, so you can get closer to him.
Mary, allow it. Mary, have you heard some of these people's experiences? No, obviously it's not everyone's, but some people say they see some fucking demons and some spirits and shit. I don't want to see that.
But maybe you're seeing what's actually there that you're blinded from right now.
But maybe I'm blinded from it for a good reason. Maybe I'm not supposed to see that. I'm not born seeing these things.
But maybe that's because something's taken it away from us, taken away that ability for us to be able to see things that we should be able to see.
Maybe it's been taken away for our own good. Because why would I want to wake up and see things flying around? And I'll be like, what the heck is going on? I'll be always on edge. I'll be always having anxiety. I'll be shaking. I won't be able to handle that.
I mean, I've had quite positive experiences, so I've not really had too much to put me off.
I've had positive ones as well, to be fair. But I just don't want to risk it. You know what? Maybe I'm being a bitch, man, because it's probably not that bad. It's probably not as bad as I'm making out to be. You know what? I would say then mushrooms, maybe not so scared of it. I think ayahuasca is the one that I'm putting way away from me. See, DMT, that one can stay away from me. I will be honest with you. I'll take a weed or a mushroom, but DMT can stay far away from me. Far away. You know, when there's anything where there's a process, like with DMT, you have to do something, right? You have to take the bark. There's like a special process. It's not like you just pick it and eat it, right? So with that indicates to me that someone one day made up this recipe. It's a learned thing. Who taught them that? You know what I'm trying to say? So with them kind of things, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Because I don't know where this came from. You know what I mean? There's the other
one. What about microdosing on mushrooms? Not essentially magic mushrooms, but other mushrooms.
Like what? Like lion's mane and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Oh, I've taken that. It's amazing. Okay. It's good for you. It's a natural nootropic. It's good for your brain and brain development, memory, etc., etc. I've taken lion's mane mushroom. It's amazing. But that stuff isn't psychoactive though. It's not psychedelic. It doesn't do anything to your mind. You don't see weird shit.
But then if you take that, then I don't see why you wouldn't take magic mushrooms. It's just
I don't like tripping out. I don't like all that. I like my senses the way it is now. I don't want to be tripped out.
But what if the descriptions that we're hearing, right, are just
over exaggeration?
Yeah, and not even just over an exaggeration, but a non-understanding, because obviously it seems like it's an awakening experience for people that take it. And it's not the norm. So maybe some people just don't know how to describe it properly. Do you know what I mean? Or describe it. Oh, how can I say this? It's described in a modern kind of way, if you know what I mean.
Did you see the comment by Stopzilla?
No, what's he?
Imagine taking a magic mushroom and you wake up with a nose like Fax. But this is the thing, though, Mary. I know it's a poor connection. But what if you take these drugs and you end up your brain is fried and you start talking like Fax or you start talking like Triller? Like, I don't want. Imagine me now. I'm talking to you normally. I'm functioning, and then because I'm encouraged to take these things, I take them. Then I come back to you guys something like you know what I mean?
I don't think that's gonna.
But that happens to some people, you know. Imagine I was perfectly fine. But because I felt like I needed to take something, and then I took it, and then I start drooling, and I can't talk. Like I'm good, man. I don't need none of that, man.
I don't even think the effects last that long, do they?
I don't know, man. I don't even see. The thing is, I don't even drink. So let alone, that's what I'm saying. I don't even drink.
Yeah.
So I like being sober. I like having full control. I like being aware, having full clarity and awareness. These are the things I like.
What do you think about mushrooms being used for people that have PTSD? And because I know there's a lot of like trials and stuff like that going on at the moment.
It's been very effective, actually.
Taking so I think that maybe for some people they're needed.
But even in that situation, like medicinally, rather than it being, I'm just going to take it whenever I want randomly. You know what I mean? Because even with cannabis, I wouldn't take it every day. I wouldn't take it every week. I would take it once in a while just to give that cannabinoid system is what it needs. Or if I need to get rid of some inflammation, I wouldn't treat it like it's just an everyday thing. I'll treat it like medicine.
Some people need medicine every day.
But then the medicine isn't fixing the problem because something shouldn't be there every day. You need to find a way to fix it permanently.
Oh, maybe.
Obviously, if you're someone like King Gold, there isn't a medicine on this earth that could fix that because we're talking about genetic disease, right? You're born with it. But if it's something like diabetes that you've accumulated, or I don't know, anything like cancers or something, there might be ways to reverse those things because you weren't born with it. But yeah, man, one day I'll come on here, I'll be high, man. One day. One day I'll be high.
Do you know what I was thinking? That because like I think I'm ready to actually like try mushrooms now.
Don't tell me you're gonna become a mushroom person. No, Mary.
No. I just want to have like the experience. Because I've done microdosing and I think that was quite cool. Like,
what did you feel like?
I just felt more aware. Like,
really?
And I just felt more aware, like in general. Do you know what I mean? Like I was just more. I don't know. I felt like my eyes were just opened up a bit more, and like I was just seeing things that I wasn't seeing before. Like,
was it digestible?
What do you mean? I had it in capsules.
Did you get diarrhea from it?
No.
Okay. Well, when you say microdosing, are you just talking about lion's mane mushroom and basic mushrooms? Or are you talking about the real deal?
Yeah, no, lion's mane or whatever.
No, that's basic, Mary. Come on, I thought you meant like the real deal. Like the real deal.
No, I don't think they were the real deal. Well, I don't know. A friend sent them to me, but I don't know. I'm assuming they were just because I didn't feel anything like amazing.
Yeah, probably.
But I did feel more of an awareness. I'm assuming it's like more.
But that could have been placebo, though, Mary. If it wasn't the legit,
No. There was definitely a change. There was 100% like a change in me at that particular time. That was even like people around me were noticing. Do you know what I mean? They was just like, raw, like, what are you on today? And like, I know, life is great. Oh no, but yeah, I'm ready for the next stage.
But are you worried? Are you worried about losing soberness, losing your mind, having an ego death? Are you worried about these things?
I'm trying not to. I've put a lot of the fears that I had. I've not even pushed to one side. I've eradicated them because it was explained to me not to do it if I've got any kind of fears about it. And I don't have any reason to have any fears about it. So I've pushed all that away. And I'll make sure I've got someone with me that I can trust. And then I don't see what the problem is.
Because what if you have like a long term, like some people say that they, even after taking, the magic mushrooms, that like months later they'll still have they'll see little things at the corner of their eye, or they'll still have little hallucinations here and there, like months after. Yeah, because for some people it leaves like a little after effect or long term effect. Like it just fries your brain. Some people it might fry your brain. I don't even want to risk it, man. I just don't want to risk it, man. And you know when it's something that's not readily available, there's not enough data on it. Like it's not being used like by enough people to come to a conclusion on it. So it may be good for the people you're hearing, but then when you take it, you come back talking like facts, like blah, 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 just like drooling.
I doubt very much that would happen to anyone. I could see where people could be maybe permanently or semi-permanently affected by it, potentially, but to end up like going from Zulu to facts, nah, bruv, I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't know, man. Ask Facts what happened to him, because I'm sure he used to speak normally.
Bruv, that was not from shrooms. Let's put it right. That was not from shrooms. And one thing I am not going to do is I am not going to encourage you or anybody to ever go down the route that Facts did, bruv. Come on.
Yeah, for sure. But do you not think that's the beginning of it though? Like, oh, let me try these healthy things.
No, I think if anything,
like what you just said. You said I want to try the next step, and then you're gonna want to run the next one after that.
No. Do you know what? I doubt it. And obviously, I can only speak on what I've had and not my experience. But what I could compare it to, right, is okay. If it's that bad, oh no, hold on. Where am I? Right, you're asking if this could be like a gateway, basically.
Yes.
And I'm saying I don't think so, because I think if it's a bad experience, it stops people from continuing or carrying on. And like when I was younger, I took a certain tablet, an ABCDE tablet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a horrible experience for me. I'd done it because all my friends was doing it. They'd been doing it for ages. It was just like their weekend kind of vibe. And I thought, I want to try it because I was intrigued. And it was horrible. And after that, I was like, yeah, I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to do anything like that again. Like no kind of, other than weed. Like I didn't want to know about any kind of drugs in it. And to this day, I still don't. And that stopped me. So I don't know, like not everything is essentially a gateway for people.
100%. But I think what makes me more inclined to take weed is the whole cannabinoid system. The fact that there's a biological requirement or receptor for this indicates that it's something that we're supposed to take. That was more than enough for me. But all this other like psilocybin and mushroom and DMT, this just sounds like some extra shit.
No, I definitely think they've got right. What if they're there to be taken, but in a smaller dose, so that you're not having the psychedelic effects to the extent that people do, because obviously you've got to take in a certain amount to get there, right? So,
but wait, Mary, are they taking as food? Because this is another thing. Is there a natural requirement to have a spiritual experience? Okay, let me not say it like that because I kind of do believe there's. Okay, let me change it again. Because like there's a natural requirement to eat. So do people eat magic mushrooms to get full, or is it just because like there's no requirement to have a trip? There's no requirement. There's a requirement to have nutrients. So if it's nutrients, maybe that's why people used to take it. Like what other than you go for a spiritual experience, why do you need to take it? At least with cannabis, you could say, well, usually you need your cannabis system, so you can't.
I feel mind blown right now by mushrooms. I literally feel mind blown because I'm just thinking of like all these mushrooms that are out there. There's so many different types,
and they all have different benefits.
Right. And how do you figure out which and who? But they must know. But those magic ones have to be there for a reason, Zulu.
But maybe the devil put them there. Maybe Satan put them there, so you start acting crazy. I don't know. I'm not risking it. Listen,
I wonder.
Just like the badge, but Mary, it's just like the badge. Let other people take it first, see how they go, and then you know what I mean. I ain't risking myself. Hell no.
Right. I need to know. Do any animals eat mushrooms?
Some of them do, but no. Actually, there are like left. I saw a video. Why are you laughing at me?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm imagining a cow on magic mushrooms.
Well, there's this video. I'll send it to you. It's a video of a leopard high on DMT.
Oh,
and
shit.
basically, because you know you can also get DMT from toads.
Yeah.
So this leopard, I think he was trying to eat the toad, or he ate the toad, and then he was just lying on the tree, tripped out. His eyes were rolled back, and he was just tripped out of his head. So I think it affects animals in the same way it affects us. I mean, they've done it with weed. I mean, there's videos of dogs.
I've seen a few
dogs going high
videos. Like,
but when in nature is a dog gonna
like
take that,
chimpanzees and that high with spliffs, you know, like they'll like literally give them a spliff and they'll be smoking it, and then they're sitting there like rolling around giggling.
But that's not natural. When is a dog gonna go and get? You know what I mean? That's not natural. Who put that there? Who's made these weird drugs and weird? It's just I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know, like they say, dogs have a cannabinoid system as well, though.
Do they?
Yeah, you can get CBD for dogs and cats.
But where unless dogs eat the plants in nature, I doubt that though, right? How would they get it naturally?
I don't know. Well, apparently babies get it naturally from their mother's breast milk.
Really?
Apparently so. If I remember what I was supposed to study.
Aren't babies not supposed to take in cannabis because of the developing brain? Remember, they said young people, because of the developing brain, they're not supposed to take it.
Breast milk. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah.
Wow, it actually says that they do have cannabinoid receptors in their brain.
Well, here's that dogs.
Yeah, but cannabis can be more toxic to dogs than humans, though, in too much of it.
Yeah. Have you seen a dog when they're high?
It's so insane. They can't walk straight. They're falling over.
Yeah, they can urinate themselves. They lose control of their bladder as well.
But you see, that state in a survival context isn't good, because let's say you're supposed to be on alert for predators. Like if you were in a tribe, or like in a village, you're not going to sit there and be high off your head all day. You need to be alert just in case a lion runs up in there or a warring tribe runs up in there. So again, even if these things were taken, it wasn't taken all the time. Maybe for like a initiation or a coming of age or a spiritual ritual. But you ain't just sitting there high all the time, because it's not gonna be good for your survival.
Well, that's it. I don't think it is supposed to be like that you're high all the time, or anyone's high all the time. I think it is more of like a meditation kind of thing. I say meditation, like if we're talking recreational terms, then doing it like in a spiritual sense or for meditation or something. But other than that, it's about the medicinal benefits, which... Right. If I'm going to be honest, okay, when I say medicinal benefits, I do believe that they've what they're doing at the moment is they're saying, oh, it's got all of these, health benefits, etc., etc. However, if we actually look at the reasons why people are using it, so say like inflammatory and diabetes or multiple sclerosis and these kind of things, these things are probably caused by certain diets or lack of nutrition or genetic changes and diseases over the years anyways. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's a thing of, in like ancient times, they would have been saying, oh, you've got arthritis, here, have some cannabis every day. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I think it was just, again, people were using what they needed for their environments. So if you just happen to live somewhere where there's loads of cannabis growing, then you might be using that to build your house, make some clothes, and some tea. Do you know what I mean? And you might just be a bit chilled after that tea. Just like when you discovered coffee, you might have realized, after I drink coffee, I have lots of energy. So therefore, they might only have coffee in the mornings, and they might only have the cannabis coffee, tea or whatever in the evenings. This is bedtime now. Let's sit around the fire and have some tea because we're going to bed, and this makes us sleepy.
Maybe. But wait, hold on. But isn't it like when you take again? I don't know any of this here. So when you take cannabis, though, then you get a bit too high to where you can't even move, and you're just sitting there like just knocked out. That's not safe, right?
See, it's weird because have I been in that state that I can't move? No. Have I been zoned out? Yes. But like if something was to happen, I'd be instantly alert. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I physically can't move. It's just more of a mind state where I'm sort of monged out, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And time can pass really quickly.
Because there's some people when they, I don't know if it's the strand as well, or the amount, or the method in which you take it. But some people, they're just like for multiple days, they're just like brain dead. And that doesn't seem like it's a good thing for survival in like a natural environment.
Exactly. No, a lot of people do abuse it, 100%. That's what's so crazy about it. The fact that because it's now illegal, people abuse it, whereas going back like 100 years ago or so, everyone had it in abundance.
That's definitely so suspect how they made it illegal, like that whole thing, like how you broke it down. Like that alone just makes me feel like I should be taking it. Anything that I don't want to take, it makes me want to take it even more.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like that just makes me want to take it. Like why am I missing out on? Why are they scared about me having it? You know what I mean?
Exactly. No, it's just a quick Google search or so. You put in like the history of cannabis, or just Google like when cannabis was legal in the UK and them sorts of things. You'll see the whole history on it. It's mad.
Because why don't they ban coffee? Why don't they ban alcohol? I mean, if you abuse alcohol, it's very dangerous.
Exactly.
Even more, I would say it's more dangerous than cannabis.
It is, and there's more detrimental effects from it, health-wise and socially. Like, there's more people dying from drunk drivers every year than there is from cannabis. There's more people that die from probably tripping over their own feet than there is from cannabis, because guess what? Nobody dies from cannabis.
But
you might die from smoking. You might die from smoking, but that's going to be more the nicotine than anything else. Do you know what I mean?
Or like the carcinogenic, like burning something into your lungs. But like, what about the whole, like, I don't know if you had this, but when I was in school, the police came in, they were telling people about the negative effects of cannabis. And I don't know if they were hyper exaggerated, but they were saying stuff like anxiety, mental disorientation, heart beating too fast. It didn't sound enough to be like, wow, this is scary, but it sounded like, I kind of don't want that. Like,
that can potentially happen in people, like the certain strains that will cause you more anxiety, but that's only, let's say if you're already in an anxious state, it will heighten your state of anxiety. But like the best way to think about is just, again, the breakdown of THC versus CBD. There's obviously the strains that we have now are a lot more about the THC, like this whole CBD thing, as you know, is like a whole new thing to people, or even though it's an ancient thing. And traditionally, the plants probably would have grown at the right ratio that people would need. So let's say that might be like someone suggested the other day, a 2-to-1 ratio of CBD to THC is the perfect balance. So let's say you've got the natural plant that's got that ratio in it. So it's very little psychoactive and very much about CBD. Then, do you know what I mean? You probably, you wouldn't have the effects and stuff that it's going to have on people, like that anxiety and stuff like that, because I think it's obviously today's society and what it does to people, giving them anxiety and depression and all of these feelings anyway. And then you're going to heighten that by having an imbalance of THC, like way too much of it, which is just going to exaggerate that. And then they don't have the actual balance that they need of any CBD at all. Because most of the strains that people are smoking will have like no CBD or a very, very trace amount in it.
Then what's the point of smoking something with very little CBD?
Because they're doing it for the THC and not the CBD.
For the THC.
Yeah.
You see, I don't want any of the THC because I don't know if there's any benefits to
like
it.
they say, on average, a cannabis plant will have like 15% THC or something, but some of these American brands and whatnot now, they go up to like 28, 29%, probably even higher than that sometimes. But I know some people love all those 28% things. I think, yeah, this is going to get me so high. But like it doesn't actually, because you're still smoking like one spliff of it or whatever, so it's more of a placebo, I think. It's more about the strain and what it's intended to do, but without that balance of CBD, I think it's kind of pointless. This is why I like to have CBD in some form at all times, because I think without that balance, all I'm doing is getting high, but it's not an actual nice high, and it's not having the effects that it needs to have.
So wait, do you think if I went through an experiment and they did like a week of placebo, a week of the real deal, do you think I would be able to tell the difference?
Oh yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
But some people have different tolerance.
Oh my gosh. You would know. You would 100% know. I mean, what we talk, you're not going to smoke it, are you?
So what if it was like in a cookie or something, or in a brownie?
Oh, 100% you'd know, bro.
What? Really? What would
Especially
would
in an edible?
Would I see shit?
No, you wouldn't see. Like, listen, weed has never ever made me see stuff, no matter how high I've been, and I've been uber high at times, like edibles, smoking, liquids, the whole shebang. At the very most, I've just sat there and stared at things. But the only thing that's ever made me slightly, I can't even say it was a hallucination. I had some changa, which is like a mix that has 25% DMT in it. I can't remember what the rest is, just some like herbal mix or something. When I took that, and I didn't take very much, and I didn't even take it properly, but all the colors that I was seeing were just proper standing out, and it was like I was about to hallucinate. But the way the colors were standing out made me feel a bit sick, kind of like motion sickness. So because I felt that motion sickness, I was like, nah, I'm going to bed and lying down. I need to close my eyes. And I forced myself to go to sleep because I didn't want to throw up. That's what I was worried about. I was like, nah, things are going to start moving and I'm going to throw up.
Wow. So is there do you ever feel like an addiction, like a withdrawal to it?
With it, yeah.
What?
There is. No, listen, I'd be lying if I said that there's not an addiction.
That's what I don't want, man.
And what I would say is it's habitual. And for me, it's become very habitual in my life. But this is where I've tried to, rather than abuse it, which is what I probably used to do, and kind of rely on it, like have almost a dependency on it, I had to find a way to understand why I need it, what it's doing to my body. And once I had that understanding, then I kind of gained more control over it. So I can easily go for like a week or two without it. Like I regularly have tolerance breaks. You usually know I'm having a tolerance break when I'm biting everyone's head off on the panel.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Sometimes, but sometimes I'm not. Sometimes
no, do you think
that's
dangerous though, to be dependent on this thing? Obviously, you said you're not dependent, but like for me now, I don't take it at all. I don't want to get to the point to where I'm spending a bunch of money trying to fill this need that wasn't there before, because you know what I mean?
I mean, it's not. I think for me, it's more about this is.
I'm just scared of getting
like,
I'm scared of getting addicted. That's all.
I suppose it's like my comforter. Like for you, that could be playing the PlayStation.
Oh yes, that's my addiction.
Right. Do you see what I mean? Like, no matter what you do in the day, when you come home, probably once you kick off your shoes, fill your belly, do all of that, sit down, have the PlayStation. That's like that moment.
100%.
Right?
100%.
And it's the same for me. Like But yeah, I've just sat down all day and listened to Chilluminati Live and been tapping away in the computer, or I've been out all day, or I've had to go on a long trip or whatever. At the end of the day, or at any point in that day, I can have that moment. And I don't need it, but I enjoy it.
Okay, but could you go a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months?
If I had to, but I suppose I don't want to at this moment in time. I don't want to go without
it. It's possible. You wouldn't get like weird withdrawal symptoms, right?
No, I think the only thing that happens is I have weird dreams.
Weird dreams?
I say I have weird dreams, right? I dream more. When I'm not smoking, I dream a lot more.
And apparently it stops dreaming, right?
Because
when you take it.
THC lessens the REM sleep that you have.
See, that's not good though, is it? Because it's good
but
to dream.
CBD not increases it, but helps to balance it out, right? So once I stop having THC, that's when it kicks into like full-on REM sleep from before I even shut my eye. Wow. And I'm just constantly dreaming for the whole night, and then I wake up and I'm like, oh my God, what was that all about? 1 sec.
I think Sniper started. No one has died from weird. I don't know, MD. Someone might have somewhere. Who knows? Maybe they were too high and they couldn't defend themselves against something. I don't know. Change diet or detox. Walk. I park. Okay. Tobacco drum, American Spirit, or Pablo Blue. I don't know what you're saying, Fax.
What is Fax talking about?
I don't know. He's mumbling. This is what I don't want, MJ. This is what I'm scared about. You see why I'm trying to stay away from these things. I don't know why he's mumbling. But yeah, I think Sniper started his show now. So.
Oh yeah, I got the notification.
Everyone like up this before you go. Subscribe. And then we transition over to the freestyle. Well, for me, it's Sabbath, so I have to be doing other things. But for everyone else, thank you for watching.
Yeah, big up Zulu. That's a fantastic conversation.
When I'll be back, I'll be higher and be druggy, and yeah, you'll see a new me. You're gonna see a new me when I come back. So
yeah, just be careful, broski. Be careful whatever you're doing.
All
right, but yeah, big up everyone. See you all over at Freestyle Friday.
Yep.
And big up Jeds if you're there. Lock off the show, bro.
Yep.
All right, big up.